You never know how powerful your future will be. Lin Chuan has always adhered to this belief to improve his strength. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been chasing stronger all these years. When entering the spiritual time room, Lin Chuan gradually instilled this concept into Piccolo. Very useful for Piccolo. Moreover, Piccolo has his own feelings about this sentence, even more thoroughly than Lin Chuan. Now, if I give this sentence to Vegeta and Raditz, it will definitely be useful to them. High in the sky, the battle between Piccolo and Son Goku continues to heat up. The battlefield between the two sides has almost reached the highest area of the Earth's atmosphere. As long as they cross the last barrier of the atmosphere, both will enter the universe space. It can be said that with such strength, both Son Goku and Piccolo can survive in the universe space for a short period of time. As long as there is enough energy in the body, you can maintain your own life. The only shortcoming is that they cannot fully adapt and do whatever they want. Therefore, this is why Lin Chuan wanted to obtain universe's survivability ability. What's wrong? This doesn't look like you, Son Goku. Are you going to give up? When the battle reached this point, when Son Goku began to avoid it intentionally or unintentionally, Piccolo teased. Give up? No, it's too late for me to be happy. After hearing Piccolo's teasing, the thoughts in Son Goku's mind changed. Originally he was still thinking about how to end the battle quickly, but now his fighting spirit has been aroused and he no longer cares about other things. Even if he knew there was a gap in strength, he would not be able to fight for a long time, but he would not stop there. Son Goku's potential was activated. Wrong? Perhaps it can be said that this is the emergence of the protagonist's halo. Feeling the sudden change in Son Goku's breath, Piccolo contained all the burst of breath back into his body. There is no trace of breath leakage. This is absolutely perfect power control. Without comparison, there is no harm. Son Goku was hit more and more hard. At the same level, his third level of Super Saiyan consumes too much. According to his feeling, that is the third level of Super Saiyan, which he cannot fully control with his current level of cultivation. Of course, Son Goku still doesn't know, but it's not just that his level is not enough, but also because he doesn't have a tail, so the consumption will be greater. Piccolo can clearly feel what is going on with Son Goku at this time. There is also a comparison in his mind, because Lin Chuan's third level of Super Saiyan is the real third level. However, this kind of strength is enough for him to fight. The atmosphere became more and more solemn. Neither Piccolo nor Son Goku took the initiative, but used each other's auras to confront and pressure each other. The auras between the strong men continued to clash, and a full minute passed. In a flash of lightning, Son Goku and Piccolo started moving at the same time. The two moved through space at super high speeds and attacked each other. Bang! There was a deafening loud noise in the sky. After a punch to no avail, there were continuous sounds of breaking through the air and sonic booms. The fierce battle between the two started again, and Piccolo took out all his normal strength and began to gradually suppress the third grandson Goku. Speed, strength, reaction, combat skills, and so on. Such a fierce attack left Son Goku with no time to react and was even horrified. With his full strength at the third level of Super Saiyan, even if it consumes a lot of energy, he shouldn't be suppressed to this point. So fast? Can't be seen at all. Has Piccolo's current strength reached this point? Son Goku was frightened and tried his best to deal with Piccolo's continuous attacks. The eyes can no longer see Piccolo's actions. He can only judge Piccolo's next move through his own perception, and make countermeasures based on his own combat experience. In the past, Son Goku relied on instinct to fight, and it was still effective. But at this level, this kind of luck is of no use at all. On the contrary, Piccolo quickly discovered Son Goku's flaw. There was a loud bang of bang. Son Goku was hit by Piccolo's punch head-on and flew backwards. Son Goku, who suffered a heavy blow, was in a daze and let out a wail. Piccolo seized the opportunity, teleported directly below him, and hit his waist with a high kick, changing the direction of Son Goku's flying backwards. The next second, the aura erupted again, and Piccolo positioned himself in advance at the area where Son Goku was about to arrive, charged up and bombarded him with a single blow. At this rate, next time, even if Son Goku reaches the level of Super 3, he will be severely damaged. However, an accident happened. Son Goku, who was flying upside down, did not know where the power came from, allowing him to forcibly stabilize his body, turn around, and fire a very powerful energy bomb. Not only did he use energy bombs to get rid of Piccolo's attack on him, but he also gave himself a chance to breathe. Of course, for Piccolo, this energy bomb poses no threat at all. Even though he was surprised, Piccolo immediately turned his attack into defense and slapped the energy bomb away. Son Goku, is this all you have? Your Super Saiyan level 3 disappoints me. Looking down at Son Goku, Piccolo's words made Son Goku blush with anger. This is simply murderous and heartbreaking. Not only did it really crush him in terms of strength, but it also dealt a huge psychological blow to him. Don't be too proud, Piccolo. I haven't lost this battle yet. Son Goku gritted his teeth and once again burst out the Saiyan energy in his body. Under his belief in not admitting defeat, in this helpless situation, Son Goku's power has significantly expanded. The power of his blood is burning. The situation is very similar to Raditz. Son Goku progresses in the battle and becomes stronger and stronger in the battle. Feeling Son Goku bursting out with more powerful power, Piccolo's eyes lit up. That's right. This is the you I know. Son Goku, continue to become stronger. Only in this way can you truly compete with me. As you wish. I don't have any worries now. This will also be my unreserved battle. Hey! Son Goku's shout followed his breath. The explosion expanded and spread continuously. Then, his anger swelled again. Although the third level of Super Saiyan has not been improved, the power in his body is constantly emerging. It had exceeded 200 billion before, and now it has gone straight to 250 billion. There is even a trend towards higher values. Until the combat power index exceeded 250 billion, Piccolo clearly showed a surprise expression. He really didn't expect Son Goku to be able to do this. Even though he knew Son Goku's potential and talent, he even understood Son Goku better than anyone else, but Son Goku's breakthrough really made him dare not imagine it. On the Temple of Heaven, along with the changes in the world, hurricanes swept across. The earth shook again, along with the celestial temple. The atmosphere surged, and countless clouds hovered, as if some terrible monster was about to be born. Is this Kakarot's current strength so strong? It has surpassed the current Piccolo? Is this the true power of the third level of Super Saiyan? Vegeta clenched his fists and said in horror. There is blood in both fists, but it has dried up. The gap has become so big without knowing it. Kakarot, you are so. But you'd better not be too proud. It won't be long before I surpass you. Raditz sighed with emotion. Beside the two of them, Dende and Bobo looked up at the sky. While they were sighing, they were even more worried. After all, they don't have very strong power. The only thing they can do now is to wait and see and hope for the best result. At this moment, a figure flew up from under the Temple of Heaven. Who else could it be if it wasn't Sun Wufan? Because he noticed the changes on the earth, and because he felt Piccolo and Vegeta, Raditz, and his father fighting, he rushed there as quickly as possible. Uncle Lin Chuan, Uncle Vegeta, and Dende, Mr. Popo. Arriving at the Celestial Temple, Sun Wuhan immediately greeted everyone. Are you here too, Gohan? Raditz responded casually. Vegeta just ignored it. Dende and Bobo nodded to Sun Wuhan at the same time to express their welcome. Lin Chuan took a deep look at Sun Wuhan and said nothing. Before entering the spiritual time room, Sun Wuhan had gone to Zeta's home to look for him, so Lin Chuan knew Sun Wuhan's strength at this time early on. It should be said that a few days ago, Sun Wuhan would have been stronger than Sanshao, with a combat power of 250 million points. But now, Sun Wuhan is being compared again. Sun Wuhan walked up to Lin Chuan. Although the battle was fierce at this time, he still said politely, Uncle Lin Chuan, you and Uncle Piccolo have become stronger after coming out of the spiritual time room. Especially Uncle Piccolo. So strong. I can fight against my father's third-level Super Saiyan. After listening to Sun Wufan's words, Lin Chuan was somewhat touched. Although the child's heart is very straightforward, there is no scheming at all. But in fact, since Frieza was killed, although his relationship with Piccolo and Son Gohan has remained the same, it has gradually become somewhat alienated, and Son Gohan is still more inclined to his father. Blood is thicker than water, and this family love cannot be replaced by others. Of course, this is inevitable. It would be ridiculous if the relationship between biological father and son was not as good as that of outsiders. It can only be said that Sun Wuhan is becoming more and more mature, allowing him to think about many issues that he would not have thought about before. Generally speaking, when it comes to his father's battle with Piccolo, Son Gohan hopes that his father can win, not Piccolo. Speaking of which, before I know it, this kid has turned 8 years old, Lin Chuan thought to himself in his mind, and his thoughts began to wander. At this time, Sun Wufan should be more than 6 years old. But it took 2 years after entering the spiritual time room, so he is now over 8 years old. The world has already changed because of Lin Chuan's arrival. According to the plot of the original work, how could this group of people now enter the spiritual time room to practice? According to the correct time development route, it will still take nearly 3 years before the artificial man incident breaks out. At the same time, all over the earth, the Z warriors all felt the shock brought by this continuous battle. It was shocking that the strength of the third young Master Saiyan had improved by leaps and bounds, and it was shocking that Piccolo's strength had reached such a high level. Especially the fight between Son Goku and Piccolo, the power that exploded was even felt by Yama, King of the Underworld, and King Kai of the King Kai Star. King Yama used the giant TV to play the battle scenes, which shocked all the ghost soldiers and the ghosts waiting for trial. King Kai naturally used his usual voyeuristic tactics. There is also the Great Kaio of the Great Kaio Star, the old Supreme Kai in the Supreme Kai world, the Eastern Supreme Kai, the Gabit. Even Weiss, who destroyed the God Realm, noticed the abnormality and looked at it in disbelief. It is only a little short of breaking through the atmosphere. Piccolo felt Son Goku's continuous burst of power and became really serious. Surprised by Son Goku's breakthrough in strength, Piccolo no longer intends to hide it. He had been holding back, fearing that if he used all his normal strength, he would really beat Son Goku to death. Not anymore. Come on. Piccolo, I won't be the same as before. Son Goku shouted loudly, and the intensity of his breath reached an unprecedented height. At this moment, in terms of numerical values, the combat power has definitely reached 280 billion. Equivalent to normal, he directly broke through from the original more than 500 million to 700 million. Being absolutely suppressed and facing a desperate counterattack in this kind of battle is truly a situation that only the protagonist can experience. However, Son Goku—
Hey everyone, welcome to our channel. And thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
Whose strength seems to have reached this level, but it is still unknown how much strength he can really exert. Very good. Fighting with you can be regarded as fulfilling my long-cherished wish. I lost to you back then, but now I want to win back. Piccolo shouted dully. In an instant, the two looked at each other and understood each other, and took action at the same time again. The hand-to-hand combat started again. The intensity of this earth-shattering, unprecedented battle has reached an unimaginable level. It can even be compared to the level of the battle between Lin Chuan Chao Si and the god of destruction Kampa. Even if it's a little worse, it's not much different. Hundreds of billions of fierce collisions, the fifth-dimensional trillion-level units are already waving to them. Of course, Piccolo has already reached the trillion level, but Son Goku has not. During the battle, Son Goku seemed to see a higher dimension. The more he fought, the braver he became and the stronger he became. One of the characteristics of Saiyans is that they will face any difficulties and obstacles head-on. However, as the battle continued, Son Goku's physical strength and energy consumption obviously began to show weakness. Piccolo's normalcy is indeed slightly suppressed by Son Goku's third level of Super Saiyan, but in terms of realm, Piccolo far surpasses Son Goku. This resulted in Son Goku being able to suppress Piccolo at first, but slowly, the situation became even. Damn it! The flaw of the third level of Super Saiyan has appeared again. Although I improved my strength by breaking through before the battle lasted only 2 minutes and already consumed nearly 1/3 of my energy. Son Goku sighed in his heart. Piccolo, who was fighting, slowly discovered the situation of Son Goku. He also unconsciously recalled what Lin Chuan said when he used Super 3 to deal with him. In 2 years, Piccolo's understanding of the Super Saiyan transformation through Lin Chuan surpassed Son Goku's knowledge. Because Lin Chuan told him the flaws of Super Saiyan and the situation at each stage, it seems that even though your strength has reached the current level, you still cannot control and use it well. Son Goku, it really doesn't make much sense if this battle continues like this. After pulling away, Piccolo took the initiative to stop the hot fight. Son Goku also had a chance to breathe. What do you mean by that? Piccolo doesn't want to continue fighting? But in this case, the momentum should not be what it is now. Besides, he also wanted to continue fighting. It would be a pity to end like this. How could Son Goku know at this time that Piccolo planned to let him see his true strength? What I mean is, of course, let you see the real strength I have now. Otherwise, you may still think that you have a chance to surpass me with the third level of Super Saiyan. Piccolo said he is so cold and arrogant. As soon as these words came out, Son Goku was stunned and speechless. And at the next moment, he felt the powerful aura erupting from Piccolo's body. Son Goku took a breath of air, and a lot of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Under his eyes full of shock and horror, Piccolo completed his unique transformation. Superhuman? It is also the first level of Super Namekian that Piccolo defines for himself. The 100-fold increase in strength directly caused Piccolo's combat power to soar to the level of the 5th Yuanzhao. Moreover, it is not 1 trillion or 2 trillion, but a full 25 trillion? Piccolo, you actually transformed. Son Goku opened his mouth wide and looked at Piccolo with yellowing skin and a more muscular body in front of him. Son Goku couldn't believe it and his mind went blank. It's as if it's a dream. Huh? Are only Yusians allowed to transform? Aren't others allowed to transform? We Namekians also have the potential in this area. Piccolo responded. As he spoke, the superhuman Piccolo instantly crossed a distance of tens of meters and appeared next to the third super grand Son Goku. This speed made Son Goku's pupils tremble. The difference in strength was so great that he couldn't compare at all. This is the Piccolo now? He even thought that his third level of Super Saiyan could fight him. If Piccolo couldn't transform, it would be almost the same, but after transforming, this increase in strength is no worse than their Super Saiyan. Your fighting spirit is gone, Son Goku. The words lingered in Son Goku's ears, and Piccolo did not give Son Goku a chance to react. Punch Son Goku hard in the stomach. The sound of pounds that penetrated the flesh shook the space. In an instant, Son Goku felt as if his body was going to explode and his brain stopped thinking. So strong. The blood in his body surged, as if something was about to spurt out from his mouth, and his third-level Super Saiyan form instantly collapsed. Without any suspense, Son Goku was seriously injured and fell into a coma. Piccolo raised Son Goku with his backhand and couldn't help but shook his head. In the next second, he used teleportation and disappeared here. Above the Temple of Heaven, Lin Chuan felt something and raised his eyes to look at the space in front of him. In an instant, Piccolo appeared in front of everyone. He still maintained his superhuman transformation and was holding the unconscious Son Goku in his hand. The battle is over? It was so fast that no one had time to sense the situation. Piccolo's transformation is not like Son Goku's third-level Super Saiyan transformation, which has such a big change in the world. It can only be said that Piccolo's control over power has reached an absolute level, so there will be no energy leakage at all when he transforms into a Superman. After leaving Son Goku on the platform, Piccolo looked around, only pausing for a moment when looking at Sun Wuhan, and finally looked at Dende. Dende, give Son Goku some treatment first. I know, Uncle Piccolo. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar Piccolo in front of him, Dende was still a little unbelievable. Walking forward, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva, showing his current change in heart. Beside them, Vegeta and Raditz were so shocked that they couldn't speak and were stunned. How could they not see that the Piccolo at this time is not the same Piccolo at all? Even though it may seem like just a change in skin color, it is undoubtedly a transformation. Before, Piccolo could still feel the depth and terror of his strength, but now Piccolo is like a sea, making it impossible for them to find out how deep the bottom of the sea is. Uncle Piccolo. Sun Wuhan stepped forward and called him politely. He wanted to ask Piccolo what his current condition was, but because of worry, he looked at his father. He's fine, he'll wake up soon. Piccolo naturally could see Sun Wuhan's worry and comforted him. Needless to say, in Piccolo's mind, Sun Wuhan really occupies the first place. Even the relationship between Lin Chuan and him can only be ranked second. Dende's healing skills are very powerful. In just 10 seconds, Son Goku's injuries healed and he woke up. But even if he recovers, the mental damage cannot be repaired in a short time. The blow Piccolo gave him was too great. Staring at Piccolo, Son Goku waited for a long time before standing up with the help of Son Gohan. You are really powerful, Piccolo. Even the third level of Super Saiyan is not your opponent. Now I can talk about it. What happened to your transformation? He failed, but he wouldn't say it. Piccolo didn't care that Son Goku admitted his defeat in person. After all, he had already told everyone when he brought the unconscious Son Goku down. It's okay to tell you. Just like you Saiyans, we name Saiyans can also transform. If we really want to choose a name, it will be like your Super Saiyans, Super Name Saiyans. As soon as the words came out, although they had expected it, Son Goku, Raditz and Vegeta were still shocked. Sun Wuhan on the side also showed a surprised look after hearing this. At the same time, Sun Wuhan remembered what happened on the Namek planet. Uncle Piccolo, could it be that your transformation was inspired by that special name Kian? I remember, that person's name is she. A long time passed. Although he remembered this incident, Sun Wuhan could no longer remember his name. Piccolo did not hide it, nodded and said, Gohan, the slug you mentioned really gave me a lot of inspiration, and it was on the basis of giantization that I developed my own transformation. However, the biggest credit goes to Lin Chuan. Without his reminder, I might not have known that we name Kians can also transform. It was thanks to Lin Chuan that he truly mastered transformation. Everyone looked at Lin Chuan. A strange emotion can be seen in the eyes of Son Goku, Vegeta, and Raditz. They have been training hard, and reaching the current level of strength is considered unparalleled. But here in Lin Chuan, their strength is nothing at all. Now, Piccolo has surpassed them again, and this kind of surpassing is no longer the kind of surpassing that they could easily catch up with before. Unless, reach the 4th level of Super Saiyan? Lin Chuan glanced at Piccolo dumbfounded. This guy pointed everyone's finger at him, and he immediately said, I just said casually, the fact that you can reach the current level of strength is also the result of your own hard work. With that said, Lin Chuan changed the subject and said to Son Goku, Vegeta, and Raditz, you three don't have to be so discouraged. Although the defeat was complete, it doesn't mean that's all for you. Just like what I said before, you will never know how strong you will be in the future. When you have cultivated to a strong enough level, you will understand when you look back at your past selves. After saying that, Lin Chuan rolled his eyes and said, just like you 2 years ago, how did you know that you are so strong now? Think about how much stronger you are before entering the spiritual time room compared to now. Don't judge your achievements because of others. How big your heart is, how far you can go. After finishing speaking, Lin Chuan stopped talking. Instead, he had a conscious exchange with Piccolo. I thought you wouldn't use the transformation. After all, your strength is enough to deal with Kakarot's 3rd level of Super Saiyan. Are you planning to show off your transformation and stimulate these 3 guys? Piccolo looked at Lin Chuan, released the transformation, and replied, of course. As you said, the greater the pressure, the greater the motivation. Let them realize the gap in strength, and they will become stronger in the future. I hope my future opponent will only be you. When Lin Chuan heard such a voice, he immediately complained, you are really not afraid that they will surpass you again. Then don't come to me crying and enter the spiritual time room again. Piccolo is numb. He has often heard Lin Chuan say some strange words in the past 2 years, if they can really surpass me again, it will prove that I can go further. At least let myself feel the pressure, so that I can change. Be stronger until I surpass you. Surpassing Lin Chuan is Piccolo's biggest goal. After the conscious communication ended, Lin Chuan and Piccolo stopped talking. All in all, this farce is over for the time being. During the break, the 3rd young Master Saiyan and Sun Wuhan did a lot of testing of Lin Chuan's progress. Tell them the truth. Obviously Lin Chuan won't say it. Nowadays, the Super Saiyans have not yet reached a certain level of cultivation, and their normal combat power is only a few hundred million. It is not a good thing to tell them the level of Super Saiyan God. Even if they will have to face a choice sooner or later in the future, at least it will be after Super 3, or even Super 4. Lin Chuan had already communicated with Piccolo in this regard, concealing it and keeping it as a trump card. More than half an hour passed. Lin Chuan then said goodbye and left. Before he left, he naturally saw off Son Goku, Son Gohan, Raditz and Vegeta. To Lin Chuan's surprise, Vegeta got Bulma's best friend Angel pregnant so quickly. If it hadn't been for Raditz teasing, Lin Chuan would have never known this news. I don't know how Raditz knew that. Maybe Vegeta told him to show off, right? What made Lin Chuan even more unexpected was that Raditz directly attacked one of Anqi's best friends in the process of looking for Vegeta, and Lin Chuan had to call him a good guy and a courageous one. Piccolo said bluntly that he really couldn't understand why Yusians are obsessed with women. Yes, after all, Namekians reproduce asexually, so how can they understand that kind of happiness? Return home. Lin Chuan found Bulma immediately. Only 2 days have passed to the outside world, but to Lin Chuan, more than 2 years have passed. It was impossible not to miss his wife, not to mention that his wife still had daughter Lin Shui in her belly. However, what Lin Chuan didn't expect was, he teleported to the research institute because of his longing, but saw a scene he shouldn't have seen. Rajri number 18 was lying on the transformation table prepared by Bulma. Well, I'll go out first. Lin Chuan teleported and ran away. Arriving outside the research institute, Lin Chuan was still a little scared. Damn, why am I still thinking nonsense? After saying this, he shook his head, and Lin Chuan suddenly felt someone behind him. Looking suddenly, number 17 was looking at him in astonishment. Why are you here? Lin Chuan looked at number 17 awkwardly, as if he had been caught. It's all because the artificial man has no breath and is difficult to sense. He was lost in thought again. How could he know that number 17 was here? Lin Chuan suddenly felt terrified. Why can't I be here? What did you just say? I didn't hear clearly. The shock on No 17's face receded, with a hint of coldness in his eyes. Lin Chuan was even more embarrassed. No, it's nothing. I have something to do. Let's go first. Without stopping, Lin Chuan didn't even have time to see that his strength was no longer what it used to be. He teleported directly back to the master bedroom of the big round house. Sweating like rain, my heart beat faster after having such a hard time this time. I quickly washed up and calmed down before calming down. With his state of mind, he was still confused. This was really the first time he encountered such a situation. At noon that day, Bulma found Lin Chuan angrily and scolded Lin Chuan. Fortunately, the relationship between the two has always been very good. Lin Chuan and Bulma have always had something to say. They explained clearly that they went to the research institute to look for her directly because they missed her so much after training in the spiritual time house. Bulma Ma was not so angry anymore. After all, who makes the 18th breathless? My husband is not wrong either. But Lin Chuan always had to express his feelings. In desperation, Lin Chuan had no choice but to listen to Bulma's words, met with number 18 and apologized. Regarding this, number 18 acted like I didn't care. But Lin Chuan could tell that she actually cared and was very angry. It seemed that Lin Chuan's apology was too casual, which made her even more embarrassed. Lin Chuan also didn't expect that just because of this, number 18 would go to number 17 to practice together, until they challenged him together half a year later. At night, Lin Chuan hugged Bulma and talked about love. After Bulma's explanation, Lin Chuan finally understood the specific situation. It turned out that the day after he left, she suddenly came up with a transformation plan, and her guess came true on number 17 and number 18. Number 17 was naturally transformed by her father Brive, and it was very successful. So today it was the 18th, and this happened. Of course, it's over. Lin Chuan was pleasantly surprised by Bulma's genius. Because after the transformation, the combat strength of number 17 and number 18 reached 12 billion and 10 billion according to the system judgment. An increase of more than 10 times. If this strength were shown in the original work, it would be absolutely no problem to torture the entire body of Cell. There is also Android 16, which is easier to transform because it is a pure robot. Bulma completely replaced and upgraded the original energy system of number 16, and added an eternal energy furnace similar to number 17 and number 18, so that the value of number 16 reached tens of billions. After soothing and chatting for a long time, Lin Chuan hugged Bulma and fell asleep. Blink. The next day, Lin Chuan did not practice, and Bulma did not study anymore. Originally, Bulma only needed to calm down and nourish her fetus, but because of the transformation, she had been wasting her energy. Now that she doesn't have these things to worry about, she can have a good rest. It had been a long time since Lin Chuan had gone shopping with Bulma, so Lin Chuan went out with Bulma. Even though I hate shopping, as a husband, how can I shirk it? But number 18 was not together this time. In the past, number 18 and Bulma were almost inseparable. Presumably because of his relationship, this embarrassment is not so easy to eliminate. I don't know what the fate of number 18 will be in the future. After my intervention, she and Clin were completely separated. This is the most direct feeling in Lin Chuan's heart. In any case, in his previous life, he was somewhat fascinated by number 18. Apart from Bulma, the Dragon Ball world belongs to her. Even in the hearts of countless people, number 18 is the truly perfect goddess. With Bulma, Lin Chuan didn't dare to ask for anything else. He was also a dedicated man. Even if you are greedy, even if you are impulsive, just like yesterday, you can't take your eyes away, but you don't just have feelings for other women. Time is spent shopping and playing. Lin Chuan used Bulma in disguise to feel the pleasure of consumption by rich people. No matter what it is, if you like it, buy it. The most important thing is that beer has face. In the world of ordinary people, where can you imagine spending money like water? In his previous life, Lin Chuan was an ordinary person. He hesitated and felt distressed for a long time even if he spent tens of thousands to change a mobile phone. But in this world, Bulma can easily spend millions and tens of millions. Even if the currency ratio is different, but the concept is the same. When I get home with big and small bags, many things will be delivered to my door. In this way, for several days in a row, the days passed very peacefully. But it is also the pursuit of pleasure in the ordinary. Lin Chuan also accompanied Bulma to a tourist resort for vacation. It was also during this vacation that Bulma immediately became interested in buying a larger island and renovating it. In the future, not only would he have enough space to practice peacefully, but she would also be able to take her children on vacation. This reminded Lin Chuan of the plot after the power conference of the original Super Era, which mentioned that Bulma bought a huge island for renovation in the early years, and it was not completed until the late Super Era. Today is a special day. The peaceful life was broken by the arrival of Son Goku and Raditz. Of course, there is Sun Wufan. The strange thing is that Vegeta seems to have been hiding recently and is not with them. The three people arrived, undoubtedly to gain training experience. At the same time, they also wanted to inquire about the more detailed training methods for the third level of Super Saiyan. The most critical thing is that Son Goku asked how to solve the problem of high consumption of the third level of Super Saiyan. Regarding this question, Lin Chuan also directly told him the answer. First of all, it is natural to improve one's own strength and improve one's own realm. The second thing is the tail. Son Goku's tail was cut off by Tenjin Piccolo using a special method in his early years, and it has not grown back yet. It's obviously impossible to grow it on its own. As for pulling it out, Lin Chuan really can't imagine it. So, in the end, Bulma was asked to take out the Dragon Ball and make a wish for him, so that he could grow a tail of his own. Raditz was also very excited about this. Because Lin Chuan was present, otherwise he would have made a wish. To put it bluntly, if it weren't for the rapid advancement of the times and Lin Chuan sitting on the earth, he would have mastered these special things. Otherwise, Raditz and Vegeta would still be peeping. Taking the Dragon Balls as your own? Yes and no. It's just that Lin Chuan is not that kind of domineering person. As long as Raditz and Vegeta have reasonable wishes, he can help them realize them. After all, he often makes wishes with the help of Dragon Balls. It is worth mentioning that the current Shenlong has undergone a second transformation by Dende and can also realize 3 wishes. Although the ability is still limited, there are 3 at least. Son Goku made a promise, and Lin Chuan asked Shenlong to leave directly. In this case, Shenlong can make another wish 4 months later. It is equivalent to making a wish every time in the future, and you can make another wish after 4 months. Otherwise, you will have to wait a whole year for all 3 wishes to come true. The third day after giving the cultivation method to Son Goku, Raditz, and Sun Wuhan, Lin Chuan sent them away. Another extremely powerful aura erupted on the earth. There is no doubt that it was Raditz who broke through the second level of Super Saiyan and reached the third level of Super Saiyan. His strength is so strong that he can catch up with Son Goku when he fought Piccolo. A battle between the 2 brothers was inevitable, and Lin Chuan and Piccolo in the Temple of Heaven acted as the first spectators. The result of the battle was undoubtedly won by Son Goku. After all, not only did he reach Super 3 earlier, but after the battle with Piccolo, his normal level was close to 1 billion. Raditz's ability to break through Super 3 and awaken his bloodline to tap his potential was no more than just 500 million. What's strange is that Vegeta still didn't show up. In the past, Vegeta would have come out to cause trouble, or would have exploded unwillingly. He didn't do this. It seemed that he had awakened to something, or it seemed that he had realized something after the battle with Piccolo. The prince's character changed. In the following days, the earth has been at peace. Sun Wufan always came to him for advice, and Lin Chuan knew everything, and he never stopped giving him guidance. Obviously Son Gohan also wants to reach the third level of Super Saiyan, but he doesn't know why and can't break through. It was as if he was stuck at that point, losing any direction. Lin Chuan was also extremely curious about his situation. In the end, the only thing to blame was the mysterious power in his body. I have thought about taking Sun Wuhan to the old Supreme Kai to develop his potential, but at Sun Wuhan's current age, he is still too young. It will have to wait at least a few more years. Today's Sun Wuhan is still a child, at most a teenager, not even a teenager. Excessive pursuit of powerful power may be counterproductive. Lin Chuan's advice to Sun Wufan could only be to let him let nature take its course. When the time comes, he will naturally make a breakthrough. Fortunately, this kid doesn't have a stubborn character, otherwise he would have hit a dead end. And since he deceived Sun Wufan this time, Lin Chuan hasn't seen him for half a month. He also seemed to have discovered his excessive persistence, so he stopped practicing and instead threw himself into the ocean of knowledge. On this day, counting the days, 1 month has passed since I came out of the spiritual time room. Lin Chuan received the message from Piccolo, telling him that after the transformation of Dende and Bobo, the spiritual time room finally exceeded the age limit. A person's life can be entered for 3 years, instead of the original 2 years. Moreover, this time the people who had gone in before were completely ignored. In other words, the spiritual time room has been reset, and those who have entered it can enter it for another 3 years. This was good news, but Lin Chuan didn't let Piccolo spread it. There are some things that they only need to know. If Son Goku, Vegeta ladies, and the others knew about it, they would probably cause another uproar. The situation on the Earth is now very stable, and there are almost no foreign enemies in this era. It's time for everyone to slow down a little and wait for a year or two. Otherwise, if everyone works hard to develop and explore, the potential will eventually be exhausted. A person's potential is limited. Of course, it is certain that a person's potential will continue to increase with one's experience. The increase in potential cannot keep up with the speed of excavation, and naturally this person will be useless. Piccolo also agreed very much with Lin Chuan's meaning, so he temporarily hid the news about the update of the spiritual time house. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, nearly 3 months have passed again. It has been 4 months since Piccolo went on a killing spree at the Celestial Temple, defeating Vegeta, Raditz and Son Goku one after another. 4 months. Today's Bulma is no longer the same as before, with just a slight bulge in her lower abdomen. In the past 8 months of pregnancy, my belly has become quite big. From the beginning, she didn't feel anything at all. Until now, Bulma has a big belly every day and it is very difficult to walk. Under normal circumstances, Bulma spends 2/3 of the day resting and sleeping, and this is after her physical fitness has been enhanced through the dragon's wish. God knows what's going on. After all, the original Bulma didn't have this situation. It can only be said that Bulma is pregnant with his child. As a special case, Bulma also carries a new future. Of course, Lin Chuan also thought about whether it was Weiss, the angel, who gave gifts to the children. Only a being like him can impose some special rules on a newly conceived child. During this period, Lin Chuan has been by Bulma's side, even practicing just doing some basic meditation. Whenever there is a call, Lin Chuan will appear at Bulma's side as soon as possible. It is natural for him to care for and cherish his own wife. Lin Chuan gave Bulma enough sense of security, which is why Bulma has always supported Lin Chuan. For Lin Chuan, this is his recent situation. Looking back at the situation in the past few months, the Earth has been in a peaceful stage without any accidents. Unlike Lin Chuan, the Z warriors practiced day after day, year after year, and never stopped. Of course, what they do is also basic training, which is practiced to hone their foundation and improve their realm. It is no longer the desperate effort of forcing themselves to become stronger like in the spiritual time house. Vegeta, on the other hand, has not appeared in front of others in recent times. You must know that a person who is so unwilling to admit defeat can actually hold back and remain silent for so long after knowing that Raditz has also broken through to the 3rd level of Super Saiyan. Lin Chuan believed that Vegeta must be holding back some big move because he kept silent. At least, it seems that he is no longer cultivating the Super Saiyan state, but the normal training is indeed close to catching up with Son Goku. It's hard to imagine how Vegeta could cultivate and lay this foundation without any help. Go ask? Joke? Lin Chuan doesn't care what happens to Vegeta. At most, he looks forward to it. However, she learned from Bulma that Angel told her that Vegeta did nothing but practice every day, like a dull gourd. If she hadn't integrated into this group and knew that her man was a super strong man, how couldn't she have accepted it? After the impulse, reason will occupy the brain, but it is too late to regret at this moment. Of course, for Angel, Vegeta also has a good thing, that is, Vegeta seems to be cold and ruthless, but in fact he treats her with care, but he just can't express it. Let's talk about the specific situation of Son Goku and Raditz. Although Son Goku has not made much progress in strength during this period, he has been making up for his shortcomings since his last defeat at the hands of Piccolo. He sought training methods from Lin Chuan and grew a tail with the help of Shenron, which allowed him to gain a higher level of mastery of the 3rd level of Super Saiyan. Let's talk about the 5 realms of the 3rd level of Super Saiyan: early stage, 400 times, middle stage, 500 times, late stage, 600 times, peak, 700 times, and ultimate, 800 times. At this time, Son Goku has reached the late 3rd stage of Super Saiyan. It is not easy to reach this stage in 3 months. What about Raditz? As Son Goku's eldest brother, he successfully broke through to the 3rd level of Super Saiyan after receiving a deeper training method from Lin Chuan. After that, his belief became even stronger. He is someone who is unwilling to lag behind, and he is determined not to allow himself to fall behind his younger brother Kakarot. The battle with Piccolo brought him too many insights. Although he failed miserably, he realized where his problems were and how many flaws he had. Today, even though he is not as good as Son Goku in mastering the 3rd level of Super Saiyan, he can still perform a burst of blood in the 3rd level of Super Saiyan transformation. This is no small matter. Even if the battle time will be shortened rapidly due to the increase in consumption, the combat effectiveness increased in this short period of time is enough to determine the outcome at the critical moment. I would like to ask, who among the same level can withstand a multiple increase similar to Kaioken? I would like to ask if a multiple increase similar to Kaioken can turn defeat into victory under the next level? Even though Raditz has always been on the wrong side of the road, he has indeed taken some steps. It should be said that it is somewhat similar to Son Goku in the late TV Super era, who relies heavily on the growth of Kaioken. And Sun Wufan. After being enlightened by Lin Chuan 3 months ago, this kid no longer had a deep obsession with becoming stronger. He also realized that he was still young, so he kept learning to make up lessons while maintaining his usual basic exercises. Needless to say, Sun Wufan is the genius among geniuses. Not only a combat type, but also an absolute IQ type. Coupled with the knowledge he learned from his early travels in the universe and from Bulma's side, his knowledge reserve is completely comparable to that of some scholars and doctors, and his knowledge is even broader. That is to say, he is still young, otherwise if he takes a test casually, he will get perfect marks in any course. After talking about the Saiyans, it is naturally necessary to talk about the other Z warriors at this time. After Piccolo defeated Vegeta, Raditz and Son Goku 4 months ago, he has been meditating and practicing on the Celestial Temple, which can be regarded as a balance between work and rest. After all, the 2 years of practice in the spiritual time room were too difficult. Not because his strength can be stronger or to break through again, but to stabilize yourself and make your realm more solid. He is no longer as anxious as before, nor is he worried about being surpassed in a short time. After all, at this time, his superhuman transformation alone was no longer something that Sun Bella could quickly surpass. What's more, he still has the orange transformation that he hasn't used yet. To paraphrase Lin Chuan, this period of rapid growth has passed. For a long time in the future, everyone's strength may still improve, but it will not improve as fast as during this period. Piccolo so. Others are different. One after another, I felt Lin Chuan versus Sun Bella, and then Piccolo versus Sun Bella. As a three-eyed star, Tianjin Fan didn't stop for a moment. It seemed that under absolute pressure, he awakened his three-eyed star bloodline, and his strength suddenly increased, reaching a unit of 100 million. In the past, the unit of 100 million was so terrible. Universe Emperor Frisia's final combat power was only 120 million points. But nowadays, a combat power of over 100 million is like fighting against 5 scum. Of course, this is also related to the goal of comparison. If Tianjin Fan doesn't compare with Son Goku, Son Gohan, Raditz, Vegeta, Piccolo, and Lin Chuan, then his strength is currently the strongest on Earth. In other words, with his current strength, he would be considered an absolute powerhouse on any planet. All in all, Tianjin Fan has not been crushed, and he is still moving towards his goal. As a little follower of Tianjin Rice, Dumplings have always been by Tianjin Rice's side. Although Dumpling's strength cannot be improved, Dumpling is not an ordinary person. Where's Klin? Over the past few months, he has been pursuing his own martial arts under the guidance of Kame Sennin. During this period, he met Tianjin Fan and discussed his future goals together. From this, Klin also came up with the idea of taking a different path. As a master, Kame Sennin understands Krillin. Turtle Immortal has always been proud of this disciple. Even though he is not as good as Son Goku, as both Earthlings, Kame Sennin has always given the most guidance to Krillin. It's just that outsiders don't know. At any rate, Krillin has always been with him, unlike Son Goku, who has already married and is rarely seen. In terms of strength, Klin's combat power is not only over 100 million, but it has also reached tens of millions. The breakthrough is not too far away. As long as he perseveres, it won't take long to overcome that bottleneck. Finally, there is Yamcha. After coming out of the spiritual time room, he completely gave up pursuing martial arts. He began to play with the world and enjoy life. Needless to say, even if Yamcha's strength is only 1 million points, or even declining, he is not an ordinary person after all. With his power, he is naturally successful in the world of ordinary people. No matter what aspect, he is an outstanding person. To put it more clearly, Yamcha just fell in love with the life of luxury, so he was unwilling to continue working hard. In his opinion, life is so short, it is better to indulge in it as soon as possible and enjoy it more. At this point, Yamcha has completely withdrawn from the Z Warrior group. He also gave up his identity as a warrior martial artist. The sun is shining brightly and the temperature is neither cold nor hot. Although it is already late October, winter has not yet completely entered. On the contrary, it is extremely comfortable in such weather. Today is a very unusual day. Today is also Lin Chuan's birthday. After coming to this world. No, it should be that after coming to Earth, even Lin Chuan himself would not remember his birthday, but Bulma always remembered it and would always prepare it for him. It was impossible not to be moved. As a man, he didn't really want much, so Bulma gave it all to Lin Chuan. Looking back now, when I was working with Bulma, I had to thank my future daughter for her cooperation. Otherwise, he and Bulma would not have gotten together so quickly and smoothly. Sometimes, it's just so wonderful. Lin Chuan was even more grateful for striking while the iron was hot. That first time was also the most profound one, and I will never forget it in my life. There was no big arrangement for Lin Chuan's birthday. Bulma originally planned to invite all her acquaintances to the party and meet everyone by the way. After all, they wouldn't get together for several months. However, Lin Chuan still stopped her. Lin Chuan didn't want to do anything special because of his birthday. To be honest, he didn't like the kind of banquet surrounding him. As long as your loved ones are by your side, it will be fine, including your wife and your future children. Everything in the previous life has long gone, and the parents in this life have long since died. To say that he was still alone before, but now he is not. Night, very quiet. Lin Chuan and Bulma were leaning on each other on the rooftop of the attic, absorbing each other's warm breath. Thank you, wife. Lin Chuan whispered softly in Bulma's ear. He would definitely not be able to say this kind of thing normally. But now he was holding Bulma, it was just the two of them, and he was touching Bulma's big belly, as if he were stroking his future daughter, which touched him deeply. Humph, it's good to know. It's only at this time that you say a few nice words to me. Lin Chuan's intimate voice came to her ears, and Bulma trembled slightly and snorted. It looks coquettish, but in fact it is full of love. Although it hadn't been a few years since they met, Bulma felt that she and Lin Chuan were already an old couple. Lin Chuan was already familiar with Bulma's temperament, so he knew her psychological changes. Without any entanglement, he changed the subject. Our daughter will be born soon. Then we will use the Dragon Ball to summon the dragon to make a wish, so that you can directly complete the delivery process. In another month, the Dragon Ball can be used again. 3 months ago, Son Goku used the Dragon Ball to summon the dragon and wish to grow his amputated tail. The reason why Lin Chuan let Shenlong go directly was to wait for this day. According to normal calculations, Bulma will give birth in more than 2 months at most. Under the premise of not sure whether Angel will come, Dragon Ball is the best choice. You said this has nothing to do with whether Angel will come or not. After all, in the original book, Whis delivered Bulla to Bulma. It's a pity that when they got married last time, they came, but Lin Chuan forgot about it because of the future Sun Wufan incident. During this period, I have been looking forward to seeing Wes again, but he has never come again. Let's talk about it then. I still hope that I can experience the process of transforming into a mother. Bulma snuggled into Lin Chuan's arms. She knew that Lin Chuan had been worried about her and thought of everything ahead. Hearing this, Lin Chuan nodded slightly. She has been in your belly for so long, you are already a mother. As soon as these words were spoken, a gust of cold wind blew. Even though Bulma was wearing a coat, she still shivered. Go back to the house, the temperature will probably cool down in the next few days. Lin Chuan put his arm around Bulma's shoulders and walked back into the house. In the blink of an eye, it's already the second day. After her birthday, Bulma had to make arrangements with her father, Brive, for some matters. After Bulma became pregnant, Brive once again acted as the director and management company of the group. Even so, many decisions were made after he came back and discussed with Bulma. Lin Chuan took the time to come to the rooftop to practice cross-legged. Usually there is quite a lot of time for this kind of training. When Bulma is sleeping and resting, Lin Chuan will also do this kind of practice. Although this type of meditative practice cannot improve your strength, it at least ensures that you are always at your peak and can explode with all your strength at any time. Speaking of which, Lin Chuan had already thought that as long as Bulma didn't give birth to Zioxu, he would not start new training. During meditation, cyclones circulate around the body. A trillion-level strength is a trillion-level strength. Even if you do nothing, after simply entering into practice, you will exude an aura that is difficult for others to approach. Even though Lin Chuan had not fought in more than 4 months, his aura was still full of pertinence and absolute power. Huh? Someone is coming. Not long after practicing, Lin Chuan suddenly opened his eyes, and 2 figures appeared in his mental perception. No, it's 3 figures. There was no breath, and Lin Chuan had already determined who it was. Standing up and looking up, it was Android 17, Android 18, and Android 16. This is a rare occasion for 3 people to come together here. Although they have always lived in the manor, they usually don't get together to find him. Obviously he came here for himself. Recalling the scene that day, Lin Chuan still cannot forget it. Number 18 even sometimes appears in dreams. To this day, he is still thinking about which one is bigger, Bulma or size 18. In the future, Lin Chuan was sure that Bulma was older, because Zioxu was about to be born, which was the most common phenomenon. Their eyes collided, and Lin Chuan and number 18 looked at each other, making both of them embarrassed at the same time. Even today, the experience of that day is still unforgettable. Not just Lin Chuan, but also number 18. After all, in No 18's heart, he actually has a good impression of Lin Chuan, and he also has a deep feeling of gratitude. Because without Lin Chuan, I'm afraid all artificial humans like them would have died. How could they have the life they have now? If Lin Chuan and Bulma weren't already married, with No 18's personality, she would have taken the initiative to get close to them. Of course, Lin Chuan wouldn't know. He only knew that he had done a bad thing unintentionally, which had greatly distanced the relationship between them. Why are you here? Standing on the rooftop on the 2nd floor, Lin Chuan looked at the 3 of them and asked. After completing the transformation, their strength is no longer what it used to be. Nowadays, the strength of number 16, number 17, and number 18 has reached a higher level. I remember that after the transformation, their combat power was 11 billion, 12 billion, and 10 billion respectively. Nowadays, their strength has skyrocketed. It seems to be related to Bulma's transformation of them, giving them stronger potential. Let's not talk about number 16 for now, because he is a pure mechanical body and cannot become stronger through cultivation, so his combat power has not changed. On the 17th and 18th, the combat power reached 60 billion and 50 billion respectively. This is just a few months in the making. Lin Chuan knew that they had been practicing gravity cultivation and practicing in their own way. This increase in strength is truly incredible. Sister, do you speak for me, or do I speak for you? Number 17 looked at his sister and spoke first to confirm. When number 18 heard his brother's inquiry, he immediately took a step forward. His posture with his hands on his hips and wearing a white shirt made his figure even more impressive. Since the transformation, my brother and I have been practicing. During this time, we have obviously felt that our strength has improved, but we must have reached a bottleneck in the past 2 days, so I came to you in the hope of fighting with you. You should not refuse us. A challenge, right? Challenge? When this word came out of No 18's mouth, Lin Chuan was somewhat unexpected. This woman wants to play with fire? Is it a long-planned revenge? Or does it mean that you sincerely want to fight with him and seek a greater breakthrough? Very strange. Lin Chuan looked at number 17 and number 16 again, and they seemed to pretend they didn't see him. What's going on? You're here with all your strength just to fight with me? Why don't you pick someone else? You must also know that my strength is not something you can resist. On the contrary, Son Goku, Raditz, Vegeta, and even Gohan are more suitable as your opponents. After Lin Chuan finished speaking, before he could continue speaking, number 18 below was already furious. Hey, if you want to fight, I'll fight. If you don't want to fight, I won't. It's like taking advantage. You obviously want to continue to take advantage, but you have to say something against your will. The arrogant words of number 18 made Lin Chuan confused for a moment. How to refute? I could only say in my heart, number 18 really wants to make him look good. There is really no way to get over what happened that day. Lin Chuan originally thought that number 17 wanted to become stronger, so he dragged number 18 to practice together. Now it seems that number 18 is the dominant one. Okay, since it's all about this, let's fight. Shaking his head, Lin Chuan accepted their challenge. Just as he was about to go down, Lin Chuan heard the voice of number 18 again. First of all, let's make it clear that you can't transform. Otherwise, even if number 17 and I win, no 18's captivating eyes seemed to reveal that he couldn't refuse. Not allowed to transform. If Sun Bella and the others come, they will really not be their opponents. Apart from Lin Chuan, Piccolo is probably the only one who can defeat infinite energy artificial beings whose combined combat power exceeds 100 billion without transforming. It seems that you have planned it together a long time ago, and you are planning to go 2-on-1, right? Where's number 16? Won't you join in? Lin Chuan was somewhat looking forward to the strength of number 17 and number 18, and Lin Chuan also wanted to see it. Look at the strength of number 16. Even though the combat power value is only 11 billion, the true combat power of number 16 can only be known by experiencing it. In the original novel, he was underestimated at the beginning and shocked everyone after he exploded. I'll forget it. I'm just here to watch the game this time. By the way, I also want to ensure the safety here. No 16's answer made Lin Chuan nod in agreement. Compared with number 17 and number 18, number 16 is more responsible. Keeping him in the first place was the wisest choice. What are you waiting for? Come down? Or are you afraid? Don't you dare to fight with us siblings at the same time. No 18's disdainful gaze turned into, can you do it? This ignited Lin Chuan's anger. Any hint or disdain is fine, except for two things. First, combat ability is beyond doubt. Second, TM's combat ability is unquestionable. With a slight snort, Lin Chuan descended from the rooftop to the ground. You'd better be prepared. Once I take action, I won't be merciful. If you can't transform into a Super Saiyan, don't force yourself to transform when you're about to lose to us at a critical moment. That's considered your loss. Number 17 reminded Lin Chuan again. As he spoke, he walked in the opposite direction to number 18, outflanking Lin Chuan on both sides. It was obviously a flanking start. It was also the fighting method they had discussed long ago. Are you in such a hurry? That's fine. Lin Chuan shook his neck and made a thumping sound. Bulma is at home. It is best for him to do a little exercise and then quickly defeat number 17 and number 18. Otherwise, if a battle over tens of billions causes too much aftermath, something might go wrong with Bulma. I was about to tell number 17 and number 18 about moving the battlefield. Before he could continue to speak, the siblings had already fired a powerful energy wave. You really have no intention of being merciful, and you are so reckless. Lin Chuan muttered this sentence, and Lin Chuan acted in the next second. Two energy barriers suddenly shot out from the palms of his hands, which not only enveloped the energy attacks of number 17 and number 18, but also quickly suppressed and quickly disintegrated their energy attacks. The attack was neutralized. Neither number 17 nor number 18 panicked. They seemed to have anticipated various possibilities. They were just a little surprised that Lin Chuan could defeat their attack so easily. The next second, the two siblings directly attacked Lin Chuan from both sides. Bang! Pound! Two consecutive air explosions sounded, and the strong wind caused by the fist was incomparably powerful. The two fists were undoubtedly caught by Lin Chuan's hands and restrained. You have indeed cultivated your strength well, and your strength has become much stronger. This should not be your full strength, right? There is no need to test. According to your unlimited energy and physical strength settings, you can attack with all your strength. Lin Chuan said then. A violent burst of anger shook the two of them away. At the same time, Lin Chuan raised his hand, and an extremely deep and sacred light group of divine power suddenly appeared. This scene made number 17 and number 18 feel nervous. They can't feel the breath, all they see are numerical values. Generally, no matter how powerful the energy is, they can calculate the value to some extent, but Lin Chuan's energy clearly gives them a very strong feeling, but there is no numerical value. The power of God cannot be calculated by ordinary instruments. What kind of power is this? Number 17 asked dully. New tricks. Number 18 said with a nice frown. At this time, number 18 didn't even realize that her clothes were not suitable for fighting at all. It showed during the action just now. It's just to prevent this place from being destroyed and to prevent Bulma in the room from being affected, so I say you are too reckless. In the past, Lin Chuan would have been really angry, and it would not be too much to just kill them. After all, your wife and children are the most important. But now, Lin Chuan is not so impulsive. The light ball of God's power was thrown into the sky above the big round house by Lin Chuan. In an instant, the light group formed a curtain of light and enveloped it, turning into an absolute barrier to block all destruction. Even if the planet explodes, as long as this divine power is there, everything inside will not be damaged. Hearing this, number 17 and number 18 were stunned at the same time. They really didn't think too much, and they felt very sorry in their hearts. Especially number 18. She originally came for revenge, but now she realized that she had intentionally or unintentionally threatened the lives of Bulma and the fetus in Bulma's belly. The two looked at number 16 again, and then they realized what number 16 meant by ensuring safety. Okay, there is no need to continue to hesitate. Since we have decided to fight seriously, there is no need to hesitate. Bulma is protected by my power. As long as she doesn't come out, there won't be any accidents. Lin Chuan still has this level of confidence, otherwise he wouldn't be a trillion level being. After reaching the trillion level, not only the strength, but also the control of energy and the transformation of the use of moves are not comparable to units of billions. What's more, Lin Chuan still has supernatural powers. We have to apologize to Bulma afterwards, but now, we have to take full action, sister. Number 17 shouted to number 18. What is decided from the beginning should not be changed because of anything. Especially now that the situation is stable and Bulma's safety is guaranteed, they don't need to worry. You taught me something? Come on, no 17. Number 18 gave the order and she flew directly towards Lin Chuan. Act simultaneously on the 17th. The two people's joint operation does not even require any verbal communication. They only need a glance to understand each other. Facing the two men's fierce joint attack, Lin Chuan was more or less shocked for a moment. The combined power of the two people exceeds 100 billion, but this does not mean that these two people can really explode to the level of 100 billion. However, the combination of number 17 and number 18, like the same person with 4 hands and 4 legs, did make Lin Chuan feel different fighting pressure. Did Piccolo face the same situation back then? Lin Chuan couldn't help but think of the scene when Piccolo fought with number 17 and number 18. Although the combat power level at that time was only 1 to 2 billion, the fighting methods were indeed similar. Interesting, let me see where your limits are. Lin Chuan raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and in the next second he was out of the attack range of the siblings and jumped into the air. Number 17 and number 18 did not stop attacking because they lost their target, and they both pursued them at the same time. When Lin Chuan saw this, he smiled, clenched his hands, and launched 2 energy bombs at the two of them. When the energy bomb hit, number 17 and number 18 looked at each other and made an immediate decision. The two charged up and fired a high-intensity energy bomb at the same time, which collided with Lin Chuan's energy bomb and exploded. Immediately afterwards, the two of them released a steady stream of energy bombs as if their energy did not cost money. This kind of attack is indeed incredibly powerful and powerful. Boom, 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 boom. Throughout the midair, continuous explosions sounded, and the billowing flames continued to spread, as if the sky was burning like a raging fire. The noise of the battle was too loud, which naturally attracted Bulma and the brave couple who were discussing group affairs in the house. After seeing this battle and understanding the situation through number 16, Bulma could only helplessly raise her hand and pat her forehead. After accidentally seeing the light last time, even if I apologized, number 18 did not forgive me. This has been planned for a long time. As she expected a few months ago, she fell in love with her husband on the 18th. No, she must be thinking about her husband. A long time ago, Bulma noticed that number 18 looked at Lin Chuan differently. As a woman, her intuition tells her that even if number 18 doesn't say anything, he might still compete with her for a man. But after so long, she thought the future had changed due to the arrival of her future daughter, and there had been no accidents, so she just let nature take its course. In addition, number 18 was indeed a worthy friend, and he did not pretend to be in front of her, and he never even had any intention of getting involved in her relationship with Lin Chuan. So she boldly relaxed her vigilance and lost her initial vigilance. Until now, Bulma is sure of one thing, that is, what will happen in the future, even if it changes in some forms, will still happen. Sigh, what should I do? I mind it, but I don't hate it. Husband, if someone comes to your door, will you accept it or will you refuse it for me? Bulma, my heart was extremely tangled. Her mood became dull and she couldn't help but feel a stomachache. She clearly felt Lin Chuan kick her. The future daughter had told her that her father would have 2 wives in the future. One of them was an android. She didn't say who it was, but no matter how stupid Bulma was, she realized that it was definitely number 18. Perhaps it was also because of the situation in the future where everyone was a family that Bulma took in the 3 lonely androids intentionally or unintentionally. As for who the third one was, Lin Chuan didn't say, meaning she couldn't tell because big trouble would happen if she told him, so even though Bulma wanted to know, she didn't press for it. Later, Lin Chuan left and Lin Chuan came back. She asked him many things about Lin Chuan. Bulma didn't tell everything she knew, she just wanted to see if Lin Chuan knew. After getting along with each other for such a long time, she was sure that Lin Chuan at that time did not know her future situation. This became a knot in her heart. She wanted to occupy it, but she knew that Lin Chuan was not something she could occupy. The future is like that. Even if some changes can occur, what should happen will still happen. For example, she and number 18 always stayed together in the past, and she was deeply afraid that Lin Chuan would have some sparks with her. In the end, intentionally or unintentionally, it was she who promoted number 18 to contact Lin Chuan. Finally, the most recent time, Lin Chuan came back just when she was renovating number 18. This seems to be destined somehow. In the sky, the fighting intensified. Because of the outbreak of the battle here, the surge of Lin Chuan's aura directly attracted the attention of all the warriors on the earth. Among them, Son Goku, Raditz and Son Gohan came directly through teleportation. Vegeta arrived as soon as possible because he lived in the western capital. When they saw the fighting situation, the 3 adults and 1 child were all in disbelief. When did androids 17 and 18 become so powerful? With this strength, I'm afraid they all have to become the second-level Super Saiyan to fight against him now. After that, they saw the barrier surrounding the big round house, and they were shocked for a while. Because they can't even feel what this power is. The most important thing is that it seems that even if they come into contact, they will be forced to bounce away and cannot be broken. The intensity is so high and terrifying. Hey, what kind of trick is this? Why do I feel like I can't see through Lin Chuan more and more? Son Goku couldn't help but sigh. As soon as he said this, Raditz and Vegeta looked at him with disdain. The meaning is expressed through the eyes. When did they see through Talos? From the beginning, Talos has been pulling them forward. They have been pursuing powerful strength and higher-level Super Saiyan transformations over the years, but they are actually chasing Talos. However, the more we chase, the more we find that the gap is getting wider and wider. The battle with number 17 and number 18 lasted for nearly 10 minutes. It wasn't that Lin Chuan didn't want to continue fighting, but that he kept suppressing them while accompanying them to fight. This means that no matter what kind of attacks number 17 and number 18 perform, he can easily crack them. Under such circumstances, number 17 and number 18 had no intention of fighting, and they completely understood that their little plan failed. Number 18 originally wanted to challenge Lin Chuan and make him become a Super Saiyan, so that she could join forces with her younger brother to win through cunning. As a result, even if Lin Chuan did not transform, he was still so powerful that they could only look up to him now. Taking the initiative to admit defeat, neither number 17 nor number 18 wanted to continue fighting. The longer the self-humiliating thing goes on, the greater the blow to oneself. He originally came to challenge Lin Chuan with full confidence, but now he was beaten and was unable to fight back. They are not from the same dimension at all. Under normal circumstances, Lin Chuan would kill them without any effort. Facing the 2 people who had admitted defeat, although you could see the unwillingness and hatred in no 18's eyes, Lin Chuan would not be the same as her. It's natural for people to look at him all over and feel resentful and want to regain some face. In fact, if number 18 had told her directly, he could have stood still and let her hit him. Looking at number 18 again, Lin Chuan couldn't help but breathe tight again and couldn't move his eyes away. I shouldn't say that my size 18 figure is really good. After this battle, even though Lin Chuan did not take the initiative to destroy it, no 18's white shirt was still damaged. There was no other way. Lin Chuan took out a coat from his storage space and threw it over. Number 18, who caught the clothes, was stunned for a moment, then understood immediately and quickly covered himself. Her complexion was as rosy as a ripe apple. Number 17 on the side was confused. Simply put, he doesn't understand. Just as he was about to say something, suddenly, Lin Chuan's special premonition of foreseeing the future emerged. Mental power perception suddenly expanded to the whole world, and spread rapidly towards the universe space. Finally, Lin Chuan seemed to see something. What's wrong with you? Number 17 noticed the change in Lin Chuan's expression and asked in confusion. Number 18 also put on his coat and cast a strange look at Lin Chuan. I didn't expect them to come again. Lin Chuan didn't say clearly who they were, with a serious look on his face. Them. Number 17 and number 18 were confused. Someone came, but there was no response from the energy detectors in their bodies. Lin Chuan glanced away, then glanced towards the distant west. The feeling I had just now, I don't know if it was an illusion or... Please recommend votes? Please give monthly tickets. Please give rewards? Please order all of them? Thanks to Eternal Ancient Yuyo's 10,000 point support, the second helmsman of this book was born. Thank you AI Kinruo for your 1,200 points of support. Thank you very much. At the same time, I would also like to thank all readers for their support through rewards, monthly tickets, and recommendation tickets. Xingjiao would like to thank you here. While thinking, Lin Chuan once again used his mental power to perceive the world. It's just that this time, nothing strange appeared in the perception. Even if you cooperate with the power of God to increase the intensity of perception, the result is still the same. Lin Chuan's expression became more and more solemn. He was sure that the feeling just now was not wrong, it was the fluctuation of space. Sure enough, there are some unknown existences hidden on the earth that he didn't know about before. This situation made number 17 and number 18 around him feel invisible pressure. He stayed quietly without saying a word. They just thought something serious was going to happen, so they stopped being like before. Especially on the 18th, the original resentment towards Lin Chuan was completely restrained, as if it had never happened before. This is the eastern capital of the earth. It is also known as the shining capital of the Eastern Kingdom, one of the 5 largest cities on Earth. The Western capital ranks first, the Eastern capital ranks second, the Southern capital ranks third, and the Northern capital ranks fourth. Finally, there is Keslukan, the royal capital where the King of Earth lives. Why is the royal capital ranked last? Naturally, although the Earth's military power has been continuously improving in the past few years, urban development cannot be achieved only by increasing military power. There are Magnum Capsule Group and countless wealthy people, consortiums, chaebols, etc. in the West. This position is unshakable. What's more, the capsule company controls the lifeblood of Earth's technology. Eastern capital, Southern capital, Northern capital, there are countless wealthy families in these capitals. Is it equivalent to who is rich, powerful, and wants to develop in the capital? They are obviously above tens of thousands of people. Who wants to have a king on top of their head? And there are all kinds of ministers who prey on them. To put it more clearly, everyone is a local emperor. Who wants to hang a sharp sword above his head? Just do it superficially and abide by the laws established by the king. Behind the scenes, everyone is keeping their peace and will not challenge the royal power. This is the current situation on Earth. At this time, in a private residence in the northern suburbs of Dongdu, a pretty figure was frightened because she was almost exposed, and her chest was rising and falling, showing the woman's worry a second ago. She is none other than Android 21. Just now, she just returned from the far north. Because she used space powers, she produced a burst of space fluctuations. Originally it was nothing. The Earth is so big, who would pay attention to her? Who could have imagined that Lin Chuan would suddenly release his mental power to cover the Earth? Just ask, if a strange thing suddenly appears within the range that you can see, how can you ignore it? The Earth is very big, but it is also pitifully small for the perception of a strong person. Thanks to her quick reaction, she completely hid her energy the moment she realized she was being sensed. Fortunately, she already had anti-sensory reconnaissance equipment installed on her body. Once one is sensed, the alarm in the body will sound a warning and at the same time shield oneself like a signal. Just kidding, if this was discovered, she would be in big trouble. People can use teleportation to come to her in an instant. A year ago, with the power she had, she wouldn't be afraid. But now, she realized that all the warriors had become stronger, especially Piccolo and Lin Chuan, whose strength was unfathomable and even far exceeded hers. So she doesn't dare to gamble, let alone take risks. Being able to find refuge in all major time and space shows how smart she is. And she herself is a special case. According to the appearance setting, although she was the companion of Dr. Grow when he was young, in fact she has her own thoughts and personality, and she is just a copy of her appearance. Among the countless Android 21s in time and space, she is one of the most prominent. What a powerful perception. Are you already so terrifying in this era? And, if the calculation is not wrong, the second wave of perception is blessed by divine power. Number 21 murmured. She murmured to herself, her pretty face flushed slightly, looking charming. Fortunately, she had already developed anti-divine detection equipment, otherwise even if she was hidden, she would still be discovered. Hehe, except for Angel, even the god of destruction can't find me in this world now, unless I take the initiative to show up. He breathed a sigh of relief, and after confirming that he had not been discovered, number 21 began to feel complacent. At the same time, she also quickly came to the secret research room. Quickly turning on all the equipment here, she also quickly saw the situation on the West Capital Lin Chuan side from the special surveillance. I have to say that no 21's brain and IQ are really top-notch. Simply monitoring all the situations there, it's hard to imagine how she did it. She is also the only female scientist who can be compared to Bulma. It relies entirely on its own technological means, constantly devouring genes, constantly strengthening itself, and constantly evolving. Western Capital. In the manner. After a long time without any success, Lin Chuan and the others returned to the big round house. Glancing at the arriving Son Goku, Son Gohan, Raditz, and Vegeta, who had never appeared before, Lin Chuan nodded to them one after another and withdrew the golden protection of God's power. Barrier. Bulma immediately came up to ask if everything was okay, her concern fully expressed. Under such circumstances, number 18 intentionally or unintentionally avoided and hid behind his younger brother. She also realized her problem, so she avoided Bulma's eyes in a subtle way. Get ready, Bulma, we have guests coming today. After saying this to Bulma, Lin Chuan raised his head and looked at the sky. In the universe, the colorful light will reach the earth in a short time. You mean, Whis, who is destroying the God realm, is coming. Bulma understood and immediately told her what she thought. Lin Chuan shook his head. It's not him, it's Kampa, the god of destruction from the universe next door to us, and Angel Vados. Huh? They're here again? Didn't they agree not to wander around the universe at will? Bulma said in surprise. She has met Y several times and has a good relationship with him, so there is no conflict. But the god of destruction and Angel from the universe next door have only met once. So many things happened the last time we came, who knows what will happen this time. They should have brought a special friend with them this time. We will know when they arrive. Let's prepare for now. The etiquette must not be forgotten. Lin Chuan said, at least when I was in the 6th universe, they were also there. Take care of me. Even her men said so, and Bulma nodded immediately. Okay, I understand. Let's make arrangements now. Bulma returned to the house, and according to Lin Chuan, she definitely needed entertainment. As soon as she left, Son Goku and the others, as well as NOS 16, 17, and 18, all showed different expressions. Son Goku, Son Gohan, Raditz and Vegeta, they know the existence of the god of destruction and angel. Therefore, it is inevitable that the expression contains shock and horror. Of course, Son Goku was not on Earth at the time, so he had not seen Kampa and Vados, so there was a sense of expectation in his eyes. On the 16th, 17th, and 18th, they were still asleep at the time, so they must not have known the situation. Angel had heard of it, because Weiss had been to Earth and attended the banquet. They had heard some descriptions of Angel Weiss from the Z Warriors, but they didn't pay too much attention to it. After all, they had no contact with him. Now that Lin Chuan is like this, and Son Goku and others are showing such expressions, the three of them clearly know that the coming god of destruction and angel are by no means ordinary people. 3 or 5 minutes passed unconsciously. Just like that, under everyone's gaze, a rainbow of light broke through the space and fell from the sky. This scene undoubtedly shocked everyone except Lin Chuan. Until the light dissipated, Angel Vados and the god of destruction Kampa appeared in front of everyone. There is another one, the mechanical life form of the 6th universe, Walter Magada. I just sensed that there is another person, but I don't know who it is. Now that he could see clearly who was coming, Lin Chuan was surprised at first, and then a strange smile appeared on his face. If nothing else, it was to solve Magaya's psychological problems. When he faced Magat, he said that Bulma might be able to solve this problem. However, Vados and Kampa have such good intentions. Lin Chuan doesn't look like him. Could this be the reason why 7th universe came to look for me? No, they probably didn't come looking for me, but came for the food on Earth, right? Lin Chuan thought in his heart. This is his conclusion, otherwise why would people come? He was not confident that his relationship with them was good enough to allow them to come all the way from the 6th universe to the 7th universe as guests. I didn't expect that after not seeing each other for a few months, you two would come to Earth again, and you would also bring Walter Magat with you. With a smile in his eyes, Lin Chuan spoke first. Seeing Lin Chuan, Walter Magada was obviously a little scared and aggrieved. I still haven't gotten over the shabby psychological attack I had at the beginning. Hearing this, Vados nodded slightly. I haven't seen him for several months, but Lin Chuankai has become stronger and stronger. He has reached this height without transforming. It was obvious that Vados could see through just one glance how strong Lin Chuan was at this time. She even felt the majestic divine power in Lin Chuan's body, and a glimmer of special appreciation flashed in her eyes. In just a few months, Lin Chuan could actually improve to this point? She didn't know what Lin Chuan had gone through, but she could only say that he was worthy of her fancy. After listening to the words of Lin Chuan and Vados, especially Vados' praise, Kampa yawned nonchalantly. TCH? That's all. I can crush him with just one finger. Kampa said this, but in fact he was very unbelievable in his heart. This Saiyan boy really looks like a chosen one. In such a short time, he has become more than 100 times stronger? How did this kid practice? His strength has improved so much. Suspicion is inevitable, but he would not have thought that there would be a place like the spiritual time house on Earth. Lin Chuan would not take Kampa's teasing seriously. I've asked Bulma to prepare and will catch the wind for you later. If nothing else, you are coming to Earth. Before Lin Chuan finished speaking, Vados raised his hand and put it to his mouth and coughed. A few times. I saw her speaking with some caution. Well, we came here this time specifically to solve Magada's shortcomings. Last time, didn't you say that Mrs. Bulma could solve this problem? Magada, as us if the 6th universe's powerful mechanical life form can overcome its psychological problems, it will be invincible in the future. After the words fell, Lin Chuan understood and smiled and stopped talking. Kampa's cheeks were red, as if he felt embarrassed because it was a lie. But he couldn't say that they came to the Earth of the 7th universe just to eat delicious food. Not bad. Are you a master of the 6th universe? Suddenly, Son Goku stepped forward in a familiar manner and couldn't help but speak. He intercepted very important information, and his fiery eyes stared directly at Walter Magada. Although he is a robot, he is a living being, so he is alive, not an ordinary robot. Era? Who is this? It seems I have never seen him before. Vados narrowed his eyes slightly and saw something special from Son Goku. Kampa glanced at Son Goku and chose to ignore it. What a rude bunch of people. I didn't even say hello when I came. Kampa was very arrogant. This is also inevitable. In my own universe, he is the supreme being. Anyone who sees him will call him the god of destruction. The strange thing is that here in the 7th universe, there is no such thing as the god of destruction. Kampa also directly regarded this as Beerus' incompetence. Hey, are you the god of destruction? Is the god of destruction actually a cat? Son Goku was surprised. As soon as these words came out, a tic-tac-toe vein appeared on Kampa's forehead. What he hates most is when other people come up and say such things. Hey, boy, who do you look down on? Do you want to die? Kampa's eyes narrowed and his breath changed suddenly. The cold murderous aura filled the air, and Son Goku was shocked for a moment. Such a terrible feeling made him feel like he was facing a powerful enemy. Son Goku was not afraid, but the blood in his body surged, because it was rare to meet a very strong master, which made him eager to try. He really didn't know that if he said one wrong word again, Kampa would definitely kill him instantly. Kakarot? Do you know what you are doing? I'm so sorry, Lord God of Destruction. Kakarot is an idiot. Vegeta and Raditz rushed up immediately, one of them restrained Son Goku's body, and the other directly covered Son Goku's mouth. They looked extremely serious, with a hint of humor in the seriousness. No doubt he was scared. Why does the God of Destruction exist? Vegeta and Raditz knew it all too well. At this time, if Kakarot said some unnutritious words and irritated this person, I'm afraid even Lin Chuan wouldn't be able to deal with it, right? The original battle was still vivid in my mind. The strength of the God of Destruction was suppressed to the same level as Lin Chuan, and he was even more powerful than them. Even though they are now extremely powerful and can even reach the third level of Super Saiyan, the gap is still too big. Lin Chuan's Super 4 was such a slight advantage at that time. Son Goku was dragged away, leaving Lin Chuan speechless for a while. Kampa stepped down the steps and snorted heavily. What about Vados? She looked at the Sun Bella trio with interest and said, this Saiyan is very special. Moreover, the strength of Raditz and Vegeta seems to have improved by leaps and bounds, and they have reached this level of strength. The strength of the 7th universe is getting stronger and stronger, especially the development of Saiyans is progressing too fast. The 6th universe only entered its initial stage after Lin Chuan's guidance, and it is simply incomparable. Is that kid also a Saiyan? I just said that the breath is so similar. Kampa put his hands on his hips. In a blink of an eye, he saw 3 other people. Number 16, number 17, and number 18. They were not affected by his divine power at all, and were talking to Walter Magetta in shock. The robot from Universe 6? It's so huge. Number 17 spoke with emotion in his heart. He should also be a man-made human, right? But he has a breath and is different from us. Number 18 said. In response to the two people's emotions, Walter Magetta also cast his gaze. After seeing number 16, number 17, and number 18, he has realized that the structure of these 3 people belongs to mechanical life. This is Walter Magetta's special ability, which can also be said to be a talent. He can tell the difference between mechanical life. According to normal classification, Magata and number 16, number 17 and number 18 are considered to be in the same series, but not entirely. Half of the same kind. With resonance, Magat is no longer as restrained as it was at the beginning. Communicated with 3 artificial humans. This scene made Lin Chuan, Kampa, and Vados look in amazement. It wasn't until Lin Chuan told what happened on the 16th, 17th, and 18th that Vados finally understood. As for Kampa, he is simple-minded and cannot figure it out. Of course, to him, these don't matter. The rear of the large round house. Under the dragging of Raditz and Vegeta, Son Goku was forcibly pulled here. At this time, Son Goku still had some complaints. Because he felt that he didn't say anything to offend anyone. The typical one is like a young person who has never experienced social beatings. He is too young. I said, do you two need to be so nervous? Although the aura just now is very scary, it doesn't mean that we are definitely not opponents, right? Son Goku said slightly numbly. Although he knew early on that the God of Destruction was powerful, he didn't know how powerful he was. You'd better throw this idea away now and never pick it up again. Otherwise you'll kill us all, Kakarot. Vegeta snapped. He has changed a lot during this time. Perhaps it was because his wife had a child that gave him a great sense of responsibility. As he stayed on Earth for longer and longer, he began to regard Earth as his second home. Therefore, he will never allow any accidents to occur, causing the Earth to be destroyed. Even if you say that, Before Son Goku could finish his words, Raditz came up and gave him a big DK. After being hit on the back of the head, Son Goku looked at his eldest brother Raditz with a look of grievance, obviously saying, brother, why are you so timid? After understanding Son Goku's meaning, Raditz said, I stand with Vegeta on this matter, don't doubt it, and definitely don't test it. The consequences are not something you can bear. This. Son Goku's whole body felt bad, especially since he felt like he hadn't done anything either. Another 20 minutes passed quickly. Under Bulma's arrangements and the preparations of the smart home robot, the small reception banquet was quickly prepared. Of course, Bulma has also summoned many catering chefs, and they are all on their way. With Lin Chuan's advance explanation, Bulma knew how to deal with Kampa and Vados, which is what Kampa and Vados wanted to see. Didn't you come to Earth just to eat? Just in the process of waiting. A bright rainbow of light fell from the sky. If it wasn't Weiss, who would it be? The appearance of Weiss made a lot of noise and completely attracted everyone's attention. Weiss, you're fine. Vados said with a smile. Wes had long been expected to come, but the last time was not pleasant, so Vados was still worried about it. After all, she was the older sister, and it was very embarrassing for Weiss to see through her little moves. Sister, you and Kampa once again came to the Earth of the 7th universe. Is this really okay if you don't say hello to me first? Weiss complained helplessly. Era Allah? Don't care so much about the details. Don't you know we are coming? If you have to notify us every time and wait for a reply before you can shuttle over again, it will take a lot of time and effort. Vados chuckled. The two angels chatted, making the surrounding atmosphere a little subtle. Weiss was also speechless. There is nothing he can do about it. Wouldn't he know what his sister's temper is like? His presence has stabilized the situation. It is no longer like before where the God of Destruction is the dominant family. At least the 7th universe doesn't have to worry about Kampa messing around. Bulma seemed to have found a life-saving straw and greeted Weiss directly. Lin Chuan watched her do this and didn't stop her. At least it was right to have a good relationship with Weiss. The delicious food was served, but it was cheap for Gaku, Raditz, and Vegeta. Of course, there is also Sun Wufan, but he is more reserved, and because of the relationship between Kompa and Vados, he has always stayed by Lin Chuan's side, fearing that accidents will happen. While enjoying the food, the communication became more and more in-depth, and Weiss also understood in disguise the excuse her sister was looking for to come here. But he couldn't refute it, because there was really nothing wrong with it. It's a violation, but it's not a violation. It can only be said that there are no explicit regulations that prohibit this. I don't care if Maggot stays here to cooperate with Bulma's transformation, but you don't really plan to keep him in the 7th universe, right? After all, the situation here is very complicated. While eating, Lin Chuan said. His eyes inadvertently pointed at Son Goku, Raditz, and Vegeta. It's obvious that they are afraid of Kompa, the god of destruction, and even Son Goku is no longer as rude as before. But this did not prevent them from showing their fighting spirit against Walter Magida, the master of the 6th universe, and a special mechanical life form, much stronger than the androids in their universe. There is no doubt that this is their best opponent so far. Moreover, they also want to see how strong the masters of the 6th universe are. What are their methods? Of course, at this time, Sun Bella definitely had no idea how miserable they would be in the future. Walter Magetta's strength is terrifying. As long as he is not scolded, he is basically invincible at the same level. Even if Lin Chuan were to deal with him now, he would need to use at least Super 3 to truly defeat him. Do you think Piccolo can suppress Walter Maggot? With Piccolo's current strength, he can achieve the orange transformation. At any rate, Magetta's combat power value is as high as nearly 100 trillion. This combat power value is comparable to the original hit. If you say that, I have an idea. Suddenly, Vados's eyes flashed with light and he laughed. As soon as these words came out, Kompa, who was eating and drinking like crazy, stopped and didn't know why. Weiss, on the other hand, seemed to understand something. Sister, don't you mean that? As expected of my brother, he can see my thoughts at a glance. Vados nodded, and then said, how about a friendship competition between the 6th universe and the 7th universe? Of course, Lin Chuan, you can't take action. I see that the 3 Saiyans over there all want to fight Maggot. As soon as these words came out, Lin Chuan did not expect Vados to be so direct. But, to be honest, it's really interesting. I don't have any objections. I think the 3 of them want it. They just don't know what Maggot thinks. Lin Chuan looked at Maggot and said. Everyone's eyes focused on Maggot, like stars holding the moon. This made Walter Magetta, who already had a strong sense of vanity, burn with passion. He nodded sharply to express his agreement. Seeing this scene, number 16, number 17 and number 18 were somewhat worried. They finally met a friendly kindred spirit from the universe next door. However, they are not allowed to say anything against it. The people who make the rules are not something they can contend with. Okay, this is such a good idea. I never knew you could be so smart, Vados. I suffered a loss last time here and lost half a move to this kid. This time Magetta, you have to give me a good fight. As long as you win, I will give you a lot of rewards. Kompa blew his nose and stared, looking fierce. He felt that he was very powerful and domineering, but to be honest, his figure was very uncooperative. Well, Master Kompa, just wait and see the good show. He. Vados smiled and pressed Kompa's excited heart. Did you 3 hear this too? This friend from the 6th universe, Walter Magetta, has agreed to fight with you. For the sake of fairness, who among you 3 will fight? Lin Chuan reminded the 3 of them in particular. Fairness is a must. After hearing such words, the fighting spirit of Sun Bella and the others was instantly ignited. They have been impatient for a long time and have longed for their opponents. He couldn't beat Piccolo, and he couldn't beat Lin Chuan. They were tired of fighting each other long ago. Ever since, a dramatic scene took place. Son Goku, Vegeta, and Raditz use rock, paper, scissors to decide who will be Maggot's opponent. This scene lasted for several minutes, and finally the winner was determined by rock paper scissors. To put it bluntly, the 3 of them all shouted scissors to produce scissors, shouted rock to produce stone, and shouted paper to produce paper. It is strange that one person can stand out. Sure enough, Son Goku still has some brains at critical moments. He defeated Raditz and Vegeta, and had this opportunity to fight Walter Maggot. As for Raditz and Vegeta, they were furious, complaining to each other, and even angry at each other for not changing. Hey, let me be your first opponent on Earth. Son Goku was eager to fight, eager to stand on the opposite side of Maggot. The 2 angels exerted their power at the same time, exerting the power of angel, strengthening the space and the earth, and protecting other people present from being affected. When Magetta faced Son Goku, he didn't show any carelessness. He wanted to perform well, so he prepared for it, and at the same time, a blazing fire was burning in his body. Drink. With a muffled cry, Son Goku burst out with all his normal strength. The fierce and surging snow-white aura burst out, sweeping up and causing powerful energy fluctuations. Layers of storm roared, blowing the plants in the garden. The aura is stable, and Lin Chuan can see that Son Goku's combat power is stable at the 1 billion node. Although it is not much stronger than a few months ago, it has to be said that there is a huge difference between this 1 billion and the nearly 1 billion a few months ago. Son Goku now is much more powerful than Son Goku a few months ago. It's just that he is facing Vegeta. The gap is a bit big, and Son Goku is also a little more confident. In an instant, Son Goku rushed out in a straight line and attacked Maggot. He gathered all his strength and punched Vegeta hard. There was a sharp crisp sound of nail. It was like nails hitting a steel plate. At this moment, Son Goku was stunned for several seconds. Vegeta blocked Son Goku's fist without any hesitation. So painful, so hard. Son Goku gasped in surprise and tremblingly withdrew his right fist, looking very unnatural. This punch was enough to shatter a star, but such a punch failed to shake the opponent in the slightest when it hit Vegeta. Not only was he fine, but he himself was shocked and hurt. Vegeta looked at Son Goku in front of him, and his original preparedness turned into confusion. However, he did not wait for long and took the initiative the next second. A sound of whoosh pierced the air. Vegeta's metal iron fist tore through the space and struck Son Goku hard. This, so fast, not good. Continuously exclaimed, feeling the terrifying destructive power of Vegeta's punch. Son Goku instinctively raised his hands together in defense. Boom! The power of the blow was so terrifying that it caused the earth to shake. If it weren't for the strength of Angel's blessing on the earth, the surface of the earth would have been directly blasted through. However, Son Goku was still hit into the ground by this powerful and heavy blow. With one punch, he almost crushed Son Goku. This is just casual. Of course, Son Goku is not defeated so easily. Vegeta felt his fist being slowly raised. Although he didn't exert any force, his opponent's strength had obviously increased. Not as weak as he thought. I saw Son Goku at this moment, blonde and blue-eyed. The first level of Super Saiyan's full power bursts out, directly raising his combat power to 80 billion. However, Son Goku's resistance was still very difficult. Son Goku, whose muscles all over his body were tense and knew that Chao Yi couldn't use all his power, let out a high-pitched cry. The golden aura around him surged and exploded, lightning crisscrossed, and he directly took out the Super 2 Ultimate Realm. A 200-fold increase, bringing his combat power to 200 billion. It wasn't until this unit of strength that he managed to break free from the oppression of Vegeta's fist. While pushing away his fist, he moved at super high speed, teleported behind Maggot, gathered all his strength, and attacked Maggot's steel thighs with his full whip kick. Nail. The roar of heavy metal rang out again. As the attacker, Son Goku looked extremely sad at this time. The force of the backlash made him very uncomfortable. It seems that no matter how much force you use, it will rebound with double the power. At this time, his right leg kept twitching, causing him to grit his teeth. This opponent? It was far stronger than he imagined, and extremely difficult to deal with. Vegeta, who was attacked by Son Goku, blinked in confusion again. He didn't feel any pain and turned around as if to say, "What did you just do?" Although he didn't understand why the person in front of him was so weak, this was a duel, and Maggot showed no mercy. The terrifying metal iron fist set off layers of sonic booms and hit Son Goku directly in the face. Seeing this, Son Goku became nervous and frightened. Immediately he didn't dare to push himself too hard and wanted to break through to the third level of Super Saiyan. However, where does he still have a chance now? There was a muffled sound of bang. Maggot's iron fist is so terrifyingly powerful. Not only did it instantly break his Super 2 ultimate defense, but it also directly knocked away Son Goku's protective aura. He even directly knocked Son Goku away. Whether it's Super 1 or Super 2, they are just toys in front of Maggot. The gap in strength level is too big, which is also the gap between trillion level and billion level. This scene shocked Raditz and Vegeta. This big guy is so powerful? Although they knew that Kakarot had not had time to use his full strength, the first and second levels of Super Saiyan should not be suppressed and defeated so easily. For a time, they felt determined to fight Maggot. The first showdown. There is no doubt that Son Goku failed miserably. Lin Chuan was speechless. This guy didn't even take out the Super 3. The two angels kept smiling lightly, but Kompa couldn't help but cheer loudly. He was so excited that he didn't look like a god at all. Damn it! When will Kakarot have a better memory? He always wants to test and test when fighting. At this time, you should go all out. Raditz jumped to Maggot Tower. In front of. At the beginning, it was not said that there was only one battle. I saw thick electric light flashing around him, and his form sublimated and transformed. It seemed that he had changed, but it seemed that he had not changed. That's what long hair is like. Raditz transformed from his normal state into the third level of Super Saiyan. The only difference is that the eyebrows have disappeared. As for his face, he has a bad look to begin with. Big guy, I will be your opponent. Raditz, who has become a Super 3, is extremely confident. This is his second opponent after reaching Super 3. Before, he only fought against Kakarot. Vegeta saw this scene and clenched his fists. Very good. Keep hammering the opponent. Maggot. Kompa roared loudly. After hearing the order, Maggot raised his arms and stared at Raditz. Raditz needs him to do this, and he is different from Kakarot. Gathering all his strength, he took the initiative to attack Maggot. Maggot, who sensed Raditz's power, responded with a punch. Bang! The fists of the two collided, causing a terrifying sound wave. What? This power. The evil smile on Radith's face disappeared, replaced by strong fear. He finally understood why Kakarot was beaten so miserably just now. This mechanical life form is no different from a monster? Before he could react, Walter Majet suddenly exerted his strength. The extremely overbearing power burst out in an instant, crushing Super 3 Raditz in an instant and knocking Raditz back dozens of meters away. Damn it! I don't believe that your power can really surpass mine. I am now the 3rd level of Super Saiyan. Raditz gritted his teeth as he regained control of his body. Unwilling to admit defeat, his whole body was filled with surging blood. This was the explosion of his blood energy, and his momentum surged again. In an instant, his strength greatly increased and he fought again. The whole person turned into a ray of light and crashed into Walter Maget. Faced with this blow, Walter Magetta crossed his arms and assumed a defensive posture. Even with all his strength, Raditz couldn't shake him. How is that possible? How strong are you, this guy? A blow that exceeded the limit was blocked again, which subverted Raditz's 3 views. Is the strength of this mechanical life form so terrifying? Before Raditz could react, Walter Magetta used his strength again. Just wave your arms, it's like a dimensionality reduction attack. An unimaginable force pressed forward, and Raditz immediately let out a muffled roar, unable to resist, and was blown away. Is this the end? No? Walter Magatta's sturdy steel body seemed to be unstoppable by a wild beast, running at a rapid speed, emitting a terrifying and intimidating power. It was so funny before, but now it is extremely scary in the hearts of Z warriors. Boom. Without a doubt, another punch. Raditz suffered another absolute blow, blood surged in his body, and blood spurted out of his mouth as he flew upside down. Raditz, defeated? As Magatta defeated Saiyan again, Kompa was dancing with excitement. This time I have saved enough face. Lin Chuan sighed with great disappointment, and finally looked at Vegeta. Sure enough, Mr. Bay is Mr. Bay, and he will not shrink back because of this. Under such pressure, he quickly completed the 2nd level ultimate transformation of Super Saiyan and quickly accumulated energy. Big guy, I've discovered your weakness. Your gap is too big. How should you respond to energy attacks? Take the move, Gaelic Cannon. Vegeta shouted loudly and greeted him repeatedly. Neither fight. An extremely destructive energy beam bombarded Wotai Magetta. The energy swept in, and as if Walter Maget had discovered a delicious food in the world, he opened his mouth and swallowed Vegeta's terrifying energy attack. Please recommend votes, monthly tickets, rewards, and full subscriptions. Previous. Next. Dongdu. Inside the house where number 21 is located. At this time, number 21 was already numb. Through the 12 screens in front of her, she completely saw what was happening in Zidu. The performance of Son Goku, Raditz, and Vegeta alone greatly exceeded her expectations. Does this era already possess such powerful power? Although she has been investigating and paying attention. But when she actually saw the value on the count, it was so high that she breathed quickly and it was unimaginable. She originally thought that in this time and space, the man Lin Chuan could threaten her. Even if the others are very strong, they will not reach this level. No one would have imagined that the speed of improvement would be so fast that it would be like taking off on a rocket. Although, Sun Bella's current strength is not really terrifying. After all, she came from 20 years in the future, how could she have never seen a real super being? However, her real strength level is actually not high. To put it simply, she returned with Cell from another time and space world. The reason why we can stand on the same front as Celial, who is so powerful, is that firstly, we are all artificial humans, and secondly, naturally, they are absolutely useful to each other. They are not superiors and subordinates, they just cooperate with each other. Shala relies on strength. She naturally relies on the absolute mind. The most important thing is that she has mastered the means to transcend time and space, and she has mastered the technological transformation methods that can allow Cell to go further. Shalu has always been wary of this aspect of her, so he seems to obey her orders. In fact, Shalu would not listen to her at all. Otherwise, he would not have been discovered in the end until he was killed by the future Sun Wuhan. Let's get back to business. No 21's current strength, even if it has been upgrading and evolving, has only reached the breakthrough point of billions to trillions. In other words, her indicators have reached this strength, but her actual combat ability may not be as good as the Sun Bella trio. So, how could she not be surprised and shocked by this? Number 21 would not know the specific situation, and she could not guess it. Since the last time Lin Chuan fought against Son Goku, Raditz and Vegeta, she has entered her secret research institute to transform herself. That period of time also happened to be the turning point of the explosion of strength. Sun Bella knew how to become a Super 3 or a Super 4 through Lin Chuan. Until Piccolo's battle with Son Goku, Raditz and Vegeta, number 21 had been sleeping without knowing anything about it. Are you saying there aren't technological devices monitoring the Earth? Of course there are, but these devices are only targeted. Number 21 only cared about the situation at Lin Chuan, so he only paid a little attention to the others. Is it just because the Z warriors are so powerful that they are numb? No. This is not her most insensitive point. Let's not talk about whether she is strong or not, because she saw Kompa, the god of destruction, and Angel Vados. This is not the super being of the 7th universe, this is the super being of the 6th universe. It's not like she hasn't seen the future in secret. But now we are in this era, at this time. It is already incredible to see Angel Weiss coming to Earth before Beerus, the god of destruction of Universe 7, has not yet awakened. The god of destruction from the 6th universe and Angel came to the Earth of the 7th universe. This era was becoming increasingly difficult for her to understand. No, if this continues, I won't even be qualified to negotiate. The plan has gone one step further. We have to get Majin Buu's cells, and I don't know where that stupid Babadai is now. After finishing his words, number 21 looked towards the sealed transparent locker aside. There was a special transparent tubular culture vessel inside, with not much inside. Others don't know what it is, but number 21 knows it very clearly. A faint blush appeared on his cheeks. Number 21 quickly moved his eyes away, lowered his head and looked at his plump body again. To her, this bold idea really made her feel crazy. However, she did think about the future of doing so. Especially after coming to this era, she collected these by chance using ultramicro robots. Western capital. At this time, Vegeta was already in a state of collapse. He watched as the Gallic cannon under his full strength was swallowed up by Wada Magetta Yun Danfan. Seeing the scorching heat coming out of Walter Magetta's body, it even affected the space. Watching the white smoke continue to appear from the head of Walter Magetta, it seems that he has completely absorbed his attack, and then converted his attack into heat to dissipate. Vegeta was so shocked that he didn't know what to say. This kind of existence is completely cheating. Although he has not reached the 3rd level of Super Saiyan, he was able to release the Gallic cannon without any reservation at the Super Saiyan level 2, yet he was devoured so easily. If such energy exploded, it would be easy to destroy the Earth. This mechanical life form from the 6th universe was so powerful that he could only look up to it. They seem to be made up of a pile of scrap metal, but their terrifying strength is beyond what they can resist. For a moment, Vegeta's consciousness began to think crazily. He suddenly thought of Lin Chuan's performance at the beginning, and he finally understood. It turns out that this is a battle that they can't possibly win. In such a fight, Lin Chuan tried his best to make them understand the difference in strength, and also let them know not to think that just because they were stronger, they could be arrogant and show their fighting intentions. Vegeta's whole body was trembling when he came back to his senses. No more resistance? Mr. Bay wouldn't stretch his hips like this. Especially after he completed his transformation during this period, he understood the meaning of his existence even more. He has been practicing and seeking breakthroughs. To this day, even if he has not yet reached Super 3, his state is so stable that at least Son Goku and Raditz cannot compare with him. In an instant, Vegeta sensed something. After completely expelling the white high-temperature mist from his body, Walter Maggot teleported behind him. Such a terrifying speed made Vegeta's heart tremble. Looking up, he saw the huge steel fist coming straight towards him, and his breathing quickened. At the moment of life and death, his body took the initiative and made several very strange movements. Not only did he perfectly avoid this terrifying punch, but he also moved his body autonomously to a distance of more than 10 meters. A set of movements is performed smoothly, without any sense of sloppiness. This scene shocked everyone watching the battle. Of course, ordinary people can't see it. Only people with certain strength know it. Especially Lin Chuan, Vados, and Weiss. What about Kompa? He is not paying attention to anything else at all now. He just sees Maggot ravaging the Saiyans of the 7th universe and helping him establish the majesty of the 6th universe. What was that just now? Did this guy Vegeta break through in the battle? No, this is not as simple as a breakthrough. Did he awaken the body's self-instinct intentionally or unintentionally? The ultimate self-intention skill? Or the ultimate self-intention? Kung Fu? If his body hadn't acted independently just now, his mind wouldn't have been able to keep up. Lin Chuan thought secretly in his heart. Beside him, Weiss' eyes were bright and clear. He didn't speak, but was secretly surprised in his heart. Vados, on the other hand, spoke bluntly, "It's really incredible. What this Saiyan just did is not something that ordinary beings can do. It's like..." Although she did not continue speaking, Vados also expressed her inner shock and suspicion. Weiss looked at each other, with each other's emotions in their eyes. After listening to Vados' words and seeing their expressions, Lin Chuan knew what they wanted to express. Vegeta has been quiet for a while and is really holding back his ultimate move. He did not reach Super 3, but he made great breakthroughs in basic polishing and mental state. Nowadays, I'm afraid even Vegeta himself doesn't know that he inexplicably reached that state at a critical moment. Vegeta, who had regained consciousness, was in a state of confusion. But soon, he felt Walter Magada coming again, and a burst of anger surged in his heart. "Damn robot! Don't underestimate me." With a roar, Vegeta exploded instantly. The golden aura went wild, exuding an extremely terrifying intimidation surrounding his body. Of course, just this intensity cannot deter Walter Maggot. However, Vegeta is obviously no longer afraid of him. The attack burst out directly as he raised his hand. Final Flash? Even if it is an unchanged ARG special move, it is an attack that is so powerful that it exceeds one's own limits. Boom! The extremely violent golden lightning energy beam blasted out. In just an instant, the powerful energy engulfed Walter Maggot, who was attacking Vegeta. The blow was successful, and a proud smile appeared on Vegeta's face. How is it? This time it won't be the same as before. As soon as he finished speaking, Vegeta was still complacent. But the next second, when the thick smoke dissipated, the smile on Vegeta's face froze. Walter Magada, who withstood his final flash, was not harmed at all. How is it possible? Your defense is so strong. Vegeta couldn't imagine it. Not to mention the Gallic cannon at the beginning, he firmly believed that neither Kakarot nor Raditz could fight head-on. Without any defense, this mechanical life form still attacked him and withstood his blow. This is no longer just a gap in strength. This is the difference in physical strength. It's equivalent to if they don't have the power to break Maggot's defense, then even if Maggot poses no threat to them, they still have nothing to do with him. Vegeta was dumbfounded. At this time, Walter Maggot also began to act again. It is no longer a hand-to-hand strike. Located on the chest of his mechanical body, the holes on the left and right sides can clearly see the continuous burning inside. It looks like flames, but in fact it is boiling magma. As the vent above Walter Mageta's head continued to emit scalding steam, its terrifying temperature heated up the surrounding space rapidly, and even the soil in this area began to emit hot white smoke. Not to mention the plants, they all withered under the rapidly rising high temperature. What does this guy want to do now? What is going on? Vegeta didn't know why, so just in case, he took this opportunity to fly into the air. The energy in the body is constantly accumulated and stored to prepare for emergencies. Although the continuous energy attacks consume a lot of energy, he still has nearly 2/3 left unused. Even though he didn't know what Walter Maggot wanted to do, Vegeta had a vague premonition. Just a few seconds later, Walter Maggot seemed to have completed the accumulation of energy. He locked Vegeta's position, and when he raised his head, he saw a jet of magma with extremely terrifying temperature. This magma jet was not only astonishingly powerful, but also so fast that Vegeta found it incredible. At the moment, Vegeta had no time to think too much. Fortunately, I had already gathered my energy and fired the Gallic cannon at full power. Pound. Magma jets collide with Garrick cannons. An extremely terrifying aftermath erupted in midair, and after a moment of stalemate, Wada Mageta's magma jet gained the upper hand with a crushing force, constantly crushing Vegeta. The Gallic cannon had no resistance at all in front of this move. When the crisis struck, Vegeta would not care about his face. He quickly stopped releasing energy and at the same time moved at super high speed to dodge the blow. At the same time, on the Celestial Temple at this time, Piccolo, Dende, and Bobo were standing on the edge of the platform watching the situation in the lower realm. Once again, major events happened one after another in Zito, which no one expected. I thought it was just a battle between Lin Chuan and number 17 and number 18, but it turned out to be the return of the God of Destruction and Angel from the 6th universe, bringing with them such a mechanical life form. This metal man called Mageta is very powerful. I'm afraid even I have to show my true ability to compete with him. Neither Son Goku nor Raditz's 3rd level Super Saiyan is a match. Vegeta is even less of a match. Piccolo said. His rating is very high. It has to be said that he, who is also a warrior, had a strange fighting spirit in his heart after seeing the fighting there. He had a very strong interest in this Walter Mageta, and he also wanted to have a good fight with this metal man. After all, the chances of encountering such an opponent are very few, and this is a match recognized by the 2 universe angels and the God of Destruction. If I hadn't seen what happened with my own eyes, it would be unimaginable that Uncle Goku and the others would be defeated so easily. Uncle Piccolo, don't you think? Before Dende finished speaking, Piccolo already had the meaning of the lower world. Hearing this, Piccolo nodded slightly. Don't worry, this battle is just a discussion, not a battle of life and death. The opponent is from the 6th universe, and now he has defeated the 3 warriors of our universe. If no one steps up to defeat him, then we after the 7th universe, they are really weaker than their opponents. But isn't their Uncle Lin Chuan? Dende didn't understand. He was still thinking that with Lin Chuan here, even if everyone lost, Lin Chuan would come forward in the end. He can't take action. So, I have to come. The instructions before the battle were very clear. This was a competition excluding Lin Chuan. Piccolo actually somewhat thought that perhaps Lin Chuan had already defeated this Wada Mageta when he was in the 6th universe, so Lin Chuan did not need to fight again. Dende still didn't understand. Piccolo just nodded to him, and then glanced at Bobo before disappearing from the Celestial Temple. Moving in an instant, Piccolo arrived in Zito in an instant and also came to Lin Chuan's side. Lin Chuan was not surprised at all by his arrival. It was his appearance that shocked Kompa. At the same time, it naturally attracted the attention of Weiss and Vados. There is no doubt that today's Piccolo is very special. Moreover, Piccolo's strength is obvious, with the normal level reaching 280 billion. Even if there is not much improvement in the past few months, it is not in vain. The combat power has been increased by 30 billion. Looking at you, do you want to take action? Lin Chuan asked with a smile on his face. Piccolo glanced at everyone present, and finally answered Lin Chuan, you can't watch your own universe be completely compared, right? Those 3 guys are no match for this metal man. Apart from you, there are only I may be able to defeat him. You can't take action, so of course I will. Piccolo's words directly stated his purpose. The words were a bit arrogant, but Lin Chuan knew that Piccolo could indeed do it. Of course he knows it, but others don't. Especially the God of Destruction Kompa. After hearing Piccolo's arrogant words, the happy expression on his face disappeared. It's just you. If you say such arrogant things, you won't lose even more miserably. Piccolo naturally didn't dare to offend Kompa's divine power. However, Piccolo can choose to ignore it. According to the information obtained from Lin Chuan, although the god of destruction is terrifying, as far as Kampa is concerned, he is just a fat cat who likes to find a sense of existence. If you ignore him, it will pass. But if you deal with him, you have to weigh whether what you say will anger Kampa or make Kampa happy. The scene returns to the sky. Vegeta constantly faced the magma spray attacks from Volta Maggot. With such a powerful trick, Vegeta had no choice but to avoid the sharp edge and look for opportunities to attack. The hot magma also contained energy fluctuations that burned everything, and Vegeta knew that if he got even a trace of it, he would be seriously injured. It was in the process of constantly using Wukong to evade that he also discovered the weakness of Walter Magetta. So that's it. Although this guy is extremely powerful, has terrifying defense, and can do this terrifying magma attack, he can't fly. When the flight reached a certain height, Vegeta stopped, with a proud look on his face. Smile. He found a way to defeat Walter Magetta. But soon, the smile on his face stopped abruptly. It is true that Walter Magetta cannot fly, but his explosive power is very terrifying. The huge steel body jumped up, crossing a height of hundreds of meters in just an instant, and came directly in front of Vegeta. The huge steel fist hit Vegeta hard. Extremely terrifying oppression struck, and Vegeta's mind was blank, with a bunch of question marks above his head. He had just discovered some of the other party's flaws, but the situation changed again. When that extremely terrifying steel fist fell fiercely, how could he have a chance to get out of the way this time? A kind of darkness swept over him, and his weakness was accompanied by severe pain, making him lose control of his body. Vegeta smashed into the ground like a meteor, stirring up dust tens of meters high. After one blow, Maggot fell from the sky. The terrifying weight shook the ground. The winner has been decided. Vegeta lay in the pit, twitching all over. The ultimate form of the second-level Super Saiyan no longer exists, and he has completely lost his fighting ability. Son Goku, Raditz, and Vegeta were defeated by him one after another. Walter Magetta was as excited as a child who was praised, swaying as if dancing. But at this moment, an accident happened. It was supposed to be over, but no one thought that Son Goku, who had been knocked out by Maggot before, reluctantly took over the fighting power from Vegeta after he recovered. This is what real warfare means? And taking action at this time, there is obviously a motive for a sneak attack. It's not over yet. Take the move, big guy. Son Goku used the posture and strength of the third level of Super Saiyan to instantly release dozens of golden energy bombs. After he was knocked out by Maggot, he actually recovered quickly. Originally, he continued to fight Maggot, but his eldest brother Raditz and Vegeta attacked continuously, so he couldn't interrupt directly. Finally, it is to observe the battle between Walter Maggot, Raditz and Vegeta, and analyze the opponent's weaknesses. Boom, 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 boom. Continuous explosions exploded on Walter Maggot's body. The fire covered the entire open space, with such strong power that any energy bomb could destroy the stars. It only bombarded Maggot's body, and the earth was blessed by the power of two angels, so it seemed to have no impact. Despicable? So despicable. Upon seeing this, Kampa, the god of destruction, expressed his dissatisfaction for Walter Maggot of his own universe. He was so angry that this stupid young boy had just provoked him before, but now he resorted to such despicable methods. Vados and Weiss didn't say anything. Although it was a sneak attack, it is not considered despicable. The only blame is that Magetta did not really defeat Kakarot, but mistakenly thought that he had defeated it, and Kakarot took advantage of the opportunity. Lin Chuan said. In his opinion, this method of attack was indeed disgraceful, but it had to be said that the battle never said it couldn't be done this way. Humph. I see that you saw 3 of your universe companions being defeated by Maggot. Don't you think you can lose your face? Kampa said to Lin Chuan with an angry look on his face. He is the only one who cares about face so much. You're overthinking. Besides, I still have a strong player here who hasn't played. Lin Chuan smiled slightly and looked at Piccolo. Just when Kampa was about to continue to curse and accuse, Walter Magetta seemed to hear Kampa's call and rushed straight out of the thick fire. Seeing that the other party was not heard at all, Son Goku showed a bright smile on his face. Head to head, he is not stupid. I suffered a big loss before, but if I try it again now, I will definitely not fall for it. Until Meigaya arrived in front of him angrily, Son Goku cleverly dodged the attack sideways, then lowered himself directly to close the distance and came under Meigaya. After an uppercut was thrown, Walter Magetta raised his fist and struck directly without hesitation. Bang! The violent vibration caused the earth to break. Even those blessed by the power of Angel were shaken by the power of Maggot. However, his punch did not produce any substantial feeling. Shot empty. Where are you looking? I'm here. Son Goku's voice sounded behind Walter Magetta the next second. Walter Magetta's speed was not slow at all. After knowing the specific location, he turned his body and threw a heavy punch. However, the iron fist passed through Son Goku's body again without any feeling. This situation made Walter Magetta fall into confusion. In his opinion, the other party disappeared directly, as if it was just a shadow that was here from the beginning. Hehe, now you can't tell where I am? You are really big and powerful, but your moves are rigid. As long as I use some skills, I can completely avoid your attack. Son Goku appeared again. But this time is even more different from before. He condensed dozens of afterimage clones in one breath, spinning around Walter Magetta at high speed. Afterimage punch? Use the afterimage generated at high speed to create a clone-like effect to confuse the opponent. There are several levels of afterimage boxing, and the realm Son Goku has reached is obviously the two highest levels. Multiple afterimage punch, creating dozens of afterimages at the same time to confuse the enemy and attack. The afterimage fist dances wildly. Use the afterimage fist to dodge at the moment the enemy attacks and get behind you in advance. It can cause unimaginable heavy damage to the enemy at the critical moment. Frankly speaking, in extremely high-level battles, this little trick is of little use. But it's different now. For opponents like Walter Magida, afterimage boxing can often have unexpected effects. Now, the stupid and stubborn Vegeta was completely confused by the afterimage punch performed by Son Goku. As Vegeta continued to spin and looked at the afterimage of Son Goku around his body, he suddenly felt like the world was spinning, and his body almost fell to the ground without being able to stand still. Maggot cannot sense breath. Although he is a living being, he relies on his eyes. At this moment, the real Son Goku has quietly moved to the top of Maggot Tower. Son Goku did not hesitate and seized the opportunity to accumulate energy. If nothing else, an accident will happen at this time. Son Goku is fighting with cleverness, but he ignores that someone will affect his plan. Idiot! Can't even see such a simple trick? Maggot, raise your head, he is above you. Kampa, the god of destruction, reminded Magida without any concealment. When Vegeta and Son Goku heard the sound, they were stunned at the same time. Son Goku smiled bitterly, forgetting that this possibility existed. Vegeta suddenly raised his head and saw Son Goku who was condensing energy. Although I was discovered by you, it's almost done. Take the attack. This is an attack that gathers almost all my power. As the third grandson Goku shouted, the energy in his hands reached the extreme, even approaching the level of a trillion. The power of the turtle Kigong waves is so terrifying. Son Goku never thought that if Vegeta avoided this move, the earth would be directly damaged. With such energy, it would be easy to blow up the earth. Even now that Angel's power has been strengthened, the earth may still be severely damaged. Faced with this blow, Walter Magida was obviously irritated and let out a roar. The energy furnace in his body was operating rapidly, and a scarlet and scorching aura enveloped Walter Mageta's body. Heat billowed from the vent above his head. At the moment when Son Goku's turtle-style Kigong wave was released close to him, a fierce jet of magma erupted from his mouth. The terrifying power is even more terrifying than the previous magma ejection. Even the Super Grand Son Goku's combat power is as high as 400 billion. The power of the turtle Kigong wave is close to the trillion level, but in front of Walter Mageta, it was still not worth mentioning. What about units as fast as megabytes? How does it compare to 100 megabytes? The magma jet gained the absolute upper hand in just a short time, pushing Son Goku's turtle-style Kigong wave released with all his strength, and struck straight away. The feeling of suffocation was unimaginable to Son Goku. Even though this was the case, he was still far from his opponent. He had only felt this sense of oppression from Lin Chuan and Piccolo. Oh, damn it! You reacted to such an unexpected attack. How strong is this big guy like you? Hurry, I can't stop his lava. Facing the face magma erupted, and Son Goku had no choice at the most critical moment. He hurriedly withdrew his energy and dodged the bombardment of the magma ejection with no risk. This blow was dodged, but the next blow may not be possible. Walter Mageta did not hold back anymore, and his huge body shot up again into the sky. This situation made Son Goku say something bad. Thinking back to Vegeta's previous experience, he instinctively put on a defensive posture. There was a loud muffled sound of bang. The space shook a bit because of this blow, and even caused ripples in the space. This is the 5th dimensional level. Shaking up the space is no problem. Son Goku, who suffered a heavy blow, fell from the sky without any suspense and hit the ground, forming a huge pit 10 meters deep. A funny scene happened. There was another huge pit next to the huge pit where he was lying. In this huge pit lay Vegeta, who had just woken up and was struggling to get up. Wotai Mageta fell from the sky and looked at Son Goku who was severely injured in the giant pit, but did not take any further action. He is not a murderous metal man, so he knows where to stop. So awesome, even the 3rd level of Super Saiyan. I completely lost to you. Lying in the deep pit in the middle, Son Goku endured the severe pain and sighed. Are you giving up now? No? Son Goku just understood a truth. There are people outside the world, and there is a sky outside the world. The mechanical life form of this 6th universe is simply not comparable to their realm. But he will not back down. Holding on to the severe pain that was like shattering bones, Son Goku climbed up, just like Vegeta in the pothole next to him. The two stood in front of Walter Magida again. In response to this, Walter Magida blinked in confusion, and his doubtful eyes seemed to say, "You have already lost, why are you still fighting?" Hehe. As long as I can continue to fight, I will not fall. Take action as much as you like. Son Goku opened his mouth and smiled after seeing what Walter Mageta's expression meant. This is also his challenge to himself, crossing the limit again. Without a new opponent, he might be able to keep going step by step for a while, but now, he won't. Not to mention the masters of their universe. Let's talk about the 6th universe. There are such powerful guys. He has to become stronger so that he can fight against more masters. The same goes for this prince. Don't look down on me. Vegeta stood beside Son Goku, supporting his scarred body and transforming into the 2nd level of Super Saiyan again. And me. Suddenly there was another loud shout, and everyone looked. Who could it be if it wasn't Raditz? The three Super Saiyans gathered together with one goal in mind, which was to continue fighting against Walter Maggot. Feeling the heat in the eyes of the three people, Walter Magetta became a little angry. Isn't this one-on-one as promised? Why did he become 1 against 3? He didn't refuse the continuous substitutions. Now it's completely unfair. The situation has changed, and perhaps the three young masters who are calm in the situation will not understand that they have gone too far. It's endless, right? Even if you lose, you still have to fight, and now 3 of you are fighting 1. You guys really don't take me, the god of destruction, seriously. Kampa, the god of destruction, fumed. Although Magata will not lose, if we continue this battle, what if something unexpected happens? Having earned enough face, he felt that enough was enough. When he roared like this, Son Goku, Raditz and Vegeta immediately reacted, and all their fighting spirit disappeared. At this time, they were clearly the losers, but instead they became the bullies. Others can't understand their current mood, but Lin Chuan can. As time goes by, the 3 of them will unconsciously get together. Just like the last time they fought with him, the 3 of them would join forces without hesitation after taking consecutive shots. It should be that the frustration caused by failure made them unwilling to accept it, so in the end they became so numb that they unknowingly joined forces to attack. In the final analysis, this match against Magata was about their self-esteem being humiliated, and they were unwilling to let them regain their dignity even if they were bruised and bruised. Okay, since the 3 of you have lost, don't continue to fight. This is just a competition, not a fight to the death. What does it matter if you lose? If you can't afford to lose, then you can only stop here. When Lin Chuan's words entered the ears of the 3 of them, they suddenly roared like thunder. They suddenly understood a truth, that is, excessive persistence will lead to obsession instead of crossing the limit. Megaya, you don't have to be angry. Although the 3 of them did take advantage of you, doesn't it mean that you are strong? If you didn't have strong strength, the 3 of them wouldn't think of joining forces to deal with it. You. Lin Chuan said another sentence, as if he was soothing the resentment in Vegeta's heart. This maggot has a very weird psychology and can get emotional at any time. After listening to Lin Chuan's words, Maggot wiped away the negative emotions on his face. Although Lin Chuan scolded him completely last time, which caused him a huge psychological blow, but now he suddenly felt that Lin Chuan could get along with him, and he even spoke for him this time. Otherwise, shouldn't we be helping the people in our own universe? This battle should end here, what do you think, Master Kampa? Vados had already understood what Kampa meant and took the initiative to speak and act as a peacemaker. Is this the end? The 7th universe was beaten like this. If Beerus were present, he would not let it go no matter what. Sister, there is no need to be so anxious, right? There is another person here who has not taken action. He came here specially from the Temple of Heaven on Earth. Why said? His words directly made Kampa look ugly. I have to dismantle him. Humph. Even those 3 Saiyans have been defeated by Maggot, so what's the point of continuing? Wait a minute, I remember this appearance, it should be Name. Namekian, right. Although we know that the Namekians do have incredible fighting power, but will he be Maggot's opponent? You may have underestimated how strong Maggot is. Lin Chuan, you know, please tell me. Under Kampa's verbal criticism, everything seemed to be rejected. Whether I am his opponent or not, you won't know until after the fight. The god of destruction from the universe next door. Piccolo's words were cold. Being completely underestimated, his proud heart was also insulted. If he hadn't known that the god of destruction could really kill him, he would have really wanted to have a good fight with Kampa. Kampa blew his nose and glared. Lin Chuan stood up and played the original game. Of course I know the strength of Maggot, but I also know the strength of Piccolo. Since we have already played, we might as well fight again. Maybe you will see something wonderful fighting. After saying the words, Lin Chuan smiled at Piccolo, then looked at Maggot, and said, how about it? Maggot, fight Piccolo again. Anyway, you still have something to say, don't you? No matter what the outcome is, I can go find him. A planet of pure metal for you to eat. Walter Magata uses metal as food, and it can be said that the more he eats, the stronger he becomes, and there are countless metal planets in the universe. When he heard metal planet, white smoke came out of Vegeta's head. He was obviously very excited. Megaya has accepted it. What else can Kampa say? He could only sit down angrily and vent his anger with delicious food. Seeing this, Vados laughed so hard that the corners of his eyes curled up. My own god of destruction is becoming more and more cute and friendly to the people. You will no longer be like before, always telling people that you dare to talk to me like this. Watch me destroy you. As Piccolo entered the battle, Son Goku, Raditz and Vegeta came back. The 3 of them have returned to normal, covered with scars, which shows how hard this battle has dealt them. Angel didn't try to cure them, and Lin Chuan didn't intend to cure them, so he simply gave them fairy beans. Anyway, there are a lot of fairy beans now, there are dozens of them every once in a while, and now he has nearly 200 in stock. Please recommend votes, monthly tickets, rewards, and full subscriptions. After eating the fairy beans, Goku, Raditz and Vegeta recovered from their injuries. Not only that, the physical strength and energy consumed were also replenished. The only shortcoming is the mental consumption, which even high-level healing techniques cannot cure in a short time. Lin Chuan couldn't do it either. Only Angel's treatment could restore everything instantly. Recovery from injuries and increased strength. No, This time it is not obvious, it can even be said that there is not even a little improvement. This characteristic of Saiyans is indeed a bug, but in the final analysis, it is also related to the potential, and not just any Saiyan can do it. If you have enough potential, you can awaken stronger strength because of this characteristic. Moreover, it has to be a potential that can be developed. After experiencing several periods of rapid growth, the current third young Master Saiyan has already reached the bottleneck. This is what Lin Chuan believes is the limit of the human body, the limit of potential, and the limit of strength. They must use some special means to break through before they can reach higher realms. For example, if you continue to hone your normal body and improve your mental state, until you reach a certain limit, you will have stored enough potential to be able to break the limits of the human body. On this basis, you can break through the Super Saiyan transformation and cross dimensions in one breath. At that time, it will be the time when the potential will explode again and the strength will increase beyond the limit. Speaking of which, should I teach them fusion's moves? This is also a quick way to break the boundaries. Son Goku and Raditz fusion? Wu Tiz? Or Raditz? Or Sun Wuziai? Novel ideas kept popping up in his mind, which immediately made Lin Chuan feel dumbfounded. Think again about the fusion of Raditz and Vegeta, another super weird warrior is born. His thoughts were drifting away, and Lin Chuan finally reacted and tried his best to come back to his senses. At this time, the three young masters of Saiyan all concentrated their attention and looked forward. Piccolo goes into battle, and no matter how stupid they are, they all know what will happen next. In the past few months since the last battle, their strength has improved, but compared with Piccolo, they are still far behind. Of course, it is possible to surpass Piccolo's untransformed strength, but Piccolo's transformation is a state that they may not be able to see even if they look up. As Piccolo and Walter Maggot stood on opposite sides of each other, the atmosphere quickly changed. The two angels seemed to notice something and looked at each other. If it's this level, the strength needs to be strengthened, Weiss. Vados said with a smile. Yes, sister. Weiss smiled and then raised the angel's scepter in his hand to hit the ground. In an instant, an invisible force once again enveloped the earth, especially everything around it. Lin Chuan looked at their little operation, smiled slightly, and protected Bulma by his side. She was worried before, and now she was even more nervous. It's okay, Weiss and Vados are here to protect us, as well as me, he reassured Bulma. Maybe it's because she's more timid and cautious when she's pregnant. Well, I just feel inexplicably panicked. Bulma nodded and said. She seemed to have calmed down, but in fact her face was getting worse and worse. She didn't want Lin Chuan to worry too much, but it seemed that she would soon be unable to hold on and fainted. Vados noticed something strange and came closer. Mrs. Bulma looks very weak. The little one in her belly is absorbing energy crazily. It seems that Mr. Lin Chuan, your child will be very special in the future, Vados said with a smile. The next second, she raised her head taking up the angel's scepter in her hand. A mysterious power enveloped Bulma's body. This power is very gentle and filled with an extremely mellow breath of life. Much like life energy, but at a higher level than life energy. Because he was holding Bulma in his arms, Lin Chuan could clearly feel it. Bulma, who was still pale, recovered under the baptism of this power. Lin Chuan couldn't help but touch Bulma's belly. If nothing else, it was Xiaoxu who was making trouble just now, which made Bulma extremely uncomfortable. However, this situation has never happened before, so why is it suddenly out of control? Is it because of the impact of the battle? Or? There were many speculations, but Lin Chuan did not say anything. Thank you, Lin Chuan said, thanked Vados, and held Bulma tighter. For him, nothing should happen to Bulma. She is the wife who occupies the first position in his heart. Vados laughed it off and didn't take it seriously. It's a trivial matter, but Bulma's delivery date should be coming soon, and maybe I can come and help by then. Hearing this, Lin Chuan's heart trembled slightly, and he immediately looked at Bulma and said, What do you mean? You can deliver Bulma's baby. The original idea was to see if I could contact Weiss for help, and if not, use the Dragon Balls. Now that Vados takes the initiative to say so, he can save himself this trouble. However, Lin Chuan was surprised that Vados' words were a bit proactive and deliberate. Vados nodded slightly after feeling Lin Chuan's surprised gaze. This also made Lin Chuan even more curious. Logically speaking, Angel shouldn't be so proactive, right? What is the purpose of Vados? Or will Xiaoxu's birth be complicated? There is so much hidden information in Vados' words. At this time, Lin Chuan remembered what Weiss had said about sending a small gift to the unborn Xiaoxu. Could it be that it's because of Weiss? This shouldn't be the case. There seems to be something unknown about my daughter that I can't see or imagine. It's like she in the future has escaped from the outside the entire world of time and space. He was also selected by the Supreme Kai of Time. Lin Chuan kept guessing in his heart. He was thinking, where's Bulma on the side? Although she didn't know what Angel meant by coming to help her deliver the baby, but even if she didn't understand the meaning behind her husband's behavior, she was smart and quickly realized that this matter was not simple. Vados walked away and she returned to Wes and Kompa. Weiss's eyes met, and the two of them smiled at each other, neither of them speaking. Despite the superficial appearance, spiritual communication naturally continues. Lin Chuan is special, Bulma is special, and the child in Bulma's belly is even more special. Vados was curious and wondered why Weiss would inject Angel's power into this child's body. You know, this is training trainee angels. Vados didn't believe that Weiss was just having a whim, and believed that there must be a hidden secret. Naturally, Weiss would not directly explain that he had seen the future Lin Chuan, so he did so. Here, the situation has stabilized. On the other side, the war is about to start again. The one who was particularly nervous at this time was Sun Wuhan, a little transparent person. He has not spoken since before, let alone made any move. If it were him before, if he saw his father and uncle being beaten, he would definitely take action. But now he doesn't. As he experiences more and more things, and as he gets older and older, he becomes more and more mature and behaves more and more appropriately. It is true that he is still only an 8-year-old child on the surface, but his psychology can definitely catch up with a young man over 17 or 18 years old. Dad, they all lost so completely. Uncle Piccolo, can you win? With emotion in his heart, Sun Wuhan didn't speak from the beginning to the end, just watched quietly. Since the last battle at the Temple of Heaven, Piccolo's strength has been deeply engraved in his heart. But after several months, he had to start to question, because his father and uncle were also improving in strength. Sun Gohan wouldn't know, he was right, but he still underestimated Piccolo's strength. The reason is actually that although Piccolo transformed, he didn't fight much. The time was too short, and he didn't show any powerful aura. Otherwise, Sun Wuhan would not be questioned. Opposite Sun Wuhan, number 16, number 17, and number 18 have been whispering to each other. They were shocked by the power of Maggot, and they were also shocked by the power of Son Goku, Raditz, and Vegeta. Especially now that Piccolo appears, they are using the detectors in the body to detect the numerical strength, and finally come to the conclusion that Piccolo's strength numerical value will not be lower than Sun Bella after the 3 Saiyan transformations. They didn't know that the battle at the Temple of Heaven, the aura has changed. It's finally about to begin. Can this guy Piccolo win? With this breath, Piccolo has become stronger. Vegeta, Raditz and Son Goku spoke one after another. Their exchanges also made everyone feel nervous. Ordinary people don't know, but how can people with certain strength not know what will happen next? Above the devastated open space, Piccolo took a deep breath, and in an instant, a snow-white breath enveloped his body. The normal full force exploded. Although it did not reach the mega level, it was comparable to or even stronger than Son Goku and Raditz's Super 3. The aura storm exploded. Piccolo's eyes were solemn. He took action in an instant, and punched out tentatively. Nail. It was like the sound of nails hitting steel. Piccolo's attack had the same result as Sun Bella's 3. Not only was it unable to break Maggot's defense, but it even suffered the backlash and retreated. Is your defense so strong? Even though you are a metal man, it still surprised me. No wonder Son Goku, Raditz, and Vegeta's attacks can't cause you any harm. Piccolo stood still and moved. Wrist, he said. The punch made his whole arm tingle, especially his wrist, which was particularly painful. With just one test punch, Piccolo understood just how strong Maggot was. No, to be precise, how terrifying is the defensive power of Maggot. In his normal state, it is impossible to break through this level of defense. The only option is to transform. Let your strength reach a higher dimension. As Lin Chuan once told him, if you use numbers to calculate their current strength, before he transformed, it was 100 billion. After his transformation, the superhuman level would increase 100 times, and it would reach a trillion level. The trillion level is the 5th dimension. The reason why Piccolo had previously concluded that Son Goku, Raditz, and Vegeta could not defeat Maggot, and could not even take any advantage, was that he was completely sure that Maggot had reached the 5th dimension. Even if Son Goku, Raditz and Vegeta can reach the 3rd level of Super Saiyan, they are still only in the 4th dimension, which is similar to his normal state, which is only at the level of 100 billion. Boo boo boo, followed by a strange sound coming from Maggot's mouth. This method is both proud and provocative to Piccolo. For Magketa, he now desperately wants to express himself. The most important thing is that as long as he completely defeats the opponent in front of him, Lin Chuan might give him another planet full of metal. Seeing Mageta raising his steel arms in protest, Piccolo's lips curved into a sneer. This is the first time that he has been ridiculed like this since his strength increased greatly and he came out of the spiritual time room. The other party was obviously telling him that he couldn't beat him at all, and his attack was just to tickle him again. There's no need to demonstrate in such a hurry, I haven't used all my strength yet. Apart from that guy Lin Chuan, you are the only one who can force me to use my transformation power. The smile disappeared and Piccolo's expression changed. Extremely serious. As his words fell, a hot white air surrounded his body, spiraling and erupting continuously. Piccolo's whole body was like a furnace, the heat was released from the inside out, and the already extremely powerful power rapidly sublimated at this moment. The physical body transforms and the strength increases dramatically. Piccolo's transformation is not as gorgeous and shocking as the Super Saiyan transformation, but it seems ordinary, but it is actually a transformation from the inside out. As long as you are a strong person with some strength, you can feel how big the gap is between the front and the back. Piccolo's original green body was replaced by yellow-green skin. At this moment, Son Goku, Raditz, Vegeta, and Son Gohan were shocked. Even if they had seen each other before, they still could not change their inner shock. Number 16, number 17, number 18 are incredible. Even Bulma had an expression of disbelief. After all, she had never seen Piccolo transform. Lin Chuan's mouth curved with satisfaction. He was the only one in the audience who could see Piccolo's combat power level at this time. The final 28 trillion. 100-fold increase is not enough? Compa paused for a moment while eating, looking at Piccolo's transformation in surprise. Not shocked by the power, but shocked by the transformation of form. Hey, Vados, can Namekians also transform? Era? I don't know either, Master Compa. The 7th universe is really unexpected. Vados's eyes were bright, and the way he looked at Piccolo was full of weird meanings. After looking at her for a long time, she looked like Lin Chuan again. It seems that he wants to understand what happened to the Namekian's transformation through Lin Chuan's expression. As an angel, Vados actually knew about the secret, but there were almost no records of Namekians awakening to this power. Ho, now it's much more interesting. Sister and Compa, please just watch the battle. Weiss smiled for a while and comforted him in his own way. Vados knew that Weiss was showing off, and Compa took a vicious bite of the cake. He knew the strength of Maggot, and its defense was even more terrifying. TCH? Even if you can transform, so what? With Vegeta's strength, no one here except Lin Chuan and you can win. And you should have noticed by now that the most powerful thing about Maggot is not his strength, but his extremely powerful defense. Even if his strength is one dimension higher than Maggot's, I'm afraid it will be difficult to break through his defense. Compa said arrogantly while assuming a bragging pose. When these words came out, everyone present was naturally shocked. Of course, in addition to Lin Chuan, Vados, and Weiss. So, our loss was not unfair. Son Goku raised his hand and scratched the back of his head and said, "Damn it, this is the advantage of Metal Man." Vegeta gritted his teeth and spoke from his heart. I was unwilling to admit defeat, but now I have Shirk and an outlet. Raditz didn't say anything. He always felt that it wasn't that simple. Even though his defense power is outstanding, Walter Maggot's strength is definitely not weak. It's not good to speak too early. Maggot does have his own characteristics, but Piccolo's true strength is far from being displayed. Lin Chuan said. This sentence reversed the atmosphere of the situation. Even Compa was shocked and surprised by Lin Chuan's words. Based on his understanding of Lin Chuan, this guy would never boast about Haikao casually. Above the open space. After completing the transformation, Piccolo's expression did not change much. His aura was completely restrained, making it difficult for people to notice just how strong he was. He knew that even if his strength was increased 100 times through transformation, the strength of Walter Vegeta in front of him was still a mystery. Not taking out the orange transformation directly, just superhuman transformation, for better testing. Anyway, his current strength is far from what it was before. Walter Vegeta is now aware of the changes in Piccolo's strength. As a metal man, his perception is particularly strange. Perhaps it was his body's instinctive warning that made him no longer as arrogant as before. Instead, he calmed down and stared at Piccolo with those round eyes. My previous punch was knocked back by you, now you try to hit me again. Piccolo gave an order, and his body reacted instantly. It's just a short 0.001 second. Piccolo has arrived in front of Walter Maggot's huge metal body. The right arm is waved, the right fist is clenched, and huge power is gathered in the center of the fist. Buzz. When the fist passed by, the space vibrated and buzzed. Maggot's reaction was also superb. He no longer chose to take Piccolo's punch with his body, but followed up with an attack. The huge steel fist waved down. Pound. The earth shook and shattered. Two extremely powerful forces erupted as their fists collided. Without the strengthening blessing of Angel's power, the earth would have collapsed and Zito would have fallen. Magketa did not suppress Piccolo, and Piccolo did not beat Magketa. In the head-to-head confrontation between flesh and blood and steel, no one took advantage. Such a scene once again shocked the third young Master Saiyan, Sun Wuhan, and the trio of androids. In the previous battle, Maggot's crushing power and speed left Son Goku, Raditz and Vegeta unable to resist. Now, Piccolo had clearly resisted and forced Maggot to attack to resist the attack. This means that Piccolo does have the strength to shake Maggot after his transformation. Have you finally taken action? Very good. I hope you take action. Otherwise it would be too boring. A look of excitement flashed across Piccolo's face. Opponents of this level are really rare. Just say that in the current 7th universe, it is difficult to find any powerful existence to act as an opponent. This Maggot of the 6th universe is the best training target. Boo 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 boo. Maggot responded with a sound coming from his mouth. Since he can't speak, most people really don't understand what he wants to express. But as an opponent, Piccolo felt it. Maggot was telling him, you are different from the previous 3 people. You are very strong, so I have to take action seriously. The battle between Piccolo and Maggot also officially kicked off. Completely different from the previous battle. In this battle, the level directly rose to a trillion unit. Not only Piccolo, but Magketa is also responding. The two sides just continued to punch each other, showing each other their strong strength. The earth could no longer bear it and broke into pieces. However, it will not affect other areas. Angel's power protects everything outside this clearing. After more than 10 consecutive punches, Piccolo was still defeated. In terms of endurance, the superhuman Piccolo is obviously not as good as Maggot. In fact, this is inevitable, because Piccolo did reach the mega level after his transformation. And it's 28 trillion. But Maggot's power reached hundreds of trillions. In particular, Maggot's power is getting stronger and stronger, and the surging momentum, as the battle progresses, slowly explodes into an absolutely scorching high temperature, which even Piccolo's transformed and strengthened body cannot bear. This is your true strength? It's really no small matter? That guy Lin Chuan looked at me like that before and reminded me. It seems he knew that I would end up in this situation a long time ago. The more this happens, the more I want him to know that he also looks down on me. Piccolo went from sparring with Maggot to now taking the initiative to avoid the edge. The lack of strength and endurance does not mean that he will lose in other aspects. In just an instant, Piccolo used teleportation to move behind Maggotta, and swept his whip leg with all his strength. There was a loud bang of dang. Although the kick caused Maggotta's body to fall forward, Piccolo gritted his teeth due to the force of the countershock. This is simply a backlash. Before Piccolo could attack again, Maggot's huge body reacted quickly, turned around and swept his arm. This speed is so fast that people have no time to react. Even the current Piccolo can only instinctively raise his arms, legs and feet to block. There was a muffled sound of pounds. Piccolo was sent flying by this blow. It's just that this blast is not a true blast. After all, Piccolo's strength is there. After flying dozens of meters, Piccolo landed steadily on the ground. Maggotta's sweeping arm just now did not have a lot of power. You are indeed invulnerable in terms of strength and defense. So, what about this move? With serious eyes, Piccolo raised his hand and turned it into a sword finger against his forehead. The huge energy in his body quickly condensed. There is no doubt that this move is the Demon Guang Guang killing cannon. Piccolo used all his strength and showed no mercy. Maggotta saw this and quickly stabilized his huge body. At the same time, he kept waving his metal arms and beating his steel chest. As he hammered, the energy furnace in his body burned rapidly and the magma boiled. Hot white gas erupts from the vent above its head. The temperature of this white gas alone is so high that it can melt all substances. Surrounding Maggotta's body, a fiery red aura surged around him. The magma erupted in one step before Piccolo. It was so powerful that it could cause ripples in space and even cause the temperature of the entire space to reach its peak again. Well done, look at my demonic light killing cannon. With a loud shout, Piccolo's attacks blasted out at the same time. The collision of energy moves is also a way to compete. Maggot had the same idea as him, which made Piccolo even more excited. There was an explosion of boom. Under this level of energy collision, the space experienced violent oscillations. Neither Piccolo nor Maggot gave in. This situation is so shocking. However, others can't see it, but Lin Chuan, Vados, and Weiss can. Maggot is very stable. Piccolo, on the other hand, exploded with all his strength, and gradually became unable to resist Maggot's magma jet. It is true that Piccolo is very powerful after his transformation, but it cannot make up for the gap. When it comes to metal people and flesh and blood bodies, it is true that metal people have the absolute advantage in many aspects. In particular, Piccolo's true strength is even lower than Maggot's. After the transformation, Piccolo was gradually suppressed and defeated. This scene excited everyone. Some are happy and some are sad. The happy one was naturally Kampa, who seemed to be playing music and dancing. The ones who are worried are naturally Son Goku, Raditz, Vegeta, and Son Gohan. They know the strength of Piccolo best. I was ravaged a few months ago and I still can't forget it. But now, even the transformed Piccolo can't beat Maggot. They have difficulty breathing and doubt their life. What a nonsense. They were just metal men who didn't seem to be a big deal, but they were tortured to pieces. How would they have known that Lin Chuan had intentionally or unintentionally provoked an opponent who would appear beyond his time in advance? If Vegeta knew that he was suppressed by Maggot in the original work in the Super Era, it would be a little more balanced. Humph, I must have said this a long time ago. How could this name Kian be Maggot's opponent? So what if he can transform? The battle is over. Kampa stood up, put his hands on his hips, and the round figure his big belly was shaking up and down because of his impassioned words. Arrogant to the extreme. It's like the existence of his own universe has reached the seventh universe and can abuse any existence at will. Son Goku, Raditz, and Vegeta clenched their fists at the same time, but they could not refute. This is the fact. It seems that except for Lin Chuan, the group of them together is not enough to fight. Shame on you. Third young master Saiyan felt his face being slapped. It's too early to be complacent now, Kampa. Lin Chuan said. His eyes were fixed on Piccolo who was struggling to resist. It was obvious that Piccolo was getting serious. Are you still holding on to your illusions? This name Kian is done. Kampa's performance was particularly arrogant. I said, Piccolo's true strength is far from being displayed. Lin Chuan said bluntly, not coddling him at all. As soon as these words came out, Kampa gritted his teeth and stared angrily. Doesn't Lin Chuan's words mean that he is blind? He turned his head and looked at Piccolo in the battle again, but still couldn't see any clues. Son Goku, Raditz, Vegeta, and Son Gohan looked at it, wondering what Lin Chuan meant. It's all like this, but you haven't shown your true strength yet? I see, I was still curious at first, but now it seems that I am. Weiss suddenly said. He originally thought that Piccolo could rely on his current transformation to fight Maggot back and forth, but he didn't think about the advantages and disadvantages of life forms. Now that Lin Chuan has spoken so clearly, as an angel, it would be too shameful for him to not notice it. After hearing what Weiss said, Vados also looked at it seriously. I just took a brief look at it before and thought this was the limit. Now if I really feel it deeply, there is indeed a layer of sealed power in Piccolo's body. It's really interesting. That power should be the power of Lord Dragon God Salama. What Vados said shocked everyone present, including Lin Chuan. The power of Dragon God Salama? He had really guessed it before, but later abandoned the idea. After all, the original work says that this is Piccolo's super transformation after his awakening. There is no accurate statement that this is the power of the Dragon God. That Dragon God? Vados, you mean? Kampa's heart skipped a beat, his expression changed drastically, and he asked. It is indeed the Dragon God. Vados nodded. After hearing the accurate answer, Kampa looked at Piccolo who was struggling to hold on. Lord God of Destruction and Lord Angel, what do you mean by what you said? I'm confused? Son Goku asked curiously. Want to know, want to understand. As a single solid person, sometimes complex things can be easily figured out, but simpler things can lead to dead ends. TCH? Kakarot, shut up? Although they don't know about the Dragon God, they obviously mean that Piccolo still has a stronger power that he hasn't used yet. That power is that Dragon God S.A. Rama's power. Vegeta said viciously, clenching his fists with veins popping out all over his head. Dragon God Salama, what kind of existence is this? Raditz murmured. Apparently his mood remained the calmest. In his opinion, the one who can call Angel an adult must be at least the God of Destruction, right? The God of Destruction, Kampa, was very shocked and surprised, that is to say, this Dragon God, Salama, is definitely a very terrifying existence. Raditz's thoughts were very direct, but his thoughts were indeed correct. Okay, everyone, please calm down. Piccolo is about to complete a higher level of transformation. Although he had many thoughts in his mind, Lin Chuan always remained calm. Piccolo's energy changed, and a burning orange aura began to flow around him. At the beginning of his transformation, Piccolo no longer hesitated, and no longer thought about fighting Maggot only by becoming a Superman. Piccolo already knew Maggot's strength. Only by using power far beyond its strength can it be suppressed. For Piccolo, losing is impossible. Whether facing opponents from the 7th universe or opponents from the 6th universe, the energy is still radiating continuously. It's just that Piccolo is no longer as persistent as before. Look at the suppressed magma ejection. Looking at Maggot again, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. That's it. Let me show you my true power. As the words fell, the orange aura around Piccolo became increasingly intense. The snow-white arrogance was completely replaced, the shackles of the body were unlocked, and an infinite domineering aura burst out from the body. With the release of energy, Piccolo's body transformed and evolved again. He ended the energy release and no longer continued to use the demonic light killing cannon. The magma jet had no pressure to block it and bombarded Piccolo's body. Boom! The scorching magma energy directly engulfed Piccolo and released an extremely huge explosion. This blow shocked the entire audience and left Maggot stunned for a moment. Although he wanted to win, he didn't want to kill anyone, he just wanted to express himself. Piccolo made him very happy to fight against his opponent, but the attack had already been carried out and he had no chance to regret it. Just when everyone was worried about Piccolo, suddenly, an orange energy beam shot up into the sky, completely blowing away the big explosion caused by Maggot's attack. Piccolo with a new attitude appeared in everyone's sight. Strong and burly, with a majestic figure that is orange and exudes absolute heat. Piccolo, completely changed? Who would have believed that this was Piccolo if he hadn't witnessed its transformation with his own eyes? Not only the appearance, but also the strength has been greatly improved. 100 times superhuman increase, a 10,000 times normal increase. At this time, Piccolo's combat power was as high as 2,800 trillion. This is what Piccolo is hiding. What is the power of Lord Dragon God? Son Goku swallowed his saliva, his eyes full of shock. This power made him fearful. But who is Son Goku? His eyes soon became clear again, and he began to be extremely eager. Even the belief of becoming stronger guides him, telling him that there is still a long way to go in the future, rather than just stopping here. Okay, so strong? Is this Piccolo's true strength? Damn it, this guy has surpassed us so much. Raditz was unwilling to give up. Fortunately, his character has always been learning from Son Goku's optimism and positivity. Otherwise, it will definitely collapse. He was fine, but Vegeta was not. He was already trembling, not out of anger, nor fear, nor unwillingness. This is an instinctive trembling, as if asking yourself, what is going on with you? Over and over again, given time, you still can't become stronger. Now, he is at the bottom of everyone. The only one who hasn't surpassed him is Kakarot's son Son Gohan, right? But if he can surpass him, then he really has the heart to die. No, I'm not wrong. As long as I reach the 4th level of Super Saiyan, no matter who it is, I will suppress it. Piccolo, and you, Talos. Suddenly, something flashed in my mind. Angel trusted and supported her, and Vegeta thought of his unborn child again. This guy has transformed completely. Even if the prince's arrogance and aloofness have not changed, he is no longer like he was half a year ago. He will get angry and run away at every turn. Uncle Piccolo, this power is so powerful, I can't imagine that the breath can be so powerful. Sun Wuhan was also sighing. Desire to become stronger and want to catch up. Sun Wufan's eyes are bright and he can only pursue. He looked at Lin Chuan again and found that Uncle Lin Chuan was smiling all over his face, and he understood immediately. It turned out that none of them knew, only Uncle Lin Chuan knew. Uncle Piccolo is so powerful. He imagined everything that happened in the past, which made him guess that Uncle Piccolo was so powerful. Maybe it was Uncle Lin Chuan who helped. I'm finally serious about it, so I said it early, you still have to give it a try. Lin Chuan said with a tone of certainty. If Piccolo had just used orange to transform from the beginning, why would he have been in such trouble? But that's fine, Piccolo probably wants to have a good fight. If he just takes out the orange transformation, he won't be able to enjoy this battle. Off to the side, Kampa stared. He finally knew that he was being played. Another transformation, this is really endless. First it was the Saiyans, and now it is the Namekians. Will Earthlings also be able to transform next time? You knew this from the beginning, and you pretended to be like me. Do you believe I will drag you up and fight again? Kampa shouted angrily. There was no doubt that he was angry at Lin Chuan. What I said before was so tactful, always hinting. In his opinion, what does it imply? Isn't it okay to just say no? Another fight? If you can suppress your strength to the same level as mine, I won't mind fighting you again. It's been so long since I haven't had a good fight, and my hands are itchy. Lin Chuan smiled half-heartedly. The way. What did you say? Brat, do you think I'm stupid? Kampa blushed. Well, sir. Master Kampa, please be patient. We are here as guests. It's not very good for you to do this. Vados said to dissuade him. As soon as the words came out, Kampa also tried his best to control his temper. How could he not know this? If it weren't for the delicious food on this table, he would have been angry several times. It's just a competition in the first place. Master Kampa, no matter you win or lose, enjoying the delicious food is the most important thing. These are the delicacies that Lord Beerus has never tasted. Moreover, Sir Vegeta has defeated Son Goku. The three Saiyans, Tiz and Vegeta, are enough to prove his strength. Weiss moderated. With the steps down, Kampa came down and breathed a sigh of relief. Don't play this trick next time. What I hate most is cheating and transforming. Kampa sat down and muttered from time to time. If he suffered a loss during his transformation, he would remember it for the rest of his life. Seeing that Kampa was no longer angry, the two angels looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. Finally, he looked at Lin Chuan and nodded slightly. There is no doubt that he is also telling Lin Chuan to stop making trouble. If there is another fight, the situation may develop into the unknown, and no one knows what the outcome will be. Please recommend votes, monthly tickets, rewards, and full subscriptions. Orange scent surrounds the whole body. How powerful is Piccolo at this time? The aura released on the surface alone is so terrifying that it seems to be able to suppress everything. A full 2,800 trillion combat power. In this day and age, that's almost invincible. Even if Lin Chuan comes to face it, he must be careful. If he is careless, he will suffer losses. And even Lin Chuan now needs at least the 4th level of Super Saiyan to defeat him. With his current combat power of just over 1 trillion, he only has an absolute advantage at normal times. The 5,000-fold increase in the peak level of Super 4 Black Hair is only a combat power value exceeding 5,000 trillion. Like Super 4, the limit of Super Saiyan God is at this level. It can only be said that the increase in orange transformation is too terrifying. In any case, this is comparable to Super Blue's transformation in the later stages of the original work. Super Blue increases 10,000 times. Although I don't know if this is really the case, as long as Super Blue is this level, then the breakthrough of Super 4 Red Hair will also be at this level. Super 4 Red Hair and Super Blue are, in a sense, transformations of comparable levels. Stabilize the transformation and completely control the power at its best. Piccolo has a domineering face and body, and his expression is full of absolute intimidation. Such a fierce appearance actually scared the maggot opposite. Maggotta does not sense breath, he only uses his special method to determine how strong the opponent is and whether he can deal with it. Piccolo's operation made him subconsciously understand that his opponent's strength had once again exploded. And this time, unlike before, the orange aura made him instinctively fearful. Maggot's appearance is undoubtedly indestructible, and his defense is unimaginably terrifying, but his heart is really easily shaken. It's equivalent to having a strong appearance but a glass heart that can break at the touch of a touch. Now, it's different from before. Orange Piccolo spoke, his voice becoming richer due to his transformation. Boo, boom, seemed to be responding to the Orange Piccolo, and Maggot made his unique sound. Orange Piccolo didn't hesitate anymore, he took action in the next second. The burly and sturdy figure came directly in front of Maggot. Although the size is still not comparable to the huge Maggot, the current Orange Piccolo no longer looks dwarfed in front of Maggot. The huge fist, carrying unparalleled power, blasted towards Maggot's body. This blow seemed to be able to break the space. Maggotta's body instinctively sensed the threat. But he was extremely confident in his defense, so he just raised his steel arms and blocked them in front of him. The huge iron wall is like an absolute defense. This was also the first time Maggot took the initiative to defend itself after the battle began. Seeing this, the Orange Piccolo was not confused at all, and had no intention of retreating. If he had been superhuman before, he knew that he would definitely not be able to break through Maggot's defense, but if he still can't break through it now, it would be embarrassing. Showing his true strength, Piccolo had absolute confidence under his orange transformation. Break it, shouted angrily. The loud sound of dang shook the sky and the earth. The ground shattered, and Orange Piccolo's punch hit Maggot's iron arm head-on. The image of Maggot's unwavering appearance never appeared again. This time, Maggot's body was blown off the ground. Even though the force of the countershock made Orange Piccolo feel uncomfortable, it would not cause much harm to him in this form. In the orange form, just like Lin Chuan breaking through from normal to Super 4, his physical body will become particularly powerful. One more punch. The Orange Piccolo didn't stop, and used the other hand to blast out with terrifying power. The fists were waved and a roaring sound was heard. Magoda, whose body has lost its center of gravity, can still make defensive movements at this time. Even though he was not injured by Orange Piccolo's punch, now he could only rely on his body's defense to resist the attack head-on. For the second punch, Piccolo used more force. Magot, who was huge and weighed more than 1,000 tons, was thrown violently. The situation was completely reversed. Before, Magoda was so fierce and invincible that no one could shake him. With the combined strength of the three of them, Sun Bella could only be ravaged by him. Even the superhuman Piccolo was suppressed. Now, Orange Piccolo has broken this situation. Even though a simple 2 punches will not severely damage Magot, it also tells everyone that Magot has reached his limit. Standing firmly on the ground, the Orange Piccolo stared flying out of the Magot Tower. It was a good time to take action again, but he did not do so. In the previous 2 punches, he first used 1/10 of his strength, and then 2/10 of his strength. Piccolo has completely judged Magot's state. In terms of strength, at most it is only 1 or 2/10 of his current strength. The only incredible thing is the defensive power of Magot. Even if you attack with 2/10 of your strength, you can't really break it. Moreover, Magoda should be a metal man with a special physique, and the retaliation damage will increase with the damage he receives. Watching the Magot Tower fall to the ground in the distance, causing a small commotion, the Orange Piccolo strolled forward. With a solemn expression, he looked even more ruthless. I have to say that this posture makes him look even more like a big devil. Your power should be more than this. I want to see your full strength, so I won't be merciful anymore. As he approached, the Orange Piccolo said. Magot, who had just stood up from the ground, was still a little confused. For him, he has almost never encountered an existence that can knock him out. Even though he lost to Lin Chuan last time, in fact, Lin Chuan took advantage of him. They don't really compete. Magot is like a little kid. His psychology and emotions are extremely susceptible to the influence of others. Right now, he is very angry because he found that Orange Piccolo began to despise him. Inspired to be a powerful and useful metal man, Magoda does not allow others to underestimate him. Bubo, bubabo. As the fierce sounds came out of his mouth, the energy furnace in his body began to burn and boil. Surrounding his body, huge energy surged, driving extremely terrifying heat. The entire space seemed to be burning, even more violently than before. The 100M unit is fully evaporated, and its intensity cannot be underestimated. However, it can be dealt with by the current Orange Piccolo. Very good, just what I want. I finally plan to take it seriously. The words came out, and the body of the Orange Piccolo shook, and the burly body rushed out, like a wild beast, about to tear everything in front of him. Magot felt that the energy furnace was running rapidly, giving him powerful power. He waved his steel fist at the Orange Piccolo's attacking body, which was terrifying to the extreme. This kind of attack would never have been blocked by Goku, Raditz, Vegeta and the superhuman Piccolo. Orange Piccolo was unfazed. Without saying anything, he punched directly. There was a muffled sound of pound. A collision of pure physical strength. Logically speaking, Magot should be the one suppressing Orange Piccolo. At most, the Orange Piccolo blocked Magoda's punch. However, the situation was exactly the opposite, and a scene that no one could believe appeared. Orange Piccolo's punch directly suppressed Magot, causing him to stagger backwards. It also made Magot confused and doubtful of himself. In fact, this happens to anyone. As long as a person is extremely confident in certain aspects of himself, once this absolute confidence is broken, how can he not doubt his life? The Orange Piccolo didn't give Magoda time to think. The burly and strong body came to Magot again in an instant, and when he was unprepared, he kicked out with a sweeping force. Pound. There was another muffled sound. Magoda made a mechanical sound like a metal man from his mouth, and his whole body flew into the air. The power of this blow is at least several times that of the previous punch. Even though Magot's defense was terrifying, he felt the severe pain coming from his body. It seemed as if his body was about to be torn apart. It's not over yet. Seeing Magoda being knocked into the air dozens of meters by him, the Orange Piccolo jumped up. Although the speed is not extremely fast, it is so powerful that it is impossible to dodge. Continuous punch and kick attack, continuously causing damage to Magot. Because of the severe pain, Magot's entire expression became _____. He doesn't know that he is a special metal man with terrifying defense. Otherwise, he would have lost his combat effectiveness by now and might even be killed. The Orange Piccolo is so powerful, and at this moment, the Orange Piccolo has already used nearly 50% of its power. An attack that exceeds the gigabit level is already 10 times more powerful than Magot. The battle was fierce. It looks like an ordinary fist and kick attack, but every blow is so shocking. For a moment, everyone forgot how Magot had ravaged Goku, Raditz and Vegeta before. This is the unique aura of Magoda, which makes people feel that he is very pitiful without knowing it. Seeing that his attack was in place, Orange Piccolo gradually began to lose interest in Magot. For a being of his level, it would be really boring if the opponent only had amazing defense and could endure beatings. Battles are interesting only when there is back and forth. One-sided attacks will give you a sense of accomplishment at first, but will become numb later on. It's over. There was a sound, and the orange Piccolo disappeared in front of Maggot. In just 0.0001 seconds, he walked around behind Maggot, gathered rich energy in his hands, and blasted out a magic light cannon. The pale golden energy is filled with overbearing pressure and seems to be able to swallow all matter. Vegeta's entire body was engulfed by energy. Boom! An extremely huge explosion suddenly appeared in the sky. The fire filled the sky and the momentum was overwhelming. In fact, the power should be greater, because Angel's power suppresses and protects it, so the destructive power is compressed within a certain range. Maggot's body covered with scars fell from the sky. The orange Piccolo stood tall in the air maintaining his victorious attitude. In his mind, the battle was over. At least, he won the day on behalf of the 7th universe. In Piccolo's mind, this battle is obviously too important, which is why he is so strong. Seeing this situation, Son Goku and others were shocked. There was no way they could do anything about Vegeta, who was transformed by Piccolo and died in seconds. This also means how big the real strength gap between them and Piccolo is. Angel Vados and Angel Weiss had already expected this result, so it was not surprising. Kampa was naturally very angry. The 6th universe was originally a sure winner, and it could clearly suppress the 7th universe severely. As a result, it was destroyed by this Namekian. In the past, he would have definitely gone crazy, and even tortured the Namekian because he was unhappy. But this time, he couldn't do that. They were here as guests, and no matter how hard he, the god of destruction of the 6th universe, could lose his face, he would do something that was not worthy of his divine power. Fortunately, Maggot defeated Son Goku, Raditz, and Vegeta. Because the battle was over, the originally noisy scene calmed down. Under Angel's power, everything is restored. Not only the area that was destroyed, but also the damage to Maggot, the consumption of Piccolo, etc. Because he is a metal man, the fairy beans are ineffective against Maggot. This also allowed Lin Chuan to find a fairy bean bug. Although Maggot is a living body, as his body is made of metal, he cannot use this holy object to heal himself. However, Lin Chuan's healing technique should be effective in recovering from his injuries. Overall, the farce is over. At this time, the chefs and gourmets arranged by Bulma arrived one after another. Because the previous food was made by a smart home robot, it lacked some soul. Everyone did not enjoy eating it, and the taste was just unsatisfactory. Now with these super cooking masters, delicacies are constantly being served on the table under their skillful hands. Should I say it or not, it's really quite extraordinary. Even Lin Chuan was shocked, let alone others. Except for Piccolo, everyone present should be a big eater. Oh, yes, Magida is a metal life form, and his food is all kinds of metals. Bulma couldn't get this thing in a short time, but Weiss was generous and directly used Angel's power to create a metal hill. I don't know if it was conjured or transferred from where. According to what Weiss said, you can't take care of him poorly, right? He is from the 6th universe after all. Lin Chuan was well cared for in the 6th universe, so as the angel of the 7th universe, he could not lose the dignity of the 7th universe. In short, Maggot is very excited about this. I saw these delicacies that I had never seen before appear one after another. Kampa kept swallowing his saliva, and his greed was constantly restless. At this time, he is just a greedy fat cat. How can he care about his face? The delicacies of Earth in the 7th universe can actually glow? My god, I can't bear it anymore. Ha 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 ha. Kampa, who had extremely exaggerated expressions and movements, picked up the nearest dish. Grab a plate of delicious food and start feasting. Food can shine, which is incredible. After eating it, Kampa realized that delicious food can not only shine, but also explode. It made him feel unprecedentedly comfortable. It can be said that once again tasting the delicacies of the 7th universe, he opened a new window and his taste buds realized what was delicious and what was unpleasant. Delicious? Delicious? Apart from being delicious, he had no words to describe it. Different from Kampa's exaggerated performance, although Vados and Weiss were also greatly shocked, they still maintained the posture of ladies and gentlemen and quietly tasted the food. Even Angel can't stop the impact of breaking clothes. It's as if you are drowning in a sea of delicious food, unable to extricate yourself. It would be great if I could always eat delicacies on Earth from now on. That would be great. Vados was eating, intentionally or unintentionally said to Weiss. After hearing this, Weiss just swallowed the food in his mouth and said, Ho ho, as long as my sister, you and Kampa don't mess around in the 7th universe, during the period before Lord Beerus wakes up, I won't mind. Besides, Lord Kampa and Lord Beerus are twin brothers, so he won't pursue anything. Really? I really want to thank you. I just agreed to help Mrs. Bulma deliver the baby, as a token of my gratitude for her hospitality. I will take good care of my dear brother from now on. Vados nodded with a smile. Then, we started enjoying the delicious food again. Other side. Unlike the situation here, only Kampa is frantically looking for food. On the dining table, Son Goku, Son Gohan, Vegeta, Raditz. The four Saiyans devoured the food crazily, like people who had not eaten for a month. Their way of eating has ignored the deliciousness of the food, but tried their best to taste the taste and fill their stomachs at the same time. Although there was a supply of fairy beans after the previous battle, for them, the empty feeling of fullness was false. After a high-intensity battle, the body instinctively wants to replenish itself by eating continuously. Look at Walter Magetana again. At this time, he is sitting alone next to the metal hill. As he continued to throw metal pieces into his mouth, the energy furnace in his body continued to burn and digest. This way of eating is unimaginable. It's as if the maggot tower is a human-shaped chain iron furnace. In the audience, the only person who could be said to be out of place was Piccolo. Piccolo is unlike other people. A living body of his type only needs to drink water to meet its life needs. What's more, reaching his level of life is even different. Of course, Piccolo can also eat, but he really has no desires. In this regard, Lin Chuan had persuaded him more than once, but he always maintained his own opinions. In the end, Lin Chuan had no choice but to give up guidance. Lin Chuan has been by Bulma's side. Now that the situation has completely stabilized, he has begun to think about his next plan. To be honest, Maggot's arrival and Piccolo's fight with the opponent once again made him realize his lack of strength. After coming out of the spiritual time room, his strength increased greatly. He could obviously break through at any time, but he endured it again. The road to becoming stronger is to retreat if you don't advance again if you advance, and retreat again if you retreat. Clicking the pause button like Lin Chuan is actually not a good choice. Of course, this is what Lin Chuan is constantly accumulating. Super Blue is not Lin Chuan's goal. If it were just Super Blue, with his current cultivation level, he could achieve it in a short time. What Lin Chuan wants to do is to break through and reach the peak. Not only must we directly reach the full power of Super Blue after breaking through Super Blue, but we must also break through to the second level of Ultra Blue and Deep Blue evolution based on the full power of Ultra Blue, or even reach the third level of Ultra Blue in one breath. Super Blue 3? This is a realm that did not appear in the later stages of the original work. The Peach Red 3 appeared in the original spin-off Time and Space, so Lin Chuan determined that the Super Blue 3 must also exist. Especially after he has reached this level of cultivation, his ideas for the future have become more profound, and he feels that everything is possible. Even the fifth level of Super Saiyan that surpasses the fourth level of Super Saiyan also exists. Unfortunately, before the time travel, the plot he learned only reached the point after Super Android Cell Max. Husband, husband. In his thoughts, Bulma's call sounded in his ears. It wasn't until a long time that Lin Chuan came back to his senses and looked at Bulma apologetically. After the exchange, Lin Chuan knew why Bulma called him. Lin Chuan also told her completely about the transformation of Maggot. This was actually a job offer for Bulma, but Bulma didn't refuse. Firstly, Bulma is also very curious about the metal men of the 6th universe. Secondly, it is also a good thing to be able to study a field that she has never touched. Speaking of which, hubby, I always feel that he seems a little afraid of you. Did you do anything to him when you were in the 6th universe? The questioning words came out, coupled with Bulma's serious look, Lin Chuan a moment of embarrassment. What can he do? Looking around, he happened to meet Maggota's quiet eyes. As a result, Maggot turned around like a frightened little animal and continued to chew on the metal. Lin Chuan finally understood why Bulma asked such a question. Because Maggot was scolded by him, the shadow in his heart never disappeared. Shaking his head, Lin Chuan told what happened when he unintentionally scolded the other party. After hearing this, Bulma suddenly realized, and at the same time she had a deeper understanding of Walter Maggot. Although he has an absolutely powerful body of steel, his heart is fragile and vulnerable. It seems that our family will have one more big guy to live with in the future. Psychological problems can't be solved by just physical modification, Bulma said lightly. Apparently she also thought that Magetta would stay here for a long time in the future. As a smart person, she quickly realized that Maggot's existence was the reason and excuse for the 6th universe's god of destruction and angel to come to Earth in the future. Unconsciously, the sky gradually darkened. As time goes by, everyone has left. Son Goku took Sun Wukong back to Baizai Mountain, and Raditz and Vegeta naturally went back to their respective homes. Where's the Piccolo? Before Sun Bella left, he took the initiative to say goodbye and went back to the Temple of Heaven. For him, there is no point in staying. It is better to go back quickly and summarize his feelings about this battle. And Kompa and Vados, they have also left. Although they left reluctantly, there was no way, they were not the existence of the 7th universe. Weiss surprisingly stayed until the end. Moreover, he and Lin Chuan stood on the rooftop outside and communicated. What it means is that because of Lin Chuan's relationship, the relationship between the two universes has become closer than before. In the past, there would have been almost no contact with each other. Weiss also hopes that Lin Chuan and Bulma can entertain Kompa and his sister Vados in the future like they do now. As for the benefit, it is to impart some knowledge on cultivation to Lin Chuan. Even if Lin Chuan really needs his guidance, even if he doesn't want to become a candidate for the god of destruction, he can just ask. Angel offers such great benefits that everyone will be tempted. Fortunately, Lin Chuan is a time traveler and has gone through many vicissitudes of life, and has tempered his various desires to the point where he can fully control them. Otherwise, he would really be bribed and controlled by Weiss. Time flies, and 2 months have passed. It's not long, it's not short. It can be said that the only biggest change is the arrival of Walter Magetta, which makes this big family even more lively. With the addition of new blood, especially Magata, who is a metal man who likes to help others. Magadha has become the most popular character in the entire manor. Magadha also experienced a life he had never experienced before, being cared for, surrounded by others, and taken into consideration. After integrating into this family, Magadha's fear of Lin Chuan has long since disappeared. I have to say that Lin Chuan and Bulma were really good to him. In order to meet Magadha's daily needs, Lin Chuan also went to find King Kai. With his help, he found more than a dozen special metal planets and directly put these planets into the storage space to meet Magadha's food needs. What surprised Lin Chuan the most was that among the 15 metal planets, there was actually a wishing bead. When he first learned about this, Lin Chuan could not believe it. It should be noted that this is undoubtedly more difficult than finding a needle in a haystack, and it involves a lot. As long as there is one wishing bead under his control, no matter who it is, there is no way to gather 7 wishing beads to summon the super dragon. According to another theory, if some existence like Zamasu appears in the future and wants to seize his body with the help of the super dragon, as long as he controls this wishing bead, he can prevent this from happening. Lin Chuan had never thought about the person who looked exactly like him in his daughter's world in the future. But who it is, he is not sure and does not know. Did Zamasu take his body? Become him? I'm afraid things are not that simple. Don't mention it. In the past 2 months, another thing that happened frequently was that after the 3 of them knew that Magadha had settled down, they came to challenge them every now and then after practicing. There are also shadows of number 16, number 17, and number 18. Everyone is eager to become stronger, but they have never thought about playing steadily for a while. It's a good thing to be eager to improve, but being too persistent often doesn't lead to good results, unless time accumulates. Just like after the end of the Cell chapter in the original work, even though everyone's strength has greatly increased in the Majin Buu chapter, it is still 7 years of accumulation. Today is a particularly important day in Lin Chuan's entire life. It was the most important day not only for Lin Chuan, but also for Bulma. My daughter is about to be born. But when the due date came, there was still no movement. In the nursery, Vados has already come to Earth with Weiss's consent. She accompanies Bulma, always paying attention to Bulma's situation. As for Kampa, even if he is the god of destruction, he has to stay outside and wait for now. But he won't wait in vain, there are all kinds of food and drinks to entertain him. Kampa also enjoys it. He doesn't care whether he has children or not. All he cares about is coming to eat. At this time, Lin Chuan was standing outside the house, arms folded, feeling very anxious. Although there is Angel inside to protect her, as a husband, his wife has not made any movement inside. How can he not be anxious? Is it snowing? Lin Chuan suddenly saw heavy snow falling in the sky. The already cold weather has become even colder. Although it is nothing to a being like him, the current temperature has indeed reached -10 degrees. Memories kept emerging in his mind, and Lin Chuan also remembered what his future daughter had said to him. My name is Lin Shui. Because it snowed heavily on the day I was born and lasted for several days, my father gave me this name. Lin Chuan will never forget that sweet voice. Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he smiled from the bottom of his heart. Mr. Lin Chuan seems to have changed suddenly. He was very anxious just now, but now he is not worried at all. Angel Weiss came to him at some point. He looked at Lin Chuan and felt the changes in Lin Chuan. He couldn't help but make a joke. Really? I just thought of something and suddenly felt that nothing would happen, so I felt relieved. Lin Chuan looked sideways at Weiss and said. Upon hearing this, Weiss nodded with a smile. Inside the house at this time, it seemed that the opportunity had arrived. Angel Vados, who was guarding Bulma, raised the angel scepter in his hand. The time has come. Vados, holding the scepter, turned the angel scepter, tapped Bulma's abdomen, and lifted it slightly. The mysterious power of Angel is activated. There was a soft sound of wang. As Angel's power enveloped him, a bright green light appeared on Bulma's protruding belly, which was extremely dazzling and filled with a strong breath of life. In just a blink of an eye, Bulma's belly returned to normal as if it had never been bulging before. And in Bulma's shocked gaze, a baby girl appeared with a green light, floating in the air. Seeing this, Vados smiled softly, and then waved the angel's staff, put a set of light clothes on the baby girl's body, and conjured a baby blanket, wrapped it up, and sent it to Bulma's house in arms. Okay, Mrs. Bulma. Vados took back his angel power and said to Bulma at the same time. So amazing? Is this the end? Bulma came back to her senses, her mouth slightly opened. How could you imagine that Angel said delivering a baby was so simple? She felt nothing and it was over. No wonder her husband is so cautious and even reveals his fear of Angel in his words. This is Angel's ability, which is contrary to convention and difficult to imagine and understand. Bulma didn't know that she was the only one in the world who could deliver Angel's baby. Looking at the whole world and all times, she was the only one. Losing the warm light, the baby girl in Bulma's arms began to cry loudly. Lin Chuan, who was outside the nursery, heard the movement, his face full of joy. The next second, he ignored Weiss who was aside and used teleportation to directly reach Bulma's side. It doesn't matter whether he should or can go in at this time. Lin Chuan saw Bulma and the crying baby girl, and suddenly something extremely special arose in his heart. This is his child. He really had his own child from then on. Thank you for your hard work, wife. He hugged Bulma gently, and there were thousands of words that were hard to express at this time. Bulma knew Lin Chuan's mood, enjoyed the warmth conveyed by Lin Chuan, and lifted the child in her arms. "Give me a hug." Lin Chuan had never held a baby before. He was in a hurry, but in the end he held it firmly. The child seemed to notice the familiar feeling in Lin Chuan's body and stopped crying. Those big round eyes have been opened since birth, and they are very bright and lively. Please note, how can ordinary children do this? It usually takes a month for the child's eyes to really see things clearly. Have you decided on a name for your daughter? Vados asked, standing aside with a smile on his face. Well, when she was born, it happened to be snowing outside, so she was named Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan's face was full of tenderness. After saying this, he looked at Bulma again. They both understood and smiled at the corners of their eyes. Vados was puzzled. How could he be so happy with a name? How would she know what happened in the past? Next, several days passed, and the entire manor was filled with joy. Because Bulma gave birth and Zioxu was born, many friends came to congratulate them. Among them, the main ones are naturally Z Warriors and Z Warriors family members. What Lin Chuan didn't expect was that Clin actually brought his girlfriend, not the Marin from the original work. Because after missing out on number 18, Clin met the woman in the original work who was almost swallowed by Celial and was saved by him by chance, and came together. It should be said that fate is really a wonderful thing. What also makes Lin Chuan incredible is that Yamcha, a prodigal, also came together. However, nothing happened. After all, he and Bulma had no substantial relationship in the past. They came to congratulate them, but Lin Chuan didn't want to chase them away. Later, in order to thank those who came to congratulate him, according to Lin Chuan's wishes, a large banquet was held 1 month after the child was born. It can be regarded as a full moon bar for children, but there is no such term in this world. Lin Chuan was also influenced by the inheritance of culture from previous lives. It has been 1 month since Lin Shui was born. Lin Chuan finally started his own practice again. Just like his original plan, there was no change in expectations. Bulma did not stop or complain, but was very supportive. Especially after confirming that the world is bigger than she imagined and strength is the key, Bulma also hopes that Lin Chuan can become stronger so that she can protect them well. Lin Chuan slowly devoted his time and energy to practice, and did not rush to break through the boundaries. The combat power has not been withdrawn, even though the combat power index of 210 billion has been stored. After all, it used to be scary to think that the combat power would be +10 +100 +1000 +10,000 per second, but when your strength really reaches a certain level, even if you add 10,000 combat power points per second, it would seem to be a very slow improvement. Upgrading the system is still key. As for entering the spiritual time room again, Lin Chuan gave up for the time being. So what if I go in now? The validity period is only 3 years. Once the 3-year period is up, the system will be unable to help. How much improvement can be achieved in 3 years? That is only 933.120 million points of combat power. Not even 1 trillion. Lin Chuan now has a fighting strength of over 1 trillion. There is almost no big difference between using 3 years to increase 1 trillion and not improving at all. It's like the difference between combat power 1 and 2. In order to improve the system, what is currently known is to break through the Super Saiyan realm. So Lin Chuan was also prepared. These days, he is stabilizing the realm of God and tempering the power of God almost every day. The cultivation of the power of God does not mean that it is enough once it is cultivated, but that it needs to be continuously improved after it is cultivated, so that the quenched one becomes more powerful. It can be said that the power of God that Lin Chuan possesses now is much stronger than when he came out of the spiritual time room. So in the past 6 months, he has never stopped cultivating the power of God, and his daily meditation has also been very useful. It's just that the superficial combat power has not been improved, and the body has not been tempered. Most people definitely don't know. At this time, it was located on a rocky mountain on the outskirts of the manor. Lin Chuan is making a breakthrough. At this moment, he had already entered a state of deep enlightenment. The power of God in his body continues to evaporate, covering his whole body and even changing everything around him. As the power of God continued to emanate from the inside out, the gentle and sacred aura also attracted countless animals to watch. Animal instincts are sharper than those of humans. They worship Lin Chuan because Lin Chuan is a god. The quenching of divine power is still continuing. Putting aside the power of his bloodline, Lin Chuan fully released his divine power and devoted all his efforts to deeply transform himself. When the divine power exploded and advanced to Super Saiyan God, the feeling was very similar to now, but there were some differences. Because the last time he broke through and became a god. This time, it is beyond God. Until, after reaching a certain point of realization, Lin Chuan slowly opened his eyes. His body has automatically transformed into the Super Saiyan God state. After reaching this limit, with my current power, even if it does not reach Kyo in numerical value, I can still exert a higher level of power. Thinking secretly in his heart, Lin Chuan looked around and then looked up at the sky. Finally, close your eyes again. The whole world became completely quiet, and Lin Chuan entered a state of complete selflessness. No one could interfere with him, and no one could stop him. Next, comes the crucial moment. On the basis of Super Saiyan God, become a Super Saiyan? Sorry again, I was promoted again. This one was changed a bit too much, and a lot of details were deleted in the end. Please forgive me. the celestial temple of Earth. Piccolo is practicing meditation as usual. Since the last battle with Maggot, he has been to the lower realm once, but apart from that, he has never been to the lower realm again. He didn't even go to Lin Chuan's daughter's birth party a few days ago. It's not that he is withdrawn and difficult to be gregarious, but that even if he is in the lower realm, there is nothing to do. At most, he can just go through the motions, or find Lin Chuan to discuss with each other. Of course, if he doesn't go down to the next level, someone will come to him. During this period, Lin Chuan came to see him once. Son Goku came to him 5 times, and Son Wuhan came to him countless times. Raditz and Vegeta have also been here, but they only came twice. The first time I came here was to find out how he became stronger. The second time was to ask about the spiritual time room. Piccolo didn't say anything he shouldn't have said, nor did he tell them the news about the improvement of the spiritual time house, because he had discussed with Lin Chuan a long time ago to hide the news temporarily. The decision he and Lin Chuan made, Piccolo naturally discussed with Dende and Bobo, so even if Piccolo is not in the Temple of Heaven, anyone who asks will get this result. It's not that I'm not allowed to use it, it's that it's not timely. At present, Sun Bella is eager to make a big breakthrough, and her mentality is completely unable to keep up. Even if she has nearly half a year to practice, it is still not enough. Under the current circumstances, even if you enter the spiritual time room again, the effect will not be very great. Some people may question, if this is the case, why can Piccolo's strength be improved to this point? Lin Chuan's contribution naturally takes up most of the credit. With Lin Chuan's assistance, the potential is developed and utilized to the maximum. The most important thing is that he is special. After Piccolo assimilated with the god Piccolo in the original work, he crossed the level of life in one breath and became a demigod. The reason why Piccolo didn't wake up in the later part of the original work was entirely because he didn't learn to transform. Now that he has learned to transform with Lin Chuan's intervention, his hidden bloodline has naturally been activated. In Angel's words, it was the awakening of the power of the dragon god, so it was a big breakthrough all at once. Just like Lin Chuan achieving the 4th level of Super Saiyan or Super Saiyan god, there is a huge life jump. Needless to say, Sun Bella at this stage has deeply realized what the transformation of the Saiyans means, so they are still in the process of transformation. Wait until their transformation is completed, wait until they improve their realm to be equivalent to their strength. At that time, not only can they enter the spiritual time room again, but their strength will also be improved, and their true combat power level will be greatly enhanced. It's not like now that I'm strong on the outside, but I'm extremely crotch-stretching on the inside. The battle looks fierce, but in fact it's all about 5-second men. This period will not be too long, it can be as fast as a few months, or as slow as a year and a half. Having said that, at this time, Piccolo is at a critical moment in his training. He was suspended cross-legged in midair, his eyes tightly closed, and his whole body was covered with a film-like snow-white halo. As his expression changed little by little, sometimes he was solemn, sometimes he gritted his teeth, sometimes he was calm. Arcs of electricity suddenly appeared around Piccolo's body, which was particularly shocking. As bystanders, Dende and Bobo didn't dare to breathe at this time. How dare they do anything? Dende is not a fighting name Kian. Even though Bobo has been practicing and becoming stronger over these years, his strength is limited, which is to say he has only reached 1 million points of combat power. If this strength had been in the past, it would have been absolutely invincible on Earth. But now, it can only beat Yamcha and Dumplings. To put it bluntly, the existence of Bobo is really incredible. Lin Chuan came here some time ago and was amazed by it. Later I thought about it. In the original Majin Buu chapter, Bobo relied on his own strength to resist the Super Saiyan of 2 imps. Even if the 2 brats didn't show their skills, they would definitely be at the unit level of 100 million. As the practice continued to deepen, Piccolo's brows frowned and cold sweat continued to flow down. It's like I've reached a dead end and can't wake up. At this juncture, a strange and mysterious force suddenly appeared, and Piccolo sensed it. This was like a life-saving straw. Being firmly grasped by Piccolo, he immediately woke up and opened his eyes. When consciousness returned, Piccolo felt a palpitation in his heart and a chill in his heart. The next second, he could no longer maintain the status quo. His body came down from midair and fell to the ground with difficulty, half kneeling on the ground with his hands on the ground. He was panting constantly and feeling flustered. When I was practicing just now, it was as if I was possessed by a demon, and I couldn't get out of that situation no matter what. It's like, the world that you can't get out of is the real world. Now that he has received amnesty, Piccolo also realizes that he was too anxious. It's just a little bit worse. If I can't wake up again, I'm afraid I will really go crazy. Piccolo cursed secretly in his heart. To blame oneself is also to show dissatisfaction. His limit seems to have been reached. According to Lin Chuan, when the accumulated potential is completely exhausted in one breath, it will take a long time to accumulate it again. Son Goku, Raditz, Vegeta, Son Gohan and even other warriors are like this, and so is he. Piccolo has always excluded himself, but now he realizes that he is not detached at all, he is also the same kind. Damn it! When will I be able to truly be on par with you? Lin Chuan, you will completely get rid of this situation after becoming a god, right? With your current strength, how strong are you? Piccolo continued in his heart, thinking. He will never forget that day in the spiritual time room. Become a god? This is a path Lin Chuan has taken on his own. After Piccolo transformed, he thought he had successfully caught up with Lin Chuan's state, but now he gradually discovered that he still overestimated himself. At the same time, he was also calculating how strong Lin Chuan was now. He is not a fool. He knew that Lin Chuan's strength was definitely far above his own. Even though they have been fighting in the spiritual time house, they have never really fought to the death. In addition, Lin Chuan seemed to have done nothing in the 6 months since he came out of the spiritual time room, but Piccolo knew that Lin Chuan must have absolute confidence that he would not be surpassed. Otherwise, how could he be content with the status quo? Uncle Piccolo, are you okay? At this moment, Dende shouted. This shout brought Piccolo out of his thoughts. After Piccolo stabilized his emotions, he stood up, looked at Dende, and said, I'm fine. I was just thinking about cultivation. After explaining, Piccolo frowned slightly again, turned around and walked towards the edge of the celestial temple. He was still in his own fantasy just now, and then he realized that the chi machine that saved his life just now, if I'm right, it's Lin Chuan's divine power. In the entire earth, besides Lin Chuan, who else has this power now? Only he can feel Lin Chuan's divine power fluctuations. After all, they have been together in the spiritual time house for 2 years. If he can't even do this, then he is a waste. What's wrong? Uncle Piccolo. Following Piccolo, Dende looked curious. Bobo also wanted to know what happened, because Piccolo would never show such an attitude casually. And you will only be so serious when something happens. Piccolo did not answer because he had already seen the situation on the ground. Lin Chuan is practicing and making breakthroughs? According to the agreement in the spiritual time room, he could not tell anyone about Lin Chuan's Super Saiyan God. Therefore, with a wave of his hand, he cast an invisible barrier to cover the Temple of Heaven, preventing Dende and Bobo from knowing about it. As for the people on Earth, Piccolo doesn't care, because divine power is not like ordinary breath, and if the other person is not a god, he will never be able to sense it. Unless the strength is so strong that it far exceeds this divine power, or it is like him. Lin Chuan, are you finally unable to hold back and want to break through? The intensity of this wave of divine power far exceeds that when you came out of the spiritual time room. You have indeed not wasted your time in the past 6 months. I am not as good as you. Piccolo continued to feel it, and he was also sighing in his heart. The place where Lin Chuan is located. Because of the evaporation of God's power, everything around him seemed so peaceful. Animals came upon hearing the wind, and even though it was under the cold winter wind, these living creatures were not afraid of the cold at all. Of course, now Lin Chuan's body is constantly emitting divine power, causing the area within 1 kilometer to become extremely warm, like the warm sunshine in spring. Time passed by bit. The condensation of divine power is getting faster and faster, and the tempering of the body has also reached a certain limit. Lin Chuan opened his eyes again. At this moment, the eyes have changed, no longer the same as before, but an extremely deep gaze. In the Super Saiyan God state, he quickly restrained all his divine power back into his body. The aura changes and the pressure in the atmosphere begins to be released. You are not afraid of dying because of my breakthrough. Looking around, Lin Chuan couldn't help but say, in the past, he didn't care so much. But now he values life very much. Of course, his breakthrough this time will really not harm these animals, because although the breakthrough of divine power is full of deterrence, it is not as powerful as ordinary breath, and will not make ordinary beings unable to resist. The surrounding animals seemed to understand what he meant and began to retreat one after another. It wasn't until a circular space of 100 meters in radius was given to him that he stopped again and continued to kneel on the ground. He looked so calm and not afraid at all. All we have to say is, we are not afraid of death, and it doesn't matter if we die. It's really generous. Looking at the vacant space that was given up, Lin Chuan was amused by these animals. The heavy mood that had become due to the breakthrough was also relieved to a certain extent. I don't know how to put it, but I feel a lot more relaxed. After taking several deep breaths, Lin Chuan got rid of the distracting thoughts in his heart. The next second, he clenched his fists and took a horse stance with his legs. The rich power of God is constantly burning around the body, like a substantial flame, but it is not a flame. This is the divine energy of the Super Saiyan God, even a tiny bit of it is enough to destroy a planet. Lin Chuan's combat power index has already exceeded 5,000 trillion, it even exceeded 6,000 trillion at one time. This was due to a breakthrough. After unlocking the shackles and releasing the source of potential, Lin Chuan had an obvious breakthrough with just a shallow reveal of his potential. After cultivating his divine power for so long, Lin Chuan has already accumulated an unknown amount of potential. If this time is not a breakthrough in normal combat power, I am afraid that if a wave breaks out, the combat power will be at least doubled, from the Super Saiyan God to the Super Saiyan. As expected, it is the same as the Super Saiyan God. I think it's almost the same as when I become a Super Saiyan, but the difference is quantity and quality. Lin Chuan said to himself with a light in his eyes. Along with the Saiyan energy, the divine power continues to flow toward the center of the back. This is easy for a Saiyan who can become a Super Saiyan. At this moment, within Lin Chuan's body, the meridians and blood all over his body are conveying a message, that is, he must complete this stage of sublimation and reach a breakthrough or peak. Even if you make a small breakthrough, you must go all out. The cells in the body are giving themselves instructions. The energy is gathered to a sufficient level, and the power of God is compressed to the extreme. In an instant, Lin Chuan felt as if his body was about to burst. A surging feeling hit his brain, making it difficult for Lin Chuan to breathe and his pupils dilated. Divine power, transformation, flesh, sublimation. The fiery red energy was replaced by a rich blue-white light. The next second, it gradually released upward from the soles of Lin Chuan's feet and rose into the sky. The voice of God lingers. The azure flowing energy adhered to the surface of Lin Chuan's body, and the sacred aura spread out again. This time, it was even more incredible than before. The level has climbed again, and reached a level that Lin Chuan had never thought of before. This is the Super Saiyan in the Super Saiyan God state. Super Saiyan Blue. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and Lin Chuan's appearance had completely changed. The body has become a Super Saiyan, but the hair is not golden, but blue, and the pupils are also pure blue. There is no feeling of mighty and domineering, only an otherworldly feeling. This is a further manifestation of the realm of God. Bite? Congratulations to the host for completing 6 different levels of Super Saiyan transformation and meeting the system level 6 upgrade requirements. System upgrade in progress. 1%, 10%, 50%, 99%. Bite? System upgrade successful. Host, Lin Chuan, Taros. Age 29. Height, 190 cm/weight, 95 kilograms. Combat Power Index, 5 trillion points. Super Saiyan God Blue Combat Power Index, 10,000 times increase in full power state 5 kyo. The current level of the system, level 6. Automatically hanging up, combat power plus 100,000/second. Stored combat power index, 223,050,000,000 points. As the sound of the system sounded, Lin Chuan's excitement continued to increase when he saw the data panel in front of him. Sure enough, although you don't have to complete Super Blue to upgrade, but it is true that you can upgrade by adding 1 transformation level. Now he has a thorough understanding of the urinary properties of the system. In addition to level 1, which requires breaking through 100 million normal levels to upgrade to level 2, all subsequent transformation conditions are met. 100,000 points of combat power increase every second. Compared with the original, it has increased by 10 times. There was an increase of 8.64 billion points in one day. That's 259.2 billion a month. Indeed, it seems that for him now, that's all. After all, he may not have improved as much as he has practiced in 1 year. Just like this time, with a breakthrough, normality exploded to 5 trillion. In the final analysis, it is still because Lin Chuan is too powerful now. Just like Lin Chuan when he first entered the spiritual time room, the system can indeed continue to assist him, but if the system level does not keep up with his speed of becoming stronger, it will become dispensable. Therefore, the goal this time has not been achieved. One of the goals has been completed. In my current state, I should be able to break through again. Super Blue Level 2 Dark Blue Evolution, the system has been upgraded to another level. With a thought in his mind, Lin Chuan continued to activate the divine power in his body. Breakthrough is the peak. From Super Saiyan God to Super Blue, it is directly the full power of Super Blue. This is Lin Chuan's pursuit. He succeeded without any accidents. Now, reaching a higher limit in one go, only after completing the second level of Super Blue can one's own strength truly reach that threshold. Of course, the 6th dimension is just the beginning. According to the information in the original work, the true realm of God is the 9th dimension and up. Anyone under the 9th dimensional level, even the 8th dimensional level, is under God. Slowly sit on the ground, continue to comprehend and condense your divine power. Under the Super Blue, how powerful it is. The 6th dimension is also a brand new field for him. Before reaching the limit, first stabilize your realm and strength completely, and then completely release it in one breath. The surrounding animals were still sitting quietly. Whether they are carnivores or herbivores, they are all extremely harmonious at this time, and no one is causing harm to each other. It is an extremely honorable thing to witness the evolution of a god. On the Temple of Heaven, when Piccolo saw Lin Chuan complete his breakthrough and witnessed Lin Chuan's new attitude, he was extremely shocked. From the Super Saiyan God realm to a higher realm, others may not be able to notice it, but he can clearly feel how strong Lin Chuan is now. At this time, Lin Chuan was in a field that was out of his reach, and it was one that he had been pursuing for a breakthrough. You guys have hidden it deep enough. I'm afraid you already have this kind of strength. It's just that you waited until now to break through. Piccolo sighed in his heart. He didn't believe that this was Lin Chuan's sudden breakthrough. You must know that every breakthrough is achieved over time. Therefore, the reason why Lin Chuan can reach the current level is that Lin Chuan has been suppressing his strength. Otherwise, if I have done almost no cultivation in the past 6 months, how could I suddenly achieve such results after just a few days of cultivation? He did not doubt Lin Chuan's talent and qualifications, but even if it was against the odds, after reaching the trillion unit level, it would be extremely difficult to take another step forward. Wait a minute, the condensation of divine power hasn't ended yet, and the divine power seems to be more pure and terrifying. Could it be that you want to make another breakthrough on this basis? Piccolo was shocked to the point where his heart was turbulent. If this is really the case, it would be outrageous. Have you ever thought that Lin Chuan has been deliberately hiding his strength and suppressing himself from making breakthroughs? But if Lin Chuan can make another breakthrough on this basis, he will really underestimate Lin Chuan's hiddenness. At the same time, because of Lin Chuan's breakthrough, the entire Earth was more or less affected. Although it is not covered by the release of the extremely powerful aura, the brilliance of heaven and earth brought about by the evolution of divine power and the transformation of life again still exists. Although this great change, which is hundreds of miles in radius, cannot be seen with the naked eye, it is like the clouds in the sky surrounding it and the auspicious clouds densely covering it. But when the air pressure changes, that strange feeling will suddenly be born in the hearts of all living things. Ordinary people may not think much about it. They will only be surprised for a while and then ask themselves what happened, and then return to normal. People with certain strength will feel something. It is naturally impossible for Z soldiers not to notice it. Even if they can't feel the breath, their body instinct tells them that something must have happened on the earth. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to feel nervous. Gaku, the grandson of Baizai Mountain, Sun Wufan. Vegeta on the other side of the western capital. Raditz from Nandu. The turtle immortal of Turtle Immortal Island, Klin. Yamcha wanders in a certain city. Tianjin rice and dumplings made in a deep mountain forest. Return to Lin Chuan. At this time, the concentration of divine power once again reached its peak. What stands in front of Super Blue's full power is a super barrier that cannot be easily crossed. It's completely different from Super Saiyan God transforming into Super Saiyan. This time, it is no longer as simple as breaking through and becoming a Super Saiyan as usual. Going from Super 1 to Super 2 is also a bottleneck that is very difficult to overcome. When Lin Chuan tried to break through in the first place, he relied on the Super 4 insights to break through, and that was why it went so smoothly. Now, it is more difficult to break through the second level of Super Saiyan based on divine power, far beyond Lin Chuan's initial imagination. In the original work, both Gaku and Vegeta went through many difficulties and dangers, but in the end they were unable to break through. In the TV plot, Vegeta seems to have succeeded in breaking through. In fact, the Deep Blue evolution he broke through has only initially touched the threshold of the second level of Super Blue. It was not until later that Vegeta practiced his own ultimate mind skill and no longer explored the breakthrough of the Super Blue realm. Son Goku, on the other hand, chose to enhance his strength earlier by practicing the self-free ultimate intention Kung Fu. In summary, maybe the increase in the second level Deep Blue evolution of Super Blue is not that powerful, so Goku and Vegeta finally gave up their original transformation path to study magical skills. In other words, as long as you can greatly enhance your strength, it is right. Having said that, if there were magical skills in front of Lin Chuan now, he would also practice them. Only a fool would not practice if there are good things that can help improve his strength. You said, if that's the case, why not ask about the method of cultivation when Weiss said he could give him guidance on cultivation? This involves more factors. In short, Lin Chuan would not be stupid enough to expose himself, nor would he be stupid enough to play tricks on Angel. Asking will be like asking in vain, or even if you can get it, you have to pay more, so it is better not to get it. With his own talent, he believed that he could cultivate to that state. Wouldn't it be nice to understand it yourself? Lin Chuan had seen the secrets of the self-extreme intention Kung Fu and the self-extreme intention Kung Fu in the original work. Even if he doesn't know the details, he understands the final setting. With the help of the system, you can already find an invincible path with what you have. Why bother to abandon the near and seek the far away? Abandon what you have, and get something that is not as good as these. Time passes minute by minute. The whole world became extremely quiet and the atmosphere was extremely peaceful. The divine power in Lin Chuan's body continued to evaporate, and the azure flowing energy became more and more dazzling. The energy became more and more intense, and the S-cells in Lin Chuan's body became more active under the baptism of stronger divine power. At this moment, it seemed that Lin Chuan was sitting calmly, but in Lin Chuan's body, divine power and blood power were constantly intertwined and seemed to be fighting each other. Even though he is making a breakthrough in divine power now, as Super Blue climbs to a higher level again with full power, the power of blood is unknowingly being pulled. Logically speaking, this would not be the case. However, Lin Chuan has already reached the extreme level of Super 4 training, and his current breakthrough is obviously that the power of his bloodline is not inferior to the power of God, so his body's bloodline is resisting independently and becoming stronger and stronger. With the blessing of divine power, you can transform yourself and become stronger and stronger. Lin Chuan has experienced this before. It's just that Lin Chuan has never thought about what would happen if he was blessed with the power of blood on the basis of divine power. To break through Super Blue, one must neutralize the divine power and the power of blood, that is to say, to achieve a situation where they do not interfere with each other and absolutely help each other. Even fusion together. In the midst of realization, Lin Chuan had the most straightforward answer. Regardless of whether it is divine power or bloodline power, in the final analysis, it is the power he has cultivated. Since it is his power, you have to listen to him and stay down. If this step is completed on this basis, when the time comes to perfect the fusion divine power with the Super 4 black hair and beyond the limit, we can directly reach the Super 4 red hair and boundary breakthrough. Try your best to control the divine power and bloodline power in your body, and also forcefully release the bloodline power and divine power to contact each other and fuse with each other. At the beginning, the two forces would lose their temper and become emotional because they did not cooperate with each other, but as Lin Chuan became more and more careful to guide and control, he gained absolute control. The two forces were like reluctant children, and finally became puppets in Lin Chuan's hands. As fusion progresses, and after reaching a certain level, the two forces begin to attract each other and move closer to each other, as if they have reconciled. This situation really made Lin Chuan scream unbelievable. For some reason, Lin Chuan suddenly thought of the relationship between men and women. Isn't this how the power of divine power and bloodline manifests itself? As a man, the power of blood is unwilling to be inferior to others and tries his best to suppress the woman who is a divine power. Finally, after the power of blood completely took over the dominant position, both forces calmed down and enjoyed the moment. Buzz buzz. Waves of muffled sounds echoed around him. Around Lin Chuan's body, the originally blue stream of energy suddenly became more dazzling. A dark blue light burst out from Lin Chuan's body, rapidly spreading and expanding until it covered the world. The divine power and the power of blood completely blended together, turning into a bright beam of light that shot straight into the sky. The earth, including the sea of stars around the earth, is shrouded in divine power. At the critical moment of the breakthrough, Lin Chuan felt something and disappeared from the earth in an instant. I didn't want to break through because the turmoil was too big for others to know, so I chose to leave the earth. Arriving at the galaxy universe space, Lin Chuan closed his eyes and opened his arms. Because of his appearance, the deep blue light spread across the entire galaxy across light years. This feeling and scene are so dazzling and shocking. After releasing a higher level of divine power, Lin Chuan took a deep breath in the universe space. The next second, the extremely dazzling energy condensed back at a speed visible to the naked eye. Finally, it completely gathered on his body. As a result, Lin Chuan's whole body seemed to be covered with a layer of silver blue light. Baptized by this absolutely powerful force, Lin Chuan finally surpassed the limit again. After breaking through the Super Saiyan blue realm, his strength not only increased significantly, but his form also changed drastically. It is different from the breakthrough from Super 1 to Super 2, but the hairstyle is slightly different. Ultra blue and ultra blue are not just the difference in hairstyle and hair volume. Bathed in the deep blue light, Lin Chuan at this time was like a supreme existence that could not be desecrated. Her sapphire-like hair stood completely upright, and stars were twinkling around her, making her look extraordinarily shining. The color of his eyes is also enveloped by dark blue energy, giving him an extremely domineering aura. At this time, Lin Chuan's strength has climbed to the middle of the 6th dimension, and his strength is even improving. Super Saiyan Level 2, Deep Blue Evolution. Become, Bite? Congratulations to the host for completing 7 different levels of Super Saiyan transformation and meeting the System Level 7 upgrade requirements. System upgrade in progress. 1%, 10%, 50%, 99%. Bite? System upgrade successful. Host, Lin Chuan, Taros. Age 29. Height, 190 cm/weight, 95 kilograms. Combat Power Index, 10 trillion points. Super Saiyan God Blue Combat Power Index, 10,000 times increase in full power state 10 kyo. Super Saiyan God Blue Second Level Combat Power Index, Dark Blue Evolution State increases Super Blue 20 times 200. The current level of the system, Level 7. Automatically hanging up, Combat Power plus 1 million/second. Stored Combat Power Index, 223.11 billion points. The breakthrough is completed and the system is upgraded again. It's still 10 times the growth rate of the previous level as always. However, even if it is only 10 times, it will be completely different after reaching level 7. The daily idle revenue reached 86.4 billion. 1 month's idle revenue reached 2.592 billion. That's 31.104 billion in 1 year. After 3 years of this, there will be 93.312 billion. With the current level of strength, only after entering the spiritual time room for 3 years at this level will one have the opportunity to significantly improve his strength again. It's just that Lin Chuan's heart is not so small. Just like when the combat power was only +1 per second, he felt that entering the spiritual time room was a waste. Later, he waited until the system was upgraded several times. Needless to say, the system upgrade system is still very strict. I'm afraid the system didn't expect his breakthrough to be so fast, right? Otherwise, how could we break through to this realm in just a few years? Although the existence of the system is a heaven-defying plug-in, the increase is terrifying, but such terror requires corresponding levels and realms. The next step is to reach the 3rd level of Super Saiyan Blue. It will not be so simple. The system must be upgraded to level 8. With my current strength, it is impossible to do it in the short term. Not to mention Super Blue 3, let's just say that the 2nd level of Super Blue has only reached the initial stage of Deep Blue Evolution. In the follow-up, there will be Deep Blue Strengthening, Deep Blue Sublimation, Deep Blue Ultimate, all of which need to be practiced slowly. I don't know what year or month it will take to meet this upgrade condition. In other words, with my current strength, I might as well hit the higher realm of Super 4, and then try to see if I can comprehend it. The existence of the 5th level of Super Saiyan. There are many ideas in his mind, but Lin Chuan needs to slowly try each idea. No one knows what the outcome will be, even Lin Chuan himself is not sure about the future. The only thing he can do is to move forward bravely. At least, it is certain that the system will not be upgraded in the short term. After all, whether it is Super Blue Level 3 or Super Saiyan Level 5, it is an extremely difficult goal to achieve. Unless the requirements for system upgrade change, this should be impossible. After regaining consciousness, Lin Chuan focused on his body. The second stage of Super Saiyan Blue, Deep Blue evolution, is very different from the previous Super Saiyan Blue. To describe it in the simplest terms, it is absolute crushing. The gap in realm is so big that it cannot be easily bridged, let alone the distance that can be easily closed with the help of external forces. Anyway, it is a 20-fold increase in the first level of Super Blue. Even if the Kaioken of the original Son Goku increases Super Blue 20 times, it is still slightly inferior. Let's talk about the combat power data. It seems that it is only 200 Beijing now, but in fact the real combat power that can be exerted far exceeds the value of 200 Beijing. Lin Chuan could estimate that if he exploded completely and used all his strength to perform a world-destroying special move, he should be able to touch the units of the 7th dimension Guy's unit. This state reminded Lin Chuan of Sun Wufan, who arrived from the future on the day he and Bulma got married. That kid has a normal combat power of 1000. Now, even if he has reached this level, he is still not the first-hand enemy of Sun Wuhan in the future. This one-handed enemy is not really a hand, but a finger. There is a long way to go. However, if you really count, he still has nearly 20 years to develop. 20 years later, Lin Chuan felt that he would be unimaginably powerful. Destroy the divine realm. At this time, Weiss was using the ability of Angel's Scepter to observe the situation in the lower world. Such a big thing happened in the lower universe. If he didn't know, then this angel would be too incompetent. Especially, the incident happened on Earth, and it was Lin Chuan who caused the incident. Not only did Lin Chuan reach the realm of Super Saiyan God, he also broke through to the level of Super Saiyan based on Super Saiyan God. This is not over yet. Lin Chuan seems to be using the Super Saiyan God as a basis to continue to make breakthroughs. Even he, Angel, was shocked. Lin Chuan has completely accomplished something unprecedented. Just say that the Super Saiyan God Yamashi in the Saiyan mythology has only reached the realm of God. Now I realize how incredible your special case is. No wonder, your daughter will have good luck in the future. No wonder, the Supreme Kai of Time will bet on your daughter. Weiss said, with a thoughtful look on his face. This time he did not do anything wrong. He injected Angel's starting power into Lin Shue's body in advance. In this way, Lin Shue can take the path of becoming an angel apprentice in the future, and she might even become an angel in the future. This was also the power medium he had set up in the future Lin Shue. But at that time, none of the media he set up had been activated. I don't know, is there any possibility of being activated in the future of this space-time world? Huh? Are you planning to continue to break through? Seeing Lin Chuan in the picture dispelling the divine power around him, returning to normal and then turning into the 4th level of Super Saiyan, Weiss's face showed shock. The color is heavier. It is clear that the realm of God has reached that level, and now he has gone back to continue his breakthrough to the 4th level of Super Saiyan. The power of blood is certainly one of the most powerful powers, but in Weiss' view, it is still just the power of a mortal. Perhaps you have your own plans, then let me see how far you can go. Taking a deep breath, Weiss also calmed down his emotions. As an angel, this rarely happens. After all, he has mastered everything and is so powerful. He cast an expectant look at Lin Chuan in the picture. Under his gaze, the already extremely powerful power of blood seemed to become even more powerful with the integration of God's power. Such a situation made Weiss's eyes light up. He didn't even think carefully about how it could be done like this. So that's how it is. First the transformation and sublimation of divine power, the realm breakthrough. Then with the help of divine power and the power of blood fusion, you broke through the limit again. Now, you try in turn, using divine power to integrate on the basis of the 4th level of Super Saiyan break the boundaries. Weiss commented. As his words fell, he saw with his own eyes that Lin Chuan in the picture changed drastically. The already burly and wild figure swelled once again. Not only that, the originally black long hair also turned into blood red along with the hair. The intensity of this force has indeed exceeded the limit. Moreover, this change is still continuing and has not ended. It can be said that Lin Chuan is the only one who has played with breakthroughs in so many ways throughout the ages. Ho 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 ho! Can we go one step further? The red hair of this 4th level Super Saiyan can be compared with the previous Super Saiyan Blue. According to your plan, you are going to research a method that can a further step beyond the Super 4 realm compared to Blue. As Weiss' words continued to come out of his mouth, the situation here quickly attracted the prophecy fish from another place. To destroy the world of gods, all but Weiss is the prophecy fish. Usually, the prophecy fish is dormant doing nothing, and will only appear in front of Weiss when eating. Sorry, it exists in the background and there is no point to publish. Originally set at 9 p.m. Fortunately, I took a look, otherwise the update would be discontinued today. Forgive me, gentlemen. Located in the starry sky around the solar system. At this time, Lin Chuan changed drastically again. In a short period of time, he went from normal to Super Sailor God, from Super Saiyan God to Super Blue, and then from Super Blue to Super Blue's 2nd level, Deep Blue evolution. Then came the 4th level of Super Saiyan red hair boundary break. Lin Chuan continued to break through and advance continuously. Now, Lin Chuan's figure and appearance have changed drastically again. He is no longer the red-haired and boundary-breaking state before. Although it is still Super 4, it is no longer an ordinary Super 4. Boundary breakthrough is a boundary-breaking realm that has crossed the limit and merged with divine power. Now, it is the Super 4 gods in the true sense. Super Saiyan Level 4, Ascension of God. She has pink hair all over her body, plus her extremely coquettish pink long hair. If there is no body hair, it may be regarded as the third level of pink. Of course, there is still a huge difference in hairstyle and volume. What enveloped Lin Chuan was the extremely terrifying power of the bloodline god. It's not pure blood, nor pure divine power. The power after perfect fit has reached the current level, forming an extremely special power. The strength of this power directly gave Lin Chuan the power to surpass the second level of Super Saiyan Blue and Deep Blue evolution. It is true that the increase is about the same, but in physical comparison, the current physical strength far exceeds the second level of Super Blue Dark Blue evolution. Is this my ultimate power? The power of God is perfectly fused with the power of blood, and I can actually reach this level. Such a long time of combining work and rest, cultivating and comprehending divine power with a normal mind is indeed not in vain. Hi, Pink, this realm, could it be that realm? As soon as the words came out of his mouth, the next second, the system prompt sounded again in Lin Chuan's ears. Byte? Congratulations to the host for completing 8 different levels of Super Saiyan transformation and meeting the system level 8 upgrade requirements. System upgrade in progress. 1%, 10%, 50%, 99%. Byte? System upgrade successful. Host, Lin Chuan, Taros. Age 29. Normal height, 190 cm/weight, 95 kilograms. Super 4 God height, 220 cm/weight 150 kilograms. Combat power index, 50 trillion points. Super Saiyan level 4 black hair, peak state increased by 5,000 times 25 kyo. Super Saiyan level 4 red hair, boundary breakthrough status increase of 10,050 kyo. The 4th level of Super Saiyan pink hair, the increase limit of divine sublimation exceeds 20 times 1,000 Beijing. The current level of the system, level 8. Automatically hanging up, combat power plus 10 million/second. Stored combat power index, 223.340 billion points. After completing the transformation of the Super 4 gods, his normal strength reached 5 times its original value due to the ultimate sublimation of the power of blood. In the state of Super 4 gods, he is so powerful that he surpasses Jianjing. The most important thing is that the system has been upgraded again. This situation was something Lin Chuan never expected. Logically speaking, even if the current state exceeds the limit of Super 4, it is still Super 4. However, the system was upgraded and determined that this realm was a different level of Super Saiyan transformation. It's Super 4, but it's no longer Super 4? Wait, so that means this realm can be promoted to a higher realm just like Super Saiyan Blue level 2 Dark Blue evolution. Lin Chuan is so smart now, he immediately thought of greater possibilities. Ordinary people would still struggle with system upgrades and whether this realm is an independent realm. But Lin Chuan was thinking about something else. The system is not wrong. Since the transformation of this realm is recognized as an independent level, there is a certain reason. He just has to practice and comprehend it himself to realize understanding. It took a long time for Lin Chuan to calm down his excitement. In any case, the system has been upgraded again, which is a great thing. This means that his combat power can now increase by 10 million points per second. This is 10 million points and it can reach hundreds of millions in 10 seconds. Based on his current normal value of 50 trillion, only 10 million points per second can help him to a certain extent and make him stronger quickly. Anyway, there are 864 billion in one day. It's only close to 1 trillion. For 2 months, he did nothing, and when the time came, he could easily exceed 100 trillion in combat power. Completely withdrawing his thoughts, Lin Chuan's eyes were shining, and he desperately wanted to try how strong he was now. But unfortunately, in this current era, in this 7th universe, no one is his opponent. Even if there are, they are old monsters hiding in the dark. Or maybe some old goat locked up in a galactic prison. As for Majin Buu, Lin Chuan has long ignored it. It is strange to say that after traveling through time all these years ago, at first I would still think about the plot of the original work and what he would do would affect the development of the plot. But since his future daughter came, he gradually stopped caring. Especially after Bulma became pregnant, and on the day of her wedding to Bulma, and the arrival of Sun Wuhan in the future, Lin Chuan was unwilling to wait step by step. How to say? This time and space world, even if it is the mainline time and space world, has been completely changed by him. At least, the general trend of the Earth and the main plot have been tampered with by Lin Chuan's intervention. In other words, in today's era, the future development trajectory and all processes have been completely disrupted. Even Lin Chuan himself doesn't know what will happen in the future. 2 years from now, there will be no plot about artificial humans. No, all the androids have been released, and Cellulo has already been killed by him. There was also a golden cell, which was also solved by future Sun Wuhan. So according to normal terms, the artificial human chapter has passed here in Lin Chuan. Besides, those bosses in the theatrical version of the plot may still exist in this world. There are only a few that will pop up during this time. Among them, Bojack, the more powerful one, was directly destroyed by him, including people and the planet, a long time ago. Others are so weak that any one of them can be killed, such as android number 13, number 14, number 15. For example, the metal cooler, this product is absolutely dead. All souls have gone to the underworld, unless they are resurrected by special power. With the high technology of Pidgeo Star, if Cooler is not dead, he can be transformed and his life can be extended. But if he is dead, how can he be resurrected and recalled from hell? The setting of the Dragon Ball world does involve the possibility of crossing boundaries, but it is absolutely impossible to do so with the high technology of Piga-Oxing. After thinking about it in the end, there was only one character left. The legendary Super Saiyan Broly. He doesn't know whether the world of time and space he is in is the brutal and murderous Broly, or is it the Kinder Broly who will only appear in the Super Era in later generations. Find Broly? This is a great idea. Not only is it effective in stimulating Sun Bella and the others, it is also a good opponent for him. At least, if it were him, maybe he could fight with him. Of course, no matter who Broly is at this time, he is definitely not his opponent. For Broly to truly become stronger, he must be guided. For example, Broly, who will only appear in the Super Era in future generations, needs to continue to grow to break through. Thinking too much leads to a dead end. This world is far from as simple as I thought. My enemies are far more than just those in this world. Suddenly coming back to his senses, Lin Chuan reminded himself in his mind. Indeed, there are only so many enemies that appear according to the original plot. Even if there are still some, they are all unknown. For example, the phantom demon Hildegon looks tough and powerful, but is actually an ant. For example, the wave of evil thoughts born in the chaos of hell is just a flash in the pan. It can be said to be powerful, but it can also be said to be weak. Lin Chuan now thought of other existences. Those are his real enemies. A powerful enemy that spans time is also an evil existence that spans parallel worlds and commits evil. He is currently unable to access the realms that are too high, but he can already imagine some existences. For example, the prison warden Fu who appears in the Dragon Ball Heroes Gaiden plot can come and go in all parallel time and space at will. In the past, I would still doubt whether he existed. After experiencing the future daughter and the Supreme Kai of Time, if you still don't believe in his existence, then Lin Chuan, the time traveler, will be in vain. The character Fu was set up in the original work to be erratic and wander around various eras. Anyone who is a powerful warrior that he likes will be kidnapped by him and studied. The reason why we have conjectures about these existences must start from the time when Kompa and Vados came to the Earth again. During that perception, Lin Chuan was sure that the Earth had hidden existences that he didn't know about. And he could only think in those aspects. It doesn't have to be Ephesus. If so, Ephesus' personality will never be hidden. In addition to him, there are many beings who can travel in the world of time and space among countless parallel time and spaces. Hatz's group strives to achieve true freedom for mankind. And demon god Demi-Cooler, Tova and Myra in the dark demonic world. To be honest, this time and space world has been greatly changed because of his existence, which may really attract their attention. Demon god Demi-Cooler aside, this old Yinbai is not only mysterious, but also very selfish. No one knows where he is. In one sentence, as long as he doesn't show up, almost no one can find him. Even Angel may not be able to do it. According to Lin Chuan's guess, it might have been him that he sensed that time. After all, it fit Demi-Cooler's style of always hiding in the dark. Tova and Myra, they travel between parallel time and space, changing history and collecting the chaotic energy of time and space. It may also be their arrival. After all, after the world has changed drastically, they should be able to discover the specialness of this time and space. In other words, Lin Chuan thinks that the reason why the future Golden Sorrow was able to come to this world of time and space may be their handiwork in order to obtain chaotic energy. It's just that they miscalculated. Thinking deeply, Lin Chuan just stood in the starry sky, motionless. At this time, Lin Chuan would not know that what was hidden on the earth was only artificial human number 21. Moreover, this number 21 is very special, and I will even give birth to a child for him in the future. Time passes minute by minute. Before I knew it, nearly 10 or 20 minutes had passed. Lin Chuan remained motionless until he heard an exclamation in his ears. Weiss. His body trembled, and Lin Chuan suddenly turned around and looked. The person who suddenly arrived was none other than Angel Weiss. After seeing Lin Chuan's situation before, Weiss has been paying attention to it. After paying attention to a certain extent, he once again saw Lin Chuan reaching a new field. Weiss also seemed to be overjoyed and came directly to find him. Wow, you have such a keen sense. Even when I arrive, you can sense that Lin Chuan, your strength has reached its peak. Weiss smiled and commented to Lin Chuan. Hearing this, Lin Chuan didn't feel happy at all. This guy actually knew his situation. The trump card that was originally reserved for me was completely exposed this time. Simply speaking, as an angel, he knew that the god of destruction did not. When you come out next time, can you go to the front? I suddenly discovered that you all like to play sneak attacks from behind. Rolling his eyes, Lin Chuan took back his aura, looking like an ordinary person. The breath energy is controlled to the point of leakage, and the form of the Super Four Gods seems to be normal. Weiss smiled from ear to ear, and seeing Lin Chuan's ability, he sighed even more. Seriously, Lin Chuan, do you really not consider becoming a candidate for the God of Destruction? With your strength, it is more than enough. And I believe that with me under his careful guidance, your strength will improve faster, and it is not impossible to surpass Lord Beerus. Under your guidance, my strength can improve faster. I believe this, but don't say anything about making me a candidate for the God of Destruction in the future. You know, this will undoubtedly add a new dimension to my body. Shackles. As for surpassing Beerus, I can do it even without this identity. Lin Chuan's answer was so firm. When Lin Chuan said this, West was embarrassed for a moment, but he quickly recovered. I am the one who got the picture, and there is no need to ask any more. I already know your answer. Otherwise, you would have already known it. Ask me for advice. I don't want to owe others favors, so what I can do, I naturally use my own strength to complete. Lin Chuan nodded. After listening to Lin Chuan's words, Weiss nodded appreciatively. He once again had a new understanding of Lin Chuan. This person really surprises him every time we meet him. If it were anyone else, who would watch the opportunity slip away in front of them if there was a shortcut? But Lin Chuan was different. He walked his own path. And this road will become the shortcut for the next cultivator. What a genius. Your creativity alone exceeds that of everyone combined. It is truly unprecedented and unprecedented. Weiss sighed in his heart. Then, he spoke again. From what you looked like just now, you seemed to be lamenting that there is no opponent in this world who can compete with you. How about I come and fight with you? It can be regarded as repaying the favor I owe you. A fight with you. Lin Chuan was stunned for a moment, then his eyes lit up after he came to his senses. Fight with Angel. This was really something he hadn't thought about. If possible, it is really a great opportunity. However, there is something in Weiss's words. You said you owed me a favor? I don't remember you taking advantage of me, Lin Chuan asked. Weiss smiled even brighter. Speaking of it, I owe you more than just one favor. There is no need to go into detail about some things. You only need to know that you have promoted the progress of many things invisibly. This for me, it's something I hope to achieve but never achieve. Confused by what Weiss said, Lin Chuan had some vague guesses, but since he had said it so clearly, there was really no need for him to think about it in detail. Okay, since you said so, it would be stupid for me to miss this opportunity. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and Lin Chuan showed an eager smile on his face. It wasn't him who proposed it anyway. If Weiss said so, then he could use his fists and tricks on him as much as he wanted. Before that, we may be able to enter another space to avoid affecting the seventh universe and avoid some unknown possibilities. Weiss nodded and waved the angel scepter in his hand. In an instant, Angel's power evaporated, and the shining seven-color light instantly enveloped the body. This strange feeling made Lin Chuan feel incredible. Oh, Mr. Piccolo is here too. At the moment when the transmission was about to begin, I didn't know whether it was Weiss' intention or whether Piccolo really came suddenly. Piccolo appeared in front of Lin Chuan and Weiss. Lin Chuan, what state are you in? And Weiss is here too, Piccolo said in surprise when he arrived. His form maintains the orange transformation, because in his opinion, with his strength, in order to move freely in the universe space, he can only wrap himself with energy with all his strength. When he came here, he was first shocked that Lin Chuan had broken through another transformation, and then he was naturally surprised that Weiss was also here. It's a coincidence that you came here. If it had been a second later, I'm afraid Weiss and I would have left this starry sky and entered another space to fight. Lin Chuan said to Piccolo with a smile on his face. It's better to come sooner or later than to come by chance. Since Mr. Piccolo is here, let's go together. It will be a good time to watch a higher level battle, which will also be helpful for Mr. Piccolo's future breakthroughs. Weiss was very generous, and when he said these words, Piccolo was excited. He is the omnipotent angel, so powerful that he can play with the god of destruction. In Lin Chuan's description, he had already understood and recognized it. Is that okay? Piccolo asked cautiously. After all, he doesn't want to be a light bulb. It doesn't matter. Angel doesn't care, so why should I? And I don't need to hide it from you. Lin Chuan nodded. With Lin Chuan's words, Piccolo immediately accepted the invitation. Then, just when he was still thinking about what to do, he suddenly found that his power returned to his body on his own initiative. This is in the starry sky of the universe. Without the protection of his own energy, he cannot survive. The result shocked him, and he seemed to be unaffected by anything. Not relying on Angel's power, but his orange transformation, seems to allow him to survive in the universe environment. Piccolo didn't even know it, but he had unknowingly unlocked a new skill with the power of the dragon god. I was numb and was seeing a doctor in the hospital. I originally expected to get home at 9 or 10 in the evening. As a result, it was still outside at this point. The mobile writer has stored the revised 5,000-word follow-up plot in the backend, and the rest is on another coding software and will be added tomorrow. Being able to survive in the universe makes Piccolo particularly excited. The original caution and fear were completely thrown away because I gained this ability. For Piccolo, this is really an unexpected surprise. Originally, he was extremely envious of Lin Chuan for having this ability. He can also use the Dragon Balls to summon Shenron and make a wish, but Piccolo has never thought of relying on Shenron to fulfill his wish. It can be said that I can't cross the threshold in my heart. He is a Namekian, and the Dragon Balls were created by the Namekians. As a creator, you will not take the initiative to use Dragon Balls unless you are forced to. Mr. Piccolo has mastered the power of the Dragon God even better. In this state, Mr. Piccolo's body has evolved independently and can actively adapt to the environment of the universe. Weiss said with a smile. He could tell at a glance. It should be said that Angel is Angel. What you can see is far beyond ordinary people. Even Lin Chuan at this time is far different. At least, Lin Chuan didn't see that Piccolo could survive in the universe. What's especially important is that this is the independent evolution of Piccolo's body. The power of the Dragon God is really unbelievable. This was Lin Chuan's most direct feeling. You know, even divine power cannot help ordinary life survive in the universe. As far as Lin Chuan has experienced personally, even if he can only rely on strength and energy to support himself. Once the strength is exhausted, there is no way to continue to maintain it. Unless, after rising to a certain level, the sublimation and transformation of life is truly completed. Now Lin Chuan is not sure whether he can achieve it. After all, he had already obtained this ability with the help of Shenlong's wish. Of course, this is not important anymore. Just confused. Lin Chuan cast a really awesome look at Piccolo and said nothing. Piccolo received this look, and he suddenly felt a sense of pride in his heart. It's true that his strength is not as good as yours, but this active evolution, you can't compare with it, right? There is no need to add the word sir. Just call me Piccolo. You are the Supreme Lord Angel. Piccolo said modestly, and then added, it seems that I have no understanding of my own cultivation and understanding. It's far from enough. I didn't expect that Lord Dragon God's power would allow me to complete this kind of evolution. In the future, I will have to make more attempts to explore areas that I have never touched before. As the last words fell, Weiss and Lin Chuan both nodded to him. I hope you can break through to a higher level in the future. If you can reproduce the style of Lord Dragon God, then your strength may surpass Lord God of Destruction. Weiss smiled lightly and gave Piccolo a high expectations. Piccolo was flattered by such words. Beyond the God of Destruction. Although he did have such an idea, he was still a little uneasy when he said it to his face, and from Angel's mouth. No matter what, God is the supreme existence, especially the God of Destruction. It is right to aim at God, but to want to surpass God is to blaspheme God. Seeing Piccolo's anxiety, Weiss said nothing more. However, Lin Chuan changed the subject. Okay, it's time to go, right? If it drags on any longer, my fighting spirit will be wiped out. Good. Nodding, Weiss waved the angel scepter, and the power of angel quickly enveloped the three of them. In just a moment, Lin Chuan, Piccolo, and Weiss had disappeared into the starry sky, just after they left. Located on the King Kai star in the underworld. It turns out that King Kai has been sensing the situation here. At this time, because the target disappeared, he also withdrew his mind and no longer perceived the situation in the lower realm. As the king of the realm, he has really become dispensable at this time. The strength of Lin Chuan and Piccolo subverted his cognition. Piccolo too? And the power that Angel calls Lord Dragon God. King Kai also knew nothing about the Dragon God, but he was smart enough to know that Angel was called Sir, so this Dragon God was at least a super god comparable to the God of Destruction. Today's world is really not comparable to before. This kid Lin Chuan has actually reached this level, and his transformations are endless. Now I'm afraid even if Lord Supreme Kai is born. Speaking of which, when Lin Chuan came back from the Supreme Kai world, he had no evaluation or description of Supreme Kai. I wonder if the power of Lord Supreme Kai can be compared. King Kai is thinking secretly. How did he know that Supreme Kai is now inferior to the Z warriors? Not to mention compared to Lin Chuan Piccolo. It was also at this time that King Kai thought of Son Goku and Raditz. Recently, he has been paying attention to their situation. Although Lin Chuan and Piccolo are his focus, Son Goku and Raditz are his disciples after all. It's just that they haven't come to see him since the last time they said goodbye. It's not as good as Lin Chuan, who asked him for help, to see him from time to time without saying anything, and even bring him some supplies. However, Lin Chuan is fine, and King Kai still cares about his disciples. Especially Son Goku, he regarded him as his true disciple. He taught him everything he knew, and he learned it all. Of course, except for the method that only gods can practice. In the past, it was not taught because of the differences between humans and gods. Now King Kai has a very special idea. Lin Chuan has become so powerful that together with Piccolo, he can be said to be the only one in the family. If Son Goku and Raditz cannot catch up in strength, they may end up being reduced to ants. I don't know if what I did is right or wrong. Forget it, you are my disciple no matter what. King Kai seemed to have made up his mind. He does not want his disciples to lag too far behind others. At least, it can't stop there. He also wanted to see if the two disciples could step into a higher realm with his help. With King Kai's proactive contact. On Earth, Son Goku and Raditz, who were practicing separately, received the summons at the same time. The two were very excited because King Kai was so sure that he could help them improve their strength. Raditz could not teleport, so it was Son Goku who found Raditz, and then the two of them arrived at the King Kai planet under the guidance of King Kai. At this moment, Lin Chuan would not know that because of his breakthrough, King Kai was preparing to spend a lot of money to train these two direct disciples. The only one left behind is poor Mr. Bei. However, Mr. Bei is not a small character. He has his own path and will never accept charity from others. By the way, there is also Sun Wuhan, but he is still young, so even if he is left behind at this time, nothing will happen. At this moment, the realm that Lin Chuan was in was an extremely special void space. Beside him were undoubtedly Piccolo and Weiss. At this time, Piccolo was also shocked. Because based on his knowledge, he has no idea what exactly this place is. His initial perception is that it is not only boundless, but also has nothing. What Angel brought them to was a realm they couldn't understand. Just to satisfy Lin Chuan and him, please allow me to introduce this place first. In order to facilitate Lin Chuan and Piccolo to use all your strength to fight without affecting the outside world, I specially brought you to an alien space outside the universe. This is the realm of nothingness. As the name suggests, it is a small world with nothing. You can also think that this is the primary form of the universe that has just been formed, but nothing has been born inside, let alone any life form. With Weiss' answer, both Lin Chuan and Piccolo knew where this place was. Piccolo didn't know what the realm of nothing meant, but he was shocked to think that there was such a realm in the world. Lin Chuan was different. Shock was inevitable. How could he not know what the world of Wu was? This is the place where the power conference was held later in the original work? Although I don't know if they are the same, I have to say that Lin Chuan could not have imagined that he would choose this place after a fight. Weiss was making too much of a fuss. With his level of strength, does he need to go to such trouble to come here to fight? Wouldn't it be enough to go to the destruction god realm, or to a more distant desolate star field? The world of nothing was created by Grand Priest, Angel. No, it may also be a prototype of a universe that has not yet been born and has begun to develop. In this world, there are no stars, no seasonal weather and other scenes. In the dark and chaotic world, there are bottomless abyss above, below, left and right. Not only can't you see it with your eyes, but you can't even detect the end of this world with your senses. It seems that this is not a realm at all, but a world outside the universe, a world of nothingness. Wait, you just said that it would be convenient for Piccolo and I to fight with all our strength. You want us to fight first. After reacting, Lin Chuan finally recalled the meaning of Weiss's words. Piccolo was the same. He was still in disbelief, but now he came back to his senses and was amazed. With his strength, he does think he is pretty good, but compared to Lin Chuan now, there is still a big difference. According to Piccolo's understanding, even with all his strength, he may not be able to beat Lin Chuan's ordinary Super 4. Although I am not afraid of fighting, I still have self-awareness. Even if I am in orange state now, I am definitely no match for Lin Chuan. Piccolo continued with a serious look on his face. There is no need for this battle. After listening to Piccolo's self-narration, Weiss smiled and said immediately, Pico, there is no need to underestimate yourself. With your strength, although it is indeed inferior to the current Lin Chuan, this time I am also giving you a chance to Piccolo. You have to know that there is still a long way to go in the future. If you make a conclusion now about something that has never happened, how can you continue to become stronger in the future? Following the guidance of Weiss' words, Piccolo was obviously affected. Come on Piccolo. It's true that we haven't had a fight with each other for a long time. Weiss said so. There must be his deep meaning. Fighting with me will indeed allow you to realize a higher realm. I believe in you. There has been no progress in cultivation for a long time. Lin Chuan doesn't mind having a battle with Piccolo. Besides, Lin Chuan is really curious. What level has Piccolo's current strength reached? You guy, why do you think you are planning to play tricks on me? Piccolo was ashamed. In retrospect, when he was in the spiritual time room, he often used some dirty tricks to gain an advantage in the battle with Lin Chuan. Naturally, he tasted the sweetness every time, which made Lin Chuan particularly embarrassed. Now that Lin Chuan's strength has broken through to this level, he still invites a fight so calmly, which makes him feel that there is something fishy about it. Am I that kind of person? Lin Chuan answered with a smile on his face. It seemed that a consensus was gradually reached between the two. However, at this moment, Weiss's words sounded again, interrupting the two of them and disrupting their thoughts. Ha 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 ha, I didn't say let Piccolo and Lin Chuan fight against each other. I meant that Piccolo and you should fight against me and fight with me. After coming to this realm, I will never fight against you again. Universe has no impact, so you can explode with all your strength, Weiss said. Lin Chuan stopped talking. Piccolo was shocked. Fighting with Lin Chuan is a very insensitive thing, let alone taking action against Angel. Piccolo even thought that he had come in the wrong place. He shouldn't have come to see Lin Chuan with suspicion and worry at all. As a result, now we have to face Angel. Weiss, you really have to speak directly and clearly sometimes, otherwise I would really think you wanted to see me defeat Piccolo. Lin Chuan spoke without any concealment. This is the confidence that absolute strength gives him. Piccolo is not angry either, because he understands Lin Chuan, and sometimes what he says is unintentional. What's more, his strength has always been above him. If you had not broken through before, Piccolo's current strength may not be insurmountable. But now you have indeed mastered a higher level of power, so the result of your battle with Piccolo is also obvious. If you fight Piccolo, you may be able to push Piccolo a step further, but there will be no gains for you. I made this decision because Piccolo is the only awakened descendant of Lord Dragon God in so many years. Weiss's words became increasingly mysterious. Finally, the dragon god Salama, who never appeared in the original plot, was involved. In the previous life, many people recognized the super divine dragon as the dragon god Salama. In fact, the super divine dragon was just a pet created by the dragon god Salama. Dragon god Salama is also the only god in the Dragon Ball world who can be comparable to or even surpass Angel. Based on Lin Chuan's knowledge, its level must be at least equivalent to Grand Priest. Lin Chuan and Piccolo both thought deeply for a moment because of Weiss' words. What they didn't know was that Weiss still had half a sentence that he didn't say. This half of the sentence was only meant for him to listen to. Piccolo can't be weak, he can only be stronger, because he may be carrying something that connects us. A mission that even Angel doesn't know about. In that case, let's do it. It just so happens that I also feel that with my own strength, let alone attacking you, I'm afraid I can't even get close to you. Lin Chuan did not worry too much about the areas that he is currently not involved in, instead focusing on the challenges. Excessive persistence will be counterproductive, so it is better to let nature take its course. When you become strong enough in the future, you will naturally be able to access areas that you cannot touch now. Seeing Lin Chuan like this, Piccolo also made up his mind. It would be a pity to miss such a good opportunity. Even though it was outrageous to fight against Angel, things had reached this juncture and there was no way he could back down. The firm eyes had already expressed Piccolo's inner decision. Weiss smiled softly and nodded, then you two can start at any time. In this alien space, just like on the Earth, although there is nothing around, you only need a simple dance skill. You can move freely without any restrictions. I see. No wonder I've been feeling a little strange since just now. Coming to this world is like returning to the Earth? We can even breathe there. Piccolo said in shock when Weiss woke up at this moment. Hearing this, Lin Chuan answered, if my prediction is correct, this should be your method, Weiss. Weiss nodded and said, it's just a brand added to your body. With this brand, you can live freely in this space. This is one of the special features of the world of no world. Here the rules can be modified according to the power of our angel. There are many abilities including divine control skills, law power, rules, etc., which you will come into contact with in the future. God's control technique, the power of law, rules. It was the first time that Piccolo heard so many things that he had never been exposed to before, and his thoughts were a little confused. Could what came out of Angel's mouth be ordinary? For a moment, Piccolo felt that his future had become extremely broad, and there seemed to be a broad road guiding him forward. For Lin Chuan, he had known about the existence of these powers for a long time. Magical skills, laws, rules, these are all superpowers that emerged one after another in the later stages of the Super Era. A mortal who masters one of them is an absolute powerhouse. The Self-Ultimate Intention Kung Fu and Self-Ultimate Intention Kung Fu mastered by Goku and Vegeta are the control techniques of gods, such as controlling time, space, creating life, judging, annihilating, destroying, eliminating, etc. are all the power of laws. Like Zeno's erasure, this is the power of rules. The more we know, sometimes it's not a good thing for us. What you said, Weiss, makes it seem like Piccolo and I are useless, because we can't master the powers you mentioned now. Lin Chuan knew, I am nothing in Angel's eyes. It would be better to speak out what you are keeping in your heart, and you will feel much better. When Piccolo heard this, he felt the same way, very frustrated. After many years of hard training, now that he has reached this level, in Angel's eyes, he is an ant among ants. If he hadn't awakened the power of Lord Dragon God, he probably wouldn't have been able to get into their Angel's eyes. It's useless to talk more. If you want to fight, then fight well. I will fight hard and with all my strength, and I won't leave any regrets for myself. As he said this, Piccolo unexpectedly released his orange transformation. This is to start from the normal state, to test Angel bit by bit, and to test my own strength. It's like Wes became a testing tool. Seeing Piccolo's performance, the smile on Sui's face grew bigger and bigger, and he seemed quite satisfied. You are really brave, Piccolo. Facing Weiss, you dare to try it normally. Lin Chuan admired Piccolo's courage. At that moment, Lin Chuan also released his transformation form from the Super Four Gods. Piccolo made this choice if nothing else. If he still used the Super Four Gods to attack, it would make this game confusing. Speaking of which, for Angel, it doesn't make much difference whether they transform or not. After all, Weiss is a 15th dimensional being. The 15th dimension with a value of 15 is a unit of Ganges sand. Billions of Beijing's Gezerango stream are at their peak, and then there are the sands of the Ganges River, the Asamkhya, inconceivable, and even innumerable numbers. Piccolo did this, but it also opened a new window for him, making Lin Chuan want to try to improve his realm one by one, and what effect it would have on Weiss. Always attacking, Weiss takes his time. The atmosphere seemed particularly dignified at this moment. There was no conversation, only facial expressions and eye contact. I don't know how much time passed, but Piccolo took the lead and burst out with a loud shout. It has accumulated absolutely powerful power and wields a powerful punch in a normal manner. When the fist wind passes by, there is a whirring sound and the space trembles. It can be seen that the power of this punch has reached nearly a trillion level unit. With Piccolo's current strength, after some accumulation some time ago, he has reached a combat power value of 300 billion. It can be seen that he has exerted such a punch. When Weiss saw this, his expression remained unchanged, with one hand behind his back and the other hand holding Angel's scepter sideways. A seemingly random dodge completely avoided Piccolo's attack. The most important thing is not only that, Weiss's movement trajectory is extremely weird, not even giving Piccolo a chance to continue attacking. Originally, Piccolo planned to hit Weiss with all his strength after one punch failed. However, they didn't give him any chance, so his subsequent consecutive attacks directly lost their target and were unable to take action. This is Angel. Piccolo and Lin Chuan exclaimed at the same time. Piccolo may not know, but Lin Chuan has some clues. This Weiss's ultimate free will power has already surpassed the peak. The magical skills are completely integrated into the body. Any action he wants can put himself at the most advantageous and absolute advantage. How strong do you have to be to do this kind of thing? It was just one attack, and there was no chance the second time. If he had attacked just now, even if his strength was only at the same level, I would have been killed. Piccolo felt heavy. If you don't compare, you don't know. If you compare, you will be shocked. He is really too weak, so weak that even he thinks what on earth he is doing? Over the years, he has excessively pursued strong strength. Although this is right, he has made less and less improvements in his own substantive fighting methods. Unlike before, when the strength reached the standard, he would continue to hone his fighting ability, use various skills and unique moves, etc. Excessive surprise and hesitation during combat will often have a huge impact on oneself. If it were a fight of the same level, the few seconds you spent just now, Piccolo, would have been enough to kill you several times. Piccolo did not wait for his attack. Weiss opened his mouth to comment. His action was just to improve Piccolo and Lin Chuan. Therefore, the most important thing is to explain the shortcomings of Piccolo and Lin Chuan during the battle. Thank you for your advice. It won't happen next. Piccolo nodded and replied, eliminating distracting thoughts and taking action in an instant. This time, he moved across space instantly and came to behind Weiss. Weiss was slightly surprised by this move, but it still didn't cause any big waves. Just when Piccolo kicked out his whip leg, and he thought the blow was bound to hit, Weiss just moved forward a few meters and avoided the attack. This is another situation where the offensive cannot be sustained. Of course, one learns from adversity, and Piccolo learned the lesson this time. Since Weiss wanted to hide and use strange body skills to prevent him from having a chance to attack continuously, he would chase after him. In this way, Piccolo continued to pursue and attack, while Weiss walked between Piccolo's attacks. The more times and the longer it goes by, the more it becomes Weiss teasing Piccolo. Lin Chuan, who was watching the battle, had beads of sweat on his forehead. The more he looked, the more frightened he became, his brows furrowed. He had never been under such great pressure. He knows how strong Piccolo is, but it was like a toy in Weiss's hands. Let Lin Chuan feel that Piccolo is obviously attacking, but it seems that Weiss is holding the string and controlling Piccolo to carry out such an attack. It's really scary. Piccolo is like this. I'm afraid I won't be any better. I have to find a way. Otherwise, I won't even be able to touch the corner of Weiss's clothes. Lin Chuan thought secretly in his heart. Take action now? No, it's not the time yet. If he takes action now, it will completely disrupt Piccolo's rhythm. Piccolo needs to wait until this round of attack is over before he takes action. In other words, let Piccolo fight Weiss first, and then he will take action, starting from the normal state and going to the Super Four Gods. But in this way, the initial plan was ruined. Hesitant, Lin Chuan has never been like this before. On the other side, Weiss, who was constantly avoiding Piccolo's attacks, seemed to have seen Lin Chuan intentionally or unintentionally, and also knew Lin Chuan's current situation. Piccolo alone can't put any pressure on me. Lin Chuan, you knew it from the beginning. Do you want to continue to wait? Weiss's light words rang out, which shocked Piccolo's heart, and Lin Chuan's face changed drastically. Damn it, he was thinking about countermeasures, but Weiss stared directly at him. Not only did it break his original idea, but it also didn't give him any choice. Yes, Piccolo is already taking action like this, and he is still sitting there calmly, which is inappropriate. I don't need you to urge me, I know. As an angel, you are really shocking with this low-level provocation. Not knowing how to answer, Lin Chuan could only express his immediate thoughts. The moment the words fell, Lin Chuan also disappeared. Piccolo's attacks never stopped, he was always chasing. Even though Weiss was still thinking of diverting his attention to talk to Lin Chuan, which shocked him greatly, he still didn't stop. Piccolo also believed that Lin Chuan must be thinking about something, otherwise he would have taken action long ago, instead of waiting until now and needing Weiss to remind him. After one punch, Piccolo gritted his teeth and lost Weiss as the target of attack again in a short period of time. Weiss moved his body lightly, without any pressure at all, let alone any difficulty. At the same time, Piccolo locked the target again and rushed out. It's just that this time is different from before. Lin Chuan appeared in front of Weiss before him. The advantage of teleportation is that it directly crosses space and reaches the predetermined location. Punch out. Lin Chuan looked at Weiss with strict eyes. Weiss smiled faintly and did not move. Behind Weiss, another figure of Lin Chuan appeared, separated by only 0.01 seconds. The same punch was thrown out, heading straight for Weiss's back. This kind of attack method is the only scam that Lin Chuan can think of that may give him an advantage in a short period of time. The previous attack is real, and the latter attack is fake. The order is like this, which seems incredible, but this is Lin Chuan's accomplishments in using the after shadow fist. Manipulating time, no. It should be said that it delays the appearance of one's own afterimage, in order to paralyze the enemy. Please note, who would have thought that the figure that appears at the end is fake, but the one in front is real? In fact, the peak of shadow fist does not stop there. If possible, he could create several afterimage clones, but against Weiss, the simplest attack was the best. It was too complicated and useless. The purpose is to touch the hem of Weiss' clothes. If it succeeds, it will be a big breakthrough. The improvement of the state of mind will no longer be as depressing as it is now and before. Time seems to have frozen at this moment. Originally, this punch was as fast as lightning, but in Weiss' eyes, this was the result. Lin Chuan overestimated himself and underestimated Weiss, the angel. In just a moment, Weiss didn't hesitate, and his body rose directly into the sky. Not only did he avoid the attack from the real body in front, but he also avoided the surprise attack from the afterimage behind him. Seeing this, Lin Chuan gritted his teeth. At this moment, Piccolo charged directly. This guy was already ready for the relay the moment Lin Chuan took action. When he saw Lin Chuan's attack just now, he thought Lin Chuan was going to succeed, but the result was just like when he attacked Weiss, every attack would be easily dodged. Of course, this time is different from before, because after every attack before, he could not continue to carry out the second or even third consecutive attack. He predicted Weiss' movement trajectory in advance, and at the same time charged forward to attack. It's true that Lin Chuan's first attack was dodged. If his continuous attacks are successful here, it means that Angel was just relying on his ability advantage before, so he was toying with them. The imagination is really good, but Piccolo really underestimated Weiss' ability and strength. It's useless. Whether it's Piccolo or Lin Chuan, you two seem to have the strength you have today, but you have too many small tricks on offense. These random micro-movements will reveal your intention to attack. Maybe you won't notice it yourself, and it may not have much impact at your current level of strength, but once you are familiar with you, your body control ability will be the greatest weaknesses. To briefly explain your problem, when attacking, I already know what you are going to do next. So you can only attack me once, and you will not find the opportunity the second time and start over. Weiss directly avoided Piccolo's attack, and stood in another void and said. Such words made Lin Chuan and Piccolo stunned, and stopped attacking at the same time. With their strength and ability to control the body, there are still so many problems in Weiss's eyes. Piccolo's attack aside, there is a trap in my attack, so how did you see through it? Lin Chuan asked. Piccolo was equally curious, because even he was deceived just now, and he didn't know which Lin Chuan was the real one. It's very simple. Afterimages can be deceiving, but it's also the best proof. Micro-movements of your body will follow your body. Even afterimages will remain, but the movements are indeed dead. Weiss answered. Actions are also divided into life and death. Angel's eyesight is so terrifying. Lin Chuan also came into contact with a brand new field, which needs to be studied in the future. It seems like I'm in trouble. From the beginning, we didn't need to conduct such a test at all. But it's good, at least we know our own shortcomings. In the future, we must do our best to improve in this regard and achieve absolute control as much as possible. Lin Chuan wrote. There is no end to learning, and there may be many problems in the future, but let's talk about what happens when the time comes. Come again? The test is not over yet. With these words, Piccolo completed his superhuman transformation in an instant. The normal self is indeed too weak, and it is necessary to use the power of transformation to get a little closer. The combat power of 300 billion, a superhuman 100-fold increase, increased Piccolo's combat power to 30 billion. Although it is only 30 trillion, his 30 trillion is enough to compare with Lin Chuan's current combat power of 50 trillion. Anyway, they are all blessed by the power of the dragon god, even in the early stages. Of course, this is under the premise that Lin Chuan does not use the power of God or the power of Saiyan blood. Having reached a certain level of existence, everyone has more or less special means of amplification. Piccolo has the power of the dragon god, and Lin Chuan also has the power of a god and the power of blood. After the transformation was completed, Piccolo smiled slightly and attacked in an instant. Having crossed over to the 5th Yuan Zhao unit, his attack speed became even faster. Weiss's expression remained the same as before, unchanged at all. For Piccolo, it is indeed a sublimation, a transformation, a promotion. His strength has been strengthened, and his combat power has naturally increased dramatically. But for Angel, this improvement is like an ant saying to an elephant, I have gained weight. It's amazing. After the transformation, I tried my best to cover up the micro-movements, but there are fewer micro-movements, but more surface movements. Weiss commented casually, and then lightly dodged the attack of the superhuman Piccolo. This situation is no different from before. Lin Chuan did not take action again, but kept watching carefully. It was also an opportunity for him to learn about the divine control skill of Free Ji Gong from Weiss's movements. No matter whether you can comprehend it or not, no matter whether you can learn it or not, and no matter whether you can reach the pinnacle of the original Son Goku in the future. At least I try to make myself stronger under limited conditions. Come on Piccolo, I'm optimistic about you. Use your power to fight Whis and let Whis show more ways of action. Lin Chuan secretly cheered for Piccolo in his heart. A superhuman Piccolo might not be enough. At least the orange transformed Piccolo is needed to allow Weiss to do more actions. Speaking of which, how does the original work describe the self-contained ultimate intention Gong? Memories emerged, and Lin Chuan couldn't help but be moved. Zig Gong is different from previous fighting methods that rely on sensing qi. It relies on conditioned reflex movements of various parts of the body without any thinking from the brain, maximizing movement speed and reaction ability. The self-extreme intention Gong separates oneself and consciousness to an absolute extent, and at the same time allows every part and cell of the body to transcend instinct to detect dangers around it, so as to respond in the most effective manner. Defend when you need to defend, avoid when you need to avoid, and attack when you need to attack. It should be said that this God's control skill is also a super posture in which the potential explodes after breaking through the limit. Except for Angel, not ordinary beings can understand it. In the original work, even the gods find it difficult to reach their perfection. Beerus, the god of destruction, has received training under Whis guidance, but he cannot fully master it. Son Goku was able to successfully break through in the Tournament of Power because he turned on the cheat. The fighting continued. Piccolo chases Whis. Such a situation would be enough to stun the eyes of all beings on any occasion. Even the god of destruction would be in disbelief when he saw it. During this process, Piccolo finally couldn't bear it any longer and directly transformed into an orange form. Piccolo didn't know why Lin Chuan never took action, but he knew that only if he kept making breakthroughs and getting stronger could he put any pressure on Angel Whis. Having already reached this point, it was impossible for him to stop and question Lin Chuan. So at this critical moment, he could only rely on himself. Breakthroughs are key. Even after the breakthrough, he was still no match for Whis. But his goal was achieved. Learn in battle and progress in battle. Not only Saiyans can do that. Although Piccolo's combat power data has not increased, his combat ability is constantly improving. Orange Piccolo's attacks were so fierce. Every attack was no longer a small fight, but almost rushed to kill Whis. It can be said that the current Piccolo has exploded his own ferocity to the greatest extent under the condition of orange transformation. This is also Piccolo's risk-taking. He thought that ordinary fighting would not bring any advantage, so he would find another way to at least meet Whis. Whis was extremely surprised by Orange Piccolo's attack. Of course, what surprised him was not that Orange Piccolo faced him with such a fighting method. What's surprising is that in this state, Piccolo didn't have the unnecessary movements he did before. Every attack is full of sharp murderous intent, and every attack is a sure kill move. At this moment, if there was an existence of the same level, I am afraid that it would not be able to withstand the attack of Orange Piccolo. The strength of the 5th dimensional level can already resist the strong men of the 6th dimensional level. Even if they are still defeated by existences at the 6th dimensional level, with the capital to challenge them, it is completely different. Since close attacks have no effect, then take my move and watch my full-power demonic light killing cannon. Orange Piccolo roared angrily, and while retreating rapidly, he rose into the sky. The power of Orange Piccolo's demon-penetrating light killing cannon at full strength is unparalleled. In the list of single-player skills, the level of Orange Piccolo's move undoubtedly exceeds the single-player skills of anyone in the Z Warriors. Of course, Lin Chuan's Scarlet Penetrating Wave can be compared with the Demon-Penetrating Light Killing Cannon. The Scarlet Penetrating Wave has 2 attack modes, including the principle of the Magic Penetrating Light Killing Cannon. Speaking of which, the special moves that Lin Chuan developed in his early days were all borrowed from the original Z Warriors moves and modifications, and were improved with the concepts brought by his own time traveler, and finally the current moves were born. The power is indeed terrifying. Who can resist at the trillion level? At least Lin Chuan felt that he was unstoppable to those at the same level. Only by using divine power and using ultimate moves of the same level can we confront the enemy head-on. Will it be effective? This trick is too direct and obvious. Lin Chuan thought secretly in his heart. He watched as the Orange Piccolo shot out the demon-penetrating light-killing cannon, and the mighty power seemed to be able to penetrate space. However, even with this infinitely destructive magic-piercing light-killing cannon, Whis remained unmoved at all. He saw the angel scepter in his hand slightly raised, and the invisible angel power turned into a special barrier under his control. There was a muffled sound of buzz. The demonic light-killing cannon just hit the invisible barrier. No power broke out, and no waves appeared. Just so quietly, the energy attack of the demonic light-killing cannon was swallowed up and disappeared. Outsiders may not be able to see much of it, but Piccolo, as the attacker, knows what is going on. His demonic light-killing cannon seemed to be transported to another world, transcending the limitations of space. It was Whis who casually deflected his attack. How about you taste your own attack? Whis smiled softly and waved the angel scepter in his hand. In an instant, the magic-piercing light-killing cannon that had disappeared appeared again, but this time it was used by Whis and attacked Piccolo. Is this a rebound? No. This is to transfer and store the previous attacks, and then use means to open up space to return the attacks. How is this possible? Orange Piccolo's face changed drastically as his all-out one-hit kill was countered. It was really hard for him to imagine that Angel's methods were so powerful. Quickly mobilize energy and condense a solid energy barrier in front of you to resist the advancement of the possessed light-piercing killing cannon. The speed is too fast, this is the only choice, there is no other way. However, his unique move was so powerful that even he himself could not resist it. Pa-pa, click, crack. As the crisp and dull sound exploded, the Orange Piccolo gritted his teeth and kept retreating. At this time, dozens of cracks visible to the naked eye appeared on the energy barrier in front of him. It seems that the next second, the barrier will be unable to hold on and completely shattered. Not only did he return my attack, Whis also increased the power of my demonic light killing cannon? How did he do it? The power of Angel is really terrifying so. Orange Piccolo was shocked and even more incredible. He would never be able to do such a heaven-defying method, and he wouldn't even dare to think about it. You know, how outrageous is it to add your own power to someone else's special move and then send the attack back? With sweat pouring down his face and extremely experienced in combat, he once again gained a deep understanding of Angel. Crack, boom, after continuous explosions, Orange Piccolo's energy barrier completely exploded. Unable to continue to maintain, Piccolo took a breath of air. After confirming how this move was strengthened, he used teleportation and disappeared in place, avoiding the attack without any danger. Although he was shocked when he used the barrier, he knew that he couldn't block it for long, so he had locked onto Lin Chuan's aura and was always ready to transfer. The energy consumption was huge, and Orange Piccolo took a breath subconsciously, and the power of the dragon god in his body continued to stimulate, providing him with more power. Standing in another space, Orange Piccolo's gaze continued to fall on Weiss, his eyes no longer the same as before, now only awe remained. At this time, the demonic light-killing cannon exploded in a distant area, and the terrifying power bloomed with extremely dazzling light. It's just that no one will pay attention at this time, but under this background, Weiss looks even more unfathomable. Piccolo understood Weiss's intention just now. He really didn't expect that the demon-penetrating light-killing cannon he had developed, which he regarded as an absolutely sure kill move, would have such a big shortcoming. Discovering the changes in the Orange Piccolo, Weiss stood quietly and greeted him with a smile. In the situation just now, Piccolo had no choice. Only in this way could he avoid being killed. Otherwise, you will either die or be disabled. Are you going to give up? Or continue to take action? Weiss joked. Hearing this, Piccolo stabilized his energy and cheered up at the same time. A fanatical fighting spirit emerged in his eyes again, and he shouted loudly, "Give up? There is no such word in my life. Although I know that I am not your opponent, I still have to continue to take action. Only in this way can I fight with a being like you, so that I can get more. I have seen a broader future, so I will fight until the end. This opportunity is only available once and may not come again in the future." With an angry roar, the power of the dragon god in Piccolo's body exploded, and the majestic orange aura was like a substantial wave of energy, and like a 9-day storm, sweeping across the entire Washija. The fighting spirit is high and the fighting spirit is surging. Even though the setback just now was big enough to make people lose confidence, it didn't have a big impact on Piccolo. Not only did it not affect Piccolo, it actually made Piccolo even more excited. Between breaths, the Piccolo turned into an orange aurora, breaking through the darkness of the unlimited. This light went straight towards Weiss at an unimaginable speed. Astonishingly, it was Piccolo who was preparing for a fight to the death. In order that he could break through, in order that he could awaken stronger power, and in order that Weiss could teach him more, he never flinched and moved forward bravely. Faced with such a ferocious impact from the Orange Piccolo, Weiss showed a meaningful smile on his face. He has been in the initial state without any movement. Angel's body has long been able to make independent judgments, and can perfectly resolve Piccolo's attack no matter what the situation is. Weiss no longer dodged as before, but faced Piccolo, who was full of fighting spirit, and chose to accept the attack head-on. As for Piccolo, he has put aside all distracting thoughts and devoted himself to the attack. Weiss was also keenly aware of Piccolo's change in mood. It seems that you have gradually found the right path for yourself, Mr. Piccolo. Weiss smiled slightly, and for just a moment, time and space seemed to freeze. He took action. The speed is unimaginable. No, this can no longer be described as fast. Piccolo didn't notice at all, and Weiss quietly came behind him. It seemed as if Weiss was here from the beginning. What he faced before was like air. A strong sense of crisis suddenly swept through his body, making Piccolo's whole body stand on end. He instinctively wanted to turn around and defend, but Weiss's attack seemed to have arrived long ago, as if it was a matter of course. Yun Danfan slashed the sword with his hand lightly, as if he could split the universe. But just when the blow was about to land on the back of Orange Piccolo's neck, Weiss transformed the attack. There was a soft sound of "pa." In just an instant, the power of the dragon god around Piccolo collapsed. Weiss just slapped Piccolo on the shoulder casually, causing him to completely lose his ability to fight. "Do you want to continue?" Weiss narrowed his eyes and smiled. Piccolo heard this and took a deep breath again. He didn't answer. He had already made a decision in his heart. Silently released the orange transformation state. This battle is indeed enough. At least Weiss has taken action against him. Even if he were 10,000 times more powerful, or even if he transformed twice beyond his current transformation, he might not be able to compare with Angel. He gained a lot, which was enough. "That's enough. Thank you for your advice." Piccolo nodded and said respectfully. "Although I respected Weiss in the past, I didn't respect him to this extent. Otherwise, this is a real skill." Next. No longer giving instructions to Piccolo, Weiss narrowed his eyes slightly and turned to look at Lin Chuan. From the beginning, after Lin Chuan took action once under his reminder, he never moved again. Weiss also expected this, so he simply faced Piccolo, first helping Piccolo improve his state of mind, and at the same time letting him see a wider world. Weiss turned his gaze, and Lin Chuan cheered up instantly. Although Piccolo's results were a little unexpected, they were pretty much the same. After watching the battle just now, Lin Chuan already knew how terrifying Weiss was. In simple words, such keen insight, such unfathomable strength, coupled with such incredible means, and the perfect freedom of mind. Simply impeccable. Even if there is the blessing of a realm, it is a power that can only be possessed by a higher realm. "It's my turn, isn't it?" Although I was very shocked, after seeing the battle just now, my hands are itchy. The corner of his mouth curled up, and Lin Chuan smiled. Such a performance made Weiss feel a sense of admiration in his heart. She was indeed the person he had taken a liking to. Oh, it seems that you have a lot of confidence, or do you think you have found a way to deal with me after watching the battle? Wow, Weiss felt a bit of anticipation in her heart. After all, Lin Chuan was different from everyone he knew and was full of possibilities. You'll know soon. As he said that, Lin Chuan completed the first level full power transformation of Super Saiyan with a smile. The normal situation is 50 megabytes, and the 80-fold increase has reached the level of 4000 megabytes. This is a strength that is not weaker than that of Orange Piccolo. Unlike Piccolo's aura, Lin Chuan has concentrated all his energy in his body, which also ensures that he can unleash 100% combat effectiveness at any time. When Piccolo saw that Lin Chuan was really serious, he wisely retreated to a distance. He has a deeper understanding of Lin Chuan's strength in his heart. In the past, Lin Chuan could only be defeated by Super 4. Now, it seems that Super 1 has the ability to compete with his orange state. He is too far behind. This moment has finally come. Let me see how you will behave when facing Angel, Lin Chuan. Piccolo said secretly in his heart. Now Lin Chuan has once again become a being that he must look up to. In the void, Lin Chuan and Weiss looked at each other, only a dozen meters apart. Lin Chuan's green eyes looked straight at Weiss. In his eyes, Weiss looked more real. It was as if there was an unfathomable fog covering the body, and the whole body was full of unknowns. Not only was there no flaw, it also made it impossible for him to start. Where's Weiss? His expression was still calm, with a smile on his face. From beginning to end, he remained calm, waiting for Lin Chuan's attack. It looks like it is full of flaws, but in fact it is impeccable. Waiting for me to take the initiative to attack, then I will do what you want. Silently saying a word in his heart, Lin Chuan took the initiative to attack. In just an instant, Lin Chuan's luck exploded, and he shot out with a speed far exceeding this level. Without even taking a breath, Lin Chuan descended in front of Weiss, gathering all his strength with his whip legs to sweep across Weiss' head. Weiss, who had expected it, easily dodged it and waved the scepter in his hand. At the same time that Lin Chuan's violent energy flashed past, he came behind Weiss with the help of teleportation, and quickly concentrated energy to blast towards Weiss' back. At the same time, something strange happened. Not only did the energy cannon miss, it actually passed through Weiss's body and rushed straight into the dark abyss. Is this an afterimage? In shock, Lin Chuan's eyes flashed. He quickly turned around and raised his hand to block Weiss' scepter attack. There was a muffled sound of bang. Lin Chuan struggled to block Weiss' casual blow, and the pressure on his arm made him grit his teeth. Angel is worthy of being an angel. Even if a universe of water is released, the pressure from a casual blow is so strong, Lin Chuan said. Different from the previous battle, Weiss used a more direct method to deal with Lin Chuan. You are already quite amazing. You did not use divine power, but in this form, you knew the trajectory of my attack in advance. Weiss was a little surprised. Lin Chuan's performance seemed to him to be somewhat similar to the self-free ultimate intention kung fu, but it was not. He didn't know that Lin Chuan had the ability to foresee the future in a short period of time. Otherwise, it really can't be stopped. What will surprise you is yet to come. He shouted without hesitation. The aura in Lin Chuan's body exploded, and the second level of Super Saiyan appeared. The combat power value soared directly to Jing's unit. With an increase of 200 times, the combat power of 50 trillion directly reached 1 Beijing. This is the 6th dimensional level. He instantly exerted his strength and removed the scepter of Weiss to attack. At the same time, Lin Chuan swept out with another whip kick. While Weiss leaned back to dodge, he opened a distance of more than 10 meters from Lin Chuan. Seeing this, Lin Chuan took advantage of the victory and pursued it. He put his hands together to gather energy, and after extreme compression, formed a huge golden ball of light. Take the move? Multi-directional bombing. Throwing the energy bomb in the air with one hand, Lin Chuan charged up a punch and struck it on the golden energy light ball. Bang! The golden energy light ball exploded in response, splitting into hundreds or thousands of multiple energy light bullets that shot out directly, spreading all over the surrounding space, not only locking the existence of Weiss, but also comprehensively attacking the dimension from countless directions. Sri Lanka. Faced with these countless energy attacks, Weiss smiled and shook his head, as if to say that Lin Chuan's move was pretentious and unnecessary. The scepter in his hand flashed with green light, and as he waved it gently, invisible power affected the surrounding space. Not only does the space shrink rapidly, but it also squeezes all the energy in the space. Boom, 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 boom. All the energy balls were detonated in an instant. The scene was horrifying. The explosion of fire was overwhelming. How spectacular it was. This kind of trick has no effect on Angel at all. At most, it only blocks the line of sight. Lin Chuan knew this, but the effect he wanted was achieved. Shouted loudly, and then, the S-cells in Lin Chuan's body quickly moved and gathered. In an instant, his sky-high golden fury continued to extend to his waist, and he advanced from the second level of Super Saiyan to the third level of Super Saiyan. The strength increased sharply again, reaching 4 Jing units. Lin Chuan rushed out at full speed, with a terrifying speed that was indescribable. His strong body broke through the scalding flames and came to Weiss. The punches and kicks are as fast as lightning, and each attack has the power to destroy the world, leaving no room for Angel Weiss. Bang, 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 dull explosions continued to explode in the void. Lin Chuan's every attack with fists and kicks was full of energy, and his attacks were fierce and fierce. But even so, Weiss still couldn't be touched at all. No matter how powerful the attack is, it is useless if it cannot hit the opponent. While dealing with Lin Chuan's offensive, Weiss also saw the secrets of Lin Chuan's attack. The power of each blow is very powerful, and there are no unnecessary movements. This offensive method is sharp and fierce, but it still has many shortcomings. There was a loud noise of bang. The unbounded space caused a wave of waves with this blow. Lin Chuan's full blow in the ultimate state of Super 3 was easily blocked by Weiss's scepter, and he was unable to move forward at all. There are no unnecessary movements in the battle, and the strength of the attack is also used to the extreme. Unfortunately, it is not balanced with the speed. If the speed can be increased a little more, it will have a qualitative change effect. After speaking, Weiss suddenly exerted his strength. Lin Chuan only felt an irresistible force coming towards him. Then his body flew out uncontrollably. After gliding more than 10 meters in midair, Lin Chuan regained control of his body and thoughtfully recalled what Weiss said to him. Do strength and speed have to be balanced? With a long breath, Lin Chuan's eyes became firm and he took the initiative to cancel the third level of Super Saiyan transformation. Pure divine power spurted out from Lin Chuan's body, erupting like a blazing flame, divine power like the sun. Lin Chuan's hair was windless and turned bright red. Super Saiyan God? Combat power 25 Kyo? Witnessing Lin Chuan's transformation, Weiss had a special smile on his face. He stood motionless, waiting for Lin Chuan's action. After stabilizing the transformation of the Super Saiyan God, Lin Chuan stared at Weiss with his cold eyes. The divine power around him evaporated, and the space of Wuja was also slightly affected by the spread of the pressure of God's power. It's Yang, many relatives around me have been sick and numb recently. All the bosses should also pay attention at all times. Finally, are you serious about it? Super Saiyan God. Piccolo concentrated on watching Lin Chuan complete the transformation of his life essence. He has fought against the realm of gods a long time ago, so he clearly knows the difference from ordinary power. But, with this power, can I take advantage of Angel? Although Weiss used different methods to deal with Lin Chuan and him, Piccolo knew that there was not much difference whether he was dealing with him or Lin Chuan. Maybe Weiss just dodged and didn't take action when fighting him. But based on the previous battle between Lin Chuan and Weiss, even if they are stronger and have a higher level, they are still within reach. It was equivalent to Weiss not hiding, but just resolving Lin Chuan's offensive in disguise. Not bad, not bad. Compared to the last time I saw you, you have become more proficient in mastering divine power. The transformation of God has been completely completed, not just a transformation. This is the real Saiyan God. Weiss looking at Lin Chuan, he spoke. Lin Chuan had been walking in this direction before, so Weiss always thought that since Lin Chuan aimed at God, he naturally had the intention to become a god. Therefore, he thought about making Lin Chuan a candidate for the god of destruction, or Lin Chuan could become the supreme Kai of the new era. But he was wrong. Later he knew that Lin Chuan didn't just want to become a god. God is just a springboard for Lin Chuan to make himself stronger. God's framework does not restrict the Saiyan, but gives him greater possibilities. To this day, Weiss somewhat recalls that he said a few words that were beneficial to Lin Chuan's spiritual cultivation. Although he didn't give any guidance at that time, he said that if he continued, Lin Chuan could achieve the goal he wanted to achieve. I just never thought that Lin Chuan could reach his current state so quickly. No, this is just the beginning. Because Lin Chuan's previous power did not reach the level of a god of destruction, but the realm of God was already quite stable, and was even faintly moving towards a higher level. It's a bit too early to express emotion now. Moreover, my current strength should not be of any concern to you, Angel. The words came out of his mouth, and Lin Chuan smiled lightly. The next second, his expression became more serious. Next, I'm going to get serious, Weiss. After saying this, Lin Chuan took the initiative to unleash all his divine power. In an instant, the fiery red energy light was dazzling and enveloped Lin Chuan's body. But not long after, Lin Chuan appeared again, and there was not just one, but 8. 8 in 1. This is the highest limit that Lin Chuan can currently achieve with the clone technique. They are no longer ordinary clones, the 8 are all true bodies. No matter which one dies or disappears, it will not affect the other 7 or even the true body. It is equivalent to dividing oneself into 8 different individuals in a true sense. The 8 individuals can be gathered into any one of them and returned to the origin. Oh. Lin Chuan's clone technique surprised me again. This is no longer an ordinary clone technique, it can already be regarded as a magical power. If this continues, your move will have a magical power. It can be defined as a divine control skill even if it is destroyed. Weiss commented, shocked by Lin Chuan's move. Being called the god's control skill, such high praise makes everyone feel happy. But Lin Chuan did not. Because he knew that this move could not be called a divine control skill at all. It seems to be 1.80, and it has great advantages, but in fact it still has big shortcomings. And as Angel, it's impossible for Weiss not to see it. Just as Lin Chuan thought, Weiss really saw the flaw of this move at a glance. It is true that each one is the original body, but the magnitude of the divine power has not changed. Not only that, the 8 consciousness bodies are actually led by Lin Chuan's own mental power. It seems that 8 people can use different attacks and attack at the same time, but they have only one thought. Seeing that Weiss was still unmoved, the 8 Lin Chuans directly made corresponding different attacks. Attack from 8 directions. Bang, 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 bang. The first wave of collision unfolds. Divine power surged, and the space trembled slightly. A fierce battle is about to break out. Lin Chuan's attack was extremely fast and unparalleled in power. With the blessing of divine power, every attack is undoubtedly a star-exploding blow. But even if it is like this, it can't break Weiss's immovable defense, let alone shake Weiss. Sure enough, even so, I can't help you. Angel is angel. For you, it doesn't matter if I am fancy or fancy. Let's attack from the front. It's just kids playing house. During the continuous attack, 5 Lin Chuan sighed. In this case, let's change the fighting method. How about attacking like this? You'd better stay like this. The remaining 3 Lin Chuan spoke. With their speed and strength reaching their peak, the 8 people attacked with all their strength, and brought with them the belief that they would definitely kill. It can also be said to be cutting off one's own retreat. For Lin Chuan, Piccolo achieved great success with this fighting method, but Lin Chuan didn't believe that he couldn't do it. With the continuous attack, the 8 forest rivers rotated continuously around Weiss. The attack was airtight. After a short period of time, a tornado storm was formed, which completely enveloped Weiss. Such an offensive method shocked Piccolo, who was watching from a distance. You guy, are you actually spending so much time in fighting? You can split it into 8 parts, and you can still attack like this? If I fight you, I'm afraid I will be easily defeated by you even if I explode with all my strength. Faced with such a battle means, Piccolo opened his mouth wide. At this time, he compared his own fighting style with Lin Chuan's, and he quickly discovered how big the gap was. Fortunately, he was the first to fight Angel Weiss, and he learned more and saw more from it. Although he and Lin Chuan are not in the same realm now, as long as he is given some time, he can reach this realm. As the tornado continues to grow, the original 8 people seemed to have split into dozens or hundreds of figures. After the speed exceeds a certain limit, it is like breaking the concept of time and allowing yourself to appear in different times. It looks like an afterimage, but it's not an afterimage. In the center of the offensive storm, Weiss remained unaffected. Lin Chuan's offensive was fierce, his moves were surprising, and his attack was unrivaled in his field. But Weiss was Angel, and the perfect self-free ultimate intention kung fu he had always maintained was enough to cope with everything. What's more, the dimensional levels are so different. The speed is enough, and the strength is enough, but unfortunately it's still a little bit behind. Weiss chuckled, and pointed the Angel's scepter in his hand lightly at a certain place in the void. Boom! Angel's power instantly exploded into a shock wave. The terrifying power not only forced the attacking Lin Chuan back, but also directly wiped out the 7 figures. Of course, it is not annihilation in the true sense, because these Lin Chuan are both the body and the clone. After the physical body is destroyed, the origin will still return to the body of the last Lin Chuan, which is equivalent to reuniting. Unless Lin Chuan is completely killed in one breath, it means that Lin Chuan can continue to use this trick to test and fight, and it will be fine even if he dies. Needless to say, this move was actually based on the incarnations in the fairy tales and fantasy novels that Lin Chuan had read in his previous life. As a result, he finally practiced this technique to this point. Sure enough, if you hadn't deliberately left me behind just now, I would have died. Lin Chuan took a deep breath, tried his best to suppress his fear, then looked up at Weiss and asked, "What did you say? It's still a little off, what do you mean? The strength and speed are enough, so what's the problem?" What Angel said is a little different, and the scope of coverage is wider. Seeing Lin Chuan's expression of seeking knowledge, Weiss didn't think much and directly explained. For example, once you transform into a Super Saiyan, your body will be in a state of tension all the time. This is not exactly the same. That's a good thing. I thought this would change after you became a god, but I didn't expect that after you became the Saiyan god, this problem didn't change, but became even more serious. You have to know that the more powerful a being is, the more he can perfectly control his body and mind in any environment and situation. Whether it is in daily life or in battle, the body should always be in a state of relaxation and tension, and can be freely retracted and released, so that it can explode in an instant when attacking or defending, and after the attack is over, it can be released again. Let your body rest on its own. After reaching this state, you will find that not only can you save more physical energy and unnecessary wasted mental energy, but you can also explode with power beyond the limit. Of course, your talent is already great. Maybe I'm a little harsh, but you should move towards that state now instead of continuing to maintain the status quo. As Weiss's words continued to reach his ears, Lin Chuan didn't question it at all and took everything Weiss said to heart. There was also Piccolo, who was watching the battle on the other side. He also wrote down these words because he felt that he might also encounter this kind of situation in the future. This is Bai Huang's experience. If you don't pick it up, it will be a waste. Trying his best to maintain the form of the Super Saiyan God, Lin Chuan took deep breaths several times, and then tried to relax his body as much as possible as Weiss said. Only then did he realize that he had been in a tense state during the battle after the transformation. He seemed to be relaxed, but in fact, when he really tried to relax, he was stuck and couldn't do it. It can be seen that the habit of constant vigilance has been engraved into every cell tissue of his body, becoming the most primitive body instinct. So how difficult is it to change now? Certain behaviors and habits are easy to change, but if this kind of instinct is deeply rooted in the bone marrow, it will take a lot of time to change. Don't be anxious about anything. Being too eager for success will be counterproductive. You must know that your strength does not improve overnight. Everything needs to be accumulated over time. Even if you are a genius, you will reach this point. Weiss obviously saw Lin Chuan's problem in this regard, and also noticed Lin Chuan's behavior, and reminded him. After hearing these words, Lin Chuan also gave up his intention to continue trying to change. Thanks for the advice. I think I know the direction in which I should practice in the future, Weiss. Lin Chuan's eyes narrowed, and firm belief radiated from his eyes. At the same time, more pure and powerful divine power spurted out. The power of God undergoes a qualitative change, transforming from a fiery red energy flow into an azure power that is as bright as starlight. The bright red hair turned into angry blue hair rising into the sky, and more pure divine power filled the surrounding space. Super Saiyan Blue, now. Ha 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 ha, have you finally transformed into blue hair? Does this form have a special name? Seeing Chao Lan, Weiss narrowed his eyes and became slightly interested. The Super Saiyan God's words were indeed enough to cheer him up, but compared to his interest, he was naturally more concerned about his evolution beyond the Super Sailor God. Actually, the reason is very simple. As an angel, you should be able to see it. This is the Super Saiyan I transformed into based on the state of Super Saiyan God. I call it Super Saiyan Blue. It's simple and easy to understand, and there are no twists and turns, Lin Chuan said after stabilizing Chao Ian's transformation. So it is, indeed, a very dazzling blue. Weiss nodded in admiration. During this communication, Lin Chuan had already started taking action again. Weiss was smiling and not in any hurry, dealing with Lin Chuan, and at the same time testing the limits of Lin Chuan's strength in this realm. Only in this way can he judge the shortcomings of Super Saiyan Blue, and then tell Lin Chuan where the flaws lie. With the blessing of Super Saiyan Blue, Lin Chuan's speed and strength have undergone another qualitative change. Its strength seems to have only doubled, but it is far from what the Super Saiyan God red hair can match. Very strong? What's more, this is Super Blue at full power? But even so, Lin Chuan still felt extremely powerless in the face of Weiss's defense and avoidance. This is not caused by the gap in strength, this is an absolute crushing of realms. Even if he was at the same level, even Weiss didn't need to use any strength, he would still be defeated. This is the effect of Angel's complete integration of the free ultimate intention Kung Fu into himself. It is simply outrageous. With my current level of strength, I am just an ant. It is impossible to resolve it. If Weiss wants to avoid my attack, it will be easy. This guy is really here to help me solve my cultivation problem. The more he attacks, the more frightened Lin Chuan becomes. All methods are ineffective, no matter how strong or fast he is, it is meaningless. Although he only took out Super Saiyan Blue, it is conceivable that the subsequent transformations may not be effective. Piccolo on the other side looked extremely numb at this time. Lin Chuan is powerful enough, and this Super Saiyan under Blue is still like a plaything, unable to do anything to Weiss. Not to mention it was helpless, even if he took the initiative to make Weiss make unexpected actions, he couldn't do it. This is like a set script. Lin Chuan and I are following the script written by Weiss. Piccolo gritted his teeth and said from the bottom of his heart, this is a situation that no strong person wants to see. After all, who wants to be an ant and be toyed with by others while applauding? It's almost time, you should take out the higher level transformation just now, Piccolo said with a serious expression. He had only seen Super Saiyan Blue because of shock and emotion before. Later, Lin Chuan left the Earth directly, so he did not see the second stage of Super Saiyan Blue, Deep Blue evolution. So he just thought that Lin Chuan's previous Ultra 4 pink color was the last state of transformation. Face to face, Lin Chuan in Super Saiyan Blue state has stopped his continuous attack on Weiss. Noticing the changes in Lin Chuan, Weiss always kept a faint smile on his face. This Super Saiyan Blue really makes my eyes shine, but this blue color also has big flaws. It can indeed greatly enhance your strength, but your offensive consumption will also be greater. Maybe you don't care about this kind of consumption, but I can tell you that if you only focus on offense to increase the power of your moves, then if you don't make breakthroughs in your divine power, you will also have huge deficiencies in defense. This form is destined not to last long, and may not be as good as the Saiyan God. The problem with Super Blue is too obvious. It has indeed strengthened its strength, but what can be strengthened is only its superficial strength. As for the full power of Super Blue that Lin Chuan has achieved so far, it seems that he has overcome all problems, but to be honest, Lin Chuan no longer feels that powerful after awakening the Super 4 red hair and boundary breakthrough. However, it is because Super Blue's transformation is not complete enough that there is Super Saiyan Blue Level 2, Deep Blue evolution, and even Super Blue 3. I know the situation of Super Blue very well, so in order to make up for this shortcoming and reach a higher realm, I completed this transformation. A rich dark blue light burst out in his eyes. The next second, bright dark blue light burst out from Lin Chuan's body, extremely dazzling. Super Saiyan Blue Level 2 Dark Blue evolution? Now, the dark blue hair is as bright as a gem. The divine power in the aura around him is even stronger, and it is oppressed by extremely powerful divine power. The divine power has been upgraded to another level, which is extraordinary. compared to Super Blue, who is twice as powerful as Super Sailor God Redhead. Super Blue's second level, Deep Blue evolution, is at least 20 times stronger. Pure combat power has increased from 50 to 1000. Weiss nodded thoughtfully, while on the other side, Piccolo was stunned. Who knew Lin Chuan had this transformation? He was hit again. His thinking was still too simple. Even Lin Chuan, the person he considered his biggest opponent, didn't see through it. I have never seen such a shining light of divine power. Lin Chuan, you have indeed found your own path. Your path to God is different from other gods. Maybe in the future, even I will call you sir. Weiss said with a smile. This is not a joke, nor a joke, but serious. Although Angel is beyond the reincarnation of the universe, his status in the universe is still that of the top god. It's like Angel calling the god of destruction sir. It seems like a joke, but in fact it is. And for the great Supreme Kai, he will also politely address him as sir. It was so uncomfortable after being recruited. In the past few days, I may have only been able to write 5,000 words a day. I will definitely update it after it is restored. I'm sorry to you guys. Oh, you don't have to say this, Weiss. The battle between us is not over yet. Although for you, this is not a battle, you are just guiding me to move forward better, but for me, this is a battle, and I must fight to the end. As the words came out of his mouth, Lin Chuan's expression became extremely serious. Let me see, what do you think of me now at the second level of Super Saiyan Blue? In this state, in this realm, his strength has reached its peak. Even under the pressure of Weiss, he felt powerless, and his strength improved for a time, beyond the limit that the numerical value could reflect, and he touched the unit of the 7th dimension Guy. Even the unit of Guy in the 7th dimension is nothing extraordinary, just like the Golden Frieza and Super Blue Grandson Goku in the original work. However, for Lin Chuan, this is the highest peak he has reached in terms of divine power so far. You said, the protagonist is already at the second level of Super Blue and Deep Blue, but he is still so good after evolving? Strength is indeed closely related to transformation, but it must also be guaranteed by a sufficient foundation. The strength of the Saiyans and the strength of their divine power are all achieved through accumulated practice over time. With the current normal combat power held by Lin Chuan, a unit that reaches Tianjing in the 6th dimension is already unparalleled, and will be absolutely invincible even within 10 years of the original work. In terms of the realm of divine power, Lin Chuan is somewhat confident that he can compare with Sun Bei in the original Future Power Conference, but his current normal state seems to be very strong, but in fact he is very weak. It was only with the absolute blessing of divine power that he could barely cross a dimensional level. Feeling how high Lin Chuan's fighting spirit was, Weiss smiled and nodded. This is respect for Lin Chuan, because from ancient times to the present, even in countless time and space worlds, Lin Chuan may not be born. Then I'm looking forward to your performance, Lin Chuan. After all, on another level, you have even more incredible power. Weiss narrowed his eyes and put one hand behind his back. It still seems to be calm and leisurely, but in fact it is indeed different from before. Weiss also got a little more serious. You can neutralize and block visible attacks, but what about invisible attacks? With a loud shout, Lin Chuan gathered all the divine energy in his body. In an instant, with a wave of his right fist, the invisible Ki fist blasted out, crossing the space, breaking the space, and heading towards Weiss. This blow was extremely powerful, enough to shatter an extremely huge star. Exploding stars are also divided into levels. One's bursting star rating is different from Yi's bursting star rating, and Ili's bursting star rating is different from Zhao's bursting star rating. Take the Earth as an example, it is actually small and pitiful. There are so many large planets in the universe, even the Sun is pitifully small. Calculated using the Sun as the smallest star, large stars can be hundreds of millions of times larger than the Sun. This is not the limit. Faced with this invisible attack, Weiss smiled and remained calm. I saw the hand on his back slightly raised. Puff. A persistent muffled sound. Lin Chuan's Ki fist was blocked by Lin Chuan in an understatement, and the terrifying power of the fist spread until it spread and dissipated. For Weiss, this attack is indeed good, but there is no need to hide. In fact, by raising his hand, he gave Lin Chuan a lot of face, otherwise this kind of attack would not even be able to get close to him. After the blow, Lin Chuan's expression became more solemn. Sure enough, it's still ineffective. In fact, the punch just now couldn't even touch your hand. The invisible force isolated my punch and dispersed it. Lin Chuan was not stupid and saw the clues. Weiss did not refute, nodded, and then said, in this state, you have honed your divine power to an extremely high level, but it is still not perfect. If you can raise the level of your divine power to another level, you can and compared to the God of Destruction. One step further to the realm of divine power is the level of the God of Destruction. This kind of words is a guide, and it also tells him that his level of strength is quite high. This is Weiss' recognition of him, the God of Destruction. Although I am happy to know that the distance is close, the God of Destruction is not my target. As he spoke, a golden light flashed in Lin Chuan's eyes. Not the God of Destruction, but beyond the God of Destruction, beyond Angel. The road to becoming stronger is never ending, and even Lin Chuan's goal is to surpass Grand Priest, surpass Xeno, surpass the world, and truly achieve absolute invincibility. He wants to reach the known realms, and he wants to study the unknown realms. Then there is the help of the system. Even if he doesn't know where the system comes from, as long as it can help him become stronger, as long as it has power that belongs to him, it is a plugin that is exclusive to him, there is no need to investigate and worry about everything. The mood becomes more and more open-minded. Lin Chuan regained his divine power, and the state of Super Saiyan Blue second level dark blue evolution also dissipated. The battle is over? No? Although the result would be the same no matter what, Lin Chuan still had to fight. He still has the Super 4 gods that he hasn't taken out yet. The blood power in the body boils rapidly. The divine power is restrained, and the body explodes independently, eager to try. When Weiss saw this, the smile on his face became even brighter. In fact, he just wanted to see where Lin Chuan would reach after he perfected Fusion's divine power in terms of bloodline power. What is his strength? From what he had seen and felt before, plus his current conjecture, the realm Lin Chuan had reached was already at the God of Destruction level. It's just that Lin Chuan's normal strength is still too weak, so even if he exerts that power, it can only reach the 7th dimensional level at most. With such surging bloodline power, no wonder it can reach such heights with the blessing of divine power. This is a height that cannot be matched by pure divine power. Lin Chuan, it's hard to imagine that one day in the future, when you have honed the power of normalcy to a high enough level, what kind of state can you reach? In a few years, Lord Beerus will wake up. I am afraid that the Super Saiyan God predicted by the prophecy fish in this time and space world is you, right? Because of your existence, our time and space world has become one of the special cases. With your talent, in a few years, I believe you can grow to be on par with Lord Beerus. Watching Lin Chuan once again complete the transformation of the 4th level of Super Saiyan, once again seeing Lin Chuan complete the transformation of Super 4 red hair and boundary breakthrough. Finally, there is the 4th level Super Saiyan God Pink. Although the combat power is still only 1000 Jing, the real combat power is enough to leapfrog the challenge. It is stronger than the 2nd stage of Super Saiyan Blue, Deep Blue evolution. From a distance, Piccolo was dumbfounded as he witnessed Lin Chuan transforming again and again, finally reaching the realm he had seen before. Unexpectedly, Lin Chuan would become a blockbuster if he did not sing. In the past, Lin Chuan was just making breakthroughs in one realm after another, and he also knew the details. But now, Lin Chuan has reached such a high level in the more than half a year since he came out of the spiritual time room that he really feels like he doesn't know what he is doing. Of course Piccolo wouldn't think about it. In fact, Lin Chuan could make a breakthrough in the 2 years in the spiritual time room. Just to reach the breakthrough, the peak, and to think about continuous breakthroughs, Lin Chuan remained stubborn and did not take any further action. And the reason why so many transformations seem to have been completed this time is actually because Lin Chuan has gone through both Saiyan routes. Most people, even the original Goku and Vegeta, just follow one path. I have completely released all my power. Please taste this blow, Weiss. He said solemnly as Lin Chuan tried his best to control the power in his body. The power of blood merges with divine power, and this power turns into new power. 2 balls of light appeared on Lin Chuan's palm, one golden and one fiery red. There is no doubt that this is going to be a big deal. In all the previous battles, Lin Chuan did not repeat any attacks. Be it a close attack, a long-distance invisible strike, or an unexpected teleportation and after-image punch. In the end, only this hand was left. Even if he knew that the final result was still ineffective, Lin Chuan still had to try and attack. Only in this way can he know where his flaws are. Only then can he use Weiss's implicit guidance to determine the direction he wants to move in the future. He didn't want to owe anyone a favor, especially an angel like Weiss. So this time it was Weiss who took the initiative to repay the favor he owed him, so there was no need for him to be polite. Besides, he didn't need Weiss to teach him, he just needed to point out his shortcomings. The energy becomes more and more intense, and the fusion of bloodline power and divine power reaches a certain limit. The 2 energy balls of different colors in his hands were squeezed and knocked together by Lin Chuan's hands, transforming into gold and red energy bombs. The extremely terrifying pressure expands in a straight line, and the extremely terrifying energy body can even easily shatter the space. If this place were not the realm of nothingness, no corner of the universe in the lower realm would be able to withstand the concentration of this energy without shaking. Come on. This is what you want, attack with all your strength. Maintaining the status quo, Weiss watched Lin Chuan release his ultimate move, and just waved the angel scepter lightly. From his perspective, seeing what Lin Chuan did was no different than watching a child play house. But an angel like Weiss sees things from a unique perspective. For example, now, if he looks at it from the perspective of Lin Chuan, who is at the same level, or one level above him, he will have a different feeling. Angel is not born absolutely invincible. He also came slowly from his internship as angel. If it were him who was still training, no matter how many reincarnations and years had passed, but he vaguely remembered that he did not have such powerful power in his early days. It was only after he continued to hone himself that he became stronger, and finally reached his current height after an unknown amount of time. Also suddenly, Weiss had a wonderful idea in his mind. In the past, because he met Lin Chuan's daughter who came from the future time and space, Weiss also acted in this time and space world to put Angel's power into Lin Chuan's daughter's body. He is thinking about letting Lin Chuan's daughter become an intern angel in the future, and maybe she will have better development in the future. But now, he has a better idea, that is, can Lin Chuan become an intern angel? Thinking of this, Weiss shook his head involuntarily. Indeed, the idea is very good, and Weiss also thinks this decision is feasible. However, now his internship quota has been given to Lin Chuan's daughter. If Lin Chuan is to become an intern angel, then the quota originally given to Lin Chuan's daughter must be taken back and then given to Lin Chuan. For him as an angel, it is actually very simple to get back his inheritance. However, if he goes to take back his inheritance now, then Lin Chuan's daughter may die, or even if she does not die, she may become a waste. That's it, unless another angel gives Lin Chuan angel's inheritance. And this is almost impossible. Their angel can only pass on 1-to-1. Who would be willing to train a descendant for others? Wrong? There really is such an angel. Weiss suddenly thought of his sister Vados. If you are one sister, you might be willing. After all, she also values Lin Chuan very much. However, if you become an intern angel there, you will have to stay in the 6th universe for a long time to develop. By then, will Lin Chuan still be considered a 7th universe? Even if he is excluded from the universe after becoming an intern angel, Lin Chuan's existence is now involved in a major event in the future. Angels all know that this time of reckoning will come soon. Lin Chuan will also become the trump card of the 7th universe. Speaking of which, if it's my father, forget it. Myers' matter hasn't been settled yet, and at Lin Chuan's current level, my father won't pay attention. The last thought fell. It was at this time that Weiss saw the bright light shining around Lin Chuan. The energy gathered to the limit, and the huge super energy cannon blasted directly. This is Lin Chuan's most powerful special move, Thunder Smash Cannon? No, it is no longer an ordinary Thunder Smasher cannon. The level of the ultimate move has been upgraded. Ho, it's really incredible, even I have to be more serious. Weiss laughed, and then raised the angel scepter in his hand forward. In an instant, the invisible angel's power condensed on the gem. The super energy cannon released by Lin Chuan was directly absorbed by this gem. Lin Chuan's super ultimate move that could destroy a galaxy was directly swallowed up, like a stone sinking into the ocean, making Lin Chuan feel deeply powerless. When everything returned to calm, Lin Chuan was unable to fuse the power of his bloodline due to exhaustion of his divine power, so he retreated to the Super 4 Red Hair and Boundary Breakthrough. Divine power needs to be condensed to be born, unlike the power of blood, which is endless. Therefore, this is also a major flaw of this form. It would be great if the self-condensation of divine power could be maintained in this form. Thinking of this, Lin Chuan remembered Weiss' words in his ears. You must have noticed the weakness of this special form. It is very strong, and it surpasses the previous Super Saiyan Blue level 2, but it is a one-time use. If you encounter a difficult opponent, once your peak combat power is consumed, you will become a piece of fish in the hands of others. I have a bad headache. I hope it will feel better tomorrow. Although I got caught at the end of the month, I still want some data. Please recommend votes, monthly tickets, rewards, and full subscriptions. Thanks for the advice. I probably already have a direction, but whether it's feasible still needs to be verified in practice. Lin Chuan humbly accepted Weiss's instructions. Even if he already knew about this problem, others just said it casually. Weiss nodded, seeming to see some details at this time, smiled slightly, and said, Actually, Lin Chuan, your current red-haired 4th level Super Saiyan is very good. You have completely integrated your divine power into your body form, thus forming a good maintenance cycle. In this state, your body can already instinctively condense divine power. Although it consumes a lot of energy, at least the speed of condensation is much higher than the speed of consumption. Compared with the transformation just now, the advantage is obvious. Weiss added road. His words also opened a new window for Lin Chuan. Yes, if one can reach such a state by breaking through the boundaries of the Super 4 Red Hairs, then it is impossible not to reach the ultimate form of the Super 4 Gods. He still needs to work harder to understand and practice. Although this is not a practice that can be completed in a day or two, and there are other aspects of training, as long as he is given enough time, he will definitely be able to achieve it. Angel's vision and opinions, just a simple sentence, can be used for a lifetime. I sighed in my heart. After that, Lin Chuan released the Super 4 Red-Haired and boundary-breaking state. The battle is finally over. Piccolo also confirmed the situation and flew over. He had a deep understanding of Lin Chuan's strength, and he also had a deeper understanding of Angel's incredible strength. Taken together, his strength is still very young, his level is too low, and he needs more training. Lin Chuan and Piccolo looked at each other. They have ideas for each other, and they have the same ideas. Although it is still too early, after experiencing this disaster, it seems that I can enter the spiritual time room again for 3 days. 3 days is 3 years. 3 years would be enough for them to take a further step. Of course, it can be more than 3 years, because with their strength, they can break space or use teleportation to sense coordinates and return to the main world, so they are not bound by time. Leave the realm of nothingness. The 3 of them returned to the original universe space. After Weiss's explanation, Lin Chuan and Piccolo realized that the time flow rate settings between the 2 worlds were completely different. According to the time they left and the time they returned, the difference was only 3 minutes, equivalent to almost 10 times. A full half-hour passed in the realm of nothingness. Others don't know, but Lin Chuan knows it clearly. There is no doubt that the system is storing combat power every moment. In half an hour, the combat power increases by 18 billion for a total of 1,800 seconds. This is the terrifying increase of 10 million points of combat power per second. After all, there are 864 billion in one day. Back in the 7th universe, Lin Chuan and Piccolo took Weiss back to Earth. People came to give me some advice, but I was too embarrassed to go our separate ways directly. The invitation was also out of courtesy. Of course, Lin Chuan also knew that Weiss would definitely go. After all, one of the reasons why Weiss took the initiative to go to the lower world was partly to find a chance to go to the Earth. Because only in this way, Weiss, as Angel, can taste delicious food on Earth. As the saying goes, after the first time, there will be a second time, and after the second time, there will be a third time. As Weiss came more and more often, he began to feel at ease. Needless to say, the Earth is too special and has almost the best in the universe. After a war of attrition, Lin Chuan also needed food supplies. Even if the energy brought by food supplement is not worth mentioning at all, after excessive energy consumption, you will feel hungry for no reason. Perhaps, it is because of the special body of Saiyans. In comparison, Piccolo didn't have so many problems. After drinking water, he found a quiet corner to meditate on his own. Since it wasn't a big occasion or a banquet, Weiss had been here several times, so entertaining him was very simple and there weren't that many bells and whistles. But because of his arrival, Bulma naturally came here to keep him company, and of course Zioxuer. It would really be impossible without her to arrange it. Zioxuer, who is only more than a month old, can already recognize people and things clearly, and she makes beep babbling sounds from time to time. It is obvious that she has a certain IQ and is actively learning to speak. However, he was still too young, so it was impossible to speak. After finding out through the system data that his daughter was extremely talented and had such high combat power, Lin Chuan was amazed for a long time. Later, I slowly let go. Even if her young body cannot exert such terrifying power, the power and potential hidden in her daughter's body is immeasurable. Moreover, through Zioxuer, Lin Chuan also saw another numerical manifestation of the system's combat power. For example, Zioxuer's combat power value hovers between 100 million and 100 billion, and there is no fixed number. What kind of concept is this? It's equivalent to if Xiaoshuer was really angry, even the lightning cell who had just transformed in the original work would be slapped away here. Holding his daughter in his arms, Lin Chuan teased her, and the accumulated emotions in his heart quickly dissipated. Lin Chuan would be so relaxed only when facing his family. A long time passed. After the group finished their meal, Bulma Lin Chuan chatted with Weiss for a long time before Weiss said goodbye and left. For Weiss, it was also one of them for him to go to Earth to see Xiaoshuer's situation. After all, his inheritance lies with Xiaoshuer. After seeing off Weiss, Piccolo was about to say goodbye and go back to the Celestial Temple, but at this moment Sun Wuhan arrived. This guy has been coming very frequently recently, but after Lin Chuan's advice last time, he didn't ask about practice issues anymore. Instead, it was because of Xiaoshuer that he came here often. It's fair to say, after all, this kid also met the future Zioxu at that time, so he must be very concerned about it. To this day, the strength shown by future Lin Shui is nothing to Lin Chuan, but to others, it is still extremely powerful. Although there was no explosion, the level was above 999.9 billion. In terms of true strength, given Lin Chuan's current state, I am afraid that his full power cannot compare to his daughter's super full power. You said it was so powerful? That's for sure? Lin Chuan also thought of the future Sun Wufan. His daughter undoubtedly comes from a more distant future, so even if Sun Wuhan is so powerful in the future, his daughter is not as good as him? He doesn't believe it. Having said that, Piccolo rarely sees Sun Wuhan these days, so they communicate with each other for a long time. Speaking of which, Piccolo is not Sun Wuhan's so-and-so, at most he is his mentor, so Sun Wuhan cannot be forced to go to the Celestial Temple to see him often. Of course, the feelings will not change. Because Sun Wuhan stayed for a while longer, Lin Chuan and Piccolo discussed some issues about when the spiritual time room would be opened again. Finally, Piccolo returned to the Temple of Heaven. As for Lin Chuan, he was wandering alone in his manor. Xiaoshuer was taken away by Sun Wuhan. While helping to take care of Xiaoshuer, he could also learn a lot of research knowledge from Bulma. All in all of Sun Wufan's theoretical knowledge has been experimentally proven by Bulma, which is very useful to Sun Wufan. If the former Sun Wufan only wanted to become a scholar of the theoretical school, then the current Sun Wufan also wants to become a researcher of the practical school on this basis. Come to the back garden and rotate around the central fountain. Lin Chuan crossed his arms and the thoughts in his mind were constantly turning. What Weiss said, and all his feelings after this battle. Because of his excessive in-depth thinking, he didn't even notice the androids number 16, number 17, and number 18 who happened to be passing by, and of course Maggot. They obviously just came back from outside and saw Lin Chuan wandering around here, so they came over out of curiosity. He just didn't have a chance to say hello to them. Lin Chuan just lowered his head and thought deeply, walking around a few people several times, but not once did he pay attention. This also made several people inexplicably embarrassed, especially number 17 and number 18, who were ready to speak several times. Magata's mind is like that of a child, and Lin Chuan is thinking about the problem, so he won't take the initiative to break it. As a purely mechanical android, number 16 was also very curious, but he knew that Lin Chuan must be thinking about a very critical issue, so he had no intention of interrupting. They are like this, but number 17 and number 18 are different. Although number 17 also knew what Lin Chuan was thinking, he was thinking about whether he could help. What about the 18th? She was very angry. It was the first time that she had been ignored so many times, and she directly believed that Lin Chuan didn't take her seriously. After watching Lin Chuan turn around 3 more times, number 18 finally couldn't bear it anymore and stood out. It's okay if we don't stand here. Once we get out of the station, not only number 18 is completely stunned, but Mijita, number 16, and number 17 are all shocked. Instead of stopping, Lin Chuan walked around No 18's body and continued walking forward. Number 18 was teetering on the edge of anger. For a moment, he was so ashamed and angry that he was furious. Hey, did I say that you have no manners at all? Others are standing in front of you, why don't you stop and say a word? No 18's shout excited Lin Chuan and also made him angry. Number 17, who had no time to cover No 18's mouth, had a bad feeling in his heart. He had never seen Lin Chuan's situation just now. If this was really the critical moment of realization, the trouble caused by these few words on the 18th would be enough for Lin Chuan to fail. Lin Chuan stopped and frowned. He raised his head and looked at a few people, especially number 18, but in the end he still ignored them. There is a lot of meaning in this look. The most important thing is not to explain what's wrong with him, but to tell them not to provoke him for the time being. The destruction of the world has nothing to do with him. Turning around, Lin Chuan continued walking towards the other side. It was too noisy and he couldn't calm down and think. Especially when I had clearly determined how I was going to go in the future, but because of the sudden intervention on the 18th, all my thoughts were disrupted. When a person is upset, his emotions are often out of control. Seeing Lin Chuan walk away, number 17 couldn't help but breathed a sigh of relief. Number 18 was even more furious. She is a woman, and Lin Chuan is the man she cares about. But it turned out that this man was looking at her less and less, which caused a huge psychological blow to her. Sister, there is no need to be angry. Lin Chuan must have a problem with his cultivation, so he is thinking about a solution. You just made trouble so directly. If it were you and I who were breaking through, and someone else came to disturb us, I'm afraid we would both kill each other. Number 17 reassured. How come you can't see it on the 18th? She's not that stupid, but she just can't swallow this breath. Especially since she was looked down upon by Lin Chuan last time, she has no intention of taking responsibility at all. She will feel resentful every time she sees Lin Chuan. This resentment made her want to attract Lin Chuan's attention, made her want Lin Chuan to take her seriously, and even like her. Facts have proved that once a woman becomes crazy, it is very scary. Although I didn't feel anything, the detector I upgraded told me that all the data on Lin Chuan's body were very unstable. Just now, we really shouldn't have intervened. Number 16 said seriously. Next to him, Maggot was also making his voice, but he still couldn't make a human voice. Of course, the general meaning is the same as that of the 16th and 17th. Okay, I know I was wrong. I just couldn't control myself. Number 18 is like a little girl, she knows she is wrong, but she still talks hard. On the other side, I walked to Lin Chuan on the outskirts, and unknowingly arrived at the place where I often practice. There is a lake here, which is lined with green grass all year round except in autumn and winter. But although it is winter now, it is strange that there are still many plants blooming with green leaves here. It's not the species that existed in Lin Chuan's previous world. It should be said that some of the plants in the Dragon Ball world are incredible and can withstand cold. There are even many flowers that bloom out of season. Sure enough, I am still too persistent. With my current strength, if I want to go further, I have to accumulate it over time. Wes's guidance and every evaluation are straight to the point. Every problem cannot be solved overnight. Words came out of his mouth from time to time, and Lin Chuan strolled on the lake. Walking on water is easy. Lin Chuan didn't stop until he reached the center of the lake. Take a deep breath and release the divine power in your body. The form of Super Saiyan God is complete again. Although it is a divine power that the body has independently condensed in a short period of time, it is already enough for him to complete this transformation. Even Super Blue and Super Blue Level 2 Dark Blue evolution are available. However, there is still a long way to go to reach the ultimate of Super 4 Gods and Pink Hair again. Beyond the realm of the 4 Gods, the divine power required for transformation is too great. Before being able to independently condense and generate divine power, increasing the level of divine power is also a solution. He just needs to open up a small world in his body to store the condensed divine power in it to supply the war that will happen in the future. I am unsatisfied, please recommend votes, monthly tickets, rewards, and full subscriptions. Although there are still many problems, after experiencing this time, my mastery of divine power has become even more perfect. The red-haired state of Super Saiyan God can be achieved with just a random thought. In fact, the body can even transform independently anytime and anywhere. Withdrawing his divine power, Lin Chuan once again released the Super Saiyan God state. Not caring that he was on the lake, Lin Chuan just sat on the water, supporting his chin with one hand, looking particularly incredible. With the improvement of his own realm, Lin Chuan's control over energy and his own control have become higher without even realizing it. The lake water below was difficult to touch, let alone wet Lin Chuan's clothes. It seems that Lin Chuan and the water surface fit seamlessly, but in fact there is a self-releasing aura on the surface of Lin Chuan's body, making it impossible for water to come into contact, as if it were waterproof. Lin Chuan now no longer dwells on the issues he had thought about before. His next goal is to continue to increase his divine power, and to store a large amount of divine power in case of emergency, and this is only the first step. In fact, only by stepping into a higher level of divine power can we take the first step. As Weiss expresses openly and secretly, his divine power has indeed been cultivated to a very powerful level, but when compared to the god of destruction, there is still a long way to go. We must go further, instead of standing still. Of course, there is another aspect that he needs to consider carefully: the ultimate freedom of mind. Although he had a deep understanding of this god's control skill after this battle and gained some insights, Lin Chuan always felt that he was lacking in many things. Although according to Lin Chuan's own wishes, this is not a state that must be achieved, nor does it require successful cultivation to become stronger. But according to the current state of transformation of Saiyans, the breakthrough of the ultimate self-intention power and the breakthrough of the self-ultra-intention power should be regarded as the same level of transformation. The system upgrade requires transformation to complete. Now there are 8 transformations, so it is level 8. Every time you upgrade to a level, your combat power increases by 10 times per second. Level 9 is 100 million points per second. Level 10 is currently unknown, but it is at least 1 billion points per second. If there are really 1 billion points per second, then there is no doubt that 3 years in the spiritual time room will be enough for him to reach the level of Sun Bei during the original Future Power Conference, or even higher. Perhaps, I can go to Turtle Immortal and ask him about his understanding of martial arts. Lin Chuan said to himself as a sudden thought occurred in his heart. After all, during the power conference in the original work, Kame Sennin used practical actions to express how deeply he understood and practiced martial arts. Not only did he compete with Jiren on a few moves, but he also gave some pointers to Son Goku in a few words, causing Son Goku to quickly reach the state of ease and ease of Gong. Although at that time, Son Goku was already able to reach the ultimate level of self-consciousness, it was precisely because of Kame Sennin that Son Goku was able to stabilize that state in a short period of time, allowing him to continuously break through and reach the pinnacle of freedom. Lin Chuan's state is completely different from that of Son Goku. But taking into account the strengths of Wanjia, the so-called 3 people walking together must have my teacher. Turtle Immortal may also have something that he needs, and it is something that he cannot understand. With this idea in mind, Lin Chuan began to make other decisions. Just like that, without realizing it, the day passed and the night came. After returning home, Lin Chuan learned from Sun Wuhan's news before he left that Son Goku and Raditz had gone to the King Kai planet to practice. This was unexpected. After all, with this level of strength at this time, can King Kai still guide Son Goku and Raditz to improve? After thinking about it, Lin Chuan finally came to the only conclusion, that is, King Kai might teach them his practice. Naturally, Lin Chuan wouldn't care about this. Why not let others follow the path he has walked? Putting this matter aside, Lin Chuan and Bulma were affectionate for a long time, and then while Xiaoshuer was asleep, he did bad things that Bulma had not done for a long time. During the several months of pregnancy, plus more than a month after Shuer was born, Lin Chuan cared so much for Bulma that even if he could, Lin Chuan did not do anything out of the ordinary. In fact, after Xiaoxue was delivered by Vados, Bulma's body returned to the state before pregnancy. Regarding Lin Chuan's fierce fighting power, Bulma was both happy and miserable. For Lin Chuan, this is so mysterious that it is beyond words and can only be understood. P.S. Stop when you click. The next day, Lin Chuan got up early. Because he had returned to his previous cultivation state, he woke up very early in the past few days. At this time, Bulma and Xiaoxue were still sleeping. It's past 5 o'clock. It was still dark at this time. After all, it's winter, and it usually doesn't get dark until after 6:30. Get up an hour early to exercise, and then come back to have breakfast with Bulma and the others. Lin Chuan was used to days like this. The family sat together and had breakfast, then Lin Chuan left home and came to Gaixian Island, where he found Gaixianren. We met several times, but never took the initiative to communicate, so the relationship was not very good. Turtle Immortal was surprised by Lin Chuan's arrival. Anyway, he is by far the strongest person in the world, and now he has lowered his status to come here to seek his guidance. Turtle Immortal was flattered, happy, and frightened. Lin Chuan is not easy to fool. As a martial arts master who has lived for hundreds of years, he certainly has his own unique insights, but to put it bluntly, if his strength cannot keep up, it will be useless no matter how high his level is. After explaining the purpose of his visit, Lin Chuan naturally chatted and communicated with the Turtle Immortal. He is not the kind of person who would be arrogant and look down on others even if he has achieved a little bit, not to mention being modest in asking for advice is an advantage he has always upheld. Therefore, after arriving here, Lin Chuan was not in a hurry for success, but slowly obtained knowledge from Turtle Immortal to make up for what he was missing. Although Kame Sennin's martial arts knowledge may not be of much help to him in improving his strength, it is always a good thing to increase his experience. Cultivation matters must be caught up. Now is the critical moment. It would be great if we could strike while the iron is hot and improve our state of mind again. Although there is no end to martial arts, if you don't advance in learning martial arts, you will retreat. But please forgive me, old man, for speaking frankly. Your strength has already reached this level, why are you so eager to become stronger? After some discussion, Turtle Immortal asked Lin Chuan. Turtle Immortal has something to say. He is a smart man, so what he says naturally does not have superficial meaning. Through open conversations, we can learn whether something extremely terrible will happen in the future. That's why Lin Chuan is so eager to become stronger. After many things have happened, Turtle Immortal is no longer the same as before. As time progressed, although he had already disembarked from the ship, the wind and waves were too strong and his clothes would still get wet. There is no absolute certainty in the future. As long as we keep doing it and changing it, the future will naturally be different. Only by becoming stronger can I do what I want to do and protect the people I want to protect. Old man, I know what you want to ask. There is no need to beat around the bush. I can only say that our world seems peaceful, but in fact there are too many threats hidden in the dark. After that, Lin Chuan stopped answering. Turtle Immortal got the answer he wanted. He also thought secretly in his heart, sure enough, it is because there are always hidden threats that Lin Chuan keeps getting stronger. It also involves the future. On this road, you are destined to be very lonely if you are walking alone. Whether it is Goku, Raditz, or Vegeta, they are only targeting you and Piccolo now. Maybe Piccolo can accompany you, but in my opinion, I'm afraid Piccolo won't be able to catch up with you, Kame Sennin confessed. Lin Chuan nodded slightly when he heard this and didn't say another word. Sitting cross-legged on the beach, Lin Chuan slowly absorbed the martial arts insights he had gained from Kame Sennin. Although they are all simple and easy to understand things, sometimes the more simple things are, the more important they are. Lin Chuan also realized that Xianren was not called a martial arts master for a while. His depth of martial arts training is truly unprecedented. Even his master Wu Taido must be inferior. Thinking of the character Wu Taido, he also appeared in the first part of the original work. Son Goku even used the power of spiritual time to go back to the past to learn from him. It should be said that this is also the first martial arts cheating character in the original work. In other words, he can be regarded as the originator of martial arts on Earth. In fact, if possible, Lin Chuan also has the idea of going back to the past to meet Wu Taido. Of course, he quickly gave up this idea. For more than 10 days in a row, Lin Chuan would report to Xian Island every morning and go back in the evening. How can one's hundreds of years of martial arts insights be fully absorbed in just 1 or 2 days? While Lin Chuan absorbed learning, he also made deeper breakthroughs in himself. During this period, he met Krillin Yamcha who came to see Kame Sennin. Needless to say, Yamcha remains the same. Lin Chuan was surprised by Klin's strength, because this kid's combat strength exceeded 100 million so quickly. It is said that a man who marries a wife will change, because after getting entangled in trivial matters, his strength will be greatly reduced. Unexpectedly, instead of neglecting his cultivation, this boy became stronger. At the same time, it shows in disguise that he is very lucky. Without number 18, there is another woman who is willing to pay for him. This is truly unparalleled. In this way, the earth has been in a state of peace. Time passes day by day. When the east goes, spring comes, spring goes, and summer comes. Before I knew it, another half year had passed. Half a year is neither long nor short. Put another way, according to the timeline of the original work, where has this been? It will take at least nearly 2 years before the artificial human chapter will begin. But in this main world, there is no such thing. It is worth mentioning that androids number 13, 14, and 15 caused trouble, and were easily wiped out by Vegeta alone. On Earth, Son Goku and Raditz are not here. Son Wuhan is at Baizai Mountain, Piccolo is at the Celestial Temple, and although Lin Chuan has always stayed at home, he is not considered the first target of artificial humans. These 3 androids were also unlucky. They met Vegeta who was looking for a place to vent his anger because of his inability to break through, and then they were killed. For Vegeta, he will not show mercy to his enemies. He is so ruthless that even if his son is born, he cannot change his fighting style. Vegeta's son? That's right. This is also the most shocking thing that happened to Lin Chuan in the past 6 months. Trunks was still born, but the mother was not Bulma, but Angel. Although I'm not sure what the difference is between this Trunks and the original Trunks, but Lin Chuan is certain of one thing, that is, certain beings will still be born even if they are separated from certain conditions. Just like Vegeta's son, even if the mother changes, he will still be born in the end. Putting aside this point, looking back at the gains and losses of the past 6 months, it can be seen that although Lin Chuan's strength has not improved much, his true combat power level has become much stronger than half a year ago. Today, Lin Chuan is going to look for Piccolo in the Temple of Heaven. Things discussed half a year ago have now settled for another half a year, so it's about time. The reopening of the spiritual time room is not only needed by Lin Chuan and Piccolo, but also by Sun Bella and others who need a lot of time to seek greater breakthroughs. After all, I stayed inside for 3 years and only spent 3 days outside. On the Earth side, everything is developing according to Lin Chuan's expected trajectory. At this moment, somewhere in the universe. This is not the North Galaxy, but the Western Galaxy. This is a very special area. Because it is connected to other galaxies and belongs to the boundary of a large galaxy, there is a dead dark galaxy. On a dead star in a dark galaxy, something was happening that Lin Chuan couldn't help but take a second look at. The plot is driven here. Magician Babadai drove his huge universe ship and landed on this planet that is shrouded in darkness all year round. As the hatch of the spacecraft opened, Babadai and Demon King Dapra came out. According to the labeling of the energy detector, this planet should be right. But there seems to be nothing on this dark planet with no light. Could it be that the detector is wrong? Babadai said while debugging. Energy detector inside. Don't worry, Lord Babadai. There is indeed a strong energy source on this planet, and it is rapidly approaching us. Dapura said respectfully. As a demon king, he was controlled by Babadai because of his inner desires, and then made him his master. As the demon king, his perception is extremely sharp. Even if he cannot see the surrounding scene, he can still perceive all the changes around him. Really? I hope you won't disappoint me this time. If the strength is less than 100 units, you are not even worthy of being my subordinate. Babadai trusted Dapura and nodded. Please vote for me monthly. Please vote for recommendation. It's coming, Lord Babadai. A deep voice came from Dapura's mouth. The next second, the energy detector in Babadai's hand reacted violently. The equipment is advanced, but the perception is still inferior to that of the Demon King. Oh, such a strong energy reaction. 200 units, 300 units, 800, this is a full 800 units. Babadai looked at the values on the detector with surprise on his face. Color. After searching for so long, it is rare to find such a good prey. As long as he is accepted as his subordinate, his power will become stronger and stronger. No, Master Babadai, be careful. As if aware of the approaching crisis, Dapura frowned and instantly arrived in front of Babadai. In the darkness, a huge claw struck, and Dapura caught it in his hand. At the same time, the face of this monster also appeared under the light of the universe spacecraft. He is none other than Yaji. In the original work, the monster was forcibly exploded due to excessive absorption of Son Goku's energy. Yeah. There have been no outsiders on this planet for a long time. Just play with me. As Yaji made a sound, he did not think at all that the existence he was facing was. It's not something you can deal with on your own. Yej withdrew his sharp claws and quickly swam in the darkness. When he finds the right opportunity, he strikes out again like a cat catching a mouse. Murderous intent permeated the air, seeming to tear Dapura into pieces. Unfortunately, he chose the wrong opponent. If it were Babadai, he would still be in a hurry. What kind of existence is the Demon King Dapura? How could he be hurt by his mere attack? Under Dapura's disdain, the Demon King's eyes understood all of Yej's actions. With only one move, Dapura subdued the monster Yej in one go. Being killed instantly, Yej was deeply shocked. And often monsters like Yej know how to survive best. He knew that he had kicked a steel plate and was no match for the opponent, so he immediately compromised and begged for mercy. Master Babadai, what do you think we should do with this guy? Dapura put one foot on Yaquin's head and asked, waiting for Babadai to give him the next instruction. It would be a pity to kill him. The energy source of 800 kilometers is not weak anymore. Now that he has surrendered, let's take him with him, but before that, we have to do a ritual. Dapura, you continue to hold him down. Babadai gave a strange laugh. The most correct thing he did in his life was to go to the Demon Star and conquer the Demon King Dapura. After he put away the energy detector, he pointed his hands at the Warcraft Yaj and began to recite a spell. As the spell was being read, Warcraft Yaj seemed to feel some kind of devouring, and began to wail in pain. The body struggled instinctively, but under Dapura's suppression, Yej's resistance was useless. Now he is like fat meat on the chopping board, only to be slaughtered by others. After a while, Babadai's control magic completely invaded the spirit and soul of Warcraft Yej. The demon control magic not only helped him control Yej, but also completely amplified the dark side of the monster Yej's heart. Black magic even imprinted the M symbol on Yej's chest. From now on, you will be my second subordinate, tell me your name. After Babadai stopped his hand, he nodded with satisfaction. Although this trip to this star field was an accident, it was not a waste of time to pick up a fairly strong monster for his use. It just so happens that he is now employing people. Sir Babadai, the little one's name is Yaji. Without Dapura's suppression, the demon beast Yaji knelt down respectfully and surrendered to Babadai. Yes. Very good, Yaji. From now on, you will be my slave. Everything about you belongs to me, including your life. Babadai nodded, and then continued, isn't it okay to stay like this? There is no light source on this shitty planet, so I feel wronged to you? From now on, as long as you are obedient enough, this magician will give you living conditions that you never had before. Yes, Lord Babadai. Yej was still a little afraid of Dapura. Of course, he was also afraid of Babadai because this short creature could control him. Yaji seems to be big and has no IQ, but in fact his IQ is quite high. He also told the reason why this planet has no light source. He feeds on light and can eat it whenever light appears. I didn't expect that there are creatures like you, not bad. After praising Yaji, Babadai did not want to stay here anymore and said, well, since there are no special life forms on this planet anymore, okay, then we should go. The dark planet gave him a creepy feeling. Although he is evil at heart and has great ambitions to become the master of the universe, he is really very timid. The reason for this is naturally because although he is a powerful magician, he is not strong enough. It is precisely because of this that he needs powerful subordinates to work for him. It is stupid to say that Babadai has controlled the Demon King Dapura, a being that even the Eastern Supreme Kai is afraid of. He clearly had an absolute trump card and could control the invincible opponents of the universe, but he still had to go to Earth to resurrect Majin Buu, and ended up like that. Entering the universe ship, Yej's eyes were opened. Although he was placed as a subordinate, he was particularly excited to leave this planet with nothing. Where is our destination next? Master Babadai, Dapura asked from the side. The Earth of the Northern Galaxy. If the mark left by my father is correct, the sealed devil egg should be there. If you meet a creature with a high energy unit along the way, you can collect it. Come as a subordinate. Now I have no power other than you. As for that guy, Tisk, just don't come and ruin my plan to resurrect Majin Buu. The scene shifts and returns to Earth. On the Temple of Heaven. At this time, almost all the warriors on the Earth have gathered, including Kame Immortal. However, Son Goku and Raditz are not here. Since they left the Earth and went to practice with King Kai half a year ago, they have not come back and there is no news. Although Lin Chuan could go find them, there was no point in deliberately finding them to tell them the news. Anyway, they will come back sooner or later. When they come back and compare their strengths, they will know that the spiritual time room is open again, so they will definitely go in. After all, who would miss such a great opportunity to practice? The general situation is like this. Compared with the past, the world inside the spiritual time house is not only a more cruel environment and difficult to survive, but the time you can stay inside has also been increased to 3 years. As Piccolo announced the final upgrade of the spiritual time room, everyone gasped. In the previous spiritual time room, everyone present had entered it except Kame Sennin, who had never entered it. How terrible is it that the environment is more cruel than in the past? Tianjin Fan and Klin are still a little excited because they are still moving forward in martial arts and do not give up easily. So it is also a good thing for them to be able to enter the spiritual time room again. This is not the case with Yamcha. His current combat power index is not even in the millions. It can be seen how much spending all day long has taken a toll on him. If he wasn't an ordinary person, if he didn't have a solid foundation and a million-level combat power, otherwise, he would have looked like he was about to be sucked dry. So, you have been hiding the news that you can enter the spiritual time house from a long time ago. Damn it! This also means that you have all gone in, but you only said it now, right? Piccolo, Tower Los. Vegeta was different from the others. Although there has been progress in the past 6 months, he is not satisfied at all. As his life changes and his personality changes, he not only wants to go back to his old self, but also lingers over everything he has now. Every time he can't stop himself, but every time he sees his wife and son, he completely relaxes. Vegeta is no longer the Vegeta he was before, he is the one who has changed the most. Take Raditz, for example. To be fair, he doesn't have that so-called sense of belonging, nor is he bound by his family, so he has always gone his own way, even though Raditz also has a wife and children. Raditz also has a child? Yes. This can be regarded as the result of jealousy among the few remaining Saiyans. No one wants to be worse than others or fall behind in any aspect. Although Raditz's son is 2 months younger than Trunks, his natural talents and qualifications are not bad at all. Raditz named his son Trap. When he first learned about it, Lin Chuan was a little surprised by the naming pattern. Later, I finally realized that this is the homophone of white radish. Saiyans in this world don't know that their names are derived from the English names of various vegetables in Lin Chuan's previous life. Kakarot is a carrot, Raditz is a radish, and then a white radish is born. It is hard to imagine that if Son Goku had not lost his memory and had given Son Gohan a Saiyan name using the Saiyan naming method, maybe this Trap would be Son Gohan's. Having said that, facing Vegeta's loud scolding and questioning, Lin Chuan found it a bit funny. Piccolo was furious, but he didn't take him seriously at all. Not talking about his strength, just saying that this guy yells and screams in just a few words always makes people feel uncomfortable. It's true that Vegeta has changed, but in these aspects, he is still the same. The words are very clear. No one has entered the spiritual time house after it was renovated. So you think Lin Chuan and I didn't tell you until now after we went into practice. To be honest, even if we don't tell you, what can you do? If we hadn't considered the possible crises in the future, Lin Chuan and I wouldn't have discussed this decision, and it would be impossible to tell you this time. Piccolo said domineeringly. This statement can be said to have directly blocked the mouths of everyone present. It's useless for Vegeta to be angry, he's just incapable of being furious. What Piccolo said is absolutely correct. The spiritual time house does not belong to them. Now the control is in the hands of Piccolo and the current god Dende. You cannot enter without their permission. TCH? It's best like this. Although he got the answer and balanced his mind, Vegeta is Vegeta, and some superficial demeanor never changes. He knew he couldn't beat Piccolo, but he still had to protect his face. And what he said next was undoubtedly something that everyone could predict. Since we can go in again, I, the prince, must be the first to go in? Kakarot and Raditz are not on Earth either, so you two won't compete with me for this first spot. Looking at Lin Chuan with Piccolo, Vegeta means something. I don't care about the order. What I'm telling you is that it depends on your own wishes. You can go in if you want. For you, after this year of silence, if you go into practice now, you will definitely usher in an absolute breakthrough. Lin Chuan said. The words were not very clear, but they also expressed what he meant. In fact, Lin Chuan is still very concerned about it now. That is, it has been so long since Goku and Raditz have completed Super 3, but Vegeta has remained silent. On Earth, as long as he completes a breakthrough, Lin Chuan cannot possibly not know about it. This guy is probably going to reach the 4th level of Super Saiyan in one fell swoop. From a year ago until now, he has not followed the path of Son Goku and Raditz. It should be said that Son Goku and Raditz have their opportunities, and Vegeta can only rely on himself to work hard. What is certain is that given 3 years to Vegeta, he can definitely increase his strength to unprecedented heights, and it will not be a problem to even hone his normal combat power to tens of billions or even hundreds of billions. Being able to enter the spiritual time room again is good news for ascetics like Vegeta who are seeking breakthroughs in extreme challenges, and it is also an opportunity for him to break through. If you want to come in, just come in. Mr. Popo has already prepared food and daily necessities. I'm afraid you won't be able to endure the hardship and will escape soon. Piccolo had the same view as Lin Chuan, but he didn't care about Vegeta. Polite. The two did not deal with each other in some aspects. Unlike later in the original work, Vegeta impressed Piccolo with his actual actions. Stop looking down on others. When I come out this time, I will compete with you. Vegeta is a tough guy, he will take action after putting down harsh words. Entering the spiritual time room alone? Except for Goku, no one has tried this before. It is inevitable that Bobo and Dende are worried, not to mention that it is at least 10 times more difficult to survive in the spiritual time house today than before. The reason why it was originally set that 2 people entered it was so that they could take care of each other, talk, and communicate. It is conceivable that if a person stays in a world with nothing, it will take less than 3 years, 10 days, and a half months to be tortured. If you can stay for a year, you are a person of great perseverance. After trying to dissuade them to no avail, Dende and Bobo turned their attention to Lin Chuan and Piccolo for help. Since he is going, let him go. Maybe if he practices alone, he will achieve better results. Lin Chuan said with a smile. Piccolo didn't answer. He felt that what Lin Chuan said made sense. Besides, is there anyone here who is willing to accompany Vegeta to practice? It turns out that there is Raditz competing with him. After Raditz and Son Goku left the Earth, Vegeta was in a situation where he was neither better nor worse. Please vote at the end of the month. The bosses have extra tickets in their hands, so give me a few of them. Then, my body is in the recovery period. At least it is not as uncomfortable as it was a few days ago. I think I will be able to code normally in a day or two, and I will work hard to increase the number of updated words by then. Vegeta entered the spiritual time room with an indignant look. For Vegeta, this will be the biggest challenge and the biggest turning point in his life. He didn't realize that the decision he made this time would make him truly qualified to talk to the stronger Piccolo and Lin Chuan at the same level in the future. Otherwise, with his previous strength, he might not be able to shake the normal Piccolo with all his strength, let alone Lin Chuan. The gap is just that big. In the spiritual time house world, Vegeta's expression was solemn. Familiar houses, familiar scenes. The only difference is that when he expanded his perception immediately, the space seemed to be larger. Before, it was only a larger area than the Earth. Moreover, it also gave him a more depressed feeling. Let me experience for myself how outrageous the transformation you are talking about is. While saying this, Vegeta took a step forward. The moment he left the stairs of the house, huge pressure swept over him instantly. The gravitational pressure at the closest distance alone is 100 times that of the Earth. Moreover, the breath brings an extremely hot feeling. The temperature is at least above 50 degrees. If it were a normal person, let alone persisting, he would be crushed into a meat pie. And with this temperature, there is not enough power to protect the body. In just a few minutes, the body's functions will quickly face crisis. Of course, with Vegeta's normal combat power now, this temperature will not have any impact on him at all. Anyway, it's 2 billion points. Even if the cultivation results achieved after 1 year's accumulation are not high, they are still terrifying. Compared to outside, the harsh conditions here can really increase my strength in a short period of time. Just wait, it won't take long before I will surpass all of you, including you, Talos. Without a trace of hesitation, Vegeta directly exploded and flew towards the distance. It was because this place was a holy land for cultivators like them that they were so eager to enter here to practice again at that time. Today's environment is even more hostile, which is definitely good news. He was able to seize the opportunity. Kakarot and Raditz thought they could leave him alone after finding a new training method. He will find his own way. According to what Piccolo said, Vegeta found the point in his words. In the improved world of the spiritual time house, the gravity environment and temperature become more terrifying with distance. A mere 100 times gravity and a temperature of 50 or 60 degrees are not the best environment for him to practice. Now that you have entered, you must do your best to break through and become stronger. After a year of accumulation, although he has been practicing, he pays more attention to accumulation and steady progress. As time went by, they all gradually realized the key points. That is, the Saiyans themselves must become strong, so that the Super Saiyans they become can be strong enough. Otherwise, there will be a situation where, even if you transform into a Super 4, others can crush you without transforming. Vegeta's training begins? Back outside the spiritual time room. On the celestial temple, as Vegeta entered, the group of people's exchanges continued. This guy Vegeta is really in such a hurry and doesn't make any preparations. After all, it only lasts 3 years. Lin couldn't help complaining. He already had a plan to go in with Tianjin Fan. But if he wasn't like this, he wouldn't be Vegeta. I wonder how much worse the spiritual time room will be after the renovation compared to the past. I'm really looking forward to it. After Tianjin Fan finished speaking expectantly, the conversation changed in the next second. Then he said, by the way, Yamcha, are you really not going in this time? I see that your strength has not changed much this year. As this sentence came out, there was a sense of regret in Tianjin Fan's words. He said it euphemistically, but if he were to be more direct, it meant that Yamcha's strength was declining rapidly. This opponent that he could compete with in the past has been completely thrown away by him and Lin without realizing it. It's not a good thing to have one less opponent, but everyone has their own ambitions, and he can't force it. Regarding Yamcha, Kame Sennin was also helpless. But Kame Sennin saw his younger self in Yamcha. At the beginning, I was just as uncontrolled as Yamcha, and I didn't wake up until later. Hundreds of years were wasted on this, and he eventually became an incompetent old man. Although he was a veteran and Yamcha was considered his disciple, Kame Sennin didn't know how to persuade him. Sometimes, you have to experience it before you realize that your indulgence in youth was wrong. Forget it, I have looked away a long time ago. Not to mention the past, I have never practiced in this year. Even if I make up my mind to go in with you, I am afraid it will only hinder you, Yamcha said with great self-knowledge. With his words, Lin and Tianjin Fan couldn't say anything else. What has happened is that everyone has the right to choose the future. Although they all know why Yamcha started to fail in martial arts training, they have their beliefs. Not as good as those Saiyans, not as good as Piccolo, but they want to have their own achievements, and they don't want to regret in the future that they didn't work hard in the past. Being a martial arts master is the goal they will pursue in the future. Facts have proved that he can make Tianjin rise in the future. Krillin's situation is different from the original work, but what is certain is that he will definitely succeed in the future. At least there is a Kame Sennin by his side. The few of them put aside their cultivation matters and asked each other about their recent situation, which was considered a pleasant conversation. There are also the sounds of Sun Wufan, Dumpling, Dende, and Bobo in the middle. Is Sun Wufan here too? That's right. Originally Lin Chuan didn't plan to tell the child, but Piccolo told him anyway and let him come to the Temple of Heaven. The meaning is obvious. Although Gohan is only 9 years old now, including the time he entered the spiritual time room, this child can be considered a young adult with mature thoughts. I would feel a little sorry if I kept it from him, and even if I told him, Gohan wouldn't even think about going in now, because his father, Son Goku, hasn't come back yet. What's more, neither he nor Lin Chuan suggested that he go into practice now. This strength at this age is already terrifying to the extreme. If it is pushed too far, it may be counterproductive. Piccolo is worried about the same thing as Lin Chuan. This has nothing to do with whether there is still potential. It is related to the foundation. If something goes wrong, it will affect the future life. During the course of cultivation, cultivators not only undergo transformation, sublimation, and evolution, but also go crazy, lose strength, and suffer foundation damage. It seems that martial arts training in the Dragon Ball world does not have the negative consequences of cultivating immortals in the fantasy world. In fact, it just does not appear in the original work. Standing on the edge of the celestial temple, Lin Chuan and Piccolo looked down under the clouds. Looking from here, there is always a sense of God's vision, as if everything is under control. Lin Chuan said with emotion, God? I really don't know where you got so many strange names, but yes, you have always been on alien planets before. In Earth terms, you should say God's vision. Piccolo replied, God vision, too. By the way, you have at least assimilated the original God Piccolo, and you can be considered half a god. Lin Chuan said with a smile. Piccolo's expression didn't change much. He used to care about this very much, but now that it has been so long, he is used to it. After all, he assimilated to the gods and found himself. This is the fact. Although I don't deny this matter, you are wrong about one thing. I am still the same person, and that old guy from the gods only made me successful. So what is God or not, naturally does not exist in me. What's more, compared to you, you are the real God. Piccolo's few words explained his state of mind. Lin Chuan didn't have any surprises. Wasn't he like that in the original novel? Well said, you are just yourself. Only by being firm in your heart can you go further. I suggest you practice your divine power, or the realm of gods. If it is combined with your dragon god's power, it may be more perfect. Lin Chuan looked at Piccolo, then looked down at the lower world, and said. Hearing this, Piccolo looked stunned for a moment. I really haven't considered becoming a god or anything. You know, I was the infamous Piccolo de Mao back then. Really? But in my opinion, no one cares more and wants to protect the earth more than you. Lin Chuan did not tell the truth, but just told the truth. Piccolo began to change due to his intervention since the Saiyan invasion, and later he directly regarded the earth as his home. I took the earth as my own. No one is allowed to get involved. Piccolo is still saying harsh words until now. Little did he know that the more he said this, the more he showed he cared. Lin Chuan said no more, and so did Piccolo. After a long time, Piccolo said again, this time, Son Goku and Raditz are not on Earth. I thought you would find them back, or wait for them to come back. Really? I didn't think too much about it. I just felt that the time has come, and you and I both need the spiritual time room to improve our strength again. Lin Chuan replied with a smile. Piccolo nodded, so, it's been decided that when they finish training, the two of us can go in. It just depends on whether Kakarot and Raditz will come back. If they happen to come back, then let them go first. If not, then let us go in. Moreover, this time maybe we will stay for more than 3 years. Piccolo was slightly startled by Lin Chuan's words. After staying for more than 3 years, this is something Piccolo never expected. Lin Chuan never talks nonsense or exaggerates. In Piccolo's opinion, if Lin Chuan said this, he would definitely stay for more than 3 years, 4 to 5 years, or even more than 5 years. Is there a new breakthrough? Isn't 3 years enough? Piccolo said in surprise. At my level, it's extremely difficult to take another step forward, and it's the same for you. Lin Chuan nodded, and then said, our strength is still too weak. The battle with Weiss half a year ago, until now, even if my realm has improved and many shortcomings have been improved, it is still incomparable. Remember what Weiss said? In a few years, our universe's god of destruction, Beerus, will awaken. Compa can get along with each other, but not Beerus. If we don't have enough strength to fight with our own dignity, even if Weiss protects us and the Earth, we will be nothing more than ants in the eyes of this god of destruction. Besides, it was because of my battle with Compa that the god of destruction showed respect to us. As Lin Chuan finished speaking, Piccolo took a deep breath. How could he not have thought about these things? I just kept it in my heart and didn't tell anyone. I don't know what year this is. Piccolo asked. What is certain is that this time will not be too long, ranging from 3 to 5 years at least to 10 to 15 years at most. Lin Chuan replied. Are you so sure? Piccolo became even more surprised when he heard this. Lin Chuan was also stunned, and suddenly felt that he had said it. Isn't this a guess? If it is 1 or 2 years, Weiss wouldn't say how many years? But if there are still many years, then it shouldn't be said how many years. The most likely possibility is that it will not exceed 12 years. After saying that, Lin Chuan calculated carefully and calculated according to the normal trajectory. There are still about 12 years until Beerus wakes up in the original work. But now, Lin Chuan is really not sure. I'm afraid Beerus will wake up early, otherwise Weiss won't say that. It was obvious that Weiss expected them to ascend to a stronger state and also expected them to meet Beerus. After a long silence, Piccolo broke the calm. Since you can't avoid it, then face it calmly. So many disasters have passed, why do you still care about this time? You and I will definitely be stronger. When the time comes, no matter whether he is the god of destruction or an angel, we will do our best. Enough. Piccolo said. The words are fair and the attitude is firm. It's not an exaggeration to say that he is a great hero, but Piccolo showed himself to be a great devil before. Lin Chuan smiled and said nothing. Piccolo didn't speak anymore. They just stood on the edge of the Temple of Heaven, motionless. In the middle of the trip, Sun Wuhan came over to chat, but after exchanging a few words, he was pulled away by Dende. Tianjin Rice, Klin, Dumplings, Yamsha, and the others didn't come over to talk because they couldn't talk to Lin Chuan and Piccolo. Although they have also protected the Earth and are in the same camp, they are still not on the same page. Kame Sennin, on the other hand, seemed to see the pressure on Lin Chuan and Piccolo. After knowing the great horror that would come in the future, he said something. Lin Chuan and Piccolo benefited a lot. Speaking of which, I always feel like there's something missing from you, but I just can't tell. Lin Chuan looked at Piccolo and said. A new topic was brought up again. Piccolo was stunned for a moment, his expression very indifferent. It seems that it's not my own illusion. Even you noticed it. Kame Sennin seemed to have noticed it just now, otherwise he wouldn't have looked at me. The look in his eyes and the words he spoke to me were full of meaning. A question about cultivation. Lin Chuan asked. So, not really? I don't know what happened recently. I always feel like I'm still missing something. After assimilating with that old guy from the gods, due to the improvement of my strength and realm, I ignored some small problems. Nowadays, as the realm becomes higher and higher, as the strength becomes stronger and stronger, the feeling of emptiness becomes stronger and stronger, Piccolo said. Tell Lin Chuan his experiences and circumstances during this period. Going back to the earliest, in fact, as early as a year ago, when he and Lin Chuan were still practicing in the spiritual time room, they had this inexplicable feeling. It's like I'm still incomplete. After listening to his words, Lin Chuan was surprised for a long time and felt extremely incredible. He kept looking Piccolo up and down. Incomplete, even after assimilating with the gods, is it still incomplete? Also suddenly, Lin Chuan thought of something, and the plot in some side stories gave Lin Chuan a possibility. As far as I know, your predecessor is both yourself and your father. Could it be that you didn't inherit something from your predecessor, so it's still incomplete? Lin Chuan reminded. In that side story setting, after Piccolo and the god Piccolo assimilated into Piccolo, he was still incomplete. Later, through some means, he retrieved the past Piccolo de Maui and assimilated it, and then he became truly complete. At this time, it reminds me of the super android plot in the later period of the original work. Piccolo developed his potential with the help of Shenlong, and Shenlong also gave Piccolo a mysterious gift. Maybe this gift has something to do with Piccolo de Maui, and it completely makes up for the lack of the Piccolo, which makes the Piccolo completely complete. From this, the orange transformation evolved, which is the power of the dragon god. The original work is the transformation of Piccolo who awakened with the help of the power of Shenlong. In this real world, because of Lin Chuan's relationship, Piccolo only relied on his own talent to achieve it. However, as his realm improved and his strength increased, the missing body was never enough to allow him to break through again. Fortunately, Piccolo said it, otherwise, Piccolo's training would have been in vain. This time he entered the spiritual time room. You mean, I have to find my predecessor? Piccolo was a little confused. He comes from his predecessor, the being who was both his father and himself. When he inherited it, all the imprints were in his genes, and even the memories were inherited as he grew up. He doesn't understand. What is he missing? It is certain that even the soul of his predecessor is actually him now, but he chose a new life and abandoned the past. Go to the underworld and ask, or rather, directly use the dragon to make a wish. The dragon balls are with Bulma. This is not something you can do by yourself. Using the dragon balls to summon the dragon to make a wish does not break your rules. Lin Chuan said. If you go to the underworld, you won't be able to find Piccolo de Maui. Either he has been reincarnated by the soul-washing arrangement a long time ago, or he has not gone to the underworld at all. Hearing Lin Chuan's words, Piccolo opened his mouth, then closed his mouth and began to think. This kind of thing happened to him. How could he accept it if it were someone else? At this time, he could no longer make up his mind. I'm afraid, we can only rely on the power of Shenlong. As these words fell, Lin Chuan also nodded. With the dragon ball in hand, you can make a wish at any time, just give it a try. If it's not for this reason, then looking for another one is just a waste of a wish. If you eliminate them one by one, you will eventually find what you are missing. Hey guys, New Year's Eve is coming soon. Qingjiao is here to wish everyone good health in 2024, all the best, all your dreams come true, promotions and salary increases, prosperous business, and happy life. The congratulatory words are like the water of the Yellow River, and finally from the heart I hope you all have a happy smile and all the best in the new year. Carrot carrot. After the discussion with Piccolo came to fruition, accompanied by Lin Chuan, the two went to the western capital together and found Bulma who was taking care of Xiaoshuer. Although Piccolo did not come to the full moon banquet that day, he had met Lin Chuan's daughter Lin Xue. For Lin Xue, Piccolo naturally knew how terrifying his talent potential was. If Lin Xue from the future hadn't gone back to the past and he had seen it, otherwise, it would be really hard to imagine. First it was Son Goku's child, Sun Wuhan, and now it's Lin Xue. To put it in the most intuitive terms, she truly deserves to be Lin Chuan's daughter. Compared to Son Goku's son Sun Gohan, he has more potential. Even if she is a girl, who says that women can't become strong? After explaining the situation to Bulma, Lin Chuan got the Dragon Ball from her hand. No, it should be said that Bulma was asked to summon the dragon to make a wish. Such movement naturally attracted the three androids living in the manor, number 16, number 17 and number 18, as well as Mijita, who had been staying here since being sent by Vados and Kompa. The dragon of the earth appears. Although the level is a bit lower, his aura is not weak at all. Although after several modifications by Dende, Shenlong's performance has been greatly improved, but compared to Namex Barunga, it is still not even a little bit worse. Under Piccolo's wish, Shenlong gave an accurate answer. And it seems that because Piccolo awakened the power of the dragon god, Shenlong has extra respect for Piccolo. This kind of respect obviously means that he has lowered his attitude, and Piccolo's status is above him. Needless to say, Lin Chuan was a little envious of such treatment. You must know that even if he has become a god now, Shenlong will still not act inferior to others in front of him. In the original work, the god of destruction, Beerus, came to Earth, and how many people were dumbfounded by the fearful expression on Earth's dragon's face when he saw Beerus. This is also an achievement that anyone who is a time traveler wants to achieve. The title that makes Shenlong bow his head in respect is also a symbol of status in a sense. In fact, Lin Chuan did not realize that although the dimension he was currently in seemed to be very high, it was only the 6th dimension. Even if the realm has far exceeded this strength unit, the numerical value is not up to standard and cannot be changed. As long as Lin Chuan can reach the 8th dimension, or even higher dimensions, he will truly reach the god level. This god is not comparable to the current god. Back to business. This time, the wish made by summoning the dragon was fulfilled. With the help of Shenlong, the truth came to light. Piccolo completely found himself, completely swallowing and absorbing his former self. It is also amazing that not only Lin Chuan and Piccolo, but also everyone could not have imagined that the subconscious body of his predecessor Piccolo de Mao would still exist in Piccolo's subconscious world. Although its existence is not surprising, it is incredible that Piccolo did not even notice his current strength, and Lin Chuan did not notice it at all. All in all, the Piccolo problem has been solved. Especially after this experience, the Piccolo truly became perfect. In his realm, its strength units have also reached 800 billion units. You must know that under the guidance of Weiss, Piccolo took so long to reach the normal combat power of 400 billion half a year ago. With the help of Shenron to completely absorb the consciousness of his predecessor, Piccolo's combat power was directly doubled. And this is just a numerical value. Piccolo's real combat power is definitely stronger, and it is not difficult to reach the trillion level. Lin Chuan had also been stuck in this realm of strength for a while. Piccolo was sent away. Lin Chuan did not follow him back to the Temple of Heaven. After all, Vegeta has to train there for 3 years, and Tianjin Fan and Krillin also need the same 3 years as expected. Converted, it is 6 days in the outside world. He still has at least 6 days before he and Piccolo can enter the spiritual time room. So during this period, he decided to take a good rest and make adequate preparations for the upcoming devil training. At the same time, Underworld, the Great Realm King. Half a year ago, Son Goku and Raditz came here to practice under the leadership of King Kai. Not only did it broaden their horizons, it also allowed them to see more powerful opponents. Although these opponents are not very strong for them, but at least with their normal strength, they can't easily defeat them. Especially that pork rib rice, with their normal strength, they simply cannot win. Even if they become the first level Super Saiyan, they can only draw. Is the pork rib rice so awesome? It is true that the previous pork rib rice was not so powerful, and the original pork rib rice was the same, but after Lin Chuan arrived last time, he realized how weak he was. Feeling the pressure, he practiced hard, and with the guidance of the Kaio and the secret guidance of the Great Kaio, his strength improved by leaps and bounds. Not only the pork rib rice, but also the strength of King Kai of Baihe Galaxy and Oliver also surpassed the normal situation of the two. This Great Kai Wang, besides the pork rib rice, he is the second in command. Can't transform, can only use normal state. King Kai trains Son Goku and Raditz to restrain them from turning into Super Saiyans casually. Only in this way can their bodies be better trained. After all, he is a king of the generation. With his understanding of the transformation of Super Saiyan, he has already come to the conclusion that the transformation of Super Saiyan increases at a double speed. And the intensity of the increase is all-round, not comparable to Kaioken's moves and skills. Let Son Goku and Raditz be physically strong in their normal state, and then they will become stronger and stronger after they transform. Exercise their bodies. Exercise their spirit. After completing these 2 points, he will teach them the cultivation method of the power of God that he knows. In half a year, it can be said that the power of the two people has improved rapidly. He no longer relies on transformation to increase his strength, but only hone his normal state and uses Dharma to practice. Not only did it allow them to accumulate huge developable potential, but it also allowed them to practice unimpeded, just like Lin Chuan back then. But no one would know that in addition to his own cultivation, Lin Chuan also had systematic assistance. At this moment, King Kai is enjoying tea leisurely. In the open space in front, Son Goku and Raditz were sitting respectively. The two of them were meditating and practicing. Suddenly, a voice came to his mind, causing his movement of pouring tea to pause slightly. Huh? Is that Lin Chuan's voice transmission? The spiritual time room has been restarted. It can be entered for another 3 years. Vegeta has already entered. Hiss. This is really good. The news is bad news again. It's a headache. The spiritual time house created against the concept of time should not exist in the world. As King Kai murmured the words, he also fell into deep thought. The warriors who have been practicing in the spiritual time room for 2 years are so strong. It would be unimaginable if this happened for another 3 years. Should I tell Goku and Raditz? Looking at Son Goku and Raditz in front of him, King Kai was in a dilemma. According to the current situation and the speed of their current cultivation, they should not consider entering the spiritual time room anymore. Especially now that the cultivation of both of them has reached a very critical stage. As long as they succeed, they may really develop supernatural powers like Lin Chuan. After all, after this cultivation method has been continuously improved, new ideas provided by Lin Chuan were introduced more than half a year ago. Today's cultivation method can be regarded as a true basic divine power cultivation method. Even if it's not as good as Lin Chuan's improvement, it's still unique. It's better to wait a little longer. When they actually develop their divine power, it won't be too late to tell them then. Super Saiyan God, as long as you reach this level, Goku and Raditz can fully catch up. I just don't know how strong Vegeta will be after he enters the spiritual time room and practices for 3 years. King Kai continued to murmur quietly. He will not underestimate or look down on Vegeta. After all, his talent and potential are there, and he is the prince of the Saiyan clan. The pure bloodline lays the foundation for the family. Otherwise, Vegeta would have been far away from others. The key is that he is really self-taught, and almost all his strength comes from his own cultivation. After thinking about it, King Kai sent a message to Lin Chuan and told him the current situation on Earth. After receiving the reply from King Kai, Lin Chuan had expected that he would not send the message again. Nowadays, King Kai will never bring back Son Goku and Raditz. Even if Son Goku and Raditz want to come back, King Kai will definitely stop them unless they give up and continue practicing. It should be noted that if you give up halfway when you start a new period of practice, all the previous efforts will be in vain. The cultivation of divine power does not happen overnight, but it also does not mean that you can practice whenever you want and stop whenever you want. After returning, Son Goku and Raditz can also practice, but they will definitely go astray. Nowadays, they only have a preliminary grasp of even the most basic life energy, so they can't move forward by themselves. That is to say, King Kai is here, and the King of Kai is watching over him, and he will come to give advice from time to time. Otherwise, in just half a year, how could Son Goku and Raditz progress so quickly in their divine power training? When Lin Chuan was groping for cultivation on his own, he still used various methods and communicated with King Kai for a long time, and finally stabilized his state at that time. The subsequent condensation of divine power seemed to be completed by himself, but there was more or less guidance from Angel, especially Vado's guidance intentionally or unintentionally. After I came out of the spiritual time room, I gave the improved basic divine power training method to King Kai. Unexpectedly, he taught it to the current Son Goku and Raditz by accident. It seems that Son Goku and Latized has already decided to move towards the cultivation of divine power. There was a sound of tongue smashing in his mouth, and Lin Chuan didn't think much about their problems. Things are already like this, and he has passed on the news. Will they come back, or will King Kai let them come back? This is all their business. After leaving Bulma's research institute, Lin Chuan did not take Xiox UER with him. Xiaonazai has fallen asleep, and usually stays in the research institute with Bulma. At the beginning, Lin Chuan was still very concerned about whether his daughter would be inappropriate because she was still so young. Later, after I gradually got used to it, I no longer struggled with anything. He doesn't hate taking his daughter to take care of her, but if he has to be here every moment, then he really won't have enough time to practice. Bulma also realized this, so she has always been very considerate of Lin Chuan's difficulties. Even though everyone is performing their duties, Lin Chuan has the heavy responsibility of defending the earth and protecting the world. Bulma learned many things through Lin Chuan and understood that her husband must become stronger. Bulma never complained, because Lin Chuan also gave all his extra time to her and her daughter, and he would also share the burden for her and think about her. It's just that Lin Chuan really can't help with scientific research. Just like Lin Chuan's current practice, Bulma can only persuade him and has no power to assist. Walking on the road home, Lin Chuan did not fly, but walked. As I walked, I wondered if there was anything else I had forgotten. The more people are at this time, not only will they not remember anything, but the more they will ignore some beautiful things. For example, when he came to the back garden, Lin Chuan once again ignored the preoccupied android number 18. Number 16 and 17 were not accompanied, and there was no maggot. They are all honing their strength and making themselves stronger. When they made their wishes just now, the information provided by Lin Chuan and Piccolo let them know that if they don't become stronger, they will become ants again. Because number 16 cannot practice to become stronger, he can only serve as a support to help number 17 and Vegeta improve their strength. On the 18th, because he didn't want to stay in the dark and oppressive gravity training room, he came out for some air. Then he encountered Lin Chuan lowering his head and thinking, completely ignoring his own situation again. I am definitely angry, and the more I think about it, the angrier I get. Since that time, it has happened several times in the past 6 months. Even she herself couldn't tell what her hidden feelings for Lin Chuan were. Is it love, admiration, or like? Or is it hate, resentment, or disgust? At this time, her mood was like a dam bursting, making her stare at Lin Chuan with tears in her eyes. Lin Chuan stopped when a special feeling came over him and looked sideways. Murderous intent? And hatred? Sensing the meaning in No 18's eyes and expression, Lin Chuan was stunned for a while. Why are you so crazy, woman? Lin Chuan didn't want to waste time here because he didn't understand the style at all, and he didn't want to do anything. He stepped away directly. This made number 18 even more angry and gritted his teeth. I'm so annoying to you? Then why did you keep me here in the first place? There was something in my heart that I couldn't breathe out, and it was so hot and uncomfortable. Number 18 couldn't bear it anymore and punched him directly. With this move, the atmosphere suddenly changed. Lin Chuan's already puzzled mood suddenly became worse. He grabbed No 18's fist with his backhand, then pulled his arm behind his back. No 18's body went limp and she was forced to turn around, but how could she be willing to just surrender like this? The elbow of the other hand hit Lin Chuan's lower abdomen. This move made Lin Chuan tremble all over. Are you serious? He decisively blocked the blow with his hand that would cripple him for the rest of his life. The two attacks were ineffective, and he was completely trapped. Number 18 struggled angrily, regardless of the contact between the two bodies. Speaking of which, in front of Lin Chuan, number 18, who was only 160 centimeters tall and weighed no more than 45 kilograms, was like a doll and could only be manipulated. What's more, the gap in strength is so huge. However, although the weight is not high, there is nothing to say about the size 18 figure. A graceful figure should be plump and plump. Suddenly feeling something strange coming from behind, number 18 stopped moving. Lin Chuan was stunned, and so was number 18. It is impossible to say that I have no feelings for number 18. It's just that Lin Chuan never thought of messing around, let alone felt sorry for Bulma. Now, number 18 took the initiative to deliver it to the door. How could number 18 not know what it was? He lowered his head shyly. You, let go of me. Hearing this coquettish voice, Lin Chuan was agitated and let go immediately. Well, I didn't mean it. Who told you to mess around? Am I messing around? It's obvious that you ignored my existence first. Number 18 turned around proudly. After drinking coquettishly, his cheeks became even redder and he looked even more beautiful. I ignored you. Lin Chuan was even more puzzled. When did he ignore people? You don't always say hello when you meet, and you don't always insist on getting in touch when you see someone? He is a normal man. He still understands the simple truth that love grows over time, so it is certain to avoid suspicion. Besides, we still live in the same place. That's your problem. Men, they are all thinking animals with their lower body as expected. Why didn't I listen to your gentle words just now? Number 18 was playing with fire. Lin Chuan, who had never let go of his anger, would not take things lightly now. His concession resulted in number 18 being more aggressive. I see you really don't know how dangerous I am. Do you really think I won't do anything to you? Pretending to be angry, Lin Chuan never thought that number 18 would be more direct. I dare, do you dare? Number 18 suddenly stood up on tiptoes and hooked Lin Chuan's neck with his hands. Before Lin Chuan could react, well, they kissed her directly on the 18th. Buzz. Lin Chuan was completely confused. If he doesn't fight back, he will really be a loser. Unknowingly, a long time passed. Lin Chuan left number 18 and ran away, while number 18 stayed where he was and laughed. She got what she wanted, especially Lin Chuan's timid appearance, which she had never seen before, as if she had grasped someone else's leverage. To be honest, she was still a little excited, because having such a close relationship with Lin Chuan was stealing food behind Bulma's back. Humph, you can't escape from my grasp. The worst I can do is to be a little kid. With another coy voice, number 18 put his hands on his waist, twisted his slender waist, and headed towards the research institute where Bulma was. It was as if he wanted to express his feelings, but also as if he really wanted to go to Bulma for something. From before to now, the changes on the 18th can be clearly seen with the naked eye. A woman's heart is like a needle in the sea. You never know what a woman will do next second. Lin Chuan had already escaped back to the room. He was really impulsive just now. If the figures of Bulma and Xiaoshuer hadn't suddenly appeared in his mind at the critical moment, he would have really done something wrong. Brother, it's not that I don't want to, it's that I can't. Expressing emotion to his brother, Lin Chuan sighed, then stepped into the bathroom and took a cold shower. After cooling himself down, Lin Chuan changed into a set of loose training clothes, went to the large living room on the second floor and turned on the TV. After coming to this world, no, it should be said that after arriving on Earth, especially during the rest time, Lin Chuan also watched TV to pass the time. Although it is boring, I have to say that the film and television industry in this world is also quite developed. I remember that in some relevant plot clips in the future, there will occasionally be film crews involved in the plot. Even in the Super era, Sun Wufan was entangled with a female star and almost had an affair. Fortunately, Sun Gohan, like his father Sun Goku, has been loyal to relationships throughout his life and will not think about that aspect. Therefore, Sun Wuhan did not waver in his original intention in the end, but he was taken advantage of by the girl and felt a little shy in his heart. Maybe this is something every man will do, right? The heartbeat is definitely there, but I just won't do it. Just like Lin Chuan was taken advantage of by number 18, he would be impulsive, but he would never go beyond the limit. Damn, why did I suddenly think of her again? He was full of anger. This had just happened. It would take a lot of time to forget. I have no choice but to wait until I enter the spiritual time room before forgetting this episode. Speaking of which, it seems that he and Bulma were together because of impulsiveness. Of course Lin Chuan did not regret this impulse. Wait, I seem to care too much about my own thoughts. Does number 18 also like me? No, why should I add one? Between me and her, except for the first few days, there were contacts, but there was no contact later. After thinking deeply, Lin Chuan realized that number 18 seemed to have feelings for him, otherwise, how could she keep talking about him? At this time, Lin Chuan thought about no 18's behavior since then, including him seeing all number 18 to apologize, and even everything that happened later. This time, people immediately became stupid. He was not a junior brother, but Lin Chuan was not an expert in love either. He likes to go straight and doesn't like beating around the bush. He knew that his liking for number 18 originated from his previous life, and of course the main reason was his appearance and figure. Who would have imagined that number 18 would fall in love with him? Taking a breath of cold air, if this was really the case, then he really didn't know how to face it. At this moment, Lin Chuan seemed to be acting like he was getting an advantage. At this moment, a loud noise suddenly came from the TV. After turning on the phone, the channel is locked on the Daily Push News. What Lin Chuan didn't expect was that he saw a familiar figure on TV, and the reporter's explanation of the interview made him a rare interest and diverted his thoughts on number 18. The world champion in the fighting world, Satan? I didn't expect to see him in this way. Lin Chuan murmured to himself. 2024. Finally, I beg you all for your recommendation votes, monthly passes, rewards, and full subscriptions. Addon. This is an absolutely lucky son in the original work. Wrong? Simply speaking of lucky son is an insult to Satan. Son Goku is the protagonist, Vegeta is the second male lead, and Son Gohan is the pseudo-protagonist. Including the Z warriors, they were all blessed with the power of luck. What about Satan? He is not a person with the power of luck, but a wholesaler of the power of luck. When others only have a pound of luck, he has as much as a ton. Every appearance, every catastrophe, he seems to be protected by the world. Except for the death of the future world of Date and the death of the future world destroyed by Zeno, other than that, Satan in the original work has not died since his appearance in the Cell chapter. It is equivalent to that as long as he appears on the stage, he has never died. In the eyes of the Z warriors, Satan is a complete clown. This changed drastically until the time-traveling family's daughter Baidalai and son Wuhan got together. Before this, Satan's image was that he was not only extremely powerful, but also liked to seek death, and even preferred to pretend to be 13. This is the character of Satan. He likes to show off and be praised by the world. He seems cunning and scheming, but you have to admire his incredible experience. In the original work, Satan not only dares to beat Celial, but he can also survive Celial's attack. How many times the difference is this? It would be great if Satan's combat power index could be in the dozens. What level is the complete body of sorrow? That's billions of levels. Every gesture, even a casual wave of the hand, may destroy the star. But Satan was alive and well, and not only that, he recovered quickly. Satan is a character. After so many things happened, he still dares to take the credit of Z-Warrior for killing Celial and saving the world. Although he was pushed up to accept this honor, if he was just an ordinary person, he really wouldn't dare to accept it. After all, this disaster made him truly realize the horror of this world. Let's talk about the Majin Buu chapter. When everyone was afraid of Majin Buu, although he was afraid, he still took the initiative to contact Majin Buu and became friends with Majin Buu for the first time. What was the situation at that time? The Z-Warriors were all thinking about how to deal with this monster, and even Son Goku felt that he had to rely on the two little fusions to end this catastrophe. The result? Because of Satan's relationship, the plot changed again and again, and Satan also played a key role in the subsequent war. An ordinary person with a combat power of not more than 100, was attacked by Little Buu and escaped the fatal attack because of fear, and even withstood the aftermath of the energy explosion. How terrifying is this? In the end, he also used his luck to help the Earth recruit a guard general. Even though Fat Buu did pull the plug later, he didn't even participate in the tournament of power. But there is no denying that Satan is awesome. There is also the Super Era, the arrival of Beerus, the god of destruction, and Satan became involved with him, and later even appeared on the stage of the gods. It should be noted that as an ordinary person, how can he have such good luck? You said that taking the stage was not because Majin Buu participated in the preview match of the Tournament of Power? No, can't Majin Buu go by himself? At that time, Fat Buu was already familiar with the Z-Warriors. It was Son Goku who asked for this favor, and he would definitely help. With Satan's departure, his status has risen several levels. To sum up, apart from his lack of strength, Satan is destined by destiny in other aspects. His thoughts returned from his knowledge of Satan. Lin Chuan strolled forward and sat on the sofa. Watching the news reports and Satan's various poses for the camera, Lin Chuan held his forehead. I don't know what will happen to Satan's future after he changed the plot. It is worth mentioning that without Cell, there would be no Cell competition to destroy the world. Without the Shalu competition, Satan would never be able to achieve success. Let me see where you can go in the future, right? After another sentence came out of his mouth, Lin Chuan stopped thinking about it. Satan's future can only be known in the future. The plot of the original work has been changed, but he will not actively intervene to change Satan. It depends on what kind of existence this destiny will make Satan become. But one thing that is certain is that although he no longer has the identity of the savior of the world, Satan is still the world champion in the fighting world. Of course, he also has another identity, that is, he is the champion of the 24th world's best martial arts tournament after his grandson Goku. It shouldn't be said, but times are progressing and people's thinking and concepts are also changing. When some people and things in the past come to an end, people in the new era will no longer think about the past, but look forward to the future. Just like in the future, although the world's best martial arts tournament still has a certain status, it is still not as good as the fighting world competition. In the future Earth, the overall concept of the fighting world will replace the entire martial arts system. As everyone knows, fighting is just a kind of martial arts, and it is not too advanced. The reason why the world's best martial arts tournament was gradually replaced was that it was held only once after many years. Moreover, after Satan's 24th world's best martial arts tournament, it took nearly 10 years to hold the 25th world's best martial arts tournament. Is somewhat related to the rise of the fighting world. The 25th world's best martial arts tournament in the Majin Buu arc was held for two reasons. The first is that Satan once again gained popularity for himself, letting people who have forgotten him, and those who were still children at the beginning and now have grown up as a consumer force, recognize his existence, and he also showed up at the 25th world's #1 martial arts conference. One of the investors. The second one is to make money. In the future, the fighting world competition will be held every year. It has never caused any waves, and Satan has always been firmly on the throne of the champion. This has resulted in a lot of money not being made. Holding a martial arts conference is just the opposite. It gives people a nostalgic feeling, another way to make money, and promotes economic development. No longer paying attention to these issues, Lin Chuan's curiosity about Satan was limited to this. After all, the world today is his world. No one can say in front of him that he is the protagonist and that he can make the world explode. Before coming to Earth, Lin Chuan would still think about the protagonist, supporting roles, Halo, and so on. Nowadays, I just say it casually for fun. If Satan really wanted to show off in front of him like in the original work, it would not be that simple. Even if Satan's daughter Baidalai will be Sun Wuhan's wife in the future, it won't work. Switching the channel, Lin Chuan started watching something else. Needless to say, the filming of the movie in this world is still good. Not only are the sci-fi special effects extremely realistic, but the plot is also very full. At least the little beauties in this world all have certain acting skills. Unlike the Earth in Lin Chuan's previous life, those big-budget movies were all harmed by little fresh meat and internet celebrities. Time flew by and it was evening. Along with a burst of talking and laughter, Lin Chuan also cheered up. Not long after, Bulma was seen carrying Xiaoshuer to the second floor. The person following Bulma was number 18. In one afternoon, he finally forgot about what happened on the 18th, but this woman appeared in front of him again. Especially after seeing him, she even flirted with him. This woman is really playing with fire. The key thing is that he and his wife can't stop talking from ear to ear. Although I knew that number 18 and Bulma had always had a good relationship, the two had already become best friends and talked about everything. In the past, Lin Chuan wouldn't have cared about it, but now he had to care. Number 18 definitely approached Bulma with a purpose, and Lin Chuan had to be alert. If this woman went crazy and did anything to Bulma, it would be too late for him to regret it, let alone Xiaoshuer. He used a warning look to tell number 18 to calm down, and number 18 responded to the provocative look. The two were so incompatible that Bulma felt a headache. It's not a good thing to be like this all the time. Besides, Bulma knew about the relationship between her husband and future number 18. For Bulma, she has already accepted that number 18 will always live with them. Even if number 18 will share her husband with her, she already knows the future and knows that if she changes it by force, the future will be completely different. She is afraid that her future daughter will disappear, and she is also afraid of more accidents. So in the uncertainty, she chose to accept it. Of course, there is another reason for complete acceptance, and that is that she unknowingly discovered that Lin Chuan was getting stronger and stronger, and she could not take care of him alone. Although she was very happy, it also became a burden in the long run. As a wife, how could she refuse her man's request? Okay, it looks like you have a lot of hatred. Bulma tried to smooth things over. Then he carried Xiaoxuer back to the room. Be nice and don't mess around. I'm going to breastfeed Xiaoxuer. The same goes for my husband. Number 18 is a woman, so can't you be a little more accommodating? After listening to Bulma's sermon without warning, Lin Chuan felt a little depressed. If what happened in the afternoon had not happened, he would really not be the same as number 18, just like before. But what happened in the afternoon showed that number 18 was not a simple woman at all. Okay, you go ahead. Lin Chuan responded casually, watching Bulma go upstairs and close the door. Number 18 did not follow him, otherwise, he would definitely stop him and not pretend he didn't see him. When the two of them were alone, the atmosphere became subtle again. In the quiet hall, the two of them could hear each other's breathing. In the afternoon, do you want to do something else? For example, number 18 pressed close to Lin Chuan with a wicked smile, as if he had grasped a weakness, and his eyes were full of fire. It was so direct, and it felt like rushing a duck to the shelves, which gave Lin Chuan a unique feeling in his heart. This has never happened before. I said, don't mess around. Besides, I have a wife, and you can't mess with me. You don't want to really make me angry, right? I advise you not to ruin the relationship between me and Bulma, because this method is useless. Although he felt very sentimental, Lin Chuan still spoke righteously. Really? But I think your body is very honest. You are such an idiot. Can't you tell that I like you even now? You are so heartless. Why can't you give me a chance? Bulma didn't even object to me approaching you. As he spoke, number 18 moved closer. You didn't realize that Bulma has created many opportunities for us, but you are a man who never takes the initiative and now you want me to put down my face. To pursue you? Faced with the inexplicable accusation from number 18, Lin Chuan was embarrassed. Such heartfelt words made Lin Chuan suddenly feel that he had really failed her. But damn, he didn't do anything at all. Damn it, Bulma was creating opportunities for them? Why didn't he feel it? Moreover, a person's wife would take the initiative to give up her husband to someone else? Lin Chuan didn't believe it. How did he know? Because what Lin Shui said to Bulma in the future enlightened Bulma. Hiss. There was a gasp. Before Lin Chuan could say anything, Lin Chuan's breathing became a little heavier. Unexpectedly, number 18 raised his thin leg and pressed against his life gate. Knowing that he could not continue like this, and hearing movement from the room upstairs, Lin Chuan gritted his teeth and pushed number 18 away. With his strength, it is impossible for number 18 to use force against him. However, the possessed number 18 did not end his performance there. You really don't want to? Don't lie to me, I know you have feelings for me. The coquettish look is so cute. Her rosy cheeks seemed to be dripping with water, like red apples that were ripe. You're crazy, no 18. Not knowing how to reply, Lin Chuan had no choice but to wake up number 18. At the same time, he released a trace of divine pressure, letting him know that he was dizzy. But Lin Chuan didn't realize that he was completely wrong. No 18's obsession with him is no longer a simple liking, but love. Do you dislike me for being an android? I was touched and modified by that damn old man Gro. Do you think it's dirty? Don't worry, I was conscious during the transformation process, and the old guy Grana has already transformed himself into a cyborg and has no ability in that area at all. I'm still a virgin. After saying the last words, No 18's face was already red to the root of his neck. It seemed that he was worried that Lin Chuan would still be suspicious. She continued, also, I gave you my first kiss this afternoon. Except for my brother, I have never been in contact with other men. I am very clean. The pile of people on the 18th made Lin Chuan completely dumbfounded. That woman was really crazy. He didn't even know that she had such great charm that she could make the goddess level number 18 admire him so much and say such things. As long as a man doesn't react when he hears a woman say something like this to him at this time, he is really an idiot. But you should know that I have a wife. I love Bulma very much, and I love my daughters very much, and I will never do anything to disgrace them. Lin Chuan forced himself to calm down. Delicious food is delivered to his door, but he must not move his mouth. This is the bottom line and the principle of his life. If he can't even bear this, then he really doesn't deserve to be a man, nor does he deserve to be a father. The two looked at each other for a long time, and finally there were tears in the corners of No 18's eyes. She knew she lost. If she knew Lin Chuan earlier than Bulma, then this man would definitely be hers. But now, no. Thank you for loving me so much and loving this family so much, husband. At some point, Bulma was already standing at the top of the stairs holding Xiao Shuer. She heard the conversation just now. The reason why she took the initiative to leave was to see what medicine was being sold in the gourd today on the 18th. I'm sorry, Sister Bulma, I lost and was delusional. Number 18 was also a bit unexpected. After being rejected and exposed in person, she wanted to die. She was lonely and looked a little dull. She took the initiative to walk outside, losing her soul. Looking at number 18 like this, Lin Chuan couldn't bear it, but he couldn't show anything. His wife is right next to her. If he does something forcefully, it means he has moved on. Lin Chuan did not expect that Bulma stopped number 18 when he spoke. Don't leave in a hurry. As you said, I never mind you approaching my husband. It's not because I'm arrogant, nor because I'm not afraid at all, but because I know that even if I stop you, you will be my husband's woman in the future. After the words fell, number 18 turned around dully, blinked and looked at Bulma in disbelief. What does this mean? She is a smart woman, how could she not hear it? It turns out, you have seen it a long time ago, number 18 said. It's not just me who can see it, everyone can actually see it. My husband is stupid and doesn't think about anything else but cultivation. Speaking of which, at the beginning, I was quite disgusted with your arrival, but later, just get used to it, and you are not bad, you are also a poor woman. Bulma stepped forward and comforted number 18. The drama of sisterly love made Lin Chuan stunned for a moment. Is this really going to cause trouble? Is Bulma like this? Did she misinterpret what he meant when he brought back number 18? Or does she think he will betray her sooner or later and have a relationship with another woman? A feeling of distrust filled Lin Chuan's heart. Bulma. The words came to his lips, but Bulma snatched them away. At this moment, the knot in her heart was about to be untied. Listen to what I have to say. After I finish speaking, if you have any other ideas, it's not too late to tell me. I don't dislike you on the 18th, nor do I refuse you to approach my husband. In fact, you should thank my future daughter, who is Sioxuer. At that time, Lin Chuan and I had only known each other for only a year. Although we had a relationship, Lin Chuan had never been a proactive person. But when the Saiyans invaded the Earth, Sioxu more than 20 years later he traveled through time and space to the past and told me many things about the future. For example, Lin Chuan and I are together, and we will have her as our daughter. Of course this is not the point. The point is that Xiao Shuer told me before leaving that Lin Chuan will have 2 wives besides me in the future. She seemed to be afraid that I wouldn't be able to accept it, so she told me in advance to prepare me mentally. At this point, Bulma stopped. If number 18 and Lin Chuan don't understand at this time, they can buy a piece of tofu and kill themselves. Xiao Shuer in the future, and I will be Lin Chuan's wife, together with Sister Bulma. The tone of No 18's words changed, and he couldn't believe it for a moment. If it hadn't come from Bulma's mouth, who would have believed it? Lin Chuan kept calming down his emotions. Bulma had never said anything about this, and he didn't even know about it. This is another army being conquered by the future daughter. Are you sure you're not joking? Isn't this what you think about every day and dream about every night? Lin Chuan opened his mouth and finally said this. It's hard to believe, isn't it, husband? If Xiao Shuer hadn't told me personally, I wouldn't want to believe it to death. I would marry you and sleep in the same bed with another woman in the future. Bulma smiled bitterly. He added, now I understand that my husband is not only charming, but also very powerful in that aspect. If it's just me, it's really not enough. After saying that, Bulma snickered. It seemed that she had spoken out all the hidden words, and she completely relaxed herself. Number 18 felt red-faced and flushed, never expecting that Bulma would make such a ruthless statement at this moment. She secretly looked at Lin Chuan again, mainly looking down. Lin Chuan discovered No 18's peak, and didn't know what to say at this time. He held it back for a long time, and then said to Bulma, actually, you should have told me a long time ago. Are you just like that? Don't believe me? Although all men like beautiful women, no man will refuse a woman who comes to his door, but I can do it for you. There is more than just that relationship between men and women. The most important thing is feelings. Bulma was very satisfied, at least her husband put her first in his heart. When number 18 heard this, his face turned ugly again. She was really afraid that Lin Chuan would refuse again. In this case, she really wanted to die. Okay, hubby, I don't object to you and number 18 being together. Besides, we have lived together for so long and we know each other well. You don't have to reject no 18's enthusiasm. This little girl has already taken the initiative to attack like this. How can you bear it? It's just that you will have a wife in the future. Xiaoshuer didn't tell me who that woman is. I have only one request for you, and that is that the third one in the future must be approved by me and sister number 18 before you can take him in. Bulma's ultimatum. Only then did Lin Chuan react. He has more than one number 18, he will also have a wife. And, I don't know the name yet. Who could that woman be? Besides the original characters, who else could it be? Lin Chuan didn't know and couldn't figure it out. Lin Chuan was speechless and could only laugh awkwardly. At this moment, the atmosphere relaxed again. Even number 18 has blended in, completely losing the nervous feeling before. Just like Lin Chuan and number 18 have already cooked rice from raw rice. Be good when you get a bargain, husband. I hope you will love this family more in the future and don't let down sister no 18. Bulma hugged Xiaoshuer and continued upstairs, leaving Lin Chuan and number 18 behind. At this moment, Lin Chuan was even more at a loss, and number 18 was not as proactive as before. The two of them became more and more awkward in this awkward atmosphere. In the end, I don't know who took the initiative, making the awkward atmosphere ambiguous, and finally almost escalated into a war. After all, they both love each other, but they just couldn't release it before. It was just that the time was inappropriate and it was blocked. After Bulma put Xiaoshuer to sleep, the three of them went downstairs to have dinner. This was also the first time that number 18, Lin Chuan and Bulma sat at the dining table alone to dine. Today is still 6,000 words, and tomorrow I will strive for 10,000 words. After all, I have to keep the manuscript, otherwise I will have to stop updating if I get sick or have an accident. Please recommend votes, monthly tickets, rewards, and full subscriptions. Oh, N_N, oh haha. Lin Chuan is not a person who likes the new and hates the old, but now that the matter has come to this, if he still pretends, it will make him look fake and irresponsible. I accepted number 18 and gave a guarantee. Bulma didn't think she was one thing on the surface, but at least, after 2 or 3 days in a row, she was more harmonious than before. The knot in her heart was untied and disappeared, Bulma's life became easier, and her relationship with number 18 and Lin Chuan became deeper and deeper. There is also family affection in love, mutual respect, and understanding between each other. Originally, Bulma planned to hold a wedding for number 18 and Lin Chuan. In her eyes, number 18 is a pitiful woman. Now that she is with her husband, she cannot treat her badly. What's more, people call her sister directly. No matter how impersonal Bulma is, she will not be so stingy as to make all kinds of calculations. But Bulma was willing, but number 18 refused. Number 18 is an artificial human. Although he was an ordinary earthling before this, he was also the kind of person who was not interested in normal customs. Compared to holding a wedding, the 18th means that it is better to go on vacation together as a family. Perhaps, it was also because she felt bad about stealing Bulma's husband, so instead of holding the wedding openly and making people criticized, it was better to let nature take its course. She didn't want much, and she was very satisfied now that she was with Lin Chuan and with Bulma's consent. Today is the day that Lin Chuan, Bulma, and the 18th go on vacation. After winning number 18 the night before yesterday, we discussed it again yesterday and decided to leave for the resort Yahei this afternoon. P.S. In the coastal tourist city that appeared in the first part of the original work, Son Goku became friends with a fox Jinji, and from here he swam to Papaya Island on the other side of the world to participate in the world's best martial arts competition. Watching Bulma greeting the servants of the manor to pack necessary items, number 18 accompanied her to help take care of Xiaoshuer. Lin Chuan took advantage of the fact that he hadn't set off yet and was preparing to go to the Temple of Heaven. Of course, with Bulma and number 18 agreeing. Anyway, today is the day when Vegeta ends his training in the spiritual time room. In less than half an hour, he will be out. On the Temple of Heaven, Piccolo sat alone in the center of the platform. Although he has not yet entered the spiritual time room, his practice has never stopped. Of course, all he has done is meditation to consolidate his own realm, and he will not force himself to make breakthroughs, but will get used to his own power. 3 days ago, he made a wish with the help of Shenlong and became truly complete. His strength greatly increased. After the previous feeling of emptiness disappeared, his realm improved again. Here he is. On the other side, Tianjin rice, kellen, and dumplings gathered together, and they had lunch under Bobo's arrangement. Sun Wuhan and Kame Senin had already gone back, and Yamsha also returned to the lower realm that same day to continue his wandering career. There is less than half an hour left. After that guy Vegeta comes out, I wonder how strong he will be. I'm afraid it can be compared with the current Piccolo and Lin Chuan. In 3 years, even if we can't really compare, we can definitely get closer. Tianjin Fan and Klin communicated with each other and expressed each other's feelings. In fact, they have had this conversation many times. It's just that I'm not as nervous as I am now, simply because I don't have much time left. And the most important thing is that after Vegeta comes out, the 3 of them will go in. Dumplings also need to be included? That's for sure. Although Dumpling won't get very good results if he goes into practice, Dumpling is willing to take the initiative to go in and accompany him. The last time he entered the spiritual time room, Dumpling took care of several people for 2 years without any complaints. Should I say it or not, it was entirely because of the Tianjin rice that Dumpling was willing to accompany him. Just when the atmosphere was very solemn, Lin Chuan appeared in front of them out of thin air. His appearance shocked everyone. At this critical moment, everyone knew what Lin Chuan's purpose was. After a few greetings, Lin Chuan looked at Piccolo. Coming to Piccolo, Piccolo also stood up. I knew you wouldn't not come. Judging from your appearance, you also care about what level Vegeta can reach after he comes out, right? Piccolo said with a smile. Natural and easygoing, this is the feeling Piccolo gave Lin Chuan. After Piccolo absorbed the obsessive consciousness left behind by his predecessor 3 days ago, his breathing has not been so smooth. Unexpectedly, in such a short period of time, Piccolo has completely adapted to it, and is not affected by the consciousness of his predecessor at all. You must know that the consciousness left behind by the predecessor Piccolo Daimao must be full of evil thoughts. It was also at this time that Piccolo was too powerful. If he couldn't control and assimilate even the smallest evil thoughts, it would be too useless. It takes 3 years after all, doesn't it? And after the spiritual time house was strengthened again, Vegeta was the first tester. How high he can improve also shows in disguise whether this transformation is successful. It can be used as a reference to imagine how much strength we can improve. Lin Chuan answered with a slight smile. Piccolo nodded. You are right, it seems we want to go together. I still hope that after Vegeta comes out, his strength will surpass me, even surpass you. After that, Piccolo looked towards the inside of the temple. Although Lin Chuan has high expectations for Vegeta, it is indeed unrealistic that Vegeta can surpass Piccolo or even surpass him. 3 years is a long time, and the training in the spiritual time room is also cruel. But even if Vegeta's strength greatly increases and he reaches the 3rd level of Super Saiyan and the 4th level of Super Saiyan, he will definitely not be able to surpass Lin Chuan. According to Lin Chuan's estimation, Vegeta reaching the top of the sky has reached the state where Piccolo has no consciousness of Fusion's predecessor. The normal number of hundreds of billions is Lin Chuan's highest valuation of Vegeta. It goes in with a combat power of 2 billion, and comes out with a combat power of 200 billion. A 100-fold increase is already incredible. Time passes minute by minute. When the time reaches the critical value of 3 days, the door to the spiritual time room opens. Vegeta walked out of it, and with it came an extremely thick and heavy aura that descended to the earth. Everyone in the Celestial Temple was shocked by the impact of Vegeta's aura, especially the Tianjin rice, dumplings, Kellen, Dende, and Bobo. For beings at their level, even Vegeta before entering the spiritual time room was beyond their reach, let alone now. As Vegeta walked out of the aisle step by step and arrived at the entrance and exit of the temple, everyone was even more stunned. At this time, Vegeta could see heat waves all over his body. The suit on his body was torn, covering only important parts. Confident expression, confident eyes, confident hands folded. The arrogant and conceited Vegeta from the past is back? He. You all seem to be looking forward to my appearance. I haven't seen you for 3 years. No, it's only 3 days for you. Vegeta's words were full of arrogance. Smell. It seems that he has believed in his own strength to the extreme. But I have to say that Vegeta is really strong now. This guy's progress in the spiritual time room in the past 3 years has far exceeded Lin Chuan's expectations. It is the accumulation of so much time in the past, and the result of 3 years of hard work without wasting any time. Vegeta, successfully transformed? Looking at Piccolo and Lin Chuan, Vegeta's mouth curved. That is his charming smile? Lin Chuan remained unmoved, already seeing Vegeta's data with the help of the system. Target, Vegeta. Combat Power Index, 5 trillion. From 2 billion, it has been upgraded to the unit of trillion, and it is 5 trillion. This kind of strength can be said to be the level of combat power only possessed by Vegeta from the original Super era. In front of him, Majin Buu became a character that could be easily suppressed. Piccolo frowned. Although he doesn't have the system to see accurate data like Lin Chuan, his perception can tell him that Vegeta's normal state at this time has surpassed him. Vegeta has reached the trillion level unit he was in after his transformation, and his state is very stable. The former Vegeta could only be said to be an ant in his hands. Now Vegeta, I'm afraid he can only suppress and defeat him by using his orange transformation. In just 3 years, it was a disruptive reversal. Looking at each other, Vegeta stepped forward, completely ignoring people like Tianjin Fan, Krillin, Dumpling, Dende, and Bobo. At this moment, he has regained his dignity and wants to avenge his past humiliation. Although he was the first to enter the spiritual time room to practice, if he doesn't take revenge now, will he still have to wait for Piccolo and Lin Chuan to come out? He is not stupid. He is not an idiot. He knew that if he could reach this level, then Piccolo and Lin Chuan, who were much stronger than him, would definitely be able to advance to a higher realm. If he fights again then, he may still lose. Unless Piccolo's limit has really been reached, unlike the Saiyans who are never ending. Of course, Vegeta is not stupid. After witnessing Piccolo's transformation last time, he knew that Piccolo is just like the Saiyans. After mastering transformation, his future achievements will be even greater. As for Lin Chuan, he couldn't imagine it. The fighting spirit is soaring. Lin Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "Are you so impatient that you want to challenge? Are you not going to take a rest? TCH? Do you think it's necessary? If you don't strike while the iron is hot now, why don't you wait for the heat to dissipate before fighting again?" Vegeta didn't say anything more to Lin Chuan. He just explained his feelings and faced Piccolo. Lin Chuan was a little nervous at first, but he didn't expect that Vegeta didn't want to challenge him at all, but wanted to fight Piccolo. This completely extinguished the little expectation he had. "It seems that you are doomed this time, Piccolo. Do you want to reject this battle or accept it?" Lin Chuan said with a smile. When Piccolo heard this, he hummed. Fear of war did not exist for him. "If you want to fight, fight. How can I be afraid of you? Do you think you can defeat me after 3 years of training? If I can defeat you once, I can defeat you twice. If I can defeat you twice, I can defeat you countless times." Piccolo's ambitious words made Vegeta angry. Veins were exposed on his forehead. After a long time, Vegeta changed his attitude and returned to normal. After several years of training, although he has found himself again, he is no longer completely the same person as before. At this time, he changed his attitude and showed a joking and provocative expression. "Ha, come on, Piccolo. We people don't need to use our words. I told you before I went in that I will compete with you when I come out." Looking at Piccolo, Vegeta said directly. He also completely ignored that the clothes on his body were in tatters and would break into pieces at any time. When Piccolo saw this, he didn't care, didn't answer, and slowly floated into the sky. Fighting directly on the Temple of Heaven would have too great an impact. For existences of their level, the only suitable battlefield is the sky, and even the sky is a bit narrow, so they need to go to outer space to fight in the universe. If it weren't for the fact that Vegeta might not be able to survive in the universe, Piccolo would really go directly outside the atmosphere. Vegeta followed and reached the same height as Piccolo. Watching Vegeta and Piccolo about to have a big battle, Tianjin Fan, Klin, and Dumpling looked solemnly and held their breaths. Dende and Bobo were frightened. This was something they didn't expect. They didn't expect Vegeta to challenge him so directly. It's a bit despicable. After all, Piccolo hasn't entered the spiritual time room yet. 3 years of hard training have given Vegeta too much confidence. "Let me see who is better between Vegeta and Piccolo today," Tianjin Fan said. Although Vegeta has also risen to an unimaginable height, I think Piccolo will win. Krillin seemed to have thought of something and spoke what was in his heart. Dumpling said nothing, just watched quietly. At this time, even Tianjin Fan and Klin had no right to speak, let alone him, and his opinions and emotions had no meaning. "You two can fight with peace of mind. With me here, the Temple of Heaven and the Earth will not be harmed." As he raised his hands, Lin Chuan's hands showed strong divine power. As Lin Chuan threw the golden ball of light into the sky, the ball of light turned into a golden curtain of light and enveloped the Temple of Heaven. This scene shocked the Tianjin Fan, Kalin and Dumplings on the Tianshan Temple, and of course Dende and Bobo were the same. "What a magical power! What is this power? It makes me feel sacred and inviolable," Tianjin Fan gasped, and the third eye saw the light of divine power. Behind the scenes, it seemed to be stimulated and bloomed with brilliance. Klin also felt something, but his feeling was not as direct as Tianjin Fan's, and his body parts reacted. Over the temple, Piccolo and Vegeta looked at each other. The atmosphere seemed more solemn and oppressive. "The ugly talk is ahead. I will not show mercy to you. The battle between you and me has been destined from a long time ago. There will definitely be a life and death battle," Vegeta said bluntly. He suffered more than once or twice from Piccolo. He kept all the shame in his heart and was waiting for this moment. Defeating Piccolo is only one of his goals, and he will also defeat Talos later. This is his second goal? "The reason why I challenge Piccolo first is to test whether my strength is really up to standard." After all, he clearly knew that Talos's strength was far superior to Piccolo's. Although Piccolo is strong, in front of Lin Chuan, he is not even the slightest bit behind. Only after defeating Piccolo can he have a chance to challenge Talos. He has done things that humiliate himself so many times that he is very vigilant. It doesn't matter. Fighting without killing one's heart is meaningless to you and me at this level? I can't ask for it either. Piccolo did not hesitate. After receiving these words, he directly took off his overweight cloak. The combat power index soared to 800 billion points. The powerful aura was released from Piccolo's body, impacting Vegeta's body, and also brought extremely strong oppression to Vegeta. "Is this all your normal power? It seems that 3 years of practice have indeed raised my strength to a very high level. Now you are no longer my opponent." Really feeling Piccolo's aura, the corners of Vegeta's mouth once again curved into a confident arc. "Don't talk too much, the battle hasn't started yet. Take my move? Super Magic Light Cannon." Piccolo attacked, and when he raised his hand, intense energy light bombs were bombarded. The terrifying power seems to be able to tear the sky apart. Seeing this, Vegeta grinned even more and said, "It's a small trick." With a wave of his hand, Piccolo's super magic light cannon flew out of the earth. Vegeta also took action, his momentum exploded, and the mega-level unit brought extreme oppression to Piccolo. If it weren't for his normal strength now, Piccolo could transform and become stronger, and he might be able to intimidate him right now. Is it this level? Frowning, Piccolo mobilized the power of the Dragon God in his body without any hint of slowness. With his current cultivation level, he can improve his strength without transforming. You only need to bless your body with the power of the dragon god to a certain extent. This method was taught to Piccolo by Lin Chuan, because back then Lin Chuan was used to blessing Super Saiyan energy or divine power without transforming, and the effect was excellent. The aura increased. Vegeta saw Piccolo's plan and smiled disdainfully. Don't you want to transform? Do you think you can fight me now without transforming and just mobilizing this power? Since you don't change, then I will change. Having said that, Super Saiyan energy emerged, and Vegeta's transformation seemed extremely dazzling at this time. Golden light enveloped Vegeta's body, and the terrifying aura soared directly to the level of 100 megabytes. During the transformation, the golden aura colored Vegeta's eyebrows and hair, and his pupils were also transforming. I don't know if there was some abnormality that caused Vegeta's hair color to turn green for a moment, and finally turned into gold as if it was excessive. The arrogant expression on his face showed just how arrogant Vegeta was at this time. Just super full power, his combat power reached 400 trillion. It's your turn next, but don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Looking down at Piccolo opposite, Vegeta looked like a golden god of war. In the past, this strength would have been enough to crush everything. Piccolo no longer held on, he understood how strong Vegeta was at this time. He was determined in his heart, and his whole body glowed with an extremely dazzling fiery red light. Compared with Vegeta's transformation, Superman's transformation is simple and does not have much changes. The breath is restrained and even more unpretentious. 100-fold increase, making Piccolo's combat power reach 80 trillion units. Just this is not enough. Piccolo's eyes were solemn. Once upon a time, he could suppress Vegeta without transforming. Unexpectedly, he only entered the transformed spiritual time room for 3 years and reached a level of strength that he had to transform into an orange form to defeat. Vegeta watched Piccolo's continuous transformation without interrupting. Piccolo is transforming, and so is he. When Piccolo completed his orange transformation, Vegeta also reached his ultimate Super 2 form. Piccolo combat power, 8,000 trillion. Vegeta's combat power, 1,000 trillion. The difference is self-evident. But, is that all Vegeta? Of course not. Vegeta's current limit is no longer as simple as the second level of Super Saiyan. This is your full strength, Piccolo. Looking back at the beginning, this transformation of yours was unimaginable to me, but now, it is no longer an unattainable state. Vegeta's arrogant words were incomparable. Of explicitness. Piccolo was not affected, but said, really? After witnessing all my strength, you should also use all your strength. Super Saiyan level 3, what I said should be right, and so should you. It has been achieved. Huh? Are you so confident? I can tell you clearly that I don't even bother to practice the third level of Super Saiyan. Vegeta's arrogance is really beyond the comparison of ordinary people. Even though Piccolo is equally arrogant, he is not on the same level. I know that if I don't show Vegeta a little bit of color, he won't show his true ability. Piccolo immediately burst out with the power of the dragon god, and his sturdy figure turned into a ray of light and came in front of Vegeta. In pure physical comparison, Vegeta looks like a little chicken in front of Piccolo. But it has to be said that Vegeta is no chick. Even though he is short in stature, he has the power within to destroy the world. There was a muffled sound of boom. Piccolo didn't pause, and after getting close, he punched Vegeta directly on the chest. The shockingly huge force caused Vegeta to receive a huge blow, and his whole body was unable to stop at all, and flew straight out. Even though the combat power is as high as gigabit, there is still an 8 times gap compared to Piccolo's 8 gigabit. Taking advantage of the victory, Piccolo did not stop, and in an instant he was behind Vegeta flying upside down, and punched with another explosive hammer. Boom! The muffled sound shook the sky, and even the space was shaken. Vegeta wailed and blood flowed from his mouth. This level of attack made him feel full of pain. Lost again? This is far from over. Vegeta is looking for excitement, he is looking for some kind of balance. He is testing and assessing his own strength. He, who was only at Super 2, couldn't beat the orange Piccolo, but he suddenly discovered that Piccolo in this form was not so scary anymore. It used to be a huge mountain weighing on my heart, and I couldn't cross it no matter what. Now, he is sure that he can easily surpass it, as long as he becomes Super Saiyan level 4. Super 4? That's right. It's Super 4? In 3 years, he not only improved his normal strength, but also used the artificial moon to transform into a giant ape in the first year to achieve the realm of his dreams. Transform now? Vegeta didn't do this. He also wanted to taste the pain of being attacked, and he wanted to truly awaken the will to fight that he had lost before. Piccolo is a good opponent, and he also wants Piccolo to show his shock to him. Let him temporarily taste the feeling of victory, and then he will transform into the 4th level of Super Saiyan and defeat him. As Piccolo's close attacks continued to intensify, Vegeta seemed to have become a small animal at the mercy of others, without any chance of resistance. Even if you can forcefully fight back after being attacked, the gap in strength and realm is too big. Piccolo also has the power of the dragon god to protect his body. How terrifying is his physical body? Vegeta was ravaged, and this scene became a horrifying scene in the eyes of everyone in the Celestial Temple. Except for Lin Chuan, everyone else seems to have concluded that Vegeta is too conceited, and now he will inevitably be beaten by Piccolo. How would they know that Vegeta was just playing? Aren't you going to show your true skills? No need to continue to act, Vegeta. Stopping the close attack, Piccolo raised his arm, and strong energy gathered on the palm. If you still plan to continue this boring way if you want to fight, please forgive me for not wanting to continue to accompany you. Piccolo's tone of voice was quite suggestive of deciding the winner in one go. After hearing these two sentences, Vegeta also had a chance to breathe. There was a heartbreaking pain in every part of his body, but it had to be said that this feeling not only did not make him have any negative emotions, but made him more and more excited. That's what makes it interesting. Why are you so anxious? You want to defeat me with just one move, but it's not that easy, Piccolo. Vegeta's playfulness did not diminish, and he stretched out his arms. There is no doubt that this is the ultimate shining posture. Even in the face of threats like Piccolo, Vegeta had no intention of transforming directly. This situation really annoyed Piccolo. Vegeta's meaning was too obvious. It was equivalent to telling him that he could deal with him even if he didn't continue to transform. Then don't blame me. Murderous intent emerged, and Piccolo's concentrated ultimate attack was directly bombarded. It has surpassed the 5th dimension and is firmly on par with the attack level of the 6th dimension. It's not the demonic light-killing cannon, but Piccolo's latest ultimate move, Super Magical Light Bombardment? Vegeta felt a strong sense of threat, and the final flash in his hand also blasted out. High in the sky, two terrifying energy beams bombarded each other. Time. The world seemed to be about to collapse, and the entire Earth was shaking due to the extremely terrifying energy impact. Located on the Temple of Heaven, this place was not affected at all. Because of Lin Chuan's divine protection, even an impact of this level cannot be broken. Is this battle about to end? Tianjin Fan asked himself. Compared in terms of strength of momentum, Vegeta is still far behind Piccolo. Clin said. After the two of them finished speaking, Lin Chuan smiled at them. Don't worry, their battle is not over yet. Vegeta is not as weak as you think. Piccolo will suffer this time. Because of Lin Chuan's words, several people were stunned at the same time. They would not disbelieve, they would only be surprised. Under such circumstances, they did not see it. To put it bluntly, only Super 2, how could it be Vegeta's limit? Lin Chuan has already felt the depth of Vegeta's hidden strength. That's the 6th dimension, Jing's unit? This guy, after 3 years of hard training, surpassed the 4th dimension, and even surpassed the 5th dimension. The only possibility is to awaken the bloodline and reach Super 4. Only after reaching Super 4 can there be a true sublimation and evolution of life. I think back then, I spent a lot of hard work and various kinds of cultivation to reach this state. This guy just relied on the guidance I gave him, and he reached this level of strength and strength. Feelings are inevitable, you must know that this is Super 4. Moreover, it is still the 6th dimension after transformation. After half a year, Lin Chuan had only tempered his normal state to 100 megabytes. Although he can break through at any time, Vegeta's growth rate this time is too much. High in the sky, the waves began to show an overwhelming trend. Piccolo's super magic light bombardment suppressed the final flash released by Vegeta and advanced all the way, until finally, it completely broke through Vegeta's final flash and swallowed Vegeta's body. Show mercy? Piccolo really didn't have it this time. Since Vegeta is so confident and has promised from the beginning that he will fight with a will to kill, there is no need to hold back. Whenever he withdraws his strength even slightly, he will look down upon Vegeta even more. Moreover, Piccolo is also testing Vegeta. This guy hid his more advanced transformation and didn't use it. If he still didn't transform after taking this blow, then he would consider that his attack was too weak. The explosion did not occur. After the continuous impact of energy ended, only diffuse smoke was left covering the area where Vegeta was. Piccolo frowned, and all the spectators also felt their hearts tighten. The atmosphere became dull and extremely silent. It wasn't until 10 seconds passed that a golden beam of light burst out of the smoke and shot straight into the sky. What followed was a pressure that reached the 6th dimensional level and was extremely terrifying. Earth, no. This aura expanded in a straight line and spread throughout the solar system in an instant, spreading at a rate of light years per second. Underworld. Great Kai Wang. As Vegeta's powerful aura came, Son Goku and Raditz, who were practicing, felt their hearts tightening and opened their eyes at the same time, in disbelief. This breath is, Vegeta? How could it happen? Son Goku opened his mouth wide, a little doubtful about life. When did Vegeta's anger become so terrifying? The most important thing is that his breath has been transmitted to the underworld. What is this concept? This level has always been exclusive to Lin Chuan, and it is beyond their reach. His mentality was a bit broken, and Son Goku had the urge to immediately pursue the breath and return to the earth. Fortunately, King Kai was there and stopped Son Goku. Don't be impatient for a moment, Goku. Your cultivation is at a critical moment now. If you disrupt the rhythm, your divine power cultivation will fall short. Damn it! How on earth did that guy Vegeta manage to surpass us so much? The intensity of this aura has reached a level that we can't even look up at. There is another aura, that it's Piccolo? He's fighting Piccolo. Raditz clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. At this moment, where can I still come down and practice? If they don't understand it, they may become ants completely. Alas, I should have told you this 3 days ago. I just missed it. I didn't expect Vegeta to go into the spiritual time room to practice for 3 years, and after coming out, his strength would be as high as this state. King Kai sighed and explained. There was so much information hidden in the words that Son Goku and Raditz's eyes widened. Spiritual time room. 3 years. What on earth is going on? Lord Kaio, Son Goku and Raditz asked. At this time, they felt like they were in another world. They didn't understand anything. They didn't know anything. After King Kai told them, the two of them understood what was going on. This moment made Raditz particularly angry. You must know that they have indeed improved a lot in strength by coming here to practice, but compared with entering the spiritual time room to practice, the gap is too big. Who would have thought that at this critical moment, the spiritual time room would be improved and that it would be possible to enter and practice for another 3 years? This 8,300 word piece is cut off here for the sake of plot continuity. The plot will be pushed quickly at the beginning of the next chapter. The preliminary preparations are enough. I will not spare any effort and directly enter the super era to start the battle of gods. I will seize the time to get started. Raditz's mental fluctuations are even more intense than those of Son Goku. Should he say it or not, King Kai's concealment made him very unhappy. If King Kai hadn't been his master and taught him so much knowledge, if it were anyone else, he would really fall out. Unlike Son Goku, who is so easy to talk to, Raditz's character has always been influenced by Son Goku, but his strong attitude has never changed much. At most, it just becomes more flexible. The chest was rising and falling, and even Son Goku was impatient at this time, with resentment in his eyes. King Kai was like a child who had done something wrong. He turned around and used the method of detecting the universe below to observe the situation on the earth. Although you are at a critical moment and cannot go back casually to disrupt the rhythm of cultivation, let alone be affected, you can still take a look. Put your hands up so you can see what's going on earth. As King Kai spoke out, Son Goku and Raditz stepped forward without hesitation. When they saw the scene above the Temple of Heaven at this time, especially Piccolo standing high in the sky in an orange form, coupled with the thick smoke, the atmosphere was full. Until Vegeta's figure was fully revealed, Son Goku and Raditz both took a breath. The two of them said in unison, sure enough, the 4th level of Super Saiyan. Except for Super 4, they really can't imagine how Vegeta can compare with Piccolo. The orange Piccolo was the mountain above their heads, weighing them down. For such a long time, it seems that they have been targeting Lin Chuan, but recently, they have been targeting Piccolo. If you can't even surpass the Piccolo, how can you surpass Lin Chuan? Damn it! Unknowingly, the gap has become so huge. Raditz's breathing became heavier, and at this time, he was even more passionate. Come to King Kai to practice again and move towards cultivating divine power, because Lin Chuan has been practicing before. Now, Raditz suddenly felt a little regretful. At the beginning, it was clear that the goal was to first reach the 3rd level of Super Saiyan, and then the 4th level of Super Saiyan. He and his younger brother Kakarot had already reached the level of Super 3, but Super 4 had been put on hold because they could not find a way to break through the Golden Ape. It wasn't until King Kai's words half a year ago that they changed their direction and pursued the illusory Super Saiyan god in mythology but was acknowledged by King Kai to exist. There was no other reason. King Kai told them that Lin Chuan had reached this state, and his strength was boasted to be beyond Super 4. Beyond Super 4. Thinking that King Kai would not deceive them, and also thinking that Lin Chuan's hidden realm of Super Saiyan God was not known to them, the two became enthusiastic and began to practice the path of divine power. Vegeta's transformation has shattered all our efforts in the past 6 months. We are not as good as him, Son Goku said with emotion. After hearing this, Raditz became more and more anxious and unwilling. He could no longer describe his feelings and didn't know how to speak. King Kai sighed after hearing this. It seemed that he was expressing regret, but his next words made both Son Goku and Raditz calm down. Okay, you two don't need to be so persistent. Entering the spiritual time room to practice can indeed give you the most time to practice and become stronger in the shortest time. However, you must think clearly, that is, Vegeta has entered the spiritual time room to practice for 3 years. So this is the result of his 3 years of practice. And what about you? If you become more powerful and then enter the spiritual time room, have you ever thought about what level you can reach by then? If you want to surpass Lin Chuan, you have to find your own path. Everything is difficult at the beginning. Public resources are fair to everyone. Only by finding a new way can you truly achieve a blockbuster and not be surpassed. After the words fell, King Kai could no longer maintain the ability to observe the lower realm. He turned to look at the dull Son Goku and Raditz. Kaiosama, what you want is for me and my eldest brother to complete the cultivation of divine power together, or to break through the Super Saiyan God, and then enter the spiritual time room to practice? Son Goku asked. They are all martial arts idiots, and they are also very knowledgeable in cultivation. Raditz changed his previous impatience and said, if we really follow what you said, Kaiosama, we are indeed too impulsive. It'll be good if you can get your true feelings back. I have another sentence for you. Being ahead for a while does not mean you will always be ahead. King Kai said. At the same time, Supreme opens the world. Old Supreme Kai, Eastern Supreme Kai, and Gabit were all frightened by the power exploded by Vegeta and Piccolo. But the old Supreme Kai can still maintain his original intention a little. Eastern Supreme Kai and Jabit seemed to have seen a ghost. To them, Majin Buu was an existence that was so terrifying that they could hardly imagine it. But nowadays, it seems that anyone appears randomly, and they all have power that completely surpasses the original Majin Buu. It's too strong, so strong that even our holy land of Supreme Kai has been affected. Dong Supreme Kai said. Not only has the mortal aura been transmitted here, but Vegeta's power seems to be stronger than that of Piccolo, and even comparable to Lin Chuan at this time. Jobit said. The two of them talked to each other, whispering to each other, talking constantly. Only old Supreme Kai, he remained silent. Those shrewd and deep eyes looked at the crystal ball in front of them without blinking. The scene playing inside at this time is the battle between Vegeta and Piccolo on Earth. Before, I would never have cared so much to check, but this time it was different. The intensity was too high. Dong Supreme Kai and Jobit don't know anything, so how could he not understand? I didn't expect that the world would change so fast. Since Lin Chuan's breakthrough last time, I always thought that our universe would never give birth to such a super strong man again. I didn't expect that the Saiyan Prince would reach the level so quickly. This cultivation level. Old Supreme Kai said. His mood changed significantly. With the current intensity of Piccolo's Dragon God power, he may not be a match for Vegeta, the 4th level Super Saiyan. He made a guess in his mind, but the old Supreme Kai didn't say this sentence. Destroy the Divine Realm. Weiss is also watching the battle on Earth. This good show is a great surprise. After giving guidance to Lin Chuan and Piccolo half a year ago, another warrior worthy of his attention finally appeared. Even Vegeta had been carefully scrutinized by him before, but to put it bluntly, at that time he just looked at it and didn't take it seriously. Now after a comparison, Weiss also has a deeper thought. It's really impressive. Vegeta can reach such a state in such a short period of time. His future is also unlimited. Spiritual time room, that's it? What's going on? It turns out that there is such a different dimensional space on the Earth. If you make more use of it, your strength can indeed be greatly improved. However, if you rely too much on it, it might not be a good thing. Earth. Above the sky, the orange Piccolo did not take any further action. His eyes were alert and he looked at the dissipating smoke and dust in front of him very carefully. When the smoke completely dissipated, Vegeta's figure was completely revealed. Super Saiyan level 4. Have you finally transformed? I've been waiting too long. Piccolo had already expected it, so Piccolo wasn't surprised at all. To say that Vegeta has only improved his normal strength in the past 3 years, so that his power after transformation has greatly increased, even Piccolo would not believe it. Even if Vegeta takes out the 3rd level of Super Saiyan, Piccolo will not believe that this is his limit. Now that he has seen Vegeta's 4th level of Super Saiyan, Piccolo also knows what Vegeta can rely on. It's really no small matter. At least this strength is higher than what he is today. Vegeta has indeed surpassed him, and the dimension he has reached is also the one he has been pursuing. It would have been too boring if I had taken it out directly before. If I defeated you easily, the meaning of this battle would have been lost. Maintaining his Super 4 black-haired posture, Vegeta crossed his arms and frantically extremely proud. His Super 4 black hair has been cultivated to the ultimate level of perfection. With a 5,000-fold increase, his combat power at this time was as high as 2,500 trillion. In terms of numerical comparison, it is more than 3 times that of the orange Piccolo at this time. Just 3 times the difference? No, the numerical difference does not represent true strength. Especially at this time, Vegeta is in the 6th dimension, and Piccolo is in the late 5th dimension. The difference is still very obvious. Even if Piccolo can explode into units like the 6th Genkyo, you must know that beings that have reached this level have abilities that cannot be underestimated. Can't Vegeta burst out with more combat power than the numerical value? The answer is of course yes. You mean that as long as you become the 4th level Super Saiyan, I will never be your opponent? I would like to advise you, you are not Lin Chuan, and you cannot easily defeat me. Even if your strength has reached its current height, it is indeed admirable, but you are overconfident. Piccolo will not give in easily. It's not like he hasn't experienced this kind of thing before being overtaken after increasing his strength. I remember that the last time Son Goku, Raditz and Vegeta came out of the spiritual time room, they crushed him in terms of strength. The anger at that time turned into invisible motivation later, helping him become stronger. As a result, until today, he has always been just below Lin Chuan. Now, is this situation about to happen again? Piccolo won't let that happen. Of course he wants to feel the pressure too. After all, only enough pressure can be transformed into enough motivation. He just won't accept being crushed. Let's just say that with Vegeta's current strength, it is absolutely impossible for him to bow his head and admit defeat, even though he knew that it would be extremely difficult for him to defeat Vegeta at this time. However, there was a battle with Angel half a year ago. Compared with that feeling of powerlessness, fighting Vegeta now is nothing. Really? Then let's see the real chapter in our hands. You also have a good feel for how strong this prince's 4th level Super Saiyan is. With a cry of zero, Vegeta grinned and burst out. The speed was so fast that it almost spanned space. In an instant, he arrived in front of Piccolo. The sense of crisis was overwhelming, and Orange Piccolo immediately calmed down. Knowing that Vegeta's attack was coming in the next second, he directly put his hands together to resist. According to the normal trajectory, Vegeta's punch must hit Piccolo's chest. However, seeing Piccolo's reaction, Vegeta smiled inadvertently, and his attacking right fist turned into a left fist. A feint. There was a muffled sound of bang. His left fist bypassed Piccolo's blocked chest and hit his stomach directly. The terrifying force swept through Piccolo's body, as if his body was about to explode. With a muffled grunt, Piccolo's body flew out uncontrollably. Stop here? No, The battle had just begun, and Piccolo did not admit defeat after seeing his strength, which was a good thing for Vegeta. He has never had an opponent? I have been practicing alone for 3 years. Now he can finally have a big fight and wash away his shame. If he stops right now, he will really choke to death. As this punch started a new round of fighting, fierce hand-to-hand combat began. In the sky, sonic booms were heard continuously, shaking the space and turning things around. Before, Piccolo crushed Vegeta, but now Vegeta completely took control of the situation and suppressed Piccolo. The orange transformed Piccolo is so powerful, but now in the hands of Super 4 Vegeta, he can only resist attacks and dodge. Looking for an opening to attack? It's not that Piccolo doesn't want to, it's that he really can't do it. Damn it! Am I so far behind him now? Vegeta's attacks are completely different from before. Although he still has his own set of fast fighting attacks, the attack of his moves and the rhythm of his body are still the same. They are all so harmonious that no flaws can be found. During the fight, Piccolo knew that he couldn't resist. He had no choice but to rely on teleportation to distance himself. But blindly dodging also caused Vegeta to press harder and harder. On the Temple of Heaven, watching the constant changes in the battle situation above, Tianjin Fan, Klin, Dumpling, Dende, and Bobo, besides Lin Chuan, were all stunned and speechless. Only Lin Chuan could face it with a calm mind and make an evaluation in his heart. I really didn't expect that Piccolo in the orange state would be forced to this point by Vegeta. This guy's breakthrough in the past 3 years is not only the transformation of strength and transformation level. With emotion in his heart, Lin Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly, and the power in his body began to gather rapidly. If this battle continues, Piccolo will definitely not admit defeat. The defeat has been decided. If Piccolo does not make a major breakthrough, he will never be able to defeat the current Vegeta. More importantly, Vegeta at this time may not be showing his full strength. The peak of Super 4 black hair was just shown to him by Vegeta using it to defeat Piccolo. 3 years of training have made Vegeta's scheming more profound and meticulous. Lin Chuan could feel that although Vegeta was attacking Piccolo, he was also showing his strength to him. It's both a temptation and a coercion. Once he takes action, it will be a battle between him and Vegeta. The plan is good, but you are really too confident in your own strength. If I give you another 3 years, maybe you can really surpass me in the dimension of strength. But don't think about it now. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and Lin Chuan was also a little eager to try. I haven't had a good fight in a long time. Since the battle with Weiss half a year ago, he has been practicing and has never fought. Combined with the past, he had actually been practicing and fighting against powerful opponents only a few times. Of course, it seems that Lin Chuan has very little combat experience, but Lin Chuan's combat experience is not generally high. Simulated battles in meditation are sometimes more thrilling than real battles. Fighting against his own clones, especially when Lin Chuan fought 1 against 7, was not an experience that ordinary battles could provide. In this way, under the watchful eyes of Lin Chuan, the battle between Piccolo and Vegeta finally entered the final stage. After toying with Piccolo for dozens of rounds, Vegeta had lost interest in continuing the fight with Piccolo. There is always a big difference between Jing and Zhao. The power of the Dragon God is extremely powerful, and the Orange Piccolo's defense power far exceeds that of the same level, but he still cannot resist Vegeta at this time. It can also be said that Vegeta's princely fighting method happened to restrain Piccolo's indestructible human shield defense. The goal has been achieved. Vegeta gathered the power of his blood. Next is the final kill, letting Piccolo know that Vegeta is not the Vegeta he used to be. Now, he will no longer be bullied and humiliated like in the past. It's over, Piccolo. This time, I am the winner. In an instant, Vegeta crossed the distance between him and Piccolo. Boom! Under the heavy blow, Piccolo spit out blood and the Dragon God's power collapsed. The orange form was no longer maintained. Piccolo returned to normal state directly, and his consciousness was close to fainting. Without hesitation or holding back, Vegeta raised his foot and kicked Piccolo on the neck. This blow, if it had been someone else, would have killed him directly. But not Piccolo. One is that the defense is sufficient, and the other is that Piccolo has a special body structure. Although it seems that Vegeta hit all the vital points, in fact, except for the brain, Piccolo's other parts are not fatal. Wrong? Nowadays, Piccolo has already transformed with the help of the power of the Dragon God, which means that as long as his limbs are still left, as long as he still has enough energy, he can be resurrected indefinitely. Watching Piccolo fall from the sky, Vegeta showed no mercy. He didn't even try to catch Piccolo, but let Piccolo fall like a meteorite. It wasn't that he was really murderous, but because he was waiting for Lin Chuan to take action. Piccolo will not die from this, and Vegeta can be sure of it. He was very happy after defeating Piccolo, but he will continue to fight, and he will find his lost face here in Lin Chuan. In the past, he was far inferior to Lin Chuan, but now he is different. Vegeta knows that he can be arrogant now. After all, Piccolo and Lin Chuan will enter the spiritual time room for 3 years. When they come out, things will be completely different. He was sure that both Piccolo and Lin Chuan would become stronger than him now. On the Temple of Heaven, seeing Piccolo falling straight down, Lin Chuan took the initiative to enter Vegeta's plan. He teleported away, caught the unconscious Piccolo, and sent him back to the Temple of Heaven. At this time, everyone was shocked by Piccolo's fiasco. Dende stepped forward worriedly and quickly treated Piccolo to help him recover. It's Dende who deserves to be said. His healing skills are so powerful that it's hard to believe. Piccolo was so injured, and at this level of strength, he was able to heal Piccolo despite everything. This bug is like a fairy bean. As long as it is not touched by special powers, the injury can be healed. This is one of the reasons why the celestial bean cannot regain its divine power in the later stages, and it was also discovered through Lin Chuan's experiment. Dende's healing technique cannot restore Piccolo's dragon god power, which is the only flaw. When Piccolo woke up, he clenched his fists in frustration. However, the Piccolo is no longer the same Piccolo. With the help of his battle with Vegeta, he deeply realized his shortcomings and how he would cultivate and become stronger in the future. Unlike wise guidance, this battle was just like what he expected, bringing him great pressure. This pressure is transformed into motivation, allowing him to once again achieve a level that is unmatched by anyone. Are you going to take action too? Lin Chuan. Looking at Lin Chuan, Piccolo asked. It was considered that he asked knowingly, because he sensed that Lin Chuan had accumulated strength in his body at this time. Lin Chuan didn't answer, looked up at the sky, and his body slowly floated up. Action is the answer. Piccolo groaned, while Dende and Bobo on the side were nervous. They didn't expect that things would develop to this point. Tianjin Fan, Dumpling, and Klin beside them held their breath and used their powers of perception with all their strength. The battle situation cannot be seen clearly with the naked eye, and even their perception cannot fully catch up. Watching the battle between Piccolo and Vegeta will benefit their future training a lot. Now Lin Chuan takes action to fight Vegeta, which can also bring great inspiration to them. High in the air, Lin Chuan came to Vegeta. Entering the 6th dimension Jing level intensity, even Lin Chuan, whose normal combat power reached hundreds of megabytes, felt a strong sense of oppression. Vegeta's 4th level of Super Saiyan, after experiencing it at close range, it is certain that he has reached the peak level. I finally plan to take action, Talos. I have been waiting for this moment for a long time, for so many years. I never want to fight you and defeat you. Feeling the aura emanating from Lin Chuan, Vegeta smiled excitedly and shouted. Hearing this, Lin Chuan responded to Vegeta with a smile, and then said, I've known for a long time that you would definitely challenge me after coming out of the spiritual time room. After watching the battle between you and Piccolo, your strength is indeed outstanding. Exceeded my expectations. However, if you think that I am too simple, then you have to be careful. As he spoke, Lin Chuan had no ink marks, and the Super Sai energy pool in his body surged. In an instant, golden aura swirled up from the bottom of his feet and enveloped Lin Chuan's entire body. The first level of Super Saiyan is in full power state, with an 80-fold increase in combat power, directly bringing Lin Chuan's combat power to 8,000 trillion. This strength is already all the strength possessed by the previous Piccolo. Feeling the full power of Lin Chuan's first level Super Saiyan, Vegeta's face was solemn. This intensity has exceeded his imagination. Only Lin Chuan could bring him such oppression. Humph. You are indeed Talos, you are just a first level Super Saiyan, and your strength is comparable to that of the orange transformed Piccolo. Vegeta said solemnly. Lin Chuan did not answer. The next second, the golden arrogance became stronger than before. The golden hair that was originally standing on end became more erect and thicker. As electric arcs surrounded him, Lin Chuan grinned. So what does it feel like now? The second level of Super Saiyan is the ultimate, with a 200-fold increase in combat power. At this time, Lin Chuan's strength has reached the level of the unit of the 6th Yuan Jing. That's a lot of money. Although it is still 5,000 megabytes short of the 5,000 megabytes of Super 4 black-haired peak Vegeta. But with Lin Chuan's strength, he can definitely compete with him, and he won't even be at a disadvantage. After all, Lin Chuan not only possesses the ultimate sublimated bloodline power, but also has the sacred and infinitely powerful divine power. The ultimate Super 2 versus the black-haired peak Super 4. This is simply a fantasy, but now it has become a reality? At least as far as Vegeta's current strength is concerned, he only needs to use this little power to fight. Even if Vegeta is still hiding, the worst he can do is use the ultimate power of Super 3. I believe that the combat power of Hawkeye combined with the power of God will be enough to deal with it. In short, to deal with Vegeta, you don't need to use the power of Super 4, nor do you need Super Saiyan God. After confirming Lin Chuan's current strength, Vegeta gritted his teeth. I felt unwilling, but there was nothing I could do about it. This feeling was just like when he teamed up with Kakarot and Raditz to fight against Lin Chuan in the far north. After 3 years of hard training in the spiritual time room, he was still so far behind Lin Chuan. I don't believe it. You can really fight me with the second level of Super Saiyan. Anger turned into strength, Vegeta shouted, and his whole body was like a red light, impacting in front of Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan took action without hesitation, and Lin Chuan was already on guard. For him, there was no successful precedent for a frontal sneak attack. Unless Vegeta improves to another level, he will indeed be unable to resist with his current strength. Pound. Pumping his fist, he collided with Vegeta's fist without giving in. The fierce collision caused a huge sound and shook the space, as if even this space was about to be shattered. Is this all your strength? Stop joking, Vegeta. Be serious? Otherwise, I really only need the second level of Super Saiyan to suppress your fourth level of Super Saiyan. There is a hint of ridicule in it. As soon as these words came out, Vegeta suddenly turned red with anger. The infinite glory he had when he suppressed Piccolo has disappeared. Feeling the huge force sweeping through him, Lin Chuan activated his energy pool and forcibly raised the combat power index to 2.5000 trillion, the same as Vegeta. Pound. Another punch collided. In an instant, Lin Chuan and Vegeta turned into light at the same time, blooming in the sky, and collided. Fierce fighting? Complete outbreak? Please recommend votes, monthly tickets, rewards, and full subscriptions. Fists and feet are constantly waving, and fighting methods are endless. In the fierce battle between Lin Chuan and Vegeta, the entire high-altitude area became their battlefield. The intensity of the battle has steadily reached the 6th dimensional level. Anyway, the strength the two of them brought out at this time was both 2 and 5,000 trillion. Stop looking down on others, Talos. The me I am now is no longer the me I used to be. Vegeta was furious, and his attacks became more fierce. Very good. That's it. The blood power of the 4th level Super Saiyan is not as fragile as before. Lin Chuan looked happy and waved his fists and feet to compete with it. Make progress in battle and break through in battle. It's not just Lin Chuan who is like this. Vegeta, like Lin Chuan, also achieved this. Anyway, they are all at this level. The most important thing is that Vegeta truly felt the boiling blood power in his body, and gained a new understanding of the power of Super 4. In the past, he only cared about physical strength, whether his strength was up to standard, and how much energy he could release. I have never considered what kind of power is the real power of Super 4. How to show the power of the almighty Super 4. It turns out that there is such a huge treasure hidden in my body. Is this the true power of Saiyans, the power of blood? During the battle, Vegeta didn't answer, but he already understood in his heart. The battle continued. Vegeta did not speak, but devoted himself wholeheartedly to the battle. Use actions to answer Lin Chuan, and use your fighting will to let Lin Chuan know that he is not as weak as he thought. The battle became more and more intense. In addition to fist and foot attacks, energy attacks also continued to explode. Watching the battle from the perspective of the Celestial Temple, you can most truly feel how cruel and terrifying this battle is. Compared to the battle between Piccolo and Vegeta, it is on a higher level. Is this Lin Chuan's true strength? It's too strong. Klin's body was trembling, and his words were trembling. Tianjin Fan on the side was in exactly the same situation as him. Their strength was at the same level, both with a combat power of over 100 million. We are really too weak. Even though we have been desperately trying to catch up, the times are advancing so fast that we have been completely eliminated. Although their strength is already very strong, although their current combat power is enough to defeat the Universe Emperor Frisia who has just entered the era of the Great Universe. However, in today's big wave where half a year and a year is an era span, it is a joke. Comparing Frisia, the Emperor of the Universe, has become an awkward joke. There's no need to make such a fuss. Lin Chuan today is just the tip of the iceberg who has exerted all his strength. If this little skill makes you feel timid, then I don't think you need to enter the spiritual time room to practice in the future. Piccolo said to Klin and Tianjin Fan after listening to them. This sounds like words of suppression, but it actually means encouragement. Being scolded by Piccolo, the two of them had bitter expressions on their faces, but they were unable to refute. They are not stupid, how could they not understand the meaning of Piccolo? In the end, they could only look at each other and strengthen their faith, confirming that their future path was correct. They are incomparable in terms of strength, but they don't compare, just be themselves and surpass their past selves, that's enough. Uncle Piccolo, if you continue to fight like this, is it really okay? I think Vegeta is going crazy. That aura is filled with murderous intent. Dende stood tremblingly beside Piccolo and asked. Hearing this, Piccolo glanced down at him and continued. Don't worry, if that guy Vegeta hadn't been determined to kill him, I'm afraid he would have been suppressed by Lin Chuan at this time. The difference in strength is too big. Although he has surpassed me, he is not Lin Chuan's opponent at all. He thought that after he broke through to the 4th level of Super Saiyan, he could confront Lin Chuan head-on. Now he should know how stupid he is. After this evaluation, Piccolo has explained to everyone the next situation and what will be the result. Bobo, on the other hand, suddenly said, actually, you could have fought in this way just now. If that were the case, you wouldn't lose to Vegeta easily. Bobo saw clearly, and he always used the honorific title you when he called Piccolo. Because in his eyes, Piccolo is the god of the previous generation. What I need is another kind of feeling. Instead of consuming a lot of energy by doing that, it's better to fight in the most normal way. Only in this way can I know my own shortcomings and can I use this to break through to a higher realm. Piccolo he nodded and said politely to Bobo. Above the sky, explosions filled the sky like fireworks in full bloom, extremely dazzling. The hand-to-hand combat was temporarily over, and Vegeta launched a covering energy bomb blast. In such an attack, he even counts himself, and does not care that the aftermath of the explosion will hurt him. Crazy, terrifying. However, is this useful for Lin Chuan? The answer is definitely useless. There seemed to be many attacks, and the units had reached a certain energy level, but even if they exploded at the same time, they would not be able to harm Lin Chuan at all. The evaporation of divine power and the invisible barrier of self-protection blocked the damage caused by the aftermath of these explosions. I don't believe it, you can really ignore my attack. A loud shout locked Lin Chuan, and the next second, Vegeta waved his arms and crossed them in front of his chest. The energy bombs that he released without exploding quickly gathered towards Lin Chuan under his control, as if they were carrying tracking devices. It's just a small plan? I expected you to take such action from the beginning. Without dodge or dodge, Lin Chuan said a word, and a strong and indestructible golden protective shield formed around his body. This is not a pure divine power shield, but a barrier condensed by Saiyan energy, with just a little bit of divine power mixed in to make the defense stronger. With dozens of energy bombs impacting in one breath, they all pressed against Lin Chuan's protective shield. The energy bombs, which were already astonishingly powerful individually, were superimposed together and seemed to destroy Lin Chuan's body. If it were someone else, I'm afraid it would be really difficult to resist. But in front of Lin Chuan, this was the stupidest attack, purely consuming his own energy. Even his defense couldn't be broken. With his eyes focused, Lin Chuan exploded directly, the protective shield expanding instantly, and all the energy bombs squeezed around him were ejected. Looking forward again, Vegeta had already launched his next attack. When all the energy bullets bounced away, his Gallic cannon bombarded him. Whether it's hand-to-hand combat or energy attacks, everything is done to the point of being watertight. It can be seen that Vegeta is really eager to win and plans to get an advantage from Lin Chuan in one go. Even though he was only facing Lin Chuan's second-level Super Saiyan, after confirming the strength of Super Saiyan level 2 Lin Chuan, he didn't have the slightest carelessness. Boom! The lavender energy beam engulfed Lin Chuan's body, and the terrifying energy attack was even as powerful as Wu Jing's unit. Although the unit that arrived in Beijing seemed to have only doubled its combat power, it was actually not that simple. Vegeta did not stop attacking until the energy of the Gallic cannon was completely exhausted. Not to mention that nothing happened to Lin Chuan in his perception, but to talk about Lin Chuan's strength, he clearly knew that even if the full-power Gallic cannon hit the front, it would not cause any damage. I will pay the price for your contempt. Even if I only get a little advantage, I win. Vegeta's high-pitched voice kept ringing. Continuous energy bombing, fixed-point blasting, and constant pressure. No matter how strong you are, you have limits? So Vegeta decided that even if his attack couldn't defeat Lin Chuan, it could still make Lin Chuan embarrassed. After Vegeta finally ended all energy attacks, he also ushered in a brief period of powerlessness. The prince's fighting skills are indeed powerful, but after his own strength is exhausted, he will become a prey to others. The flames of the explosion continued to intensify, and thick smoke filled the air, covering the sky for more than 10 miles. What a spectacular scene! The corners of Vegeta's mouth curved in a winning arc, and his signature laughter began to come out of his mouth. It's just that he didn't laugh for long before he felt a trance in front of his eyes. He originally thought that he had finally hurt Lin Chuan, but it turned out to be just wishful thinking on his part. With indescribable extreme speed, Lin Chuan escaped from the scope of the explosion and came to him, then disappeared from in front of him and came to his side, and finally circled around, back to back with him. Mental tension and stagnant breathing. Vegeta felt a fatal threat, and at this moment, he realized how foolish he was. It would be easy for Lin Chuan to torture and kill him, but he didn't bother to do it. Even if he uses such tactics, he is still far behind Lin Chuan. His 4th level of Super Saiyan, even Lin Chuan's 2nd level of Super Saiyan, could not defeat him. What? Are you planning to admit defeat? Your body is starting to tremble? This doesn't look like you, Vegeta. Where is the dignity of the Saiyan Prince? Are you afraid just because your attack didn't cause any harm to me? If so, you still haven't changed at all. With the critical words coming out, Lin Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly and his eyes were fiery. Is this how the battle with Vegeta ends? No? Lin Chuan felt that Vegeta had greater possibilities. The limit just now was not Vegeta's real limit. Maybe even Vegeta himself doesn't know that there is a huge potential hidden in his body. Once this potential is stimulated, his strength can be raised to another level. At least, far beyond now. Stimulated by Lin Chuan's words, Vegeta clenched his fists and looked ferocious. His heart was tangled and struggling. At that moment, he was indeed afraid and wanted to admit defeat. Now after what Lin Chuan said, he seemed to see himself being humiliated. He is still the same as when he was working under Frieza. In the face of the weak, he is extremely arrogant. Facing the powerful, we can only swallow our anger. Reluctance was at work, so much so that he began to resent himself. As the Prince of the Saiyans, he has reached this point. Along the way, he surpassed himself and became stronger, but in the end he was still not as good as this lower-level warrior. Talos? You are not qualified to preach to me? So what if you are strong? You just have the upper hand. I will definitely be stronger in the future. I don't believe that you can always hold the #1 position. The throne. Not knowing what he thought of, Vegeta suddenly calmed down. Unexpectedly, there was no explosion, nor was Lin Chuan's words so exciting that he planned to fight to the death. I originally planned to push him hard, but in this situation, Lin Chuan couldn't belittle him too much. However, this battle still cannot end like this. I really look forward to the day in the future when you can take away the #1 throne from me, but the future is the future, and the present is now. The series of attacks you just launched against me cannot be overcome by just a few words. His eyes narrowed. Lin Chuan's whole body flashed with rich golden aura. This breath exploded at such a close distance, and it also triggered the dormant power of the Super 4 bloodline in Vegeta's body. Previously, he was unable to fight again in a short period of time due to excessive consumption. After this short period of rest, he recovered a little. Now he was inspired by Lin Chuan's Saiyan energy and shouted, unwilling to admit defeat. That is the most sincere voice in Vegeta's heart. He also wants to prove himself. If you want to fight, fight. If you think I am afraid of death, greedy for life and afraid of death, then just try it. After awakening, Vegeta seemed to have turned a blind eye to life and death. This is what Lin Chuan wants to see. I don't mean anything else, I just retaliate for your attack just now. I already know all your power at this time, and next, it's my home court. How about you also feel my 4th level of Super Saiyan? With a joking smile, his breath surged and his blood boiled. Suddenly, the clouds in the atmosphere moved and the heaven and earth shook. Because of Lin Chuan's transformation, the burst of power seemed to silence the entire world in an instant. It's just that the black-haired 4th level Super Saiyan is in its peak state, with a 5,000-fold increase in combat power. Lin Chuan's combat power at this time has reached 50 kyo. Compared with Vegeta, Jing's 5,000 trillion combat power here in Lin Chuan is just an ant among ants. This is equivalent to the difference between 2.5 points of combat power and 50 points of combat power. What? You said the difference is not big? To change the metaphor, this is like comparing Vegeta with 18,000 combat power points to Frieza with 530,000 combat power points. To put it a bit more exaggerated, it's like the gap between Vegeta, who has just become a super sailor in the original work, and Cell, a complete body with 5 billion combat power. Comparison only hurts. The difference between the two is not just as simple as 20 times. It was still back to back, and still no one took any action, but at this time Vegeta was completely shocked. Too strong? It was so strong that he couldn't imagine it. He didn't even know how Talos reached this state simply by relying on his own practice without entering the spiritual time room. After brewing for a long time, Lin Chuan finally controlled his body to move forward. There was no attack because it was not yet time. Before you beat Vegeta up, you have to let him see the truly almighty red-haired 4th level Super Saiyan and the boundary breaker. This will be the path Vegeta must take in the future. He just doesn't know how to practice divine power. How can he break through? Lin Chuan didn't know. If you ask him to take the initiative to teach, he won't do it. It just depends on whether Vegeta, the second male protagonist in the original work, has a dazzling aura and whether it can help him break through to a higher and deeper boundary in another possibility. As the saying goes, everything is possible, especially for people like Vegeta. Aren't you going to look back at me? Next, I will let you see the deeper level of Super Saiyan level 4. Turning around, Lin Chuan stared at the motionless Vegeta and said with a smile. Lin Chuan, who is in the 4th grade, even though he only has black hair, his light is so dazzling and his body is so strong and tall. Comparing Vegeta Super 4 and Lin Chuan Super 4, there is a distinction between high and low. Although they are in the same transformation state, Super 4 Vegeta is still a lot shorter than Super 4 Lin Chuan. After hearing Lin Chuan's words, Vegeta slowly turned around and said in an unbelievable tone, a deeper level of Super Saiyan level 4. Do you think you can't even reach the level of Super Saiyan level 4? Have they all been surpassed? Beyond Super 4? How incredible this is. At this time, Vegeta did not dare to conclude that this was a lie, because if it was a lie, Lin Chuan would not say it at this time, and would show it to him. You are right to say that, surpassing the 4th level of Super Saiyan? However, it is still Super 4? I named it Super 4 Boundary Breakthrough. A red light burst out from his eyes, and in an instant, Lin Chuan surrounded him. The golden aura around him expanded, spiraling, and rising like a tornado. The breath suddenly changed, and the divine power surged, integrating into the Super 4 form. In just a short period of time, Lin Chuan completed the transformation and raised the combat power index to a unit worth 100 Beijing. The red hair is Super 4, and the aura is mysterious and mysterious. Although Vegeta can feel it, he can't feel it clearly. That was an area that he had not touched at all, and it was also a realm that he had not thought about. How can you imagine it if you haven't experienced it? This is what you said, Super Saiyan level 4 boundary breaking? So strong. It's incredible. As he spoke, Vegeta felt heavy, but he seemed to have seen his future self. Red-haired Super 4. Talos told him about the existence of this realm, which means that he must reach this realm before he can truly fight with him. 3 years of hard training, you have indeed reached a certain level of control over your emotions, and your state of mind has improved a lot. If it were you in the past, I am afraid that after seeing me now, you would suddenly lose your confidence in fighting and become suspicious. Life. Completed the transformation, Lin Chuandeo. Hearing this, Vegeta gritted his teeth. Don't you just want to embarrass me? I admit it, Talos? Although you are a low-level warrior, you are indeed a genius. If it were me, I'd probably imagine everything. No, we Saiyans can still break through to this realm. It's okay not to be convinced. At this time, Vegeta knew very well that in fact, the rise of the Saiyans was all due to Talos's relationship. If it weren't for Talos, they would still have to succumb to Frieza. If it weren't for Talos, they wouldn't even know how to achieve Super Saiyan, let alone Super 2, Super 3, and Super 4. If it weren't for Talos, how could they have reached the current state and have such powerful strength? Don't belittle yourself too much, and don't be too self-righteous. Vegeta, you are also a genius, but your shortcomings are too obvious. If you are not blindly conceited, if you change it and make some progress, you will want to show your skills. If you get used to it, you will become stronger. Looking at Vegeta, Lin Chuan said this to him. In an instant, Lin Chuan took action and came to him. This was not teleportation, but it was so natural and so fast that he arrived in front of Vegeta. Then, in the blink of an eye, he came behind Vegeta. The only difference was that his right arm was raised. Vegeta looked confused the next moment. Boom, pound, bang, bang, boom, pound, bang, bang. A continuous muffled sound came from his body. This was Lin Chuan's attack of dozens of punches in an instant. The Super 4 form collapsed, Vegeta vomited blood, and entered a state of near death. Let Vegeta see the 4th level Super Saiyan boundary breaking form, and then let him feel how powerful this form is. It's not enough to just feel it, it must be felt personally. Only in this way will Vegeta know how to move forward in the future. Of course, Lin Chuan also has another meaning, that is, you have your emotions to vent, and he can understand it, but after venting, you have to bear his emotions. The greater the so-called pressure, the greater the motivation. I believe that after Vegeta recovers, his strength will greatly increase, and it is very likely to trigger the potential that is already at the bottleneck. Holding Vegeta's body, Lin Chuan released the Super 4 red-haired, boundary-breaking transformation. Back on the Temple of Heaven, everyone was under great pressure. After all, just now, Vegeta defeated Piccolo in orange form with a strong appearance. Although Tianjin Fan and Krillin could imagine that Lin Chuan was stronger than Vegeta, Lin Chuan defeated Vegeta so easily, which was not the slightest bit stronger. And the final burst of momentum was so strong that they couldn't even look up. Especially that special aura, like the golden barrier surrounding the Temple of Heaven, is sacred and powerful. Wouldn't it be better to use your strength to defeat him earlier? I didn't expect you to play with him for so long and finally come up with the 4th level of Super Saiyan. For you, you should only use Super 2 or 3. Only if you can defeat him. Piccolo walked up and talked to Lin Chuan. As soon as these words came out, other people's expressions changed even more. Super 2 defeated Super 4, so the strength gap was wider than they imagined. In the current situation, Tianjin Fan and Klin only think that it is a joke for them to talk about entering the spiritual time room to practice. Asking for recommendation votes? Asking for monthly votes? After a few casual exchanges with Piccolo, Lin Chuan asked Dende to rescue Vegeta from the brink of death. The longer he lingers on the edge of death and recovers in the shortest time, the bug that the Saiyan's ability to heal serious injuries will greatly increase has acted on Vegeta. Although in the spiritual time room, I often use this method to greatly increase my strength. But it's different from practicing. The injuries suffered in the battle, and the almost death just now, are incomparable to the injuries caused by cultivation, so that the body instinctively leads out the potential that has reached the bottleneck. Vegeta's combat power index increased from 5 trillion to just over 10 trillion. This is only a small part of his explosive potential. However, although Vegeta was ecstatic that his strength had doubled, he clearly knew the strength gap between himself and Lin Chuan, so he did not mess around. Lin Chuan's words kept playing in his mind. Only then did he realize that there was such a big problem with his character. Too conceited, too proud, and too blind. This happens every time his strength improves, and he doesn't even react at all. Under Lin Chuan's straightforward words, he also understood that he had to get rid of this habit. I won't thank you, Talos. I am convinced that I lost this battle, but next time, I will get back the dignity I lost with you. Facing Lin Chuan, Vegeta said such a cruel sentence talk. In the end, without waiting for Lin Chuan to answer or give others a chance to speak, he burst into anger and left the Temple of Heaven. The goal has actually been achieved. Although he was completely defeated by Lin Chuan, this was actually expected from the beginning. Although he didn't take advantage of Lin Chuan, for Vegeta, he also took this step. The harvest is naturally rich, especially since he defeated Piccolo with his own strength. This is equivalent to the fact that he is now the second strongest person on Earth. Even if Kakarot and Raditz, who have been training elsewhere at this time, come back, they will definitely not be as good as him. After solving Vegeta's matter, the depressing atmosphere that originally enveloped the Celestial Temple also dissipated. Lin Chuan withdrew the protection of his divine power, letting the vague feeling of suppression disappear. After that guy Vegeta was awakened by your few words, he seems to be different from before. Piccolo said with emotion. Lin Chuan nodded, yes. He is the prince of the Saiyans after all, and his IQ is definitely one of the best. With his talent, he will soon realize how much benefit I will bring to him. After saying that, Lin Chuan looked at Tianjin rice, kellen, and dumplings. Speaking of which, a lot of time was wasted in the fight with Vegeta. The next step is for you guys to go in. I believe that when you come out, you will break through to a higher level. After the words fell, Lin Chuan did not say too much. I care about Tianjin Fan and Klin. Not to mention that the times are different. Another reason is that the achievements they were able to achieve in the end can be seen. As a time traveler, how could he not know the limits of Tianjin Fan and Klin? In the early days, when the combat strength did not exceed 100 million, they could all strive to catch up with the strength gap. But now, after their strength has exceeded 100 million, the platform has become larger and the difficulty of breakthrough has become greater. After all, in this world, there are very few ethnic groups that can cheat and attack all the way like the Saiyans. Piccolo was able to keep up because of the power of the Dragon God. Speaking of which, in fact, the qualifications of Tianjin Fan and Klin are already extraordinary. What's more, there are not many people who can guide them, and the only one they can rely on is themselves. In just a few years, even if they include the fact that they have practiced martial arts, it has only been 20 or 30 years. To become so powerful in 20 or 30 years, you must know that there are some beings who have practiced hard for hundreds or thousands of years to achieve this level of strength, and are even far inferior to them. He has no special abilities, and he can't transform and increase his strength. Although it seems that improving his strength is very slow, it is really a matter of accumulating breakthroughs bit by bit. Let's just say that Tianjin Fan and Klin's level of strength is extremely stable and solid. Their combat strength of over 100 million can also explode with stronger power at any time. It's easy to send and receive freely. Under Bobo's arrangement, Tianjin Rice, Dumplings, and Colin entered the spiritual time room. The moment the door closed, the two worlds were separated, and the flow of time also changed dramatically. Maybe it's only been a few seconds here, but the Tianjin Rice, Dumplings, and Colin must have done a lot. It should be noted that every 240 seconds, 4 minutes, that passes in the outside world is a full 24 hours in the inside. Okay, it's time for me to leave. Bulma and number 18 are still waiting for me to go back. In the next few days, I have to accompany them on vacation, which can be regarded as the last moment of relaxation. There is no one who will continue to stay at the Temple of Heaven. Necessary, Lin Chuan said as he walked out of the temple and stood on the platform with emotion. Piccolo was always by his side. After hearing what Lin Chuan said, he said, "Just don't be late then. You made me wait easily last time. You won't delay the time like this time, right? Don't worry, I'll be here in 3 days. Remember to be prepared. As I said before, this time it may take more time. It's the same for me, and it's the same for you." The words came out, and Lin Chuan was next. He used teleportation in 1 second and left here. He said goodbye and left the Temple of Heaven and returned to his home in Zidu. Lin Chuan told Bulma and number 18 what happened and the situation. It also reassures them. Should I say it or not, the Earth was somewhat affected by the battle with Vegeta. Fortunately, the battlefield was always high in the sky, so even if it was eroded by the aftermath, there was not much damage. With his 2 wives and daughter Lin Shui, Lin Chuan did not use teleportation to go directly to the destination. Instead, he drove the jet to Yehe as the destination. It is worth mentioning that Lin Chuan put a lot of effort into learning to fly a jet some time ago. Vacation travel is not complete when you reach the destination. What you see and hear along the way is also one of the joys of travel. Slowing down the pace and experiencing the life of ordinary people is actually pretty good. Talking and laughing while admiring the scenery. Harmonious atmosphere, not a trace of disobedience. This is also the feeling of home that Lin Chuan has always wanted. In this way, a 3-day vacation began for Lin Chuan's family. 3 days is very short, but it is enough to visit the entire resort. By the way, you can also pass by many scenic spots and stay for a while. 3 days later, Lin Chuan returned home with Bulma, number 18, and his daughter Lin Shui. After settling everything, Lin Chuan brought all the supplies and daily necessities that Bulma had prepared for him in advance and came to the Temple of Heaven. If it were any later, I might be stopped again. In the past, there was only Bulma, and Lin Chuan couldn't even satisfy that aspect. But now that number 18 has joined, Lin Chuan finally realizes the meaning of the word S*X with a knife on his head. Of course, it wasn't that he couldn't handle it, but that Wenwen Township was so comfortable that it even gave him the feeling that it was fine just like this. Even if it was just a thought, this sign made Lin Chuan feel a sense of crisis. It was just the right time to come to the Temple of Heaven. The time had just reached the point where the 3 days had expired. With his arrival, the door to the spiritual time room opened, and Tianjin Rice, Klin, and Dumplings walked out of it. Vegeta's feeling was completely different when he came out of it than 3 days ago. If Vegeta's aura is full of domineering feelings, then the auras of Tianjin Fan, Krillin, and Dumplings appear to be extremely peaceful. In 3 years, the 3 of them have been tempered to be very stable and mature. Age comes with it, which is inevitable. And the more you experience, the more you will gain various insights. Target, Tianjin Rice. Combat Power Index, 10.5 billion points. Target, Klin. Combat Power Index, 10 billion points. Target, Dumplings. Combat Power Index, 30 million points. Seeing the data of the 3 people, Lin Chuan was somewhat surprised. Because in his original budget, it was incredible that the strength of the 3 of them could be increased to 2 to 3 billion. Unexpectedly, this breath improved so much. Not to mention Dumplings, the combat power index of Tianjin Fan and Klin both reached tens of billions. This is tens of billions. Indeed, in front of him, the magnitude of tens of billions is no longer worth mentioning, but for the people on Earth and the three-eyed star, this is already an incredibly powerful state. If they can also transform, as long as the increase is dozens or hundreds of times, then they can also set foot in the 5th dimensional trillion unit. The 3 people who came out walked out of the corridor one after another after seeing Lin Chuan and Piccolo welcoming them. Feeling at a close distance, the breath becomes even heavier. It can be seen that in the world of the spiritual time house, they have been practicing hard and never stopped. Otherwise, the body will not transmit this feeling. It seems that you have all achieved what you want to achieve. These 3 years of training have made you different from what you were before. Lin Chuan praised. Hearing Lin Chuan's praise, Tianjin Fan and Clin were stunned at the same time, and then their cheeks turned red. If I had heard such praise before, I would have felt excited. But now, their improvement in strength is nothing to others. Before entering the spiritual time room, they saw the battle between Vegeta and Piccolo, and also witnessed Lin Chuan's burst of power, killing Vegeta instantly. You're flattered. Compared to you and Piccolo, we're still far behind. Tianjin Fan replied humbly. Clin smiled bitterly and had to answer the question, saying, we can make such great progress thanks to you and Piccolo, who have allowed us to see a wider world. It's a pity that our talents are limited, and we can't transformation can only go so far. After that, Clin looked at the dumplings again, to say that the one with the biggest breakthrough should be the dumplings. Although the improvement of the combat effectiveness of the dumplings is not much, and it is far from me and Tianjin Fan, but the superpower of the dumplings is simply restrained. That move made it impossible for Tianjin Fan and I to break away easily even if we were controlled without paying attention. After being called out, Dumpling, who had been standing silently behind Tianjin Rice, showed a timid expression. He was speechless and had to repeat a sentence several times before he could finish it. His character has always been like this, and it has not changed since the original novel. Only when facing someone he knows very well will Dumpling open his heart. Lin Chuan could also imagine that he and Piccolo were not on the list of people Dumpling considered friendly at all, so it was inevitable that Dumpling would be timid and fearful when facing them. I see, is it a superpower? This is something I didn't expect. How about you let me experience it? Dumpling. Lin Chuan said to Dumpling. He wanted to know how far his superpower could reach. Dumplings can get stronger too. That's for sure. As long as you find the right method and have a clear goal, you will definitely become stronger with continuous accumulation. Is this okay? Dumpling didn't dare to act or answer. He looked at Tianjin Fan and Clin for help, as if asking what should I do? Tianjin Fan and Clin could only nod at him. Don't be afraid, Lin Chuan just wants to see how powerful your superpower is. Just release it boldly, Tianjin Fan said. Clin on the side responded, use all the power you cultivated in the spiritual time room. This is also your way of proving yourself, Dumpling. After the two of them finished speaking, Lin Chuan walked aside with a smile on his face. Tianjin Fan and Clin are right. You don't need to be so nervous. You can fully release your superpowers on me. Maybe my cultivation will also because you have a breakthrough in your superpowers. Superpowers. Lin Chuan had never thought about it before, but later he completely put it aside. First of all, he has been cultivating the Super Saiyan state in the past and also improving his combat power index. Secondly, after the power of blood fully awakened, Lin Chuan felt that even superpowers were nothing. After all, this world was the Dragon Ball world, and strong power was the key. After practicing his divine power for the third time, Lin Chuan directly ignored the superpower, which was so shocking in the early stage. Now that there is a breakthrough in dumplings, it will be a good thing for Lin Chuan if it can really display unimaginable power. It should be noted that the more powerful you are, the more sophisticated your methods are. Not having enough means to exert one's own strength is equivalent to having a treasure but not having the key to open it. As long as Dumpling's superpower is powerful enough, Lin Chuan will also focus on diligently cultivating his mental power in the future to create some uses of superpowers. Then I'm here. With a straight face, Dumpling stood opposite Lin Chuan, raised his hands and opened his palms, only 10 meters apart. The mental power skyrocketed, and it brought about an extremely mysterious force. Tianjin Fans and Kellen are not uncommon, so I am not surprised. But this was the first time for Lin Chuan and even Piccolo on the side to see this ability. Even though Piccolo knew about Dumpling's superpowers in the past, things have changed after so many years. Amazing mental fluctuations? I thought my mental power control had reached its peak, but I didn't expect Dumpling to be even more powerful than me. And his superpower, under the influence of mental power, even me was affected. Piccolo was shocked in his heart. After sighing with emotion, he suddenly turned his gaze to Lin Chuan. At this time, a layer of light Saiyan special energy appeared around Lin Chuan's body unconsciously. No, this is not ordinary energy, but a special superpower that gathers spiritual power. Is this your superpower restraint? Not only can it restrict movement, but it can also suppress the energy in the body. The feeling became more and more real, and Lin Chuan narrowed his eyes. I was just about to lift my feet to break my balance and see what the limits of the dumplings could be. Suddenly, an extremely huge pressure instantly enveloped his whole body. Even he could not control his body and seemed to be completely frozen. This kind of bondage is not an ordinary bondage. Looking at the dumpling standing not far from him, his sickly white face had begun to sweat, and it was obvious that he had used all his strength to feed himself. I have to admire and appreciate it. What is the combat power index of dumplings? It's just a mere 30 million points. With just this little strength, he was able to suppress him. You know, his current normal combat power is a full 100 trillion. Not to mention how strong his combat power is, his physical strength is immeasurable. Even when he is not exerting any force, it can put pressure on him. Dumpling does have a special superpower. No wonder, Clin said so exaggeratedly. After personal experience, Lin Chuan felt that it was not an exaggeration at all, but that Clin was being conservative. The situation is special and the atmosphere becomes increasingly tense. Tianjin Fan and Clin didn't dare to take a breath, while Dende and Bobo on the other side held their breath and didn't make a sound. The same goes for Piccolo, who frowned. Unbeknownst to others, Piccolo was sure that Lin Chuan was joking. Although Dumpling's superpower is indeed powerful, no matter how strong the superpower is, it relies on mental power and energy to assist in its destruction. If one's own strength is insufficient, no matter how strong one's mental power is, it will not be able to exert its true power and achieve unimaginable effects, but it will be of no use in the face of an absolutely powerful existence. Time passed like this minute by minute. Lin Chuan didn't move, just looking at the dumplings. After the experiment, he determined that Dumpling's superpower was indeed incredible, but it also consumed a lot of money. Just like when he was restrained, he didn't resist much, but Dumpling needed to expend a lot of energy to suppress the power in his body. Otherwise, dumplings will require more effort and energy. That's it. I already have a rough idea of your superpower. You might get hurt, so you should take the initiative to remove the restraints. After saying this to the dumpling, Lin Chuan withdrew his mind. As soon as these words came out, everyone became dumbfounded. Especially for dumplings, he was still insisting, and he was already reaching the limit. Yes, yes. You can hear how uneasy he feels now in his voice. Trying his best to control his mental power, Dumpling regained his ability and at the same time calmed down the energy in his body. Without the restraints of superpowers, Lin Chuan slowly twisted his arms and waist. The feeling just now was indeed good, and if it continued, it would also be a spiritual challenge for him. No one spoke, not even Piccolo interrupted. A group of people are waiting for Lin Chuan's evaluation. They don't know when he became the central figure. It is a rare thing to get his praise. Please give me recommendation votes and monthly votes. I have been really out of shape in the past 2 days. I feel recovered, but I feel very weak. After experiencing the superpower restraint of dumplings, Lin Chuan gave it a very high evaluation. It's not because Dumpling's superpower is really powerful enough to turn things around, or even go against the will of heaven to truly restrain him. Instead, Dumpling only used 30 million points of combat power to briefly suppress his 100 megabyte level energy. Who can believe it if they haven't experienced it personally? Who dares to believe it? I sent away Tianjin rice, Kellen, and dumplings. Lin Chuan and Piccolo communicated for a long time, and then under the operation of Bobo and Dende, the rooms in the spiritual time house were tidied up, erasing the traces of previous entries. As for food, water, and various daily necessities, Bulma has always prepared them. Otherwise, where would the Temple of Heaven come from with so many resources? In addition, Lin Chuan had brought supplies himself, so there was no need to prepare anything, he could just go in. Of course, you will be staying there for several years anyway, so cleaning up is still necessary. Standing at the gate, Piccolo and Lin Chuan also explained to Dende and Bobo that there was no need to worry if they didn't come out after 3 days. Some things must be properly vaccinated, otherwise it will cause unnecessary trouble when the time comes. Just like last time, I just stayed a little longer, but the people outside were frightened and almost did something. However, after an experience, Dende and Bobo knew that Lin Chuan and Piccolo had free access, so they were not shocked, let alone surprised. The door to the spiritual time room is closed. The time of this world began to flow, completely separated from the time of the main world. Lin Chuan immediately verified the system's combat power increase per second. I was a little worried at first, but now I am relieved after confirming that the increase in combat power per second is effective. At any rate, if the combat power increases by 10 million points per second now, it will reach 933.12 trillion combat power in 3 years. Old Lin, you seem to have something on your mind. Just when Lin Chuan was paying attention to the system's situation, it seemed that his expression was too solemn, causing Piccolo to ask, Lao Lin? This title really surprised Lin Chuan. Until the picture of Piccolo in the original novel suddenly calling him Lao-san and son after meeting Son Goku in the later period suddenly popped into his mind. Combined with the situation of himself and Piccolo, he quickly accepted and let go. This turning point was not as abrupt as imagined. After all, there is nothing wrong with using this title for their friendship. It's nothing, I just suddenly remembered something and was in a daze. As he said that, Lin Chuan stepped forward. I wonder how much worse the spiritual time house is after the renovation than before. With the precedent of Vegeta, as well as the verification of Tianjin Fan, Krillin, and Dumpling, it can be imagined that it must be more challenging than the last time he and Piccolo came in. Otherwise, in just 3 years, Vegeta would not have become that strong, and Tianjin Fan, Krillin, and Dumpling would not have made such a big breakthrough. Although I did not participate in the specific process of the renovation, Dende and Mr. Popo asked my opinion more than once during the renovation. In the words of Dende and Mr. Popo, they tried their best to make the spiritual time house survive. The difficulty has been increased to 10 times. In addition, there are no longer only 2 extreme environments of high temperature and low temperature in the spiritual time house. Because the Namek abilities that Dende has mastered have special powers related to environmental transformation, various climates have been added to this world. Wait, as for more changes, we need to feel it ourselves. As Piccolo's introduction slowly came out, Lin Chuan stepped into this broader snow-white world with him. The moment they set foot, Lin Chuan and Piccolo looked at each other. Because there is 100 times the Earth's gravity here, which is enough to show how much pressure it will bring as the distance is further away. Under the guidance of Bobo and you, Dende has done an outstanding job. I believe he will become better and better in the future. This time means that there will definitely be a second and third time in the future. It's not that the former god Piccolo was useless, but that his thinking limited his development. How could the former god Piccolo ever think of improving the spiritual time room? How could the former god Piccolo have thought that the Dragon Ball he created could actually grant more wishes at once? Because of the arrival of Dende's new ideas and the needs of the current situation, after many transformations, Longqiu can realize 3 wishes in 1 year. Even though Dende said that the power of the dragon on Earth is still not as good as the dragon on planet Namek, Barunga. But Lin Chuan believes that as long as he is given enough time, he will definitely be able to raise the level of the Earth's dragons to surpass Bolunga. The only thing that the Earth Dragon can never compare to Barunga is that Barunga is full of human touch and will take the initiative to help you optimize your wishes. The Dragon of the Earth is not very capable, but has a strong tone. He only thinks about realizing his wishes in the simplest way, and then runs away. Logically speaking, it should be transformed. After listening to Lin Chuan's evaluation, Piccolo couldn't help but look back at the door of the spiritual time room, as if he saw Dende outside the door. I didn't do anything special. The kid Dende is so talented that he doesn't need to be taught. The gods have already mastered the power, so Mr. Popo spent a lot of energy. Piccolo said, I never take credit or be arrogant, and I never say anything because I have done something extraordinary. Piccolo in the original work has not changed until decades later. Even if Sun Wuhan has achieved such high achievements because of his relationship, Piccolo has never been proud of it. You don't need to be so humble. Don't I know you? How are you? Have you ever thought about the direction of your next cultivation? Changing the subject, Lin Chuan asked. Hearing this, Piccolo's expression changed again and became serious. In the 6 months since the battle with Whis, I have thought a lot and taken many paths. It is impossible to say that I don't have any new insights. But recently, especially when I fought against that guy Vegeta just now, after that, the goal was determined. Maybe you will feel stupid and naive, but I feel that no matter whether I can break through the realm in the next few years, I will go step by step slowly, temper my body and mind, temper my will, and try not to rely on transformation as much as possible the power. I don't know if you've noticed, I always feel it clearly. After the transformation, no, it should be said that Yusians are the same. How strong we are in our normal state determines how high our strength can be improved after transformation. As Piccolo said these words, Lin Chuan opened his mouth and finally nodded. I really never thought that Piccolo would say such a thing at this time. In fact, Lin Chuan had thought about reminding him of this before. Later, due to various circumstances, he himself forgot about this incident and became Piccolo by default, already knowing the multiple increase. Speaking of which, this illusion was brought to Lin Chuan by Vegeta, Goku, Raditz and others. Because he has never really told Vegeta, Goku, and Raditz about how much his strength has improved after the transformation, but it has to be said that the current third young Master Saiyan obviously knows the intensity and increase of the transformation. Normality is closely related. You are right, but don't forget to cultivate the power of the Dragon God. It is also crucial to complement each other. In addition, if you have any questions about the cultivation of the power of God, you can ask me at any time. I always believe that divine power and dragon there is a certain connection with the power of God. Confirming Piccolo's idea, Lin Chuan nodded. Don't worry, I'm not going to be polite to you. Piccolo replied simply and neatly, and asked at the same time, what's my situation? What about you? What are your next plans? I know what kind of person you are. Being able to make the decision to restart the spiritual time room this time means that you have a new breakthrough direction. In response to Piccolo's question, Lin Chuan smiled slightly and already had a firm idea in his mind. It couldn't be said before, but now that they entered the spiritual time room, there were only 2 of them, him and Piccolo. Telling or not telling Piccolo makes no difference. Of course there is a possibility of a breakthrough in the realm, so I thought of entering here to break through and stabilize the realm. You know me well. In the realm of divine power, I have already mastered the 2nd level of Super Saiyan Blue. In the past 6 months, I also successfully strengthened the Deep Blue, 30 times the full power of Super Blue. Deep Blue Sublimation, Super Blue full power 40 times, Deep Blue Ultimate Breakthrough, Super Blue full power 50 times. After the words fell, Lin Chuan stopped talking. Even if he didn't say it, Piccolo would have guessed Lin Chuan's ultimate goal. What you mean is that you have cultivated the 2nd level of Super Saiyan Blue to the extreme, and now you can break through the 3rd level of Super Saiyan Blue, right? Piccolo said. Lin Chuan nodded. For half a year, after Weiss's advice, Lin Chuan continued to make up for his shortcomings, and even went to find Kame Immortal to discuss martial arts training. With the help of various methods and various insights, Lin Chuan made breakthroughs in his own strength, and made progress in all aspects of his state of mind. To be honest, Lin Chuan himself did not expect that the breakthrough in the 2nd level of Super Blue cultivation would be so successful. He doesn't even need to take the initiative to break through. After his divine power reaches a certain level, he will unknowingly reach the improvement of each level. It is equivalent to the stronger the divine power, the higher the realm, and the easier it is to break through. In the later period of the original work, neither Goku nor Vegeta succeeded in breaking through to the Super Blue realm. Vegeta broke through to the Deep Blue evolution, and did not go into deep training. He only thought it was a small breakthrough. Lin Chuan finally found the reason. They were not simply cultivating divine power, but seeking a higher breakthrough through another method of cultivation. It is equivalent to wanting to run as soon as you can walk, chasing in the direction of freedom and self. To put it more insightfully, in the early days, relying on the god of destruction opened his horizons and started the practice of divine power. Later, under Weiss's training, he started practicing the god's control technique. The simple practice of divine control skills can indeed enhance strength, especially when integrated into oneself. It can achieve unexpected effects. However, even if there is a big improvement, there are still many shortcomings. The foundation is not enough, and it is not enough to break through only from the realm. Lin Chuan also understood why Son Goku and Vegeta were so frustrated after the Tournament of Power in the later part of the original work. It should be that they only focus on improving their realm and ignore their own foundation. Therefore, if they don't have magical skills, they will be a hot chicken. If they use magical skills, they will be a fighter among hot chickens. If they could be stronger in basics, it wouldn't be so miserable. Having said that, divine power has reached a higher level, not to mention that the second level of Super Blue has reached the ultimate level of Deep Blue, and the state of the Super Four Gods has also reached incredible heights. Although he has not yet broken through the fifth level of Super Saiyan, his strength is stronger than the second level of Super Blue Ultimate. Now because of this certainty and the system's storage of 161,450 billion combat power in 6 months, Lin Chuan planned to have a big wave when he entered the spiritual time room. It was different from the first time I entered the spiritual time room. This time, it directly absorbed more than 100 trillion combat power. If the breakthrough is successful, it will be a new beginning. For a level 9 system, the combat power will increase by 10 times per second to 100 million points. 1 Universe Emperor Frisia every second? If the breakthrough fails, it doesn't matter. Just continue practicing. So, you are going to try to break through now? Piccolo stood beside Lin Chuan, his cautious expression showing that he was also looking forward to it. After all, according to Lin Chuan's breakthrough in each realm, the increase in strength is at least dozens of times? If this is dozens of times higher than the second level of Super Blue, to what level must it be improved? Piccolo couldn't imagine it. He could only know it after seeing it. I've already talked about it, so naturally I have to give it a try. I never do anything I'm not sure about. The corners of his mouth rose and fell, and Lin Chuan's smile was full of confidence. If you are not confident, then there is no need to enter the spiritual time room at all, otherwise it will be a waste of time. Piccolo nodded when he heard this and took the initiative to step aside. The expression on your face is what I want to see you perform next. Seeing Piccolo leave, Lin Chuan didn't say anything further. He jumped thousands of meters away from the central room of the spiritual time house. Although the explosion of divine power will not cause much commotion as long as it is controlled properly, it is better to stay as far away as possible. After all, accidents, no matter how small, still exist. System, extracted combat power index, 150 trillion. It was not completely drained, but left 11 trillion of combat power storage. Ding! Successfully extracted the combat power index, 150 trillion points. The remaining combat power index that can be extracted, 11,451,090 million points. The system's beep sounded the next second. In an instant, a majestic force emerged from deep within the body. Although this feeling has been experienced many times, it still makes Lin Chuan feel as if he has evolved again. The combat power has been increased from 100 trillion to 250 trillion. The numbers are hard to hear, but I have to say that the combat power of 250 megabytes is not just a little stronger than that of 100 megabytes. Next, it's time for me to unleash my potential and make a breakthrough. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chuan's face condensed and his eyes changed drastically. The power of God surges and ripples along with the voice of God. In just an instant, the entire spiritual time room world was filled with Lin Chuan's breath. The blue stream of light is so dazzling, so sacred and powerful. In a short period of time, Lin Chuan transformed into the Super Saiyan Blue full power state. With a 10,000-fold increase, Lin Chuan's combat power index soared from 250 trillion to 250 billion. With his level, he can definitely go one step further and directly transform into the second level of Super Blue in an instant. However, this is not a time of crisis, and there is no need to fight. Starting from Super Blue, slowly break through, and understand the essence of divine power bit by bit, so as to gain more. The light of divine power became more and more dazzling as it evaporated. At this time, a dark blue light suddenly appeared from Lin Chuan's body. Super Blue Level 2 Dark Blue Evolution, Combat Power Index, 5000 Beijing, Super Blue Level 2 Dark Blue Enhancement, Combat Power Index, 7500 Beijing, Super Blue Level 2 Dark Blue Sublimation, Combat Power Index, 1. Having reached the unit of Guy in the 7th dimension, Lin Chuan has not stopped yet, because there is still the second level of Super Blue, Deep Blue Ultimate. When the divine power reaches its peak, the Combat Power Index soars to 1 Guy 2500 Beijing. The extremely terrifying divine power seems to be able to subvert everything. At this moment, the one who feels the deepest is Piccolo, because he is the only one who exists in this place. Moreover, his ability to perceive divine power is also unique, and the power of the dragon god in his body helped him develop an alternative sensory system. So you have reached such a height. I should have thought of it earlier. When you were dealing with Vegeta before, you could defeat him by just using the second level of Super Saiyan. Not to mention when you turn into the 4th level of Super Saiyan. Piccolo kept sighing. Shock is inevitable. You know, this is the 7th dimensional level. Since Lin Chuan broke through to this realm, he has only exploded with all his strength twice. Both times, they were still far away from the Earth and this entire star field. At this moment, Lin Chuan gained unprecedented satisfaction from his unscrupulous display. No fear, no worries. If he didn't know what kind of existence was hidden on the Earth, he wouldn't be so cautious. In the past 6 months, he has not secretly sensed and investigated, and he has even been using his divine power to secretly explore every corner of the Earth. But the final results were not abnormal at all. If he hadn't experienced it personally, if Weiss hadn't reminded him secretly, he would have ignored it. In this life, people will encounter countless things, most of which are short-lived and will be forgotten. But things that are emphatically labeled will definitely not happen, especially after Lin Chuan determined the future crisis and witnessed the emergence of golden sorrow. The plot of this world has long since become irreversible. Otherwise, he can take a good rest, at least he doesn't need to practice constantly to become stronger like now. Weak? Still too weak? After breaking through the 3rd level of Super Saiyan Blue this time, what he has to do is to do his best to raise his strength to the same level as the future Son Gohan. Otherwise, he is still just an ant. Even the normal situation of 1000 yuan is simply a fantasy, but without goals and dreams, everything is just a rotten fish. What Piccolo wants to do is also what he wants to do. Please vote for recommendations, please vote for me monthly. Release all my divine power. Completely letting go of his body and mind, deep blue light spread out as Lin Chuan shouted. The entire spiritual time room world is rendered by divine power, and the dark blue energy light is still improving and condensing. While the divine power is beating, Saiyan energy is also multiplying. The power of blood combined with divine power makes huge breakthroughs, thereby carrying more powerful and pure divine power. The strength has soared, and the realm is also moving towards a higher level. The dazzling brilliance becomes more and more dazzling, and it seems that the entire spiritual time room world is like a lit-up galaxy universe, making people immersed in it and unable to extricate themselves. Lin Chuan was naturally immersed in it. Piccolo was also affected by this divine power, but he gradually came out of the shock and began to understand. The aura of God that was like a sea of stars seemed to be able to help people become gods. The power of the dragon god in his body was being pulled and transformed. Especially the deep blue light on Lin Chuan's body was like a ray of light that created the world, breaking through everything and creating new life. The entire spiritual time room world seems to be different because of this divine power. The world seemed to come alive, constantly shaking and trembling. It's like welcoming the birth of a super powerful being. Buzz. There was a buzzing sound. The entire world of the spiritual time room once again appeared with strange colors. The originally snow-white world turned into a small universe, dazzling and dazzling due to divine power. At this moment, the sky is filled with glowing light, which is particularly sacred. The energy of divine power even spans space and time. The entire world of spiritual time house is difficult to fully accommodate. Piccolo, who was in the time room, noticed the change immediately. The hourglass that had been flowing stopped flowing. This means that time is no longer as originally planned. Lin Chuan's breakthrough indirectly made time different. How powerful is this power? Lin Chuan, are you so terrifying that even time can't restrain you? With your current level of divine power, I'm afraid you won't have to give in too much even if you face the god of destruction, right? Piccolo he sighed with emotion. This is just his guess. He is not Lin Chuan, so he has no idea how strong the god of destruction is. He can only rely on his knowledge to think that he has reached that state. At the same time, outside the spiritual time room, on the Temple of Heaven, because of the sudden spread of divine power, Dende and Bobo, who had just watched Lin Chuan and Piccolo enter, felt something. At the same time, they were stunned and looked at the door of the spiritual time room in disbelief. Their strength is like ants in this era, but they can sense that it is the aura coming from the spiritual time house. Mr. Popo, have you ever encountered such a situation? Dende asked worriedly. Bobo shook his head. Bobo doesn't know, such a thing has never happened. Moreover, Lord God, it seems that with the appearance of this breath, the time of the two worlds has been synchronized. Is there such a thing? Then should we open the door of the spiritual time room from the outside? I don't know what is going on inside. Dende was even more shocked when he heard this. The time is synchronized. If this thing hadn't happened, how could it be believed? He is the god of the earth. Under Bobo's guidance, he knows that some rules cannot be forcibly changed simply by relying on strength. Of course Dende would not know that the reason why Lin Chuan broke this restriction was entirely because his divine power reached the true god level. No, it should be said to be god of destruction level. Therefore, even if the time in the spiritual time room is not equal to the time in the main world, as long as the divine power reaches this level, a bridge can be forcibly built to transcend the rules and allow the two worlds to communicate. Lord Tenjin, I don't think we need to worry. If an accident really happens, it won't be like this. It should be a sign of a breakthrough. Moreover, before Mr. Lin Chuan and Mr. Piccolo went in, that said, even if the door hasn't been opened after 3 days, we don't have to worry. Bobo stopped Dende. He was definitely more stable than Dende. Even though the situation was special, with the current changes, he only felt that Lin Chuan or Piccolo had made a huge breakthrough in strength, so this situation occurred. After all, Lin Chuan and Piccolo have transcended the restrictions of the rules and can come out of the spiritual time room even after the door disappears. In such a comparison, the current situation of the aura spreading out is actually nothing. It's just that the time between the two worlds is synchronized, which is a little bit incredible. Then, well, I hope that's the case. After listening to Bobo's words, Dende could only temporarily feel relieved. Not sure what happened, just waiting. Otherwise, if the door is opened casually, God knows how big things will happen. At the same time, on the Earth, there are several people who are also sensitive. They are Bulma, number 18, and the infant Lin Shui. Lin Shui sensed it but couldn't express it. She could only wave her hands and feet and make a cry of yeah. No one knew that when Lin Chuan broke through, the blood from Lin Chuan in Lin Shui's body was also purifying and evolving, and even traces of divine power were born in this little guy's body. As for Bulma and number 18, it seems that because they have been combined with Lin Chuan, after receiving the baptism of life, their life levels have been improved. Some kind of connection gives them a special feeling. Of course, it can also be said to be a woman's special feeling for her man. Except them. There are still two people on the Earth who noticed the abnormality. Vegeta is one of them. After coming out of the spiritual time room, his strength increased greatly, and after experiencing a battle with Piccolo and Lin Chuan, his strength level was even higher. Today, he is maintaining the 4th level of Super Saiyan. In the gravity training room at his home, he is comprehending the Super 4 red hair and boundary breakthrough shown to him by Lin Chuan. P.S. This gravity training room is for Enchi, ask Bulma for it. Originally, he had gained nothing and didn't know how to cultivate a breakthrough, but at this moment, he suddenly noticed the strange power that belonged to Lin Chuan, and he suddenly felt something. Could it be said that it is that power? Or, only by mastering another special power to stimulate the blood power of the 4th level Super Saiyan can? Vegeta's IQ the height is always outstanding. Being able to think of this directly shows that he already has the idea and belief to find his own way. The other side of the world. This is Dongdu. The other person who noticed the abnormality was number 21. At this moment, she was staring at a tube of special liquid in a daze. Her equipment suddenly detected a surge of divine power. Not only that, with the transmission of divine power, the thing that belonged to Lin Chuan was blooming with azure light. This is a qualitative change in the level of life, a simultaneous sublimation echoed by blood. Could it be said? No way, you have reached the level of completely raising your life to another level so early. Is this man really the darling of the world? With a mortal body, he has reached such a height in just 30 years. Number 21 kept mumbling. Looking at the life inheritance belonging to Lin Chuan held in her hand, she seemed to have finally made up her mind at this moment and was ready to do something big. As the saying goes, if you can't let go of your child, you can't catch the wolf. After hesitating for so long, if she continues to hesitate, she will have no choice but to live in the narrow gap of time forever. If you want to truly escape, you must do something to change the future. Become Lin Chuan's woman? With her special status, I'm afraid it won't be easy. In this case, let's make it happen. Come to your door with your children? Destroy the divine realm. While sipping tea, Weiss looked at the projected picture with a smile. If Lin Chuan and Piccolo saw it at this time, they would be so surprised that they couldn't believe it. Unexpectedly, Angel's power can even affect the spiritual time room. The most important thing is that it is obvious that Weiss knows everything, and his power can ignore the flow of time. Such divine power, such dazzling light. After half a year, I have accumulated what I need for a breakthrough. Is it really you, Lin Chuan? Weiss's eyes were unblinking, full of anticipation. He already knows Lin Chuan's goal, and once the goal is achieved this time, Lin Chuan will reach a higher realm. Just say that now, Lin Chuan has already half-stepped into the God of Destruction level. If you continue, it will not only be the evolution of your life level, but also the further self-enhancement of your strength. The improvement of each realm involves more than just superficial breakthroughs. Once a certain critical point is reached, life evolves, and the potential will become higher. Don't follow the path of your predecessors, but use your own perseverance to make your own way. There is no doubt that the future that Weiss saw is about to come true. After Lin Chuan transforms into the 3rd level of Super Saiyan Blue, he will definitely be able to reach a higher dimension. Just when he was immersed in watching, suddenly, in the God of Destruction's palace above the universe tree, a violent explosion sounded again. Being haunted by dreams is common, but this time was very different from before. It seemed that he sensed something, which made Beerus even more restless in his sleep. There is quite a sign that he is about to wake up. Allah Allah, it seems that Lord Beerus's awakening date is coming earlier. It's because Lin Chuan's relationship has neutralized part of the negative energy and maintained the order of the universe, so it is absorbed and digested. The speed is also faster. As Weiss's words came out, there were 3 consecutive big explosions. It was clearly visible that a huge gap had been blown out on one side of the palace, where the sleepwalking Beerus was losing his temper. This is not possible. Lord Beerus is sleeping like this. Should we wait until he wakes up to tell him? In an instant, Whis disappeared from the spot. Arriving behind Beerus in an instant, Whis raised his hand and released the power of Angel, using thunderous means to calm down Beerus' violent temper. The existence of Angel is actually to ensure that nothing happens while the God of Destruction is sleeping. It should be noted that if the God of Destruction sneeze, a planet in the lower universe will disappear. Spiritual time room. The dark blue light became more and more dazzling, and while the brilliance of divine power was shining, it also emitted extremely fiery arrogance. At this time, Lin Chuan seemed to have turned into an energy release source. In the end, after the ultimate sublimation of divine power transformed again, Lin Chuan also ushered in a new evolution. P.S. I really can't find a good picture, please leave a message if you have one. The dark blue hair that was originally like sapphire was gradually stretched to the waist. Not only the hairstyle, but also the volume of hair became thicker and thicker. The appearance has changed drastically, and Lin Chuan has also undergone a big change in terms of temperament. It's like turning into the third level of Super Saiyan, but this is not as simple as a change in hair color. A jump in the realm of strength is also a jump in the level of life. This increase in strength is another 100-fold increase based on Super Saiyan Deep Blue Ultimate. Deep Blue's ultimate growth rate is 500,000 times the normal rate. Now multiplied by 100 times, it is equivalent to the basis of the third level of Super Saiyan Blue, which is a normal combat power increased by 50 million times. At this moment, Lin Chuan's combat power has reached the 8th dimensional level. The unit of Zi in the 8th dimension? That's right. Lin Chuan's normal situation before, even if he absorbed the combat power reserve, it was only 250 trillion. Based on this, the ultimate combat power of the second level Ultra Blue Deep Blue is only 1 Gai 2500 Beijing. Even if it is increased by another 100 times, it will only reach 125 Gai, and it will never reach the 8th dimension. However, Lin Chuan's breakthrough and his second life evolution after the explosion of potential directly increased his normal combat power to that of Jing's unit. The norm is the combat power of 10 Beijing. The second level of Super Blue, the ultimate dark blue, is 500. The third level of Super Blue is 5 Zi. Byte? Congratulations to the host for completing 9 different levels of Super Saiyan transformation and meeting the system level 9 upgrade requirements. System upgrade in progress. 1%, 10%, 50%, 99%. Byte? System upgrade successful. Host, Lin Chuan, Taros. Age, 30. Normal height, 190 cm/weight, 100 kg. Super 4 God height, 220 cm/weight, 150 kg. Super Blue third level height, 210 cm/weight, 140 kg. Combat power index, 10 points. Super Saiyan level 4 black hair, peak state increased by 5,000 times 5 Gai. Super Saiyan level 4 red hair, boundary breakthrough state increase of 10,000 10 Gai. The fourth level of Super Saiyan pink hair, the ultimate increase limit of the Super 4 gods exceeds 100 times 1000 Gai. Super Saiyan God red hair, peak state increased by 5,000 times 5 Gai. Super Saiyan blue, full power increased 10,000 times 10 Gai. Super Saiyan blue level 2, dark blue ultimate state amplifies Super blue full power 50 times 500 Gai. Super Saiyan blue level 3, God's evolution amplification dark blue ultimate 100 times 5. The current level of the system, level 9. Automatically hanging up, combat power plus 100 million/second. Stored combat power index, 11,455.5 billion. With the smooth breakthrough of the third level of Super Saiyan Blue, God's evolution, Lin Chuan's ears also heard the familiar voice of the system. Finally, it has evolved again. Every second is equivalent to increasing the combat power index of Universe Emperor Frisia. Although it may be just average, it is calculated in units of hundreds of millions. He can now increase his combat power by 8.64 trillion every day. After 3 years of this, how much combat power can be stored? 9,331 billion combat power. Maybe it's nothing to him, whose combat power now exceeds Beijing's, but this strength was given to him by the system for free. Breakthroughs in the future will be even more difficult. As your strength increases, will you be able to break through the realm if you want to? And under the current circumstances, the limit he can achieve is to push his own transformation to this limit. The fourth level of Super Blue is impossible, because the form of the Super 4 gods has been finalized and reached its extreme. At most, it is just an increase in strength based on the Super 4 gods. Therefore, future breakthroughs will be more difficult. Lin Chuan also became more and more aware of why it was so difficult for Son Goku and Vegeta to break through in the later stages of the original work. Once the strength reaches a higher dimension, all the ordinary cultivation methods in the past will become ineffective. So, now I can only take the path of divine control skills. I just don't know whether the transformation of the form of Tsitsijigong and Self-Jigong will allow the system to be upgraded. With the thought in my mind, this idea was decided. It's not the first time I've thought about it, but I haven't mastered Super Blue 3 before, so I've put it on hold. Trying to come back to his senses, Lin Chuan focused all his attention on himself. Is this the strength I have now? Although he had only mastered the stage of divine evolution of Super Blue 3, and was far from reaching the limit of Super Blue 3, it had to be said that the intensity shocked him beyond words. If the original Son Goku and Vegeta awakened in this form during the Tournament of Power, Jiren would be beaten to tears, right? After all, such a huge increase is no joke. While trying to maintain the current state, Lin Chuan is also thinking about whether his continuous divine power can be more perfect. At this moment, Piccolo flew over. Because he was sure that his realm breakthrough was complete, he wanted to observe it up close. As I thought, your Super Saiyan Blue level 3 is indeed the Super Saiyan level 3. The only change in appearance is a different hair color, Piccolo commented. As soon as these words came out, Lin Chuan looked directly at Piccolo and smiled softly. After all, the transformation of the Super Saiyan Blue root is to become a Super Saiyan in the realm of God. So, the third level of Super Saiyan Blue has been reached, and the next step is the fourth level of Super Saiyan Blue. Piccolo was a little numb. How could Lin Chuan's mind come up with so many ideas? There are so many tricks to transform into, and it's a big success every time. Hearing these words, Lin Chuan couldn't help but laugh and cry. I would like to, but according to the current situation, the divine power can only reach the third level of Super Saiyan Blue at best. If you want to break through later, you will no longer be able to reach the third level, high-level Super Saiyan transformation. Besides, don't you also know that my transformation into a Super 4 Gods is actually the fourth level of the divine realm in disguise? After the words fell, Lin Chuan slowly landed on the ground. Here, the divine power is restrained. Although Super Blue 3 was maintained, there was no interference from the majestic divine power, and everything returned to normal again. Only those who have experienced it know what happened before. Lin Chuan naturally knew this, but he didn't say it clearly. Piccolo didn't dwell on this either. On the contrary, he began to care about the gap in the realm of transformation. While improving his normal state, he also studied the transformation after the orange form. Perhaps, there will be unexpected gains. Please vote for recommendations, please vote for me monthly. Time is like running water, gone forever. In the blink of an eye, 3 years have passed quietly. 3 years? Not only is Lin Chuan's strength greatly improved, Piccolo's strength is also improving rapidly. Both of them are moving towards higher goals. From the beginning, the goal was just to break through to a higher dimension, and then they gradually set the goal of transcending the God of Destruction. God of Destruction? The supreme and most powerful existence in this universe. Originally, Piccolo thought that Lin Chuan's strength could be compared with the God of Destruction, but after getting Lin Chuan's answer at that time, he realized that he was still a frog in the well. Lin Chuan's original words were, there are 12 universes, and there are also 12 gods of destruction. Among the 12 gods of destruction, regardless of where Kampa ranks, in short, with his Super Blue 3 strength, I am afraid he will still only be defeated in seconds. Share. The state reached by Super Blue 3 made Piccolo look up to him and even fear him. In the end, he could only be killed instantly by the God of Destruction. If these words had not come from Lin Chuan's mouth, even Piccolo wouldn't believe it. Since then, I have become more motivated to practice. Let's talk about the improvement of Piccolo's strength first. After 3 years of brutal training, his normal state has reached an level infinitely close to that of Jing's unit. From the original combat power of only 800 billion to the current 9,000 trillion. A data increase of more than 10,000 times shows how terrifying it is. Even if Vegeta enters the spiritual time room to practice, the results are equally terrifying, but in comparison, the realm is higher, and Piccolo's improvement is more difficult and difficult. Then there is the improvement in realm. Although Piccolo has not developed a higher-level dragon god form, after developing the power of God and complementing each other, his strength has increased dozens to hundreds of times. It is equivalent to a 10,000 times increase in the orange form, using divine power to strengthen it, thereby achieving the same double superposition effect as when Lin Chuan transformed. It is worth mentioning that Piccolo's speed in cultivating divine power is extremely fast, even with the guidance of a predecessor like Lin Chuan. It is extremely incredible, because it only took 3 months to practice the Piccolo. To this day, although Piccolo's divine power cannot be compared with Lin Chuan, it is still comparable to Lin Chuan who entered the spiritual time room last time. Where is Lin Chuan? At this time, the 3-year period has arrived. Watching that the system's combat power increase per second failed again, the stored combat power index was fixed at 9,342,648 billion combat power and no longer increased. Lin Chuan couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, it was the same as last time. Last time, after the 2-year period expired, the system's combat power increase per second would expire. This time the 3-year period has arrived. As the door of the spiritual time room disappears, all the sand in the hourglass flows into the funnel below, and the increase stops. Looking at the door of the spiritual time house, Lin Chuan couldn't help but sigh. In fact, he gradually began to understand why the system failed. Although the time ratio here is still different from that in the main world every year. But after stepping outside the rules, this world becomes a unique space and is no longer given the concept of time. Therefore, the system will have loopholes that no longer increase. I don't know if Dende can upgrade the spiritual time room next time. After I go out, I can let Bulma think of a solution. I remember that in the later period of the original work, Bulma participated in the transformation of the spiritual time house in order to help Vegeta enter the spiritual time house. There are many thoughts in my mind. If you don't rely on the system, you have really lost a big weapon. Time is what Lin Chuan lacks most. If there is enough time, even now it can only steadily increase the combat power by 100 million points per second. But what about 10 years? What about 100 years? What about 1,000 years? From this era, go to another time and space to accumulate? This is a good idea, and it is also the boldest idea Lin Chuan has ever made. It has to be said that the combat power is now 311.04 trillion in 1 year. 10 years is 3,104 trillion. 100 years is 31,000,040 trillion. 1,000 years is 311 Beijing 400 trillion. 10,000 years is 3,114 Beijing. Can you live this long? That is inevitable. I didn't dare to say it before, but after reaching the standard in terms of strength, breakthrough in realm, and breakthrough in divine power, his life level will be enough to support him to live for 10,000 years, even 100,000 years, 1,000,000 years, or even longer? At least, his current life level will definitely not be lower than Supreme Kai. A Supreme Kai, even an ordinary Supreme Kai, can live for tens of millions of years or more. The idea is indeed very developable, but Lin Chuan really won't waste time just to break through the current dimensional realm. Therefore, at most, he could only choose this method when there was no other way. In other words, if one day in the future we encounter a powerful enemy that is difficult to resist and we lack strength, we will have to rely on the system and time to make it up. Every time Lin Chuan thinks about this point, he can't help but think about the situation of his daughter's world in the future. He left that world of time and space, not knowing his whereabouts, life, or death. Said that something attracted him. Perhaps, at that time, in order to break through to a higher realm, he chose to use this method. Of course, this is just a conjecture. What exactly is going on? He will know in the future. His thoughts drifted away, and Lin Chuan suddenly came back to his senses and immediately merged the 10 clones. 10 clones? That's right. This was the insight Lin Chuan got from Weiss before entering the spiritual time room, which led to a more perfect breakthrough in the clone technique. Lin Chuan has always been cultivating at the same time. The results are outstanding. This has always been the case for Piccolo, because Lin Chuan has achieved a lot of results here, and in this way, not only can he hone his soul power and mental power, but he can also practice multitasking in many aspects. Of course, Piccolo doesn't have Lin Chuan's ability, and he can only divide 1 into 6 by practicing the art of cloning. One avatar focuses on physical training, another avatar focuses on cultivating divine power, another avatar focuses on realizing realms, etc. In this way, the progress of cultivation is accelerated several times. Lin Chuan had this idea because he was influenced by a series of online comics and animations in his previous life. It should be said that the strength has been advancing by leaps and bounds, and the system naturally takes a lot of credit, but in fact the biggest breakthrough still relies on oneself. At the end of the training, Lin Chuan's chest rose and fell violently 3 times before he completely calmed down. Looking at the system attribute interface, his combat power value reached 2000 Beijing. Compared with 10 Beijing 3 years ago, this is already a big breakthrough. Even if a 200-fold improvement is nothing, it is still the 6th dimension level. Compared with the 4th dimension, no matter how much the strength of the 5th dimension is improved, it is still a world of difference. With his current strength, combined with Super Blue 3 who has cultivated to the extreme of God, God's evolution increased by 100 times, God strengthened by 200 times, God's sublimation increased by 300 times, God's ultimate increased by 400 times, he has a full combat power. Can reach the late stage of the 8th dimension, 4000 Zi. Even the unit of 9th dimension Rang may be able to reach it. With my current strength, I finally have some confidence to challenge the God of Destruction. At least, I should be able to see through the true strength of the God of Destruction. After muttering in his mouth, Lin Chuan turned sideways and looked into the distance. A figure quickly approached. Who could it be if it wasn't Piccolo? When Piccolo landed next to him, Lin Chuan raised the corner of his mouth and smiled softly. You guys are really practicing to the point of being stunned. The 3-year period has come and you are still immersed in cultivation. Just let the clone come over. Communicate with me. Piccolo is just a clone. With Lin Chuan's eyesight, he could clearly see what was going on with Piccolo in front of him. Unlike his clone, Piccolo's clone is slightly different. His clones have no real body distinction, but Piccolo uses his real body to control his clones like his true body. Why? Is the 3-year period so important? Didn't we agree at the beginning that this time the training will definitely last more than 3 years, and it should be less than 5 years to start? Piccolo, the clone, said with a teasing smile. His consciousness is at least connected to his body, so communication is not difficult. I didn't expect that my practice would end early. Although I can continue to practice, I need a vigorous battle now. If I continue to practice hard, I'm afraid there won't be very good results. Lin Chuan nodded. It really didn't matter that the 3-year period was up, but now he no longer wanted to continue doing useless hard training. Therefore, he has to leave the spiritual time room, and then prepare to find an opponent who needs to fight with all his strength. Naturally, this opponent cannot be anyone else. The only known target is the God of Destruction. He is only familiar with Compa, so it is inevitable to go to the 6th universe again. When we met and played against each other 3 months ago, I roughly guessed that you would leave within this deadline. If you want to leave, you can leave. It may take another 1 to 2 years for me to leave. Piccolo's clone corrected his attitude. Expresses the meaning of the ontology. Hearing this, Lin Chuan seemed to have expected it and asked, are you sure it's okay to be alone? Why are you starting to talk about mother-in-law and mother-in-law? Don't be shocked when I come out. I already have an idea of that unknown realm. The words of the clone Piccolo made Lin Chuan feel refreshed. This is no small matter. You must know that the orange transformation is Piccolo's highest level transformation in the known canonical original work. If he really takes a new path, it means that a new future is born. Although Lin Chuan did not completely finish watching the original plot of Dragon Ball in his previous life, after all, the subsequent plot has not yet been released, but as far as Lin Chuan knows, at least the orange transformation is already the highest level currently. I look forward to the day when you succeed. When you come out, we will have a hearty battle, Lin Chuan said with light in his eyes. There will be a day. At that time, it will no longer be a simple competition, it will officially challenge you, said the clone Piccolo. Then I wish you early success, Lin Chuan responded. After a few simple exchanges, Lin Chuan sent the clone Piccolo away. As for worrying about whether he will go crazy or die in the spiritual time room due to an accident, Lin Chuan won't worry about this. Being as powerful as Piccolo, even if he dies, it will trigger a huge sign, not to mention that if he goes crazy, he will burst out with extremely huge energy. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chuan stepped into the time room and left a bag of fairy beans on Piccolo's bed. There are 10 fairy beans in it, which Lin Chuan specially separated for the needs of cultivation. Piccolo has always resisted using fairy beans, but it has to be said that fairy beans can have miraculous effects in practice. Once you are exhausted during the breakthrough process, fairy beans are a great weapon. After that, Lin Chuan looked back at the vast white world of the spiritual time house. I don't know when I will come in next time. If nothing else happens, maybe this time will be the last time. After the words fell, Lin Chuan summoned his magical power and built a bridge between the two worlds. In just an instant, Lin Chuan disappeared into the spiritual time room world. The moment Lin Chuan disappeared, Piccolo, who was practicing, opened his eyes. He looked seriously in the direction of the time room, and then closed his eyes again. As soon as Lin Chuan left, his formal training began. In the past, the sense of oppression due to Lin Chuan's presence was gone, and it seemed that his body and mind had been liberated. It has to be said that for Piccolo, when he first practiced with Lin Chuan, his cultivation improved rapidly. Many times, it was because of Lin Chuan that he was able to achieve a successful breakthrough. But until now, although Lin Chuan could help him improve his strength to a certain extent, it had also become a mountain that he could not overcome, weighing him down and making him unable to breathe. Until now, Piccolo also knows that he has to embark on a path that only he can walk. Just like Lin Chuan has blazed a path that belongs to him, so has his goal. Create a path that can be pursued by future generations. Main world. Temple of Heaven. Dende and Bobo waited anxiously. Although Lin Chuan and Piccolo had already made an advance statement. But when the time comes, they will inevitably still worry. After all, the spiritual time room has been remodeled again, and a lot of rules have been added to the setting. If you can't get out because of this, something big will happen. Just when Dende and Bobo were nervous, Lin Chuan appeared in front of them in an instant. Uncle Lin Chuan. Your Excellency Lin Chuan. Dende and Bobo seemed to have seen a savior and were extremely excited. It's been 3 years since we last saw each other, Dende and Mr. Popo. Lin Chuan smiled calmly and said to them. The next second he suddenly reacted and said, no, it should only be 3 days for you. Dende and Bobo nodded, then looked at Lin Chuan's side. When no one was around, they became even more worried. Uncle Piccolo, hasn't he come out yet? Or is something wrong? Hearing this, Lin Chuan knew the concerns in his heart and replied, don't worry, Piccolo still needs to stay in there for another year or 2, and he will come out by then? And I just completed the training ahead of time, so not much more than that. To the outside world, Piccolo will be back in a day or 2. After that, Lin Chuan said to Popo, I wonder if it would be convenient for Mr. Popo to prepare some food for me. The food in the spiritual time room is very random, and the food in my mouth is really going away. Hearing this, Bobo nodded quickly and trotted to get ready. Dende did not forget to ask about Lin Chuan's situation in the spiritual time house. Please give me recommendation votes and monthly votes.